come down for Bartosz. 6 ink was spent. So it was Basil coming down. No characters questing for Bartosz. Now it's back on over to Driss, who quested. Was it a quest with the Dumbo? I think it was a quest with Genie, and then a Dumbo trigger, probably on the Dumbo.
Yeah, and we're going to play the other Dumbo, Ninth Wonder of the Universe.
No draw from Driss from the
draw.
Perfect Gentleman.
Yeah, because it is a May trigger, so you don't have to do it. Because maybe anticipating, well, 4, 5, 6. So Bartosz is on 6 ink. Could potentially ink a card here, and if he has Bend to My Will, we could see it being played. No, doesn't have it, but it's going to be that 7 cost Basil. And when this is played, he's going to be able to bounce an opposing character back to the player's hand. And it's going to be the Genie going back to his hand.
Really, really fascinating. So we'll see Basil questing for 2. So it's going to be a 4 Lore to 2 game, still in favour of Driss, but of course the Clarabelles and the Donald Duck still ready to go. But Bartosz really valuing this Perfect Gentleman. And this is what we talked about, Kim. When you miss Clarabelle, the Donald Duck can do some really heavy lifting in these lists. With it being 4 cost and being in a ramp deck, it fits in the curve really nicely. But Driss, with 2 Dumbos and a Lumiere, that is a lot of ink being spent. It's going to be the Goofy.
That's the Goofy that we talked about. And this Goofy, I've been loving this Goofy, kind of replacing Maui Hero to all in a slight way. But he's also evasive with the 5 strength and the 5 willpower, meaning he's able to come down, he's able to get rid of that Basil.
And that's going to be double Dumbo
was
singing
it a Sing Together
Pirate's
Life? I never thought I would hear Dumbo and Dumbo sing together Pirate's Life.
Well, that is the beauty of Disney Lorcana TCG. Just leaving that Lumiere ready and waiting and protected. Of course, ready characters can't be challenged. And Driss just leaving that Lumiere ready. That's something we're seeing quite often as well with the Madam Mim skater, Kim. But Bartosz now, Basil is back. Don't forget that 7 cost Basil is up at the top as well. Now, inking Improvise and paying 1 to force Driss to discard a card. When Basil quests, Driss must now discard a card at random. Only 2 cards left in the hand. Remember, Driss turning down the opportunity to draw off this Perfect Gentleman. And Bartosz maybe spotting an opportunity to try and whittle the hand down from Driss entirely.
Yeah, I believe there's a Genie, Wish Fulfilled, and a Hypnotic Strength in hand. But will be able to use the Dumbo's ability to pay 1. He's going to gain a lore and draw a card. Madam Mim Elephant, the other elephant that has been widely in the room this weekend, could be used to bounce the character back to play.
Dumbo suddenly able to remove a Basil thanks to the help of Lumiere. Dumbo is on fire right there with that challenge thanks to Lumiere.
Yeah. He's on quest with Goofy. Could potentially, and I would love to see it, Madam Mim Elephant coming in, could bounce that Goofy back to hand, would remove all the damage. Oh, but we did see him draw a B King Undisputed. But no, we're going to see the Madam Mim Elephant come in and bouncing Goofy back to hand. He had 4 damage on it, meaning the Goofy survives. He can play that next turn.
It's almost like healing up your Goofy as well, isn't it? All those damage counters removed. We do see Driss ink. Donald Duck Perfect Gentleman will trigger before each player draws a card. Hades comes through. Dumbo deals with Driss's Dumbo.
Yeah,
John Silver inked. And of course, I think they're activating the Basil Disguise Detective ability, forcing Driss to discard a card, paying 1 ink to do so.
Yeah, Bartosz, really interesting decision here from Bartosz choosing not to quest, because he knows his opponent bounced that Goofy back to hand. If he chose to quest, turn any of his characters sideways, that Goofy could have came in and cleared any single one of them.
In comes Dumbo as well as the Genie this turn. The Madam Mim Elephant's going to quest for 1. Driss is at 12. Bartosz trailing at 2. Driss is 8 lore away. Bartosz still 18 away. But the board is starting to swing in Bartosz's favour. It's going to be a tight finish to this game. Driss really becoming the aggressor in this one as Clarabelle comes through for Bartosz. 2 cards in hand right now for Driss.
Yeah, I believe there's no card. Is there any cards left in Bartosz's hand?
I don't
this
think
Clarabelle,
so.
Meaning he would be able to draw 2 cards at the end of his turn.
Yeah.
But there's an evasive, 2 evasive characters on board, meaning even with this Lumiere, even under the sea, wouldn't be able to clear any of them.
And we are seeing Bartosz take the challenges, respecting the lore potential of Driss. Even though that Madam Mim Elephant only quests for 1, Just reminding that Madam and Elephant actually at 4 strength because of its fiery friend Lumiere.
Yeah, I like this play now, knowing that your opponent has that goofy, that rush evasive, it will be able to come in, could be able to deal with either this Hades or the Basil, but both have 4 damage. Even a Bell could be able to move perhaps damage off the Basil onto the other one. But no, we're going to see Sisu, Daring Visitor, come in. It's going to be able to banish the Clarabelle.
Clarabelle, 1 cost has been dealt with, and in comes Goofy. Goofy with rush and evasive, and it's 6 strength thanks to Lumiere. It is going to deal with that Basil. Driss is still 8 lore away, and Bartosz again just leaving that Donald Duck ready. Does not want Goofy to be able to take it out, but that is going to be a quest with Genie, with Dumbo as well. 15 lore to 4. Can Bartosz find that combo of heads held high and under the sea? Driss will draw for the perfect gentleman on this occasion.
Yeah, and will Bartosz have, because even if he's able to have the under the sea with this Lumiere still in play, all of the characters, only Sisu would be hit by the under the sea.
Yep.
All the characters really showing the power of Lumiere in this Ruby Amethyst deck against these decks with under the sea, because under the sea is only going to hit them if they're 2 strength or less.
Bartosz starts things off with a Sail. The Azurite Sea draws a card. Love to see players making those decisions where if they know they're going to play Sail at some point in the turn, you may as well do it to begin with as you get that little bit of extra information. Maybe the card you draw off Sail changes the way you want to play this. Donald Duck into the ink. Did not trigger Basil, of course, because it was removed. Hades then comes through, and Genie into the ink. So Driss valuing to remove in the last turn that Basil, just keeping their hand protected from the discard of Bartosz.
Yeah, does stop his opponent having story on board. Drache here is only going to quest for 4, meaning he can still get to 19.
Maybe a White Rose could seal the deal. Not a card we expect to see, though, Kim, in Ruby and Amethyst, but we certainly do know that Pirate's Life is in the deck. Bartosz saw it earlier on with that double Dumbo singing a Pirate's Life, but it doesn't look like Driss has access to it. But there is still the opportunity to draw some cards with Dumbo.
Yes.
3 to be precise, with 3 evasives on the board. The Dumbo and Goofy synergy, as well as the synergy with Sisu. All eyes on the card. Is it a Pirate's Life?
Is it a Pirate's Life?
It's
it
not.
Would seal the deal. No, but was that a second star to the right? Even if he had a second star to the right and was able to ink a card to play this second star to the right, because then he could sing it with the Goofy. But I'm unsure if that was actually in his hand.
Bartosz quests for 10, Kim, and they only need 9. So if Driss isn't able to win this turn, they need to start taking some challenges. They take another Dumbo. Can they find a Pirate's Life? It's a half shot.
It's a half shot.
Could that do the trick as well?
Could do the trick.
The half shot could come down, and if there's an action which could be played, that could be 1 extra lore. Driss doing now the maths on Bartosz's side of the board. You could take a risky decision here and take another Dumbo trigger with the Goofy. The problem is then, Kim, if you do that and you don't find what you need, suddenly your Goofy cannot challenge. And instead, Driss takes the trade with Clarabelle, which is only possible thanks to that Lumiere, which is still sat ready and waiting. This was played on turn 2, and it's put in so much work. Rafiki inked.
Yeah, we know Maui Half Shark is in hand. Could we potentially here see Maui Half Shark being played? That's going to cost him 6. Then he'll have 3 ink left to play. No, we're not going to see that at all. It's going to be Maleficent Monstrous Dragon coming in. We're going to banish that Hades Infernal Schemer.
What a play.
What a play.
The Donald Duck Perfect Gentleman is triggered, and both players decide to draw. It's 17 lore to 11. Bartosz no longer able to quest for victory, even with a double shift on Basil and Clarabelle, which is, of course, something Driss had to be careful of. That would have added 2 extra lore to their total. So Bartosz could have quested here for 6 if they had exactly Basil and Clarabelle shift. So Driss really heads up decision to play around that potential outcome.
Yeah, and this Sisu being evasive, meaning Bartosz isn't even going to be able to challenge into the Sisu or the Dumbo, meaning he's going to need a way to get rid of this Maleficent Monstrous Dragon. Otherwise, Dracia's going to be able to quest. But even getting rid of this monstrous, maleficent, monstrous dragon is going to mean that his opponent is going to get to 19. And even one pirate's life is going to seal the deal.
29 minutes left on the clock here in round number 9. Remember, these players looking to book their place into that top 32 cut. You need to get to 10 wins. That is the target for these players. 12 rounds of Swiss total. 10 wins is the target.
And it's the 7-cost Basil coming into play, meaning Bartosz is going to be able to bounce one of the opposing characters back and chooses to bounce the Dumbo. Maybe he has another way to get rid of this maleficent, monstrous dragon.
Basil's going to quest, Clarabel's going to quest, Bartosz creeps ever closer, closing the gap. It's now 17 lore to 13. Can Driss seal the deal with the Maleficent and the Sisu? Can Bartosz stop them?
It could. Does he have enough? Does he have it? He has the You're Welcome. He's going to be able to get rid of that maleficent, monstrous dragon. Is going to be shuffled back into the deck, and he's going to be able to. His opponent's going to be able to draw 2 cards.
And 2 cards is good news for that Maui Hearth Shark. Sisu will be able to quest up to 18. So Driss just needs. We already know there's a half shark in hand. Just a half shark and 2 actions, which of course you need enough ink to play it, or 1 copy of a Pirate's Life. Do they have either of those things?
Yeah, and does the You're Welcome, what did the You're Welcome, which he was able to draw 2 cards, would that have given him the Pirate's Life? Because 1 quest off the Sisu and a Pirate's Life would get him up to 20 lore.
And Bartosz's side of the board is questing for 6 as well. So if Driss can't win themselves this turn, they have to take some more challenges. It looks like it might be the 6 ink for the Goofy, so Driss cannot win this turn, and instead they have to ensure that Bartosz is unable to do anything. Donald Duck, the perfect gentleman, finally going down. This Lumiere and the Donald Duck finally leaving the board very deep into this game number 2. Bartosz's board now only questing for 4, Kim. However,
if that Shift Basil or the Shift Clarabel comes in, meaning he could quest for 5 to win.
So does Driss play around that potential outcome? Maybe just going to challenge the Basil with the Sisu. That will do the job. Now if Shift Clarabel comes through, it's not going to be enough. So Driss is still safe and sound for now. Basil plus Clarabel Shift would be 4 lore for Bartosz. Back on over to us.
Back
There's
on over to us. Hello.
Judge call, and I'm sure we'll be jumping back in with the action as soon as we possibly can.
Yeah.
What a game it's been.
What a game
so
indeed. And
far.
at the minute, it's neck and neck.
It is.
Either player could quest to win.
Now, Kim, I asked you your favourite epic, your favourite enchanted, but what is your favourite iconic card of this set? Because I think we have the same one, don't we?
Oh, yeah.
Should we say it on 3?
On 3?
3,
2,
1.
Minnie Mouse.
Yeah.
I agree.
It's a princess.
It's a princess.
It's in Amber. I love Amber.
I love Amber, especially Amber Sapphire.
Yeah.
And there was 4 Amber Sapphires in the event today.
That's brilliant.
Not the top cut today, but
I also did
yesterday.
see a Sapphire Steel deck still in the mix on the top tables as well, which is quite a pleasant surprise.
I did see that as well.
It's really interesting.
Some made it top cut.
We had sort of the 4 main decks. We have maybe the underdog deck, quite literally, of the tournament, that Amber Emerald deck. That's quite representative, but I'm really pleasantly surprised. We've got Emerald Sapphire, Ruby Amethyst, Sapphire Steel, all still in the tournament, and I don't think many people expected to see quite as much deck variety. Okay, Sapphire Amethyst is about 1/3 of the overall metagame in this tournament, but that also means that that is a deck which has a big target on its back. Players know that they need to bring a deck which can beat the Sapphire and Amethyst deck. I spoke to Zan Syed yesterday about his Amber and Emerald deck, and I said, what kind of version are you playing and why? And he said, well, I'm playing the Chromacon because I need the Emerald Chromacon to beat Sapphire Amethyst when I'm going second. And he said it's as simple as that. I expect to see lots of Sapphire Amethyst, so I will be teching my deck against that matchup in particular. The other dynamic with that, Kim, is if you're playing Sapphire Amethyst, do you tech for the mirrors and then potentially be worse into the other matchups, or do you accept that maybe the mirror you're not going to have the best matchup and try and do well elsewhere? And that also creates an interesting dynamic where you've got 2 sets of Blurple players. You've got the players who tech for the mirror and win the mirrors, and then the players who tech for everything else but lose the mirrors. So if the Sapphire Amethyst players pair into each other, the player that's taking for the mirror does well, and that's actually better news for the rest of the players in the tournament. So the Sapphire Amethyst players might be actually causing each other some issues, potentially.
Yeah, for sure. And I think, especially because it was the most represented deck yesterday, it's still the most represented deck in the room. And definitely we've seen the power of Sapphire Amethyst the last few days. But, and
we're jumping back in,
jumping
Kim.
back into it, we're ready to go.
It's on Driss's turn. Remember, they played 6 ink for this evasive Goofy. It took out the Basil, denying Bartosz's potential shift line to win the game. It's going to be 4 ink exerted for the Dumbo. Madamim Elephant was inked, and in comes Lumiere. So Driss passes play back on over to Bartosz, who is 5 lore away from victory. It's a nail biter, 17 lore to 15.
Yeah, because even a shift Clarabelle here and Quest Wing with both characters won't even give Bartosz the 5 lore he needs to win. But he's not going to have it. It's going to be a John Silver Alien Pirate and the 1-cost Clarabelle coming in.
Yeah, giving Reckless to that Lumiere means it can't quest next turn and must challenge if able. This is the Basil discarding the Half Shark, and look at the facial expression from Driss. Not too happy.
No.
That shark combined with an action card might have been a win condition, but actually, look, there's another shark in hand.
There's another shark in hand.
So maybe Driss doesn't mind too much.
Maybe he doesn't mind, but maybe he's just fooling his opponent.
But remember, this Dumbo, we could see the Dumbo ability. The judge decision there was something about the use of your welcome.
Yeah, I believe they only drew 1 card off your welcome, and it should have been 2 cards.
Okay, so that was
fixed.
Big shout out to our judge team working tirelessly here in the background. We couldn't do these tournaments without them. Dumbo, of course, could be triggering that ability, drawing a card. Could also do the same with Goofy. Find a Pirate's Life, or just find one action that you can play with the Half Shark. So much ink available, right? You pay 2 ink for the Dumbo and the Goofy trigger.
Yeah, being able to...
Here we see...
We're going to be paying 1.
Beaking Undisputed or Pirate's Life would be enough here, Kim.
Yeah, a Pirate's Life would definitely have sealed the deal, would have brought him up to 20, and he would be able to take this game. If he didn't draw it, could potentially use the Goofy to be able to... Maybe a more riskier play, maybe going to try and dig a little deeper, trying to find the Pirate's Life to use Dumbo's ability on the Goofy.
What's it going to be for Driss? I didn't see what they drew. Are we going to see a Maleficent Monstrous Dragon? We are. So Driss, again, can't win yet this turn. And they're just trying to deny the victory here from Bartosz. Bartosz is bored, questing for 2 right now. Lumiere can't remove the Clarabelle. Clarabelle stands tall. Driss doesn't look too happy. Sisu takes out Clarabelle. They're still in the game. This game is not over. It's 18 lore apiece, but a shift Clarabelle will seal the deal for Bartosz if they can find it.
Will we
Sail.
see? Oh, we're gonna draw a card. Is it the shift Clarabelle? Otherwise, Bartosz is only going to get to 19, and it isn't. He didn't have it. Ruby Amethyst is going to take the game to win, meaning we're going to game 3.
What a nail biter that was, Kim. I had so much fun watching that.
I had so much fun. Where's
Baker?
So I hope he's seeing this Ruby Amethyst deck in action. 2 of them made it into our games this morning.
Yep.
2 in the top cut of this of all the players we cut to today. I believe we had around 200 and something.
Sure.
2 Ruby Amethyst decks made it.
Baker's very happy.
Ruby Amethyst is still here.
Baker's just coming fist bumping in the background there, which we love to see. He's a very happy man, and who can blame him? Driss is also going to be happy. However, Kim, we've seen Driss go 1 win and 1 loss while they've been going first. However, here is where the real challenge begins, because Driss now with their Ruby Amethyst deck, without any ramp on 2, has to try and win while being potentially 1 jump behind with the ramp of that Sapphire deck. What is going to be the game plan for Driss? Maybe just try and control the early game, get a foothold, get some B King Undisputed through perhaps. Maybe like a Sisu on 3, a Genie on 4, and then some singing of Beaking Undisputed, but it's going to be tricky, isn't it? Let's be honest.
Yeah, it will be. But
doable.
But he really wants to hit that 2-drop Lumiere, I believe.
Okay.
Being able, turn 2, being able to hit that Lumiere stops his opponent. If they have an early shift, being able to sing Under the Sea, it takes a lot of those cards out of the firing line for Under the Sea to be able to get rid of under the deck.
Yeah, and of course the other thing which Driss might be able to hope for in this tricky matchup, look, we know this Emerald Sapphire deck, it's really strong, but the biggest weakness, arguably, of this deck is its consistency. And occasionally, if you don't find the Clarabelle, if you don't find the ramp on 2, you don't find the perfect gentleman, the deck can be significantly less impressive. Again, I mentioned in the last game, those first 4 to 5 turns are so crucial with this Emerald Sapphire deck, and it's going to be fascinating to see how this one kicks off. Game number 3 in the round 11, the penultimate round of Swiss here in the Disney Lorcana Challenge, Bologna. Whoever loses this will surely not be making top cut, and whoever wins will be just 1 round away. Clarabelle onto the board for Bartosz.
Yeah, I believe Bartosz also does have that turn 2 ramp. I see a T-bow in hand, but Dresh is also going to have that turn 1 Rafiki. Tell us about this Rafiki. Do you like this Rafiki?
Is on the prowl looking for some hyenas, but I don't think there's any around. Just a good way of controlling the early game. Is there that turn 2 ramp? That is the all-important play for Bartosz. There it is. Mom, I think I'm still growing.
Oh, that was a great impression.
Thank you. I try.
Yeah, that was great. Really interesting here to see what Bartosz is going to ink, because he can ink an uninkable card, but what does he have in hand? He already inked a Clarabelle, Contented Wallflower. I believe he had another one in hand. Could he have inked it? But being able to set up 2 Clarabelles, meaning his opponent, if they get rid of 1 Clarabelle, the other Clarabelle is still there to be able to enable a shift later further on down the line.
Finders keepers into the ink for Driss. Will we see that turn 2 Lumiere that you talked about, Kim, or is it going to be a Cuzco? Perhaps even the option of going double Diablo Obedient Raven. I like the look of the double Diablo, I gotta say.
I do like the double Diablo as well.
Not very good against Under the Sea, though.
Not very good against Under the Sea. However, if he did choose to play double Diablo here and then perhaps a Lumiere next turn, being able to challenge those Diablos and take out some of Bartosz's characters if they were quested with last game would help him draw more cards as well.
Clarabelle comes through. Now, one really interesting decision then is if Driss had 1 card left in hand, could Bartosz have played this Clarabelle? And the answer is yes. Bartosz might have just had to sequence it slightly differently. They might have had to have inked first and then played Clarabelle. And that was probably part of the thought process that Driss was going through in their previous turn when deciding whether or not to play double Diablo or just the single Cuzco. In comes Basil.
Yeah, develop your brain going into the inkwell. Both the Clarabelle and the Basils now, well, both Clarabelles and 1 Basil on the board, helping Bartosz if he draws that all-important shift line.
But this is the difficulty. Look, Driss is at 2 ink and Bartosz is at 4. That 1 jump ahead, 3 ink now for Driss, 4 for Bartosz. Because of that T-Po play, you're always just playing a little bit of catch-up. That's the power of Amethyst. We are now going to see a Diablo inked, a Diablo played. Certainly not the most impressive turn 3 play for Driss.
No, unfortunately, not the kind of game not the kind of turn you want to see. Maybe, and it would have been nice to line this Diablo up with the likes of a Lumiere or perhaps even another Cusco Wanted Llama.
Yep, it's going to be back on over to Bartosz. It's their 4th turn, but they can go to 5 ink thanks to that T-Po.
Yeah, if he has the all-important Clarabelle light on her hooves, he would be able to shift it on either of these Clarabelles in play.
And T-Po is still growing. Look at him go. Basil supporting up T-Po. A 3-strength T-Po deals with Cuzco. And in comes Basil for shift 4, inking your welcome, and then paying 1 ink, I believe, to force Driss to discard a card. This Basil is performing exceptionally well. What's fascinating here, Kim, is we actually see the 1-cost character quest to give the support, and then shifting. So Bartosz valuing that support from the Basil instead of that 1 extra lore from the Disguised Detective Floodborn. Lovely sequencing.
It was really nice. And the Cusco Wanted Llama being banished here helped Drace draw a card, and he did draw that Lumiere. But it would have been nice to see that previous turn, because then his Cusco Wanted Llama would have had an extra strength to be able to, for that Tipo to trade with it.
It is a fascinating game. Driss at 3 ink. Bartosz is at 5. Of course, Driss can go up to 4 ink. This is their 4th turn. Bartosz, the player who went first, 1 law apiece. Driss inks the dragon. Lumiere's available, Kim, but a little bit awkward if you don't have another 2-cost character to pair with it. Are we going to see Driss go for it? Perhaps could find something nice off the Diablo. Yeah.
You're going to play the Lumiere over the Dumbo or the Genie, which, okay, that's fair, because it stops if you play any more characters. If Bartosz doesn't hit the Under the Sea this turn, if this Lumiere is able to stay on the board, next turn, if Drace is able to perhaps play an Elsa or play any of his other characters like Genie, like Dumbo, that Lumiere is going to be able to give them 1 extra strength.
Rebecca said something great to me yesterday, which is often the player in Disney Lorcana who spends more ink will win the game. And if Rebecca's hypothesis there is true, Bartosz is surely in the ascendancy. Driss on their 3rd turn spending just 1 ink, and on their 4th turn spending just 2. Meanwhile, Bartosz is just spending ink like nobody's business, as Clarabelle is going to quest. This so far was a significantly slower turn, though, from Bartosz, playing improvises and not developing any characters onto the board. Is this that window of opportunity for Driss to claw their way back into this one? This was that crucial turn to shift the Clarabelle, start drawing cards, find the Donald Duck Perfect Gentleman, but no card draw available for Bartosz, and they need to find some very quickly, or Driss could claw their way back into this one and get a foothold in this game.
Yeah, double improvise there for Bartosz. I mean, maybe he's trying to draw into that shift line Clarabelle.
Into the inkwell goes a Pirate's Life. It's going to be 5 ink. We did see, 4 ink for Dumbo. We did see that Elsa previously discarded by Driss thanks to that Basil. Now, Bartosz is at 6 ink. 2 cards in hand. There's the Basil bouncing back Dumbo. But Bartosz, no cards in hand, Kim. And if they don't find a Clarabelle soon, they're not going to have much card draw at all, because Driss could start dumping their hand as well.
Yeah, very... I like Basil, absolutely great. You were able to get rid of that Dumbo, because even a top deck of an Under the Sea, now he would be able to sing it between the Basil and one of the other characters on board. Lumiere, they're going to take the challenge, going to get rid of that Clarabelle, but now, will we see a Genie? No, we're going to see the Belle, Accomplished Mystic, come in. She's going to move that damage off the Lumiere onto the Tipo. We're going to get rid of the Tipo.
Big top deck, Kim. Big top deck. What was it? It's the Perfect Gentleman. Not quite Clarabelle, but arguably the second best thing you could find in this position. You need to start finding some cards to draw. However, the Perfect Gentleman is not safe from Elsa. It's going to be Dumbo discarded by the Undercover Detective. Driss going to draw for turn. If they have Elsa, you can exert the Donald and Belle can take it out. It's going to be Genie, though.
Yeah, this Donald Duck Perfect Gentleman coming in. Now next turn, Bartosz will be able to draw 2 cards, maybe hoping to get that Clarabelle shift.
Okay, and now the Donald Duck trigger is going to go through. Both players may draw, both players do. And then Bartosz is going to draw for turn. The Perfect Gentleman, just what Bartosz needed, some kind of way of refilling their hand at this moment in time. And I'm sure that Driss is wishing that they didn't have to discard the Elsa, because, again, the Basil just put in so much work. How about another Basil, says Bartosz.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. He was able to get rid of that Genie back to hand, but he could just replay that Genie again.
Yep, and Bartosz is 9 lore ahead. It's 10 lore to 1. Genie comes through for Driss. 3 ink still available. It's going to be Sisu trading for Clarabelle. Are we going to see an ink from Driss and a second Genie, perhaps?
Yeah, losing Clarabelle, contented Wallflower. But Bartosz has enough ink.
Play.
He did what Sapphire needs to do, and he ramped up, and he has 7 ink. If he was able to find the Clarabelle, he could just pay the 7 ink and play it. But Basil, the Undercover Detective, is going to quest, and Drace is going to have to discard a card from hand, and that Genie wish fulfilled is going to be discarded.
Kim, there was a Donald Duck trigger, Perfect Gentleman, missed by Driss. I didn't catch if Bartosz drew for the Donald Duck, but it is a May. Driss did not draw a card, and the Genie was the last card left in hand, and the Basil takes full advantage of that. And this is the beauty of that Donald Duck Gentleman top deck earlier on. Suddenly Bartosz with an abundance of resources and finds a second, and suddenly there is story on board for Bartosz.
Yeah, it's 14 lore for Bartosz, just 1 lore on the board for Drake. Bartosz really showing the control game, even not finding that Clarabelle shift, but another Donald Duck perfect gentleman.
Driss takes some challenges, plays a Pirate's Life. That is keeping Bartosz far away from that magical 20th story star. Bartosz draws for turn. Not sure if that Donald Duck trigger was found. Remember, it is a May. Your welcome is going to be... So Tipo was played for 2. Your welcome was then played onto Tipo. So Bartosz is going to draw 2 cards. Again,
yes,
remember
no
that Donald
card.
Duck, a May trigger.
Yeah.
So neither player has to draw. And it's not something, for example, the judge at the table can point out to the players. It is a May trigger. And therefore, the judge is not able to interfere with that.
Yeah, and 2 characters on the board for Bartosz. He is going to quest up to 16, meaning next turn, if both these characters stay in play, he's going to be able to quest a 20.
Lumiere comes through off the top for Driss. Not the best.
Not the best, but between both of these characters, they will be able to challenge. And yes, they're going to be able to get rid of the Basil, meaning just a Donald Duck perfect gentleman left in play. This time, Drake does choose to... Both players drew off Donald Duck perfect gentleman.
Yeah, the Lumiere did keep Driss in the game, just about. But it's 4 lore to 16. Bartosz with an abundance of cards in hand. Driss with just 1. Could we see another Basil, perhaps? It's Hades! Lumiere goes down, and Donald Duck and Hades on the board. Surely going to be able to seal the deal for Bartosz on the very next turn. They are 2 lore away. Driss needs a miracle. Can they find one? No!
No, he's not. Bartosz is going to take the win. Unfortunate for our Ruby Amethyst player. He's going to lose out that win.
Yeah, and I think the crucial game in that one, Kim, that game number 1, Ruby Amethyst going first on the play, but the Emerald Sapphire player, Bartosz, able to break serve. And Poland and Bartosz move through into the final round. Of course, not Poland themselves, but Bartosz representing Poland. I'm sure the Polish community is rooting for them. Big shout out to Driss from Belgium. What a great run that was in the tournament. It is technically possible that you could sneak in to the top 32 with 9 wins, but most likely that is going to be the end of their tournament run. But of course, even if that's the case, you're still going to play the last round just in case and try and secure that top 64 for the Simba. It's the Simba playmat, the top
64, the Simba promo card, I believe.
Card.
Yeah, and it's absolutely
64.
Stunning.
Yep.
We also got a mat with it on, the Simba mat. I like the Mulan mat, and they're foiled, and they're on the prize wall, and they're beautiful.
And also this Elsa pin on the prize wall as well is an absolute beauty.
Yeah, but regardless, both players should be so proud of themselves,
Absolutely.
Especially our Ruby Amethyst player. Just 2 of them left, but we still have 1 more round. It's not top 32 yet. All players still have a chance to make top 32, but even top 64 for that Simba promo card.
Yeah, it's a different format we've got, isn't it, for Disney Lorcana challenges this year. If you compare it to last season, I think there was 9, maybe 10 rounds of Swiss, and it was two-game format. Whereas now it's best of 3 and 12 rounds of Swiss. Previously we cut to top 64, now it's top 32. But significantly more rounds of Disney Lorcana are required. But we are going to be going on to feature match number 2, jumping in with game number 2. So game 1 has already happened from this best of 3. We've got Emerald Steel, another player from Belgium, and we've got Amber Emerald. We will let you guys know exactly who is ahead on this one, but we should be getting straight into game 2 here. It is Alessandro from Italy and Hink, which I'll try and work on my pronunciation on that one, not a name I'm familiar with, from Belgium. So Belgium doing really well in this Swiss. We know that the players from Italy are particularly strong. We saw an abundance of them doing so well at the World Championships, but Belgium is shining right now Emerald Steel versus Amber Emeralds. And Emerald Steel winning game 1, which means Alessandro will be on the play in game number 2. I've got to say, I favour the Emerald Steel in this matchup on paper. Fire the Cannons, Calhoun's.
Strengths, you got Strength of the Raging Fire, and we've seen a lot of these Amber Emerald dog stacks, these underdog stacks, and we know how fast they are. We've seen Melissa yesterday. She managed to finish around in like 15 minutes. They're really fast, and this time it's going to be an advantage for Alessandro being on the play. We're not sure who was on the play last turn, but our Emerald Steel player taking the win first game, meaning this time Alessandro is going to be on the play, and it's going to be, we're going to ink a card, and it's going to be Bobby Zamorski, our favorite spray cheese kid, and it's a Bobby Zamorski into the inkwell for Hink.
Bobby's taking over.
And that Bobby's taking over. It's a spray, it's the leaning tower of cheese everywhere. And it's not, and it's really interesting here that Hink chose to not draw, I believe it's Hink, I apologize if I'm pronouncing it incorrectly, to not use Bobby's ability to be able to draw a card and discard a card. But for our Amber Emerald player, it's important to note that he did use the Bobby's trigger to be able to draw a card, and he discards this Lilo Escape Artist, which at any point at the start of his game, before he draws a turn, he could choose to play this Lilo, but this Lilo would come into play exerted.
Yeah, and also Bobby being able to discard the Emerald Chromacon on the other side, extremely valuable. Not a card that you want many copies of in hand. I have seen a picture that someone took from the main event yesterday of their hand after a mulligan, where they had 3 Emerald Chromacons in their opening hand. And in situations like that, the Bobby is absolutely outstanding. But we also know, don't we, that the Bobby and Lilo combo is so strong on turn 1, Kim. We were casting together last week in Cardiff.
Yes.
And that was a play we saw multiple times really put in a lot of work.
Yeah, and Amber Emerald, one of the most represented, it's among the top 5, I believe, for all the most decks represented here this morning. Emerald Steel, we've seen LD Steve take this to our Creator Step Chance, and it performed really well, being able to use cards like this Calhoun, these Bobbies filtering through the decks, but this Calhoun here would be able to, because it has resist, being able to challenge with this Jim Deere bodyguard coming in, not going to be able to challenge that Bobby Zamorski or the ladies.
That is absolutely fascinating to see Jim Deere in this deck. That is not something you see very often. The 0-4 bodyguard. I'm just trying to work out why there wasn't a damage counter there on the Bobby. There does seem to be some sort of discourse over that, but I'm sure we'll get that cleared up for you with whatever is happening. Alessandro seeming to go for a little walk, I imagine getting a bottle of water or something like this, staying refreshed. It's quite warm in the venue today. Yeah,
but Jim Deere, not a card we're seeing in Amber Emerald.
No.
We've seen a lot of this card being played in Amber Steel.
We even saw yesterday, we even saw a Sleepy, the 0-4 bodyguard, which is really, really fascinating. There is a judge call, so we'll be back with the action very, very soon, I'm sure. But a really, really fascinating matchup, Emerald Steel versus Amber and Emerald.
Yeah,
definitely not something you see that often.
No, I'm playing something like Jim Deere in an Amber Emerald deck. I'm really intrigued to find out more about this list. Not something, we've seen a lot of Jim Deeres, we've seen a lot of bodyguards being played in the likes of Amber Steel to protect their characters. They've got a lot of low strength characters, but I like it. It makes a lot of sense. You're playing a lot of low strength characters. Something like a Jim Deere coming in has 4 willpower. Okay, it doesn't have a lot of strength, but can protect all your other characters from being challenged by the likes of Calhoun, because Calhoun only has 3 strength.
I'm really impressed by Jim Deere in this
Jim Deere having 4 willpower.
Yeah.
Calhoun's not going to be able to take it out. And we've seen only Calhoun is left on the board. Bobby Zamorski, not there anymore. And Calhoun's not going to be able to deal with this Jim Deere.
Yep. So Alessandro with 1 card in hand, I do believe, and 3 ink. I think this judge call might still be ongoing for now, so I'm sure we'll be jumping back in with the action very, very soon indeed. These, I've got to say, Kim, are 2 of the decks I'm most had my eye on coming in this weekend. Amber Emerald and Emerald Steel. And a lot of very strong players playing Amber Emerald this weekend. Zan Syed, for example, a Disney Lorcana Challenge winner playing that deck. Zach Bivens not playing Amethyst Steel. It was Zach Bivens actually who had 3 Chromacons in hand. Now that I'm remembering. He had, after his mulligan, he showed me his hand, like a picture of what his hand looked like. 3 Emerald Chromacons, like 2 Floodborn ladies, and he was like, it just wasn't my day.
Not ideal.
But he said he really believes
ideal.
in the deck. Zach Biven's someone that's so synonymous, really, with playing Amethyst Steel. So really interesting to see if someone like Zach and Zan have that much faith in this deck. It shows you that it's got a lot of potential. It's going to be Gogo Tamago into the ink.
Yeah, and we do see that Louis in hand, which Louis would be able to come into play this turn, giving one of the characters reactors, but we're not going to see that at all. It's going to be a Fire the Cannons, giving 2 damage to Jim Deere, meaning the Calhoun will be able to challenge and take out Jim Deere, meaning that Hink here would be able to gain 2 lore.
Yeah, really nice combo. I love Fire the Cannons, but not something I've seen before. Fire the Cannons and Calhoun taking out a Jim Deere, but it definitely goes a long way. Now, there's 2 ladies on the board. Currently, there's 0 3s. But every time Alessandro plays a character card, they will get +1 strength. And if they get 3 strength, they will quest for 3. We're going to see the lady shift come through.
Yeah, and I do love this lady shift coming in because it means that Alessandro will be able to return 2 character cards from his discard to his hand that cost 2 cost or less, I believe.
Yep, and that's got some nice synergy with the Bobby, of course, which just discarded the Lilo earlier on. Of course, Lilo nice in the discard, but it's not bad to have in hand either. Of course, if you're playing it from the discard, it's going to come in exerted, whereas if you play it from hand, it will come in ready. And you've also got the option of putting it into your Inkwell. Lady's going to take out Calhoun.
Yeah, there's 2 Jim Deers and a Lilo in hand. Getting rid of one of these Calhouns was huge because if Alessandro chose to ink a card and play a Jim Deere here, both Calhouns being on the board meant that Hink would have been able to challenge and get rid of the Jim Deere already. But it's going to be the Louis, leaving the lady reckless, meaning that lady is going to have to challenge next turn.
Yeah, really nice play there from Hinnick. Calhoun also taking out the lady, gaining some lore for their trouble. It is that 1-cost dual ink lady. Also, there's an enchanted version of that lady, and I believe also a promo as well from the previous set. It's a card I like a lot. The lady and the tramp on the board, just as they should be.
Yes, they're together again.
They're facing the other way, but they're thinking about each other.
Yeah, they're looking away from each other, but secretly they're there together.
They're side-eyeing.
They're side-eyeing, yes. And we did see Alessandro previously had 2 Jim Deers and a Lilo in hand. What card is going to join them in his hand? It's going to be Tiana. And he's already on 3 ink.
Yeah.
We could see potentially the Tiana coming in here. And I do like this play more than playing a Jim Deere, but in bodyguard mode, because the Louis, having 4 strength, would be able to take out the Jim Deere.
We're going to see Lilo and Jim Deere as a combo. It seems like Tiana going to be waiting in the wings a little bit longer, of course, an uninkable card. And it is fascinating to see the synergy there between Jim Deere and the Tiana. Now, we do see a challenge come through, cleaning up the Louis. Of course, there was a reckless character. The lady had to challenge, and it got 2 strength with 2 cards played. That's probably why Alessandro went for it. And this Louis is so good against Tiana. So Alessandro actually delaying this Tiana was so significant. Lila was reckless. It's going to be Daisy and Tiana. No cards left in hand for Alessandro. No quest either, which is what we often see when you play Tiana. You just delay everything because you will have a chance to quest. But these Louis come through. Louis on Tiana is absolutely devastating. This is now a reckless Tiana. They cannot quest and they must challenge if able.
Yeah, well, he's going to have to challenge into either of the Louis here on his opponent's board. This Tiana having 4 willpower, meaning either of these Louis is going to be able to take it out, because ideally here, Alessandro is going to want to quest with all of his characters and make Hink want to have to challenge in, and having -3 strength on both of those Louis would have meant he wouldn't have been able to get through that Jim Deere bodyguard.
You know, Kim, on our travel here to Italy, we had a bit of a flight delay, and I was playing a game similar to this. I had a Tiana, my opponent, Robert, had this Louis, and he just kept playing Louis after Louis onto my Tianas, and it's just so devastating. It's so frustrating to deal with, and I'm sure that Alessandro saw the second Louis and was like, okay, thank goodness for that, they're gone. But then the third comes through. Interesting to see them move the Tiana slightly out of the sleeve so they remember that it's reckless. That's one I've not seen before.
I myself have not seen this before, especially because we know there's an enchanted version of the Tiana. And Believe me, I wouldn't be taking it out because I want to protect my precious cards. They're so beautiful. But I like this tactic. Sometimes, you know, I turn it the opposite way around so I know or I remember maybe they have Reckless. Did draw and improvise. Is going to be able to give Tiana +1 strength and draw a card. And then, well, I believe he went past, but then remember, Tiana has Reckless, is going to have to challenge. Luckily, that Louis did have damage on it already.
Yeah, but the improvise was crucial there, Kim, because it gave Tiana that second bit of strength to take out the damaged Louis. We do see Lilo was also summoned from the discard onto the board, exerted by Alessandro. Of course, that is a card that you have to pay the ink for during the set stage before you draw a card. It's Go-Go and Doc. The hand refill comes through, and that could be a big moment in this one. Remember, this is game number 2. Hinnick is 1-0 up. Alessandro was going first in this second game.
Yeah, absolutely crazy plays, insane crazy plays. Gonna be able to quest here with Curse Merfolk. I believe he's gonna be going up to 8. Louis, having that 4 strength, is going to be able to take out this Jim Deere bodyguard. I believe there was a Tiana in hand. That Tiana will be able to come in. But that
card almost went missing.
Card almost fell off the table. But being able to play the Go-Go into a Doc to be able to have no cards in hand, didn't have to discard anything, but be able to draw 2 cards so that next turn he can play those 2 cards he was able to draw.
Merriweather, the card discarded off the Bobby. It's Tiana that comes through. Surely there's not a 4th Louis, says Alessandro. Of course, Doc refilling the hand. Hinnick with, I believe, 1 card left in hand after that. Maybe it's 2, though. Not sure. We'll get that checked for you. But Tramp is going to challenge the Curse Merfolk. Of course, you have to discard a card, but there's nothing to discard. It's actually 2 cards already in hand for Hinnick, so 3 cards available now. Louis is able to sing Strength of a Raging Fire as well. Captain Hook for 1. 3 ink going to be spent.
Yeah, and then with 4 characters on board as well, this if it is Strength that's going to be played, it's going to be able to hit either the Tiana or the Jim Deere for 4. Ideally, we're going to hit the Tiana, right?
Yep.
Because the Tiana is going to be able to quest for 2.
And it really has been the Louis show, just disrupting a great stat line of 4-3, even being able to sing Strength of a Raging Fire. That's what's going to happen. Tartar Tiana.
Yeah, that restaurant owner didn't even get to quest. That Strength of the Raging Fire coming in, 4 characters on board meant exactly 4 damage needed to get rid of that Tiana.
Yep, and it's going to be a big challenge as well, coming in on the was that on the Tramp? 1 damage on 3 characters. I looked away for a moment. Yeah, it was Go-Go and Doc on the Tramp. And, of course, Louis with the 1 damage there already.
Yeah. No cards in hand for Alessandro, meaning he's going to have to decide whether or not he wants to play the Lilo. Yeah, the Lilo Escape Artist is still in the discard. So whether he's going to have to decide here whether or not he wants to play the Lilo before he draws a card for his turn.
Yeah, it's a big moment. And Alessandro just taking their time to look through the discard pile and make sure that everything is all as it should be. 4 ink available. This is that set stage where you have to decide now, before you draw a card, whether you are going to play the Lilo from the discard. They will. They draw. And it's at this moment only, after you've made the decision, that you find out if it was a good one or not. Go-Go comes through for 2. I'm sure Alessandro would rather have that Lilo on the board now than that 1 extra law.
Yeah, but even having this Lilo on the board now meant playing the Lilo from the discard, Lilo's going to be coming in exerted. But Hink here has Captain Hooks, he has Louis. They would be able to challenge this Lilo. Even our Go-Go Tamago has 2 strength to be able to deal with our Lilo Escape Artist.
Each player, Kim, has 4 ink, and each player is in top deck mode. 0 cards in hand for Alessandro. Hinnick now with just 1 after they drew to start their turn. It's going to be the Emerald Chromacon item. That could be a game-changing moment, Kim. The Emerald Chromacon means that every time one of your characters is banished during your opponent's turn, you may return a character card to a player's hand. So, for example, you could bounce back one of your opponent's really expensive cards, or you could bounce back one of your own. So I'm a little bit surprised to see that the dock actually quests here. Maybe leaving that dock ready and waiting could have provided Hinnick with an opportunity to return that dock to their hand to replay it. So that was definitely an interesting moment. There was the opportunity to quest with everything, leave the dock ready and waiting.
Yeah, really interesting plays for both players. Absolutely crazy. We did hear information that Bruno did win that game, and we're ready to return to feature match 1.
Wow, I think the next round has started, so we're going to be wrapping that one up. Bruno taking that one, so we're going to be going back to feature match 1, and we'll keep you posted on exactly what is happening. What a fun game that was.
Yeah, but we're going to turn you to a quick break, and as soon as we come back, we're going to bring you straight back into a game.
Let's go. Next round's up.
Hello, Illumineers. We're back. That was cut short, but our Emerald Steel player has won because we're ready to bring you into round 12. It's round 12.
So excited, Kim. Welcome, round 12, the final round of Swiss of the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Bologna, Italy. After this round, it will be etched in the Illuminary. We will know our top 32 cut. The players that make it through to top 32 will instantly earn their invitation to the European Championships in 2026, and of course have the honor to keep playing more Lorcana and try and make their way even further, win some cool prizes, and potentially become the first DLC champion of Season 2. Kim, it's great to be in the booth here with you for the final round of Swiss.
I am beyond excited, and not only players trying to get into top 32, players who maybe don't have that chance to get into top 32 still have the possibility of getting top 64 to win, to get their hands on the Simba promo card.
That is a pretty good consolation prize if you're not able to make it all the way. That Simba DLC promo, very cool. We're going to be altering 5 cards off the bat for Bastion, who does appear to be on Amethyst Steel, the deck that's been very popular in the room today. Again, it's fairly consistent. You get to play the game a lot of the time, and it can have some very decent matchups. So we've seen a few very talented pilots bring that a long way through the Swiss rounds. But I'm equally excited on the other side of the board, Kim. We have Conrad on Sapphire Steel. This is a fantastic in combination that I'm so glad that we are seeing represented at the top tables this deep into the tournament. I hope we see a Scar finally, King.
I'm so excited. Scar, one of the new legendary cards this set. Will we see some ally synergy? I'm so excited.
Allies, yeah. Well,
allies.
I mean, I'd love some villain synergy, but they are
villain synergy. Scar is a villain.
Scar is a villain, so I'll take what I can get. I get a little peek of Bastion's hand here. I can see a Diablo, and I think that Genie Satisfied Dragon. We're going to be inking the Obedient Raven and playing another one. Just a super safe character to get down turn 1. Again, we are Amethyst Steel, so we're looking to boost our numbers for Strength of a Raging Fire. And you were right, Kim. We do seem to have that ally package with one Jasmine going into the Inkwell and another one coming down. Tell us a little bit about the shift option that could be followed.
Yes, our dual ink Jasmine shift option coming in, and when this character quests, you can draw up to 3.
You look at the top 3 cards.
Top 3 cards, and if it's an ally card, you're going to be able to draw it, put it into your hand.
And shift 2, which is pretty cool. Bastion taking turn 2. We're a really solid Calhoun coming down. And worth mentioning, this 1-drop Jasmine gives a character resist 1 until the start of your next turn, which is not a bad on-play ability for a 1-cost character who's a shift target. We're going to ink that Satisfied Dragon, and down comes Mr. Smee, Steadfast Mate. A really nice addition. 2-cost inkable, 3/2, and gains evasive during your turn. Personally, I'm a Jafar Royal Vizier fan myself, but this Mr. Smee is an ally, which gives incredible synergy with the rest of what this deck wants to do.
Yeah, and Mr. Smee also an evasive on your turn, meaning cards like Genie or Elsa the Fifth Spirit. This Mr. Smee is going to be able to help, but it's going to be a Genie Satisfied Dragon for Bastion coming in, and that card also evasive on his turn.
Oh, this Genie, absolutely one of the strongest cards in our meta game right now. For just a cost of 3, Steel gets to play this card. 3/4 evasive during your turn. We're going to see the Jasmine taking out the Diablo, taking a little bit of pressure off. You've got to think we're going to be Pleaklying here, because there's no way you would want to leave this for food for the Calhoun. And indeed, we do see the Pleakly, who on play is forced to put one of your characters into your Inkwell face down and exerted. This is not optional. If Pleakly's the only card on the board, on your board, should I say, then you have to ink himself. But getting rid of that Jasmine, didn't have the shift, or clearly wasn't prioritizing that line. And this Pleakly 3/4 body is pretty good. This ability is kind of, it's a seesaw, right? Because inking your own characters, like, it's a -1 essentially, and it has to be a character on the board. So it is a bit of a tempo loss, but we gained a lore out of that Jasmine, and we're of course ramping ourselves. And again, if you're newer to the game, when we say ramp, we're just talking about putting extra ink into your Inkwell, something that Sapphire does very well.
Extremely really well. Sapphire definitely, we're well known for that ramping ability, and we know Sapphire has these high cost cards like Hades, Infernal Schemer. Infernal Schemer.
And here he is, Kim.
We
are finally king. We've got Hamlet Scar. That's not the real name. That's just my affectionate term for him. This character is super cool. +1 strength to all of your allies, meaning that Mr. Smee is able to trade very efficiently into the Satisfied Dragon. And of course, this Scar also will allow you to banish one of your allies and draw cards equal to the strength of that character, you then have to discard 2 cards. But hey, if we can boost an ally up to have a humongous amount of strength, maybe we're drawing 4, 5, 6, 7, maybe utilizing the support keyword to synergize there, then you can absolutely plus off of Scar. And it's going to be a Cannons and a Calhoun to get rid of the Pleakley.
Yeah, but who knew that Pleakley was such a good singer previously? That Pleakley sang Strength of the Raging Fire, and just a Scar versus a Dolores left on the board. This Dolores Madrigal, we've seen this card shine a lot last week in Cardiff CCQ. When an opponent has an exerted card in board, when you play this character, you can draw a card. Such a great card, but ends 4-4 and quest for 2.
Look
a 3-3.
Look at that, Kim. We play the Lawrence, the jealous manservant, who is a 4-4 when he has no damage on him. Scar at the end of the turn, because he is exerted, is going to be able to banish that Lawrence, drawing ourselves 4 cards. We have to discard 2 now, but this, like, hey, Friends on the Other Side was a pretty good card. Anything that lets you draw 2 is pretty good. And again, we are crafting our hand, right, Kim?
Yes.
We're picking the most important pieces for the relevant match. Is that a dump truck?
Is that a dump truck?
Is that a dump truck
Why
in the
is
discard
there
pile?
a dump truck? A dump truck and
I'm
a
crashing
dump?
out, Kim.
What? What is going on? I can definitely see here why Conrad chose to discard the dock, because he has a Scar in play, meaning he doesn't need that card draw he's going to get off dock, being like, yeah, okay, I already have enough cards in hand. If this Scar is able to stay on the board, it's going to be huge card to draw tool.
Yeah, 100%. No immediate threat to this Scar with only a Dolores on board. Of course, there could have been a Jafar aspiring ruler or even a Hypnotic Strength to come down here, but at least Scar still would have made a trade. And even if you remove the Scar, he has still effectively drawn 2 cards, right? But I agree with you, Kim. You've got different packages you can lean into. If you're emptying your hand, then Doc's the way. If you want to start building up more of a control hand, then Scar, finally King, will serve you well.
Yeah, but unfortunately, Scar's not going to stay on the board for long. But that's okay, because we have another Scar, and joining Scar on the board is a hey.
This is a 1-cost 2/2 hey, and I'm going to be completely honest with you, Illumineers. I can't remember the sub name because I have never seen this played.
But not to mention, hey, we may not remember his sub name, but he is an ally character.
Indeed.
So he's going to synergize with that Scar.
Down comes the Dumbo from Bastion. No evasive characters quite yet, although we don't even have the ink to pay for it. We did play that dock, but if this Dumbo can survive a full round, maybe he can use the breaking record, should I say, ability himself to exert, draw 1, gain 1.
Yeah, but Conrad here is on 6 ink. He's going to be able to ink to 7. Does he have the Hades? He does. He has the Hades Infernal Schemer. That Dumbo's not going to be able to stay on the board for long. It's gone into the inkwell for Bastion.
And all of a sudden, Conrad's board is looking pretty formidable. We see Bastion coming down with the Royal Guard. And Kim, you mentioned the Dolores Madrigal. Prior, people were playing the Treasure Guardian and these illusion packages. But with the increase of popularity of cards like Heads Held High and people just teching all the more for these illusions, the Treasure Guardian not as safe an option along with the illusion package you need to run to benefit. So this Dolores Madrigal is instead doing the job. We are going to a judge call very quickly. Not sure what's going on there, but man, already this match is off to the races. We've seen a hey that I have no idea what the sub name is. I don't think I've ever seen play. The Scar finally King coming down super early, courtesy of that Pleakley ramp, and then immediately able to draw 2 cards. I think our Sapphire Steel player is already in a fantastic position. I am hyped for this game.
I'm so excited. And even our Amethyst Steel player was able to do a Strength of the Raging Fire, or was that fire? It was a fire. It was a fire, the cannons on the Scar, and then Dolores Madrigal took out Scar, finally King. But Scar didn't stay away for long, because our Sapphire Steel player had another Scar to play, and I'm so excited to see this Scar finally King in action.
100%. I am a big fan of this Scar. I really want it to be top tier meta. And again, you've got to expect other cards to be in this deck, right? Like Vincenzo, who is a 2/8, does 3 damage to a chosen character on play, and Questful, not 1, not 2, but 3 lore, Kim. That's a whole lot of lore right there.
That's a whole lot of lore.
A really nice high end from the Sapphire Steel deck. Again, we would expect the Amethyst Steel deck to probably settle around a 5 cost. Obviously, the Elsa's one of the best cards in the game at the moment. Bell Accomplished Mystic, also one of the best cards in the game at the moment, and that tends to be about it. Maybe Maybe the Ursula Voice Stealer, I doubt it though. I would expect that maybe more in Blurple as opposed to Amethyst Steel, but the Amethyst Steel deck a lot lower to the ground, definitely the more questing, aggressive deck, and things like Calhoun that can gain lore as well.
But we still have removal tools, just like that Hades Infernal Schemer in Sapphire Steel, which meaning on Sapphire doing that thing that Sapphire does so well, being able to get as much ink as quickly as possible, that Pleakley coming in, being able to send the Jasmine into the inkwell, meaning Conrad already on 7 ink. We talked about Vincenzo. Vincenzo's going into the inkwell, and it's going to be a Jasmine, and is that Alice Growing Girl?
That is Alice Growing Girl, who gives all of your characters support, which is a fantastic keyword to synergize with Scar Finally King. Quest with a character, add its strength to another character, and preferably an ally. So what was the strength of that Hey Hey? How many drawing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So Scar has supported the Hey Hey, and we are drawing 8. Wait, are we still drawing?
8? Was that
9,
10?
It's because the Hades as well quested as well.
The Hades quest,
so it was a Hades quest and a Scar quest to boost up.
Was that 11 cards?
To be the biggest Hey Hey that you have ever seen, my guys. We're only discarding 2. Look at this game so far. Look at the hand.
I'm flabbergasted.
This Jasmine, of course, on board is another really good 5 cost. She gains evasive during your turn. She's a 3/7 quest for 2, and you may discard a card to give Challenger 3 to this Jasmine. Hitting for 6 is taking out the majority of bodies in the game. And again, that evasive keyword, we know how important that can be in our meta. And down comes the Madam Mim Tiny Adversary, the Skater Mim, Avril Mim, whatever you want to call her. She gives Challenger 1 to all of our other characters, meaning Calhoun can make a nice efficient trade into the King.
Yeah, and Bastion is going to gain that 2 lore off the Calhoun train. Alice Growing Girl, not a card we've seen being greatly utilized, a card I've wanted to make work since the start.
Well,
maybe teaming up with Scar in this kind of deck is the way to do it.
You need to check out this deck list, Kim,
I need
clearly.
That. Conrad, teach me your ways. Sapphire Steel, it's not dead.
Bastion, though, at 9 lore, has a White Rose on board and a fairly wide board of characters. Again, Strength for a Raging Fire is one of the best removal tools, well, one of the only removal tools in the deck for Amethyst Steel, when there's going to be other lore gain like the Giant Cobra. So Conrad, while seemingly in a very strong position with a lot of fantastic characters, Bastion is going to quest ahead, going all the way to 12 lore here. And again, you've got to start answering this board, and you've got to be scared of more White Roses, Giant Cobras, etc. But I think Bastion's hand is empty.
Yeah, but Conrad's hand definitely not empty.
Isn't.
We saw him draw so many cards off that Hey Hey, possibly. I honestly couldn't tell you. It was definitely more than 10.
Kim,
it was more than 10 cards.
Flabbergasted.
I'm still flabbergasted.
By the amount of
we
cards.
talked about this Vincenzo coming in, and Eric told me this Vincenzo is a very popular Italian name.
Mate, yeah. I love it.
But meaning
Atlantis,
next turn,
mate, great film.
Next turn, Vincenzo's going to be able to quest for 3.
So despite Bastion putting himself in a very nice position lore-wise, Conrad potentially able to zoom ahead. We're going to play that Jasmine. She's going to give resist 1 to a character, and then that Hey Hey, which again, just a cheap character that you can put down and boost up. Alice is going to run into the Royal Guard. She was boosted by the Hades quest, I believe, courtesy of that support keyword. And then Jasmine finishing off the other character. And suddenly, Bastion left with a lone, tiny adversary, Madam Mim, on board. And 1 card in hand. He's just doing the finger maths. When you're counting lore, are you a tapper or a pointer or a conductor? I've seen all 3.
I think I'm more of a conductor.
I'm a conductor as well.
When I come from like show choirs and I'm like, let's go, we can do this. And I'm like 5, 6, 7, 8.
There we go.
Yeah, I'm a conductor myself. And you, Baker?
Oh, I'm exactly the same. Yeah. Again, the musical background, I like to conduct my maths around the board. But Bastion taking a moment here. There's actually 2 cards in his hand, so I guess he did have 1 in his hand before drawing. We are going to thinking about what he wanted to do there, because there was and that's going to be it.
It's going to be game 1 going to Sapphire Steel. Conrad's going to take the win off game 1.
That was fantastic. It's so good to see the Scar Finally King putting in some work. Vincenzo is such a cool character, again doing 3 damage on play. It's extremely significant. A lot of characters that already fall into this range. The support keyword being utilized courtesy of Alice. Hey Hey drew 10 cards there, Kim. That was amazing.
That was amazing.
I loved every minute of it.
We're finally seeing Alice Growing Girl. I have loved the support keyword this set. Post rotations being utilized so much. We've seen it in Emerald Sapphire, that 1-cost Basil with the support ability.
So important.
And here it is. an Alice growing girl.
Support goated keyword, apparently. But we're hopefully... I want to see that again. I really want to see this Scar pop off. I want to see some supporting, raising a character like a Hey up to humongous strength. Just draw a 6th of your deck, mate. No problem there. That was a brilliant game. And again, you got to think the Hey just as a... Because it's a 1 cost. It's an ally. Yeah. And again, if you've already got an established board. But this is where the kind of the weakness of the deck, in a sense, right? Because you need to have that established wide board to be able to like bring these abilities online, because the Scar, he needs to be exerted, so he is a little bit slow, right? There's no way that I can think of to give him rush or turn him sideways any other way, so you need your Scar to survive the turn. 4 willpower is okay against the steel deck. You, of course, need to be scared of Strength for a Raging Fire, but again, we saw there Pleakley ramping us into Scar well before our Amethyst Steel player could really get his board wide enough, and the Strength of a Raging Fires we use on other things. A couple of 2-for-1s as well with Fire the Cannons and Calhoun. But we're going into game number 2. Bastion is going to be on the play, so he will alter first. Looks like 3 cards going back into the deck. He's going to draw back up to 7 and then shuffle those cards into the deck. I can already see, is that a Vincenzo? Yeah, I reckon that's probably going back into the deck. We're not quite ready to play a 7-cost character yet. 4 cards for Conrad.
Yeah, it looks like Conrad had that Scar already in his opening hand. Will we see it pop off again? Will we see a Hades, not a Hades, but a Hey come in and draw more than 10 cards?
Yo, prediction in chat. How many cards will Scar draw this game? I want to see it. I'm going to be... I can't see the chat now, but I always watch the stream back. I want to know
back. We'll see.
who is going to have the right prediction. Because, I mean, we've been saying 10 cards. I think it
was more.
I think it might have even been more than 10 cards.
Definitely more than 10.
Well, let's try and think about it for the moment, right? So, Hey is a 2-2. I did 3 courtesy of the Hey. Obviously, that brings us up to 5. The Scar, he's a 6, right? So 11?
He's a 6. Was it 11?
So
I'm
guessing,
cards.
unless I missed something there, I'm pretty sure Scar's a 6-4.
Because I know he definitely drew 9 cards, and then I had to count. Maybe it was 12, because I believe he drew 9, and then counted the 3 extra from the Hades.
Here's the forceful
and so it could
duelist.
have been 11.
Coming down, fantastic turn 1 play, just a very powerful beat stick. This was the first Lorcana card I ever saw, Kim. Very sentimental one to me.
Yeah, Jasmine going into the Inkwell. But we're already setting up for the Hey. Maybe the Hey Scar combo. It's Hey.
Oh, it's
He's
a 5-4.
1 cost coming in, 2-3, just to deal with that Captain Hook.
Okay, so Scar's a 5-4, but what we didn't account for is the +1 strength that he gives to allies just for being on the board, bringing Hey up to a 3-2 to start with. So I think 11 is about right, and we did see that Hey as the turn 1 drop. Probably not a safe quest for Captain Hook here, although you could, right? You could quest, make the Hey challenge, and then get clap back with the Raja. But we know that these steel decks want to build a wide board for that Strength for a Raging Fire. So I like the decision to just hold there.
Yeah. A double Hey on the board now for Conrad. No turn to play this turn. Whoa, establishing another Hey on the board, maybe setting up for a future. But it's going to be the White Rose coming in for Bastion, and when he plays this card, he's going to gain a lore. Also going to be able to quest with this Raja, already taking a slight lead in lore advantage.
Yeah, not the best start from Conrad, just with the turn to Hey. You got to assume there is ramp in this deck in the form of Tipo and Saudi Azure Sea. I don't think we saw it in game 1. We saw the Pleakley line taken instead, and we are once again going to see that Pleakley line ramping us up to 4. So that opens a 5-drop up for next turn. We cooking. Down comes the Genie.
Yes, we're cooking. With Sapphire doing what Sapphire does best, and that is ramping. In this form of Pleakley, we've seen it previously in other decks in the form of Tipo and Sail the Azurite Sea. But Bastion, 4 characters on board. Conrad would only get Pleakley and Hey on the board.
Yep, the scientific expert, a really solid body, could probably get a 2-for-1 from this board state. Will Bastion attempt to remove it if he has access to Strength for a Raging Fire?
Yeah, but Pleakley also has that keyword of being an additional ally. So he will be able to team up with Scar, because next turn, Conrad will be able to ink an additional card, and we'll have 5 ink to play with.
Going on a couple of quests here. The White Rose and Raja, who is one of those illusions. I do wonder if Bastion maybe is playing a bit of a split. Maybe there's 1 or 2 Treasure Guardians in there to complement. We've seen the Royal Guard, we've seen the Raja. Giant Cobra's always making the cut. So I would guess maybe there could be 1 or 2 in the deck. We've seen like a 2-2 split before.
Yes.
If you're against these decks like that have like Heads Held High or Hypnotic Strength or something, maybe you go for the Dolores line. But if they don't, then the Illusion line is perfectly reasonable. Inking Strength is absolutely not something that you want to do without thinking about it, but we're going to ink it. We're going to play Scar and sing Strength of a Raging Fire.
Yeah, when you have another strength in hand and you're able to sing that with Pleakley, who knew he was such a great singer?
Yo, karaoke night Pleakley when. But Scar finally king back onto the board. Like I said before, he is a little bit slow. You need him to survive the full turn. Can we play a character here and then sing Strength of a Raging Fire with the Genie? I haven't been able to get a decent look at Bastion's hand. We're going to go on a quest for 2. Amethyst still currently in the lead, but the Scar does live to become king. Can we benefit from a big draw this turn? It would probably take a lot, right? Because again, Scar's adding +1 strength to all our allies anyway. Maybe if we can play an Alice Growing Girl, give support to the Scar, and then he adds his strength to whatever we play. It's going to be the Genie Satisfied Dragon, inking a Pleakley, I think? Yes?
Yes, inking completely. Scar is going to quest, and he does have the choice at the end of his turn. If he is exerted, he can draw cards, but not going to do that. Wants to keep the Genie on the board, potentially setting up for later on to be able to do something like he did first game with the Hey, or maybe he's waiting for the Alice Growing Girl to come in because he knows he's going to need perhaps a Strength of the Raging Fire to be able to get rid of these evasive genies.
Or indeed just the fact that the Satisfied Dragon does have that evasive keyword during your turn, so it is a way to answer this genie, these genies. It's a 4-4 because the Scar is raising its strength, so I definitely prefer the decision to prioritize keeping this genie on board. I think you're losing far too much tempo. If you take it away there, you're letting Bastion quest all the way to 17 in theory. Down comes another Scar. If one king wasn't enough for you, here's another Scar is going to go on a quest for 2, and now we are going to decide to get rid of this Genie Satisfied Dragon. Makes a lot of sense. That's going to draw us a bunch of cards.
Yeah, I believe he's going to draw 5 cards because the Genie would have been boosted by 2 Scars, but still 2 Genies wish fulfilled on the board for Bastion. He is at 10 lore. If 2 Genies and this Palace Guard stay, meaning he could quest for 5, bringing him up to 15.
Kim, I'm going to be honest with you. I have not once in my life played a Sapphire Steel deck. I've watched a lot, but I have never played with it. It's never felt like my particular play style, but I am loving what I am seeing right now. It's got me itching to sleeve up some Scar Future Finally Kings of my own and try this out because this looks a lot of fun. And again, it's had a great run here today. Conrad on a 9-2-0 record. This is the final round of Swiss. If you are just joining us, round 12, whoever wins this match will proceed into our top 32, qualifying for the European Championships and get to keep playing and hopefully win tons more prizes.
Yeah, and both of our players here on 9 wins is going to want to win this match to confidently secure their spot in top 32. Well, Bastion, he has 2 Genies on the board and a Palace Guard. Dolores Madrigal just coming in. That Scar was exerted, meaning that Dolores Madrigal trigger is going to be able to, he's going to be able to draw cards because the Scar is exerted.
The Yzma Conniving Chemist going to make our way into the Inkwell. Bastion doing the finger maths. Looks like a pointer to me.
But was able to quest with both Genies and the Palace Guard here, meaning Bastion is on 15. It's going to be interesting for Conrad here to see what he's going to be able to do. Because he's going to need to be able to get rid of...
We need to...
both of these Genies at least.
Don't forget Hades is an option. We're going into our 7 ink turn. So that could be a way that we try to stem the flow a little bit. And down indeed comes the infernal schemer. Who's going to put that Genie into the... Oh, did he put it in the discard?
Did he put it in the discard? It should have. It should have been in the...
So that Hades absolutely should be putting the card into the Inkwell. But yet, moving on, Bastion is going to follow up. He's questing up to 90, and down goes the White Rose. Thankfully, it did not matter. Thankfully, it did not matter. That would have been sad if it did. But yeah, Amethyst still already very much in the driving seat that game, getting to go first, getting to play out all these genies in a row. A bit of a slower start from our Sapphire Steel player. Again, like, we managed to get the Scar going, but that turn 2, I just think was a little bit, just not quite the ceiling that we're looking for.
It hurt. But this time,
that means we're getting a game 3.
We're getting a game 3, and this time, our Sapphire Steel player, Conrad, is going to be on the play, which gives him a little bit of an advantage against that Amethyst Steel deck. And I'm excited. I'm ready to see what happens. We didn't see Alice Growing Girl come out last game, but maybe we'll see her this time.
I was already excited backstage watching that Ruby Amethyst deck do a super good job in the last game. Melissa Dragons, I told ya, I told ya, but it was great to see it didn't get over the line, which is really sad. But I feel like I found my new horse, Kim. Can the Sapphire Steel deck make it through the top 32? If it is, it's going to be hard not to root for him. I am loving the way this deck is playing.
Yeah, me too. We've seen that Sapphire Steel and Ruby Amethyst, not the typical decks you're expecting to see here today, but both performing extremely well. If Conrad is able to win this game, and I want to see it happen. I want to see a Sapphire Steel in top 32.
I want to see it. We know this is a very popular in combination. A lot of very dedicated fans of Sapphire Steel that have actually moved away from the deck, saying, "I'm sorry, we're just not cooking like we used to." But Conrad said, "Hold my ramp. Let me show you how it's done."
Yeah, many people underestimating the power of this new Scar. Conrad really showing how it's done, showing us all that ally synergy and just how possible it might be. Even teaming up with all that support, all those support mechanics like Alice Growing Girl on none other than a Steel Hey Hey.
Love a Steel Hey Hey. I shout out to Ben from the Ravensburger team in the UK,
Loves
who I know will be thriving seeing this Hey Hey put in work. But yes, Conrad will be on the play for this game 3. If you're just joining us, we're in round 12, the final round of Swiss of the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Bologna, Italy. It's been an amazing weekend of Lorcana, and we still have top 32 cut yet to come. Whoever wins this match will proceed. They will qualify for the European Championships. They will earn themselves that Elsa Icebreaker, and if they can get even further, maybe the Elsa playmat, maybe moving on to get the golden Mickey Mouse Brave Little Taylor, and potentially a trip all the way to the World Championship.
Yes, both players going to be wanting to take the win here. It is 1-1. We're going into game 3. Conrad here on the play, and it's going to be Jasmine coming down already, setting himself up for a possible Pleakley further on, or even. We haven't seen it.
Shift.
We haven't seen it. We haven't seen the shift. Maybe he's setting up for that turn 2 Jasmine shift.
I would love to see it. Bastion going to ink the Obedient Raven, and this is one of the best cards on the draw. Immediately fire the cannons, Mr. Smee. Straight at Jasmine and straight into the Inkwell with you, meaning we're not going to be shifting. We don't have a character to potentially be an early Pleakley target, but we are going to play the Steadfast Mate.
Yeah, we didn't see Jasmine shifting in the previous 2 games, and unfortunately turn 2, we're not going to see it here either. Trying to fire the cannon, such a powerful card.
It's great on the draw. We're going to ink that Diablo, and we've got another one, and very on theme, playing the Captain Hook, and then the cannons blasting from the Jolly Roger. This is Conrad on the play, felt really strong, but Bastion, a couple of fire the cannons, not always what you want to see in your opening hand, but it's paid off here in spades.
Okay, Pete, games referee, coming in here. Bastion, you fired the cannons on my first character. You fired the cannons on my second character. Here's a P to let me get some characters on the board and stop you firing your cannons.
Yeah, such a shame. Like, Conrad's got to feel pretty bad about that. Like, again, you want to build up this board. You want to potentially shift the Jasmine. You want to potentially Pleakley the Jasmine. You want that Mr. Smee to be a potential answer for the opposing genies, especially if you get the Scar down and you boost this Mr. Smee up to a 4-2 because he is an ally.
And unfortunately, no turn 3 Pleakley play, which helped Conrad earlier be able to ramp up to the all-important 7 ink, to be able to play Hades, those big removal tools, or even to get the 5.
Just skipping from 3 to 5, right?
Just getting from 3 to 5, so you play the all-important Scar. and just a Genie Satisfied Dragon on the board left for Bastion. The Pete is going to challenge, get rid of the Captain Hook, but we are going to see Pleakley come in now, send the Pete Games referee into the Inkwell. So Conrad now having 5 ink. Maybe next turn we can see the Scar come into play.
Does this version not play Sail or Tipo? Have you seen any?
I haven't seen any, but personally, I feel like I understand if it doesn't, because at least Pleakley lines up with that ally synergy.
Absolutely.
And because turn 2, ideally, he's going to want to hit Mr. Smee.
Absolutely.
We've seen it before, Mr.
Or
Smee.
shift into the Jasmine
Or shift into the Jasmine. Absolutely. Because Pleakley coming in turn 3 to be able to ink either characters, your Jasmine or your Pleakley into
you can
the
double
Inkwell.
ink if you do it on the shifted Jasmine. That's pretty hot.
That is pretty amazing. And then being able to play your Scar once you have 5 ink and all the ally synergies and all the extra strength, it can be so powerful against these decks. But Bastion really playing the early control game, having 2 Fire the Cannons to be able to get rid of both Conrad's Jasmine and Mr. Smee. And now just a Genie Satisfied Dragon left.
Yep, either Bastion knows his opponent's deck or has played it in this event or has just learned very quickly over the course of this match just how important those low-cost characters on turns 1 and 2 can be, and had the perfect answer for them. And suddenly what seemed like it was, like, again, on the play is such a good thing to be. Conrad, we saw him on the play game 1. A fantastic curve here. It's been slowed right down. We're going to see a hard summon of that Jasmine. She's a 4-cost Ingable, 2/5, quest for 1. She can shift for 2, didn't happen this time. And on quest, you look at the top 3 cards of your deck and you can put an ally into your hand. And of course, she's an ally herself.
Yeah, she is, and it will definitely help Conrad be able to get more cards if Jasmine is able to quest. Ooh. However, Elsa, the 5th Spirit coming in for Bastion, meaning he's going to be able to exert this Jasmine, going to be able to challenge with the Elsa. Possibly we could even see a challenge from the Genie Satisfied Dragon, and that's all we're going to see, and this Jasmine is no more, not even going to be able to pull off her always planning ability.
Super good play from Bastion here. Again, those cannons changed absolutely everything about the trajectory of this deck and then this match, and then having the Elsa to come down, immediately remove that Jasmine, take away the potential for a +1, take away the potential for a double ramp if we had another Pleakley. And again, she's an ally. She can no, she's not. She's a hero. She's a hero.
She's
and a
hero princess, yes, but she kind of summons allies.
The allies.
She finds the allies out of the deck and just helps Conrad be able to build up a better board. However, Bastion has to be feeling a lot better about this game. Sapphire Seal, definitely not something he's going to be able to expect, but he learned pretty quickly from game 1 and game 2 how important that 1-drop character, that 2-drop character is. But finally, we're going to see Scar finally come in for Conrad. The Pleakley now is going to have 1 extra strength.
Can Conrad get himself back into this game? Again, it's not exactly run away from him. Bastion only at 2 lore, but the wide board, White Rose obviously is a great singer. Elsa is an evasive character, and this Genie Satisfied Dragon, just such a solid card. 3/4 with evasive during your turn is very, very good. Pleakley is indeed going to take out that Genie very efficiently. +1 strength, courtesy of the Scar, finally king.
Yeah, and Bastion has a really interesting choice here to make, because we do see the Dolores Madrigal in hand. We also see the Dumbo choosing to play the Dolores Madrigal because he knows there's a Pleakley in play. And he will be able to trigger her ability and draw a card. But drawing into another Genie Satisfied Dragon and still a Dumbo, the 9th wonder of the universe in hand, and also going to be able to be used to challenge into this Pleakley, and just the Scarf left on the board.
Another Genie Satisfied Dragon into the Inkwell, and a pass to Conrad with only a couple of cards left in hand. But this Scar, finally king, has lived long enough that we could potentially get a trigger here. What does Conrad have? Honestly, like, losing the Jasmine was huge. Like, just the potential, not just a +1 card, right, but specifically an ally. We are going to play this Genie Satisfied Dragon. Last game, Conrad opted to leave it on the board because it was super important to try and answer the Genie wish fulfilled that were on the opposite board. This time round, will Conrad take the card draw? It's going to depend on how good his hand is, because he could draw 4 cards here and then discard 2. Opts not to do that, just to pass. Probably wants this Genie to answer the Elsa before being utilized, or even fearing the 9th wonder of the universe, Dumbo, who's going to come right down. We're going to use the Breaking Records ability to exert that Elsa, draw 1, gain 1, and then playing a Captain Hook, the Forceful Duelist.
Yeah, Bastion building back up his board here. 4 characters here to play with. Dolores Madrigal could choose to quest with Dolores Madrigal, or does he keep Dolores in hopes that Conrad is going to quest with Scar, and then next turn between Dolores and Captain Hook, perhaps he'll be able to challenge and take out the Scar.
Or even a third fire the cannons. I don't know how many Bastion is running. We know at least 2, but could be a third one in the list. Again, it's one of those cards that, it's good exactly on turn 2. I'll rephrase that. It is optimal on turn 2. Sorry, I'll start again. Turn 1 on the draw. We got there in the end. Words are hard. Later on in the game, sure, it can have uses. We saw in game 1 Bastion using it to just do the extra damage needed before a Calhoun challenge to finish the job. It reminds me of something like Emerald Chromicon, right, which we saw a lot of players playing this weekend. You don't really want multiple, but you want to see it when it counts. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but maybe Bastion doesn't even need to challenge. If he is able to draw a Strength of the Raging Fire, this Dolores or even the Dumbo could sing Strength of the Raging Fire. He is playing Tipo. There is a Tipo.
There is a Growing Sun. And is that, oh my goodness, Twin Fire. A 2-cost uninkable. You can do 2 damage to a character, and you can just choose to discard a card and do another 2 damage. This is remarkable.
Yeah, this time he is going to use Scar's ability, going to be able to banish the Genie and draw 4 cards for Genie's strength.
I think I
really helping him here.
I see a Scar finally king. I think there's a Floodborn Jasmine there. And if I'm not mistaken, a Vincenzo. It is going to be Vincenzo and Scar going into the discard pile and then just a pass back to Bastion. So Conrad not having quite the aggressive start he hoped for, but he's still very much in this game. Only a Dolores Madrigal on the opposing board, but it is going to be joined by the Genie, wish fulfilled. The what comes next ability, going to draw a card. We're going to ink the Giant Cobra, and then we're going to play the Dock. Drastic times call for drastic measures as we discard our hand, which is non-existent, and draw 2 cards.
Yeah, Dolores going to sing none other than Strength of a Raging Fire on the Scar, because there's 4 characters in play. The 4 damage going onto the Scar, and Scar only has 4 willpower. Bastion, Conrad did such a great turn there, being able to clear Bastion's board, only leaving 1 card. Unfortunately, Bastion, a Genie into a Dock, was able to sing Strength of a Raging Fire on the Scar.
Definitely the combination of cards that Bastion wanted to see, and you saw a slight grimace from Conrad, like, oh no, I feel like this might be slipping away, but we're not there yet. Conrad is 9-2-0 in this event. I'm sure they've been in unoptimal positions in this tournament so far, but perhaps could work his way out of it. We're going to see Strength of a Raging Fire. Was that a hard cast?
That was a hard cast of Strength of the Raging Fire. Definitely just trying to utilize all of his characters. Bastion wants to gain the lead here in lore. Now we've gone up to 11. It's 11-0 to Bastion. And going back to Conrad, now he was able to draw a lot of cards previously from the Scar ability, with just a Jasmine and a Tipo left on board.
And if you are a newer Lorcana player, just to clarify, if we talk about hard casting a card, it's technically playing a song by paying its cost, as opposed to singing it by exerting one of our characters. So we often call it hard casting, as opposed to singing. This Jasmine is finally going to get the opportunity to go on a quest, just for 1, but we're going to look at the top 3 cards of the deck, and there's the Alice Growing Girl, but we don't have a Scar anymore. It was removed. We discarded the other one, discarded the Vincenzo as well, because we just weren't at the ink threshold yet to really benefit from it.
Yeah, but we'll be able to put one of the... We'll have to reveal it to his opponent, but we'll be able to put it into his hand and then put the others on the bottom of the deck in any order. Finally, we're getting to see the Jasmine ability always planning being used.
She is indeed a steady strategist. We're going to be taking a Dock.
Yeah,
That's
we're going to be taking
a
Dock.
That's a pretty good ally to get from Jasmine.
We may have lost our Scar for our card draw, but that Scar is not the only card draw tool used here today. We also have Dock, but it's going to be 3. Oh, and Conrad's going to hard cast a Strength of the Raging Fire, and then we're able to ink a Louis. We're going to play the Dock to be able to draw 2 cards. Tipo, Mom, look, I'm still growing. Is going to go into Dolores Madrigal.
Conrad saw Bastion's previous turn and said, that looked pretty good. I might do something similar myself. Singing Strength to get rid of a character, playing Dock to draw a couple of cards, and then Tipo quite happy to take a very efficient trade into Dolores Madrigal, who already had a couple of damage counters, but Conrad with just a lone Dock on the board, I think 3 cards in hand, and Bastion at 14 lore is going to be able to remove the Dock, but there's still a Genie, a Captain Hook, and a Raja. We're threatening to go to 18, but we have the Hades Infernal Schemer, who's going to put that card. Did it go into the inkwell this time? Yes, it did.
Yeah, it did go into the inkwell this time. Just 2 characters left on the board, meaning Bastion is going to be able to quest to 16 this turn.
Oh, playing off the top of the deck. Look at that, Dolores Madrigal. And you saw the body language from Conrad there. Just, are you kidding me? Followed by an Yzma. What on earth? That is one of the best sequence of cards, other than Doc, that is about the best sequence of cards that you possibly could have asked for. Conrad only at 1 lore at the moment, and you could see the frustration. We're going to quest up to 16.
Going to be able to quest up to 16. Even being able to get rid of both of these exerted characters here on the board.
Won't be enough.
Won't be enough.
We need a Hades or a Vincenzo.
We do. And it's not going to be enough, unfortunately, for Conrad. It's not Sapphire Steel's time. And our Amethyst Steel player is going to be able to take the win. I was rooting for Alice.
Chat, I'm cooked. I'm cooked, chat. I can't take it anymore. I'm getting too old for this. Commiserations to our Sapphire Steel player. Really unfortunate, in my opinion, in that game 3. And don't get me wrong, that's not to take anything away from our Amethyst Steel player. Again, they've had an incredible run throughout the event so far. Knew the lines, took the optimal turns, knew it was right to... I don't know if they kept cannons like on the draw. That'd be interesting.
They had to fire the cannons into another fire the cannons. But you know what, Baker?
What's that?
The action's not over yet because we have a second feature match.
A second one? Oh,
a second feature match, and we're going to get, straight into it.
I'm super glad, but yeah, again, that match was an absolute banger. Yeah, commiserations to our Sapphire Steel player, showcasing us a really spicy deck that has, a really nice ceiling. Again, it's a lot of pieces that you've got to put together to make it work, but it doesn't seem that difficult to obtain. Again, the completely ramping you into the Scar, you just need to sit it there for 1 turn, and then you can absolutely pop off. But congratulations to our Amethyst Steel player, who does now proceed to the top 32 of DLC Bologna, earns that qualification for the European Championship, and has the chance to show even more of what he's got. Are we going to the next game?
I thought we were going into the next game, but I guess
we were.
I guess we're still here. Well, I'm so happy for our Sapphire Steel player.
Here we go.
Oh, but it's going to be an Amber Steel mirror match.
Oh, goodness me. I know this is a deck that you've been playing an awful lot, Kim. How do you feel about the mirror match here?
I feel like you value the Shift Rhino a lot more in the mirror match. That resist 2 stops your opponent. If you're able to Shift Rhino turn 2, stops your opponent doing something similar we saw last turn, being able to fire the cannons on your Rhinos.
Yeah, absolutely. This Rhino can be pretty tricky. Shifts for 2. Is a 4-3, and while he's got no damage on him, it gains resist 2, and you can do some really cheeky plays, right, where you maybe challenge into a 3-strength character. The resist 2 triggers, you only take 1 damage, so he loses the resist 2, and then you play the penny to heal that damage, and we start all over again. The power hamster is a force to be reckoned with. Here we go, game 1. Alejandro is going to ink the John Silver. This seems like a good mirror.
Yes, it does.
Yep.
John Silver, not a card I've personally used a lot in my Amber Steel deck, but being able to use this Aurora, and there it is already. First turn, fire the cannons on the Aurora, which I have loved this new Aurora card in particular, because being able to play this Aurora turn 1, and then you can bring out Tiana, the restaurant owner, for 2 ink when you quest with her. It makes Princess cost 1 less.
Yes, Flavio saving himself the struggle of seeing a Mulan played for free, which would have happened for Alejandro. That Aurora is a new card from Fable. We have the artist actually in the venue here today. I'm sure she's been signing many play sets of this princess. She's very good on quest. You can play a princess or a queen for 1 cost less. Instead, it's going to be the Daisy Duck coming down. But again, you've got to think the play draw disparity is very real here, Kim, because these decks really, they don't tend to do a lot of challenging. They want to just turn sideways. Some of them might be running Captain Hook or things like that specifically for the mirror. The Mulan is perfectly reasonable to challenge. And again, Flavio says, I enjoyed that turn so much, I'm going to do something very similar.
Yeah, and you have to be really careful here playing the Daisy Duck in the mirror. You know exactly that your opponent, being on a similar deck than you, is only going to really be running action cards like Fire the Cannon, Strength of the Raging Fire. And if you quest too much with your Daisy Duck, there's not a lot of card draw tools in this. You have your Mulan and you have your Duck. Questing too much with your Daisy Duck, you could potentially give your opponent the cards they need to beat you.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, Kim, typically you're only going to see Strength for a Raging Fire as non-character cards in this deck. Maybe Fire the Cannons we did obviously see on turn 1. Is there anything else I'm missing that you would expect to see in this deck that's not a character?
Not really. We're seeing a lot more of the Rhino. We're seeing a lot more of the Sven. Maybe people are cutting down more of the Sven to play more. I've seen a lot of people only maybe running 1 or 2 Fire the Cannons. Maybe we might see a 3. Maybe some people went up to 4. But maybe some...
I think you can kind of excuse a higher count of Fire the Cannons when you're playing Mulan, because if you draw it at the wrong time, you can always just filter it out of your hand. We're going to see the Troubadour coming down. There's a 2-cost 1/3 quest for 1, sing a 4, so can sing Strength for a Raging Fire and resist 1. This is a card that repopularized in Amber Steel, I think really courtesy of Sky, who's had a lot of success over in the United States with this in combination. You don't really want your 3-cost characters to sing Strengths. Pete is fine. Pete will sing all day long. Other than that, you would prefer your 3-cost characters like Lady, etc. to be questing. And in the mirror, this potentially allows you to sing Strength before your opponent, which is huge.
Yeah, but the card that everyone wants to see come out in the game is Tiana, the restaurant owner.
I hate to see her come out if I'm against her.
In the mirror, it's quite tricky because you're Amber Steel in general, you run a lot of low-cost cards which have a lot of low strength, which isn't great. But we did see Flavio have the Rhino with 4 strength available, meaning if his opponent played a Tiana, he could potentially take it out if he did play the Toll or a Strength of the Raging Fire. Maybe if...
yeah, here it is. Yeah.
Yes, that's exactly what we're going to see. He had 4 characters on board, meaning being able to establish this Troubadour last turn was huge because
100%.
our Troubadour is able to sing for 4, going to be able to sing the Strength of the Raging Fire, deal 4 to that Tiana. He's not letting his opponent get the 2 quests in.
No, absolutely. This Troubadour Strength combo is exactly what we want to see in this matchup in particular. We see Flavio. Is that an enchanted Tiana? Beautiful.
That is an enchanted Tiana. Will he just... You got rid of one of my Tianas. Will I just play another Tiana? Or will we perhaps see the Rhino come into play?
It was a very unique enchanted style for that particular set. I do believe it was Shimmering Skies. Or no, I actually think it's Azure at Sea.
Yeah, but I believe it was. I believe it was.
I think it was Azure at Sea. But yeah, really unique set of enchanted. Again, all kind of playing into the idea of maps and schematics for the inventors and stuff like that. So I quite like the enchanters from that set.
I do love this Rhino. Having resist 2 is absolutely huge. It means cards like Fire the Cannons can't be used, and this Rhino is going to have resist 2 on it as long as it has no damage. And another new card we got this set was Nala.
Oh, yes.
And when she has no damage, she also has resist, but she has resist 1, but she also has an additional lore, meaning next turn, if Alejandro is not able to get rid of this Nala, it's going to be able to quest for 3. This Tiana, going to be able to quest for 2. This Fire the Cannons coming in is huge, meaning... Okay, Nala had resist 1, meaning Fire the Cannons only going to be able to hit for 1, but it does stop Nala being able to quest for 3 next turn. So instead of being able to quest for 3, yes, you're going to be able to quest for 2, but you do stop your opponent...
You just slow them down.
You slow them down a bit,
You slow them down that little bit more. You remove the resist from Nala. Both these decks are all gas, no brakes. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's that Doc coming in. Exactly the card that Flavio wanted to be able to see. He was able to put a card into the Inkwell and then play his Doc to be able to draw 2 cards. And that's a Sven and a Rhino. And I particularly love the Sven in this matchup. If you want to challenge a character and your opponent has a Tiana exerted, Sven doesn't have to be used on your own character's cards. It can be used on your opponent's character cards. So when Tiana is exerted, it's going to give -3 strength. But this Sven could come in, ready this Tiana, and Rhino could be utilized to take out some of these high questing cards, like this Daisy, perhaps.
Yeah, it was a trick that was used in previous, before rotation, to ready up the Diablo before you might be about to draw a bunch of cards. So, see it like old trick, but new format apparently. And yeah, readying up this Tiana is super good. We're going to pass over to Flavio, finds a Doc off the top of the deck.
Yeah, and he has another Rhino in hand. The one-drop Rhino, which would be able to -1 strength if he didn't want to challenge some other characters and not damage any of his cards. Just doing the maths, It's 10 lore to 12.
It's 9 lore on board for Alejandro, but of course also the option to shift the Rhino, which could make it 10. So Flavio needs to do some interaction here. I'm not seeing a Strength or a Raging Fire in hand, and that's exactly why Flavio is going to pay 2 for Doc, discard his hand, draw 2 cards. Did not find it, Kim.
No, did not find the Strength. Did find, however, another Sven, and I believe it was a Pluto bodyguard that was also found. But he's going to have to do something.
We can pay the tax.
We can pay the tax. He's going to have to do something to take care of Alejandro's board.
So Rhino goes into Tiana, I imagine. We will pay 3 ink to break through.
No, not going to go into Tiana. We're actually going to go into Daisy.
Going to go into Daisy instead. Super interesting. We're going to quest. Maybe that's just enough to be ahead in the race, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, in either case, both Tiana and Daisy quest for 2. Getting rid of one of them, meaning Alejandro here is only going to be able to quest to 19.
Actually,
just stop him.
Actually, I don't mind that. Again, all you needed to do was remove a little bit of lore and then race yourself up to 16.
Yes.
And now all of a sudden, Alejandro is in the position where Flavio just was and is forced to respond in some way. Do we have a darling deer? Yo, one day,
Do we have a darling deer?
I have been talking about this for so long. One day we're going to see a darling deer for game and I'm going to lose my mind.
Yeah, and I know a lot of people have been talking about this card, and I have to give a shit.
And that's it?
That's it! That's it! Oh my god, Flavio is going to take the win! That's insane.
The hard card.
If there was a Darling Deer in hand, that would have sealed the fate, and not a typical card you're going to see in a lot of these Amber Steel decks. But I do have to give a shout out to Kaznat Spabs, is her username, Karen. She was playing. She managed to make it into our top cut today. She was on Amber Steel, and it is the last round, so I think it's okay if I say because she was playing a spicy 2 of Darling Deer, and it helped her seal. It helped her get her 6 wins yesterday in the final round to be able to seal the deal.
Yo, people sleeping on Darling Deer. Like, no one plays around this card. I'm telling you. Maybe, kind of, sort of.
The amount of times I've played Amber Steel and I was 1 lore off and I was just like, do you know what? And I was in top deck mode. If I had top decked a Darling Deer in that moment, I had the game. I would have had the game.
Jova. But that isn't it. We are going to be going over to game 2 in our backup feature match. And again, if you are only just joining us, welcome to Disney Lorcana Challenge. If you're just joining us, you've missed a lot, but it is not over yet. This is round 12, the final round of Swiss. The winner of this match will be proceeding into the top 32. They qualify for the European Championships. They could get to keep playing, earn more prizes, and potentially get their invitation to the first ever World Championship. The second ever.
The second World Championship. But this time, all 32 players that get into the top 32 top cut are gonna qualify to the EU Championship. And now we're going to see Flavio once again being on the draw. Will we see Alejandro play the 1-drop Aurora, and will we see Flavio do a Fire the Cannons once again?
Probably not something that Alejandro wants to see. We're going to ink, that was the Lady Family Dog, I do believe. And then the Rhino, 1/16th Wolf, 1/2, quest for 1, and on play you can choose a character to lose 1 strength for the rest of until the start of your next turn. Not relevant here, but going to establish that potential shift line. Flavio is going to bring in Daisy Duck, Donald's Date, early aggression, inking a Pluto from Alejandro, and we're going to see that shift straight away, and we're off to the races.
Yes, already so far, Alejandro being on the play, having a slight advantage in the mirror, going to be already questing for 2.
You said, Kim, this Rhino is super important in the mirror match, and I imagine this is why, right? Like, you can just start questing straight away. You can answer the Daisy if and when it chooses to turn sideways, so a nice start.
Yeah, because ideally... Oh, but this is amazing coming in for Flavio, being able to play this penny. You can heal up to 2 damage, but not only that, if you can give resist 1, meaning... I know Rhino has resist 2, but that didn't matter. It has 4 strength. He would have been able to hit for 4, with this Daisy Duck having resist 1, meaning he's only going to be able to hit for 3 and not going to be able to clear it.
Yeah, this Daisy Duck did trigger the big prize, and a Tiana was added to Alejandro's hand before passing over. We're going to play the Mulan, draw a card, discard a dock, which says to me that we have multiple docks in hand, and once again, we're going to fire the cannons.
Yeah, fire the cannons to get rid of this penny, hoping maybe next turn, Rhino may be used to get rid of the Daisy Duck Donald's Date. Maybe hoping Flavio here will choose to quest once again with Flavio and give Alejandro another card to his hand.
Kim, I am losing my mind. This is such good Lorcana. I'm so happy to be back in season. I cannot say it enough. We're inking a Sven for Flavio.
It's going to be 2 ink. We're going to play Lilo, Escape Artist, coming in. Oh, Fire the Cannons coming in on that Mulan. Also stopping a potential Strength of the Raging Fire. Just Rhino left on the board. However, Rhino now this time having the ability to clear this Daisy Duck Donald's date.
Triggering the big prize. That's going to add the Pluto Guard Dog, a very good boy, into Alejandro's hand. And we are moving into that turn where he could potentially play it. Both players just looking to race here, but Alejandro with that Rhino can be more offensive, and I do expect we'll be taking out that Daisy. We're going to see Fire the Cannons to remove the Escape Artist, and indeed, the Rhino Power Hamster is going to roll in, crash the date. Sorry, Donald, but Daisy is out of here, and we're going to establish the Tiana, and now Alejandro seems to be in control, but the Lady Family Dog, the follow-up from Flavio, cheating in that Daisy Duck once again. She's never gone for long, is she, Kim?
No, never at all. And Alejandro really taking the lead here early on, but it's only 4 lore to 4. And Pluto Bodyguard coming in. This is wild. Tiana's going to be able to quest. Even if Flavio had a character with enough strength on board, wouldn't be able to get rid of this Tiana. This Pluto is in the way.
He's a very good boy.
A potential Strength of the Raging Fire this lady could sing, but Flavio will need to establish 2 characters on the board in order to be able to sing it on the Tiana.
We're going to play that Lilo, the Escape Artist. You may, in the ready, set, draw, in the set phase, you may choose if you want to pay 2 ink to bring her in exerted. Again, Amber Steel tends to run out of resources rather quickly, and even if you do refuel with Doc, you tend to just want to play those cards out again. So when you're going into a turn where you've got no hand and maybe 4 or 5 ink, it's great to have this Lilo. Keep bringing it back and say another one. Have an answer. Have an answer. Have an answer. This Rhino is a pretty efficient answer, to be honest, but really we want the Rhino to go into the Daisy. So creating some potentially awkward challenges for Alejandro, but he don't care. He's playing another Tiana, and once again, the Bold Knight drastic measures going to trigger. We're going to discard and draw 2.
Yeah, Alejandro really building up a wide board. Flavio, we saw the Strength of the Raging Fire in hand, but 2 Tianas on the board. Even if he's able to establish another character here on board, Strength is only going to be able to hit one of these characters. And we are going to see the Rhino go into the Lilo Escape Artist, meaning Flavio is going to have the opportunity to play this Lilo before turn, but he chooses not to. He wants to draw a card. Maybe he's able to establish the cards he has in the glimmers. Maybe he's able to summon 2 more glimmers, and then he would be perhaps able to sing with the Lady Family Dog, Strength of the Raging Fire.
Yeah, he does have that strength in hand. I can't see the card on the far left. I would imagine the reason why we declined Lilo is because whatever card we have in hand, other than the strength, is costs more than 2. We don't want to ink the strength. We know how important it is. It was the Mulan off the top of the deck that turn. So being like, if all you were doing for turn was playing Lilo, I absolutely understand not bringing it back, right? Because, you know, strength isn't really even dealing with anything. We are indeed going to hard cast this Strength for Raging Fire, not singing it, putting some damage on the Pluto, and the Lady is going to finish the job. Of course, when Pluto takes damage, his strength does go back down to that 1-5, so Lady able to quite efficiently answer. And again, you don't want Lady challenging, but you got to do what you got to do when Alejandro is way out in the lead like this.
Yeah, and choosing not to do the Mulan trigger there, obviously valuing whatever card he has left in hand. I did think I got a little sneak peek of art, and it might be a Pluto Bodyguard of his own. But that Daisy Duck big prize is going to give Alejandro a big prize, and that's going to be our 1-drop Rhino coming into play.
Oh, a little conversation going on here. Because we did 3 damage of Strength for a Raging Fire. And yeah, because the Lady challenged, and it should have had to pay the bill of the restaurant owner, Tiana. Yes, even I missed that for a moment.
Yes, I actually forgot that Tiana was exerted.
Apologies to the audience. Yes, this Tiana is exerted. So
unfortunately, Lady, had she gone into the Pluto, not going to be able to do anything because she was -3. Unfortunately, he didn't sing Strength of the Raging Fire.
No, we hard cast it.
We hard casted it, meaning he didn't have any ink available. Could have potentially sang with the Lady and dealt
it should have been sing with the but then the Daisy can't finish it.
He had no character left to challenge.
Yeah, we only played Mulan that turn, so there was no other way of doing it. So, yeah, like, we slipped there. Apologies to the audience. Flavio missed it too, and even Alejandro missed it until, like, at least a turn after. So, just goes to show, keep an eye on these Tianas. Alejandro going to play another power hamster, and seemingly this game is his for the taking. Another Mulan coming down, the disguised soldier.
Yeah. I can think maybe Flavio is regretting his decision not to use the Mulan ability, but perhaps valuing the card he has left in hand. But how else? This board for Alejandro has gotten so wide, makes me miss something like grab your swords. Grab your swords into grab your swords, but unfortunately we don't have that, and Alejandro is going to be able to take the game to win, meaning we're going into a game 3.
It makes me miss a different board wipe, if I'm being completely honest with you. But hey, grab your swords. Pretty good. If we had that back,
talking steel. We're not.
It would be seeing play. I think Tinkerbell plus swords has been all the way since the first chapter. That's been a pretty strong combo. But yeah, huge congratulations to Alejandro. Going to take us to a game 3 there. But yeah, a moment of madness. We all missed that. Lady was not able to finish off the Pluto guard dog because you gotta pay the bill of the restaurant owner Tiana. So yeah, Alejandro taking game 2. We are getting a game 3. This will be the decider.
It's our final game. We have had 8 rounds yesterday. We had 4 rounds today. That's a total of 12 rounds of Swiss.
That's a whole lot of Lorcana.
It has been a long day. It was a long day yesterday. And we're not even into our top 32 today with a finals of best of 5. And at the end of the day, we're not going to have only 32 players qualified to the EU Continentals. We're going to have our first person in the world qualifying to the World Champion next year.
Yeah, for Season 2, and of course lots of prizes up for grabs as well. The Elsa Icebreaker. Some players, if you top 64, have already earned that Simba, which is absolutely beautiful. The Elsa Playmat. Of course, we cannot forget the only 500 exist. The Mickey Mouse Brave Little Tailor. Or technically 501 exist, but there are 500 and then there's the 1 of 1.
Yes,
which we know who won that.
We all know who won that.
Shout out to DKP.
Even just players making it into day 2 today, I believe, did receive about 1,000 tickets.
Wow.
So we'll be able to buy themselves something juicy on the prize wall.
That's a whole lot of tickets, and the prize wall here with a lot on offer, various products. Of course, we've got the uncut sheets, playmats, plenty to choose from. But here we go, game 3. This will be the final game of Swiss in DLC Bologna. Before we proceed to top cut, Flavio is going to be on the play, so I think he's already altered. Oh, is this?
I believe we're just finishing the altering plays.
I thought that was alter 7 for a second.
Alejandro only altered 1 card.
Yo, when you see your opponent only throw about 1 card, that's pretty scary, not gonna lie.
Especially when they're on the draw. Alejandro here is going to be on the draw. Only altering 1 hand has to make me think he's got a nice hand.
Yep.
Maybe he has a turn 1 play. Maybe he has a fire the cannons to come after Flavio's 1-drop. Will we see the Rhino? Or maybe we'll see, yes we will, we'll see Daisy Duck Donald's Date coming into play. But unfortunately, Fire the Cannons won't do anything to banish this Daisy.
It certainly won't. Would have been perfect for things like the opposing Rhino and plenty of characters that will fall to this Fire the Cannons. We saw that in the previous matchup that we were watching, Blue Steel versus Amethyst Steel. But Cannons not enough to remove this Donald's Date. We're going to Ink Pete, and down comes Aurora holding court. And do we have a response Cannons from Flavio? It doesn't look like it.
Doesn't look like it. We do have that Nala new card this set coming in when she has no damage. We've seen her put in work before in all the Amber Seals. Unfortunately,
sorry to cut you off, Kim, but that is absolutely huge. Daisy Duck going on a quest, triggering the big prize. We already said it earlier on, Kim, that you should be expecting to hit a character a lot of the time. Not a lot of non-character cards in the deck. The strengths and the Fire the Cannons, and we do hit one of those strengths, which not only is denying us a card, but is getting rid of one of those strengths, putting it at the bottom of the deck. But Alejandro with double cannons to respond just to get rid of this Nala.
Yeah, definitely playing Amber Steel. Alejandro, playing Amber Steel himself, knows the power of this Nala. Didn't want to take any chances. But getting rid of the Nala wasn't enough. Flavio having another Nala and a Daisy Duck Donald's Date, meaning next turn he has the potential to quest for not 2, not 4, not 6, but 7 lore.
That is a whole lot of lore, Kim. Would take us all the way to 11. Maybe I'm not sure what Alejandro can do here, really. We could quest the Aurora and play a queen or a princess for cheaper. We are going to play out Lady and followed up with a Doc. I don't think we're getting a trigger of the drastic measures ability just yet. Alejandro favoring the cards in hand. Aurora is going to go on a quest. Maybe we play a Mulan for free here or another Aurora. Nope, just taking the lore.
No, just taking the lore. Flavio going to draw a card. There's 2 Docs in hand, and this is exactly what the play you want to see. A Lady into playing a free Doc. Going to discard the other Doc and going to draw 2 cards. A Tiana and a Mulan.
One good Doc deserves another. Drawing into Tiana and Mulan. We can ink that Mulan. Won't have any more plays to make other than just going on a whole bunch of questing. And just as you said, Kim, that is not 2, not 4, not 6, but 7 lore, taking us all the way up to 11.
Yeah, and the Daisy trigger, double Daisy trigger gonna happen, I believe. There was a P put into hand.
And a Pluto.
And a Pluto.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
And was that another P off the top of the deck?
No,
it was a Daisy.
It was a Daisy, yeah. We're gonna be able to, he's gonna choose to ink a Pluto guard dog. Could have chose to play it, but Alejandro really going to be having to do something to deal with Flavio's board.
Flavio just seems so far ahead here, though. Again, that we speak to the on-the-play advantage. Alejandro did have the cannons, but wasn't able to answer the Daisy. We see Lady Family Dog is going to do her best bark, bark, bark of strength for a Raging Fire. Remove that Daisy Duck. Then we're going to follow up with a, was that Fire the Cannons as well?
Fire the Cannons and then Duck.
Was it a challenge and a Fire the Cannons to get around the resist?
Yeah, Fire the Cannons first and then a challenge with the Duck.
Yeah, sounds good to me. Yo, Doc putting in work as a challenger. You love to see it. We're going to find a Rhino 1/16 Wolf off the top of the deck. I think we could play both these characters, but do we value the -1 strength here in any way? We are going to play the Rhino. We're going to reduce the cost, the strength of this P, and then pay 3 for the Tiana. Flavio just racing ahead, already at 11 lore, could potentially quest for 2, 4, 5 here, going up to 16. But Alejandro with a wide board, the Pete will only hit for 2 next turn, but that's enough to take out the Lady. You can combine the Lady and the Aurora and the Doc to remove the Daisy. So there are options here. We are going to go for the quest. I wondered if maybe,
go for the quest, yes.
I think there was a consideration there whether we wanted to wait it one more turn where we could go on a quest with this Tiana to have her ability online. But Flavio saying, no, I am all gas, no brakes, yada mean.
Yeah, Flavio already having the advantage of lore here. Definitely just wants to get those quests in. Gonna bring him up to 16. If the Tiana is able to stay on the board along with perhaps the Lazy or the Daisy Duck, Flavio is going to take this game.
You need to remove 3 characters here. The Tiana and the Rhino aren't enough, but even if you just leave the Doc on the board, that will get us to 20. Just removing the Lady and the Daisy is not enough. Alejandro with a few cards in hand, 3 I believe. Do we have a strength? Do we have a cannons? Do we have something to intercept this board and stop Flavio from qualifying for top cuts?
It doesn't look very good here for Alejandro. We've seen previously he already used 3 Fire the Cannons, and a lot of these Amber Steel decks are only running 3. Could choose to challenge here
Inking
with
the
the Pete.
Hamster.
We're going to ink. Oh, we're inking the Power Hamster.
Oh, I've not been able to get a decent look at Alejandro's hand. Very quick card hand shuffle there. We're toying with the idea of paying 3 ink for something.
Yeah, it's 16 lore to 3 on the board. Flavio currently has the lore lead, yeah. Pete, games referee, going to challenge the Lady Family Dog, being able to take that out, but still keeping a Daisy Duck and a Tiana on the board. We are going, we had to do it. We had to challenge that Daisy Duck.
Unless we had a strength for cannons, that was unavoidable, tripling into the Daisy, but it is not enough. Flavio at 16 lore. We do have the hard cast of strength for a Raging Fire. That's going to throw Tiana into the discard, and is this the space that Alejandro needs to go ahead? Flavio at 16 lore, threatening to go to 18. We have the Tiana. We're going to go on a couple of quests. Alejandro can answer the Rhino and the Doc. Can he answer the Tiana? Do we have another strength? We know that one was put at the bottom of the deck earlier, courtesy of Daisy Duck.
Because the only way Alejandro is going to get back into this game is if he had top deck to strength, or maybe he already had a strength in hand.
That body language says to me, Alejandro.
It's not looking great for Alejandro here. Has Flavio managed to gain enough lead? If this
Drawing a 2-quester there was huge, Kim. Absolutely huge. Because otherwise we'd potentially, you take out the 2 bodies, right?
Yes.
And then, like, even then you still... No, because you'd cap him at 19 if this was just a quest for 1.
Yep.
So you'd have to answer the Rhino and the Doc. You'd still be able to quest with the Nala potentially taking us. You still need a couple more turns. So Alejandro needs things to really go his way for a couple of turns. We're going to play Penny. She's going to remove a damage counter from the Pete, who also gains resist 1. Challenge into that Doc. We're going to take out the Rhino. We have a Daisy Duck, and that's it.
Unfortunately,
Flavio is going to make it to top cut and qualify for the European Championships. What a game, Kim.
That was intense. Absolutely intense. I can't believe it. My prediction coming into this weekend, I thought Amber Steel would do absolutely amazing, and that just goes to show it's not your typical Amber Steel. A lot of people going, Amber Steel's just going to quest, it's just going to do its thing. There's so many decisions players have to make, whether to turn their card sideways, whether they're going to quest, when to turn them sideways, whether to quest, whether to challenge, whether to sing. You leave yourself open for so many possibilities. Unfortunately, it's just not going to go Alejandro's way, and it's going to be Flavio going into top 32.
What a game. I'm a mess. I need a good 10-hour nap. But we are very shortly going to be going into a Guess the Card section just while we fill some time before we get our top cut underway. But before we do that, let's show a lovely recap video of Bologna Day 1. It's been an amazing weekend. Let's do a recap of what we've seen so far.
Lumineers, we are having an amazing day here in Bologna, Italy for Disney Lorcana Challenge. I'm here with these 2 lovely gentlemen. Thanks so much for joining me. We thought we'd have a little bit of fun. Are you up for it?
A pleasure. Let's do it.
Let's do it. I'm very, very excited. What are we doing?
We are going to play Guess That Card.
Okay, let's go.
It's going to be a little bit of a mystery. We're going to do a little showdown here. I'm going to have 2 cards for each of you. Face off, face off. How are you feeling?
I have played this game with Kim many times, and I have to say, I feel like I'm pretty good. But I do know Baker's card knowledge in general is probably unmatched. So, but I'll try to do my best to give you a good competition.
That is hyping it up. I feel like I have everything to lose and potentially nothing to gain here, but let's do it anyway.
Let's do it anyway. All right, I think we should do some little bit of this to see who goes first.
Scissors.
Rock, paper, scissors. Ready?
All right, okay, let's do it.
Let's
so
do it.
are we doing
on shoot? Yeah, okay.
Right, let's go.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Oh, he got me on the third one. Okay.
Let's
go.
All right, I'm going to mix them up here a little bit so I don't even know. I'm not going to pick. Fate will pick for me what card we have here for you.
So this is just Kawa guessing. I can't chime in. All right, I'll put this down a second.
Guessing. Okay. All right.
So I'm going to ask the questions. Yes or no questions.
Yes or no questions. Ready, set, go.
Is it emerald?
No.
Is it ruby?
No.
Is it steel?
No.
Is it amber?
No.
Is it sapphire?
No.
Oh my god. Is it...
Duel Links exist.
Is it a Duel Link card?
No.
Oh, you're really testing my knowledge right now. Is it amethyst?
Yes.
It's like, oh, I know the 6 inks. I do know the 6 inks. It's amethyst. Okay.
It's amethyst.
Is it inkable?
It is inkable.
Is it a common card?
No.
Is it rare?
No.
Is it legendary?
No.
Uncommon?
No.
What's happening? It has to be super rare then, unless it's enchanted.
It is. It is an amethyst super rare.
Super rare. Okay. I'm going to say set 9 fabled.
Correct, sir.
Okay, it's fabled. Amethyst super rare. This is really testing my knowledge now. Amethyst Super Rare, is it 5? Is it a character card?
It is a character.
It's a character card. That would make sense because, I mean, we have had some actions in the past and some stuff. It's a character. It's Amethyst. It's super rare. Is it 5 cost?
No.
4 cost?
Correct.
4 cost. Quest for 2?
No.
You've got it? Oh, no.
Oh.
Quest for 1. Can we steal?
This is what we're gonna do. Is I'm gonna give you like 2 more questions, and if you can't guess it, we'll let Baker steal it.
Okay. Baker loves some Amethyst. Super rare. Fabled. I feel like I should definitely know this. I'm going to ask, is it 3 strength?
Yes.
Oh.
Oh, Baker just made a confused look. He doesn't know. Maybe he doesn't know.
No, I think he's baiting me. Do you not know now?
I don't think I do
Oh,
now.
okay. It's Fable. So I'm gonna say a card that, and this is not my answer.
Okay, okay.
But I'm thinking of like Madam Mim Elephant, but that can't be because I don't believe that's Fabled.
Definitely isn't Fabled.
It's definitely not Fabled.
I was so confident I had it then.
What did you think it was?
Oh, I'll let you finish your question.
All right, one more question. One more question.
Style, mate, but
This is your last question.
I'm trying to get, does super rares have got to be new cards, I believe, or they're legendary
necessarily.
cards. They're legendary. They used to be legendary cards that are now super rare cards.
There were some cards that changed.
There were some like the Mulan and stuff like that.
It is a bit of a tricky one.
I'm gonna say I'm feeling a little bit lost, unfortunately. So Baker, I'll allow you your opportunity to chime in here.
I was so confident, but you said right 3 strength. It's got
Correct.
Okay, because I was committed to Peter Pan Shadow, not So Nom. That's where I was as a 4-cost super rare Amethyst card.
Okay.
That was reprinted in Fable. Here's my question: is it a reprint?
To be fair, it is a reprint.
It is a reprint.
Yes. To be fair, we don't talk about this card.
I see.
Bruno.
Yeah.
It's the secret Bruno.
It's
That's
the secret
number
Bruno.
0,
Number
by
0.
the way.
Bruno Madrigal, undeterred
Oh.
uncle, evasive 3/3, quest for 1.
That's why. That's the hardest card to
that
guess.
is
In
the
guess the
hardest
card.
So you would never ask a question like, "What's its number?" Because I don't think any
yes.
of us
No,
know the numbers.
no
But
way.
if she'd have said
No.
0,
We
then
would've
probably
got-
would have
Yeah.
got it straight
Yeah,
away.
yeah, definitely.
I was so convinced I had Peter Pan Shadow.
Oh, that was a
Yeah.
good guess. Yes, that was a
Okay,
good
Baker.
guess.
All right,
Go ahead. Let's see
if
All
I
right,
can do it
Baker,
this time.
Let's see here. I'm going to mix them up again. Let fate decide for you what we're going to guess. And it's going to be this lovely card. You got this one. You got it.
So whenever I'm ready?
Whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Okay, can it be found in either ruby, amethyst, or steel? Just yes or no?
No.
No. Can it be found in amber?
Yes.
Okay, so we've got amber. Is it in Fabled?
Yes.
Is it a reprint?
Yes.
So we've got a amber reprint in Fabled. Is it a character card?
Yes.
Does it have a keyword?
Yes.
It does. So we've got an amber.
Great question.
Wait,
Does it have a
these are-
keyword? That is
Got
a
a
great
keyword.
question.
Are we cost 1 to 3?
No.
Are we cost 4 to 6?
No.
Are we cost 7?
Correct.
So cost 7. It's got a keyword. Does it have 4 strength and 7 willpower by any chance?
No.
Okay, so it's not TikTok. Is it a legendary?
No.
Super rare.
No.
Rare.
Yes.
Okay, we've got a rare amber. It's got a keyword. Is it a singer?
No.
Is it evasive?
No.
Does it have resist?
No.
Does it have reckless?
No.
Sorry, not reckless. That's a. Yeah, that reckless is a keyword. I'm running out of keywords. Does it have
Amber,
It's
right?
amber, so singers. And is it support?
No.
Is it? Oh my
I'll give you
goodness!
hints
What
for
have
asking about keyword.
I missed? Keywords. Is it a bodyguard?
Bodyguard. Yes.
Is it a male character?
Yes.
I know it. Can I steal?
It's
Steal.
a male
Can I
character.
steal?
Oh, surely I get at least a couple of
yes,
questions.
Yeah, two
Go ahead,
more
go ahead.
questions. Two more questions.
Two more questions.
Two more
Okay,
questions.
so we've got an amber bodyguard reprint. It is cost 7. 7 cost bodyguard amber. Oh my goodness, there can't be that many. But my mind has gone completely blank.
This is so hard.
It is in Fable. Okay, so
It
I've
is
got 2
hard.
questions
It is.
where I have to have a
go,
guess.
yeah, you're good.
So it's in Fabled. Is it a reprint?
You already asked that.
Okay,
Yes,
okay, I
yes,
wasn't
it
sure
is.
about that.
It
Okay,
is,
so it is a
though.
reprint.
That doesn't count. That's your
Oh, what's
question.
a 7-cost bodyguard? But it's in amber. Oh my goodness me! Oh, the anxiety, the stress,
I was feeling,
the
mate.
embarrassment. I quit. I'm done. I actually have completely lost it. It's an amber bodyguard. Does it have an ability beyond bodyguard?
Yes.
7 costs. I have one more question, and then Cal's going to steal it
You'll
from
be kicking
me.
yourself, mate.
I bet I am going to be. Amber bodyguard reprint. 7 cost. Oh my god! Does it? Okay, so I've got 2 questions. Does it see typical? No,
No, you have
surely
one more
it doesn't
question
see-
left.
Okay,
One
one
question.
more
Okay, I've got to
question.
make. Okay, then I've got to make it count.
Yeah.
7 cost bodyguard. Is it a king, queen, prince, or princess?
No.
No.
Good question, though.
That is a good question, especially in amber. There are lots of those. Make your guess, and then I'm going to let Kawa steal it.
Okay, that is reasonable but unfair. Oh, I know the chat are roasting me at this point in time. 7 cost bodyguards, and I have to just take a guess. I can't ask any more questions. I don't think I asked if it was inkable or not. I'll just take us in the dark.
Yeah.
Trying to think of any character with bodyguard now. What? I can't even think of an amber card that has bodyguard.
All right,
They have to
3,
make a cut here.
2, 1.
Mufasa.
Kawa. No, Kawa?
It is Pluto.
Oh my god.
Pluto, determined defender. A 3/8.
That is a very That's such a difficult card to get.
That is it.
Oh my god, the embarrassment.
I mean, you helped me with the other one as well, so it's like I feel you, brother.
Questioning was good.
Oh yeah. No,
Get
the keyword
It's very
question, but then it's like,
difficult. That
wait,
was
yeah,
a great
bodyguard's a
question, though.
keyword. Yeah.
Yes, that was a great
Oh
question.
my
You asked good
God.
questions. Couldn't quite get there, but that was fun. Well, maybe we'll do this again later,
Yes.
a little later. Thanks for joining me for
Thank you
Guess
so
That
much.
Card. That was fun. Thanks, Lumineers. I hope you were playing along in chat as well, and we'll see you soon for more Disney Lorcana. Hello, Illumineers. We are here in the beautiful Bologna, Italy for Disney Lorcana Challenge. And we are joined now by Bastion, who just won in Game 3. Congratulations. But I did want to ask you about the first 2 games, and it went all the way to Game 3. Can you talk us through what happened in Game 1 and Game 2?
Yeah, so very first thing is that Sapphire Steel deck was not very represented I know that it was a good deck because that's the first deck I played in this set. I like trained a lot for it because I really liked everything you could do with the Scar and the allies, support and stuff. Like it does like very powerful moves. So I also knew that there were like there were moves where I could like get to. Sorry for my English.
That's okay.
Not let him draw because I know that Scar is like the heart of the deck.
Yes.
So if I manage to get rid of Scar, I know that it's manageable for me. And in the first 2 games, I believe I didn't see any strength of a Raging Fire. So that was like the most uncomfortable position for me. Because like Scar was not easy to reach, or I needed Elsa plus something, so like I would lose the board in that case. So it was very hard, and as I was surprised, like my mulligan was completely blind, of course, and maybe I didn't like look for the right cards in the first game, of course.
Sure.
Yeah.
And in game number 3, we saw towards the end, it was a pretty tight game. But you just managed to find the right cards at the right time. Cards like Dolores into Yzma, for example. Was there any moment in that game where you were just praying for the right card off the top? Or were you feeling quite comfortable throughout in game 3?
I was not comfortable at all. Like, I built the deck around the fact that I wanted to draw as much as possible. That's why I have like lots of purple turn 4 that would draw. Because I knew that like typical moments like that would come, so I would need to find draw, maybe sing more songs, and in Purple Steel especially, the draw brings the draw. So I knew that Dolores could maybe bring a Dumbo or Genie or Yzma or even Doc, and that's the type of sequence I was looking for. So yeah, when I found Dolores and then Yzma, and I had the perfect amount of ink, it was very good, and I knew he would struggle to get back from that.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say, Rebecca, it's interesting, isn't it, that when I was watching and I was looking at Twitch chat and everyone's like, wow, he's found another card draw, but actually it's the deck building that you've done that's enabled you to do that.
Yeah, I spent like, well, as I said, I like played Sapphire Steel for the 2 first weeks of this set. I realized I was not super comfortable with the deck, and it could lack some stability. So I went back to Purple Steel that I had played a lot in the past. Yeah. The deck has changed a lot, but I know it was the type of deck I would be comfortable with. And yes, like the idea was the best thing is Lorcana is you win if you draw. I feel like. So I wanted to draw as much as possible.
Yes, and you did. And you've done very well today so far. And also, you've had a pretty strong journey as a player with Disney Lorcana. I know you've been playing since the game first came out. Yeah. And last year in Bologna, you were at 65th. So right on the cusp. So how are you feeling going in the rest of the day?
Honestly, I came with... Well, the goal was to make the cut, so I think I did. It's like a smooth revenge on like the 65th place bubble.
Yep.
And I'm just super happy. It was my goal. So. Do you have like hours of training and stuff?
I was just going to ask about your training and your testing. Do you have a group of friends that you're testing with, testing against the decks out there?
Yeah, I would like to shout out my team.
Absolutely,
of course,
go
Gleam
ahead.
team. I don't know if they watched the live, but because some of them are playing right now. But yeah, it's hours and hours and hours of training, of deck building, of exchanging about everything about the game, and pulling each other to the top. And so I'm super grateful to have them. And yeah.
That's wonderful. I mean, I know that we've talked to many players that say having a group of friends and other players that you can test with is so instrumental, getting in those repetitions and everything, and it's done very well for you today.
Last question from me. You're going into the top cut now. Is there any player out there that you would really like to play against? It's just an opportunity. Is there like, have you got a favorite Disney Lorcana player?
I do have a favorite Disney Lorcana player. I bumped into him yesterday, so I was very happy to see Harlan Sweet.
Ah, yes.
As I said, Blue Steel is like
Blue Steel
a deck I
player.
played a lot, and Kiwi Birds is one of my favorites. So I think it did not make the cut, unfortunately. So I won't play against him. I think Thiago made the cut.
He was very close. When I last spoke with him, he was 1 win away, but I haven't. That was 2 rounds ago.
So maybe if Thiago made the cut, like the lists of Purple Steel he won with were a big inspiration for my deck, of course.
Yeah.
So that would be a good match, I
That
think. Even
would
if
be
the
a
mirror,
great-
Purple Steel mirror is a bit of a strange matchup, but that would be cool.
That would be really fun. I would love to watch that match if
Me
it could
too.
happen, actually.
Yes, please.
Yes. I love the Amethyst Steel deck. I love that you brought it this weekend. Good luck the rest of the day. And thank you
you.
so much for chatting
Thank you.
with
Thank
us.
you, guys.
And thank you again, Illumineers, for being here with us today. Stick around. We're going to have more Disney Lorcana for you. Illumineers, we are here in Bologna, Italy at the Disney Lorcana Challenge, where we now have our top 32 players. So exciting. This day has been incredible. But I just want to start off by saying I am joined by these two lovely ladies, Erica and Kim. This is the first time that the three of us have all sat down together this weekend. How has the experience been for you two this weekend so far? Kim, I'll start with you.
I've obviously described it as magical.
Yes?
I'm still going to describe it as magical. To describe how I'm feeling, I feel like a kid at Christmas.
Yes?
I feel like a kid at Christmas, and I still feel like I'm dreaming, and I don't want to wake up. I don't want to go home, and I want to stay in this realm, in the great illuminary forever.
Forever, forever. Erica, it's been great having you over here on the team.
Thank you. I'm so excited because this is my first time in the international cast. And yes, It was a great experience, and yes, I'm so honored to be here.
Well,
Thank you.
I have enjoyed working with you both this weekend. Lots of fun stuff happening, and one of my favorite fun things that's happening is actually our caster fantasy draft. I hope everyone at home has been playing along. We have some updates for you, and wow, here we are with the standings. We have Team Erica with 66 points. Next would be Team Baker, 70. Kawa with 72. Spessy with 79. I'm sitting at 84 points, but Kim in the lead right now with 87 points.
Get in.
Wow, Kim.
Yes, that's incredible.
Yes, I think I need to take a minute. I need to
Soak it
talk.
in.
I need to talk about it because, in particular, I don't know. I haven't actually gotten the chance to check because I was obviously just casting a really super intense match with Baker. Both feature matches super intense. So I don't even know how if this has updated. I don't know if any of my players on my team have made it, but regardless, all of the players. Not even on our fantasy drafts, but all of the players here have done an absolutely phenomenal job.
Absolutely.
Regardless, we're going to have the top 32 coming extremely soon. And not this time, not 16 players, but 32 players are going to qualify to
Yes.
EU Continentals.
I love that they expanded those invites. So the European Continentals happening next year in 2026, and all of these top 32 players have now qualified, which I mean, that I know for these players is what I was talking to one of the top 32 players before we came in here, and he said, this was actually my goal for the whole season of Disney Lorcana Challenge, and now here we are, the very first Disney Lorcana Challenge, and he has accomplished his goal. So he said, what's next? And I said, well, go and win the championship then.
I'm so happy to see some Italian player in the top 32, like Federico. Federico is in my squad.
There you go. Yes.
Yes, I'm so happy, and yes, we'll be great.
I'm really excited to see Tiago making it into top 32,
Yes.
that Amethyst Steel player. I know a lot of people are rooting for him. We've been watching his journey with Disney Lorcana. It was great sitting down with him, chatting with him about his deck, about his journey, and now here he is in top 32. So
Yes.
really excited to see how his journey continues on today.
And seems to be really gunning for it. He said to you, job's not done.
Job's not done.
I quote,
Job
we've heard
is
a lot
not
of players in
done.
Lorcana say, job's not done. And I'm really excited to watch him go through.
Absolutely.
Watch him go through. Top 32.
Yes, now in top 32 is a little bit changed now in the tournament structure. We are done with our Swiss rounds today, and now we are going to a single elimination bracket. These players are going to do best of 3, but now the time is increased to 70 minutes. So giving them a little bit more time in these games, in these all-important games. They are playing for some really fantastic prizes. So top 32, 70 minutes, best of 3. Once we get to top 8, though, it is untimed. And then, of course, that best of 5 in the finals.
Yeah, the finals. And at the end of today, we are going to have, 32 players qualified to the EU Continentals.
Yes.
But we'll have one player qualifying to the Season 2 World Championship.
Directly. They get
This
to
is
go
so exciting.
directly
This is wonderful,
to
yes.
Worlds, which is, I know that, I mean, talk about what is your next goal. Well, making it to championships is one thing, but going on to Disney Lorcana World Championship, that's where these players want to be. That's what they're testing for. That's what they're working towards. So knowing that they could secure that spot today, I know there's so much on the line. And then, of course, I do want to point out something that has been an addition to our lovely set here. And thank you to the crew who has put up this wonderful display of things. But our top 8 players today are playing for a golden Mickey Mouse, Brave Little Tailor, and we actually have one here on the set. I know many people have seen the video of this, and it doesn't do it justice seeing it on screen.
I'm in love with this Mickey Mouse.
It is gorgeous.
So
It is
shiny.
beautiful. I'm going to put that down very carefully. So that also is on the line today.
Yes, it is. And top 32, but before we get into top 8, when they can win themselves the Golden Mickey, we're going to have top 16. And top 16 are going to win themselves this stunning playmat.
Elsa playmat. Here, we'll hold it up.
Becca and Erica showing off this beautiful Elsa playmat. Top 16. Last year we had the Rapunzel one.
Yes.
This year we have the Elsa Ice Maker. And not only that, but she's on a pin. And players not even getting into top 32 are able to play in side events. And there's so many side events happening to get themselves the pin version of this map.
Yeah, it's gorgeous. And we have
This
two
insane playmat, yes.
And there's two other foil mats that are on the prize wall. So there's Simba Pride Protector and also the Mulan charging ahead.
Yes.
But I have to say, this Elsa is just really beautiful. Yes. So all the art in Disney Lorcana is fantastic.
Yes.
But yes, top 16 will get that mat. Now, with these top 32 players, we don't yet have the meta breakdown for you, but we are working on that. But we did take a look at the day 2 meta, and maybe we could take a look at that again. I thought it was really, really interesting. Of course, we know that there was tons of Amethyst Sapphire in the room, but the one deck that I was surprised about, actually, the most surprised about, was that Amber Emerald deck. I think there was only about 120 in the entire room, but 33 made it into day 2.
Yeah, we saw Melissa playing this earlier, performing extremely well, came all the way over here from the States.
Yes.
Like yourself, I know you drafted her for your
I did.
fantasy team, and I'm super excited to see this under the dog deck, I've been calling it all weekend. Full of dogs do super well. But another 2 decks I want to point out to specifically, because I had the pleasure of casting alongside Baker to get to see a Ruby Amethyst and Sapphire Steel. Unfortunately, our Ruby Amethyst player previously on that I was able to cast, I believe, with Speci or Kawa, I don't recall, it's been a long day. But being able to watch these matches, especially for Baker, I was so excited. Ruby Amethyst is not gone. It's still here, but it's in a slightly different format. Being able to play these cards, like, you can still play your Maui Half Shark, another card that was reprinted this set, Bee King Undisputed.
I love Bee King Undisputed.
I love
Yes.
it. Yes. Another interesting deck is Amethyst Emerald, because I'm so impressive to Amethyst Emerald.
I think that not a lot of people were expecting to see that
No.
here, but Amethyst Emerald, I think, did really well. And Baker and I were talking about this earlier. I think that Amethyst Emerald is a fan favorite deck. A lot of people were playing that for so long, and now with set rotation, I think it's interesting to see that we have some players who maybe have found a build that can hold up in a big, large competitive tournament like the Disney Lorcana Challenge.
Yes.
So from here, it'll be interesting. Will we see that deck show up in more tournaments, in more CCQs? It will be interesting to see.
Absolutely. I'm really excited to see what deck is going to come out on top.
Oh,
and going
yes.
forward, I know a lot of Illumineers out here watching this today, going to play in Milwaukee in particular. That's not far.
No, it's about
That's
3
not
weeks.
far. It's about 3 weeks. I know you're excited for that,
I'm
and I
very
know
excited.
it's so exciting to get to share with all the Illumineers here, all of the decks. In particular, all of the Illumineers going to play in Milwaukee. And what deck are you going to bring? What deck is going to come out on top? And in particular, I know the most represented deck here this weekend was Sapphire Amethyst.
Yes.
Yeah, commonly known to a lot of Lumineers as Blurple.
Blurple.
Yes. A lot of people out there are going to want to have the deck to beat that deck. And a lot of key cards in this deck, like the Elsa, like the Hades, we have the key cards up here for you at home to see. A lot of players going into Milwaukee, if Amethyst Sapphire is able to do it, is able to take the win, because it was the most represented in the room this weekend, could we see perhaps a deck like Amethyst Emerald come in to be able to take the win? You need the deck to beat the deck.
You need the deck that's going to be the deck that's going to be most represented in the room.
Exactly.
Now, I would love to hear from both of you. What deck do you think is going to make it to the finals? Or what deck do you want to see make it to the finals? Erica, let's start with you.
Oh, for me, one deck, probably it will be, for example, on Blurple, and I'm so in love with Emerald Sapphire.
Okay.
This is my favorite deck for this season, yes.
Yes, Emerald Sapphire is
I
a
hope
great
for Emerald
deck.
Sapphire, yes.
Kim?
Previously, I know last week I had a different opinion.
Okay.
I too was on Emerald Sapphire because of that under the sea, heads held high under the sea combo. You're able to do a lot of board clear. recently, because I've been playing a lot of Amber Steel, and I've been rooting for Amber Steel. I just came out of an intense Amber Steel matchup,
Yes.
and I know there's definitely one Amber Steel, the second most represented deck here this weekend. So I'm hoping to see Amber Steel take the win. It took the win last year in Lille in our first European DLC.
That's right,
So
with
I
Frank
hope
Karsten.
maybe we'll see it again. Rebecca, we want to hear your prediction.
Now, if you had asked me this question yesterday, I actually would have said Amber Steel, I think.
Oh.
But
That's interesting.
I think after watching the games this weekend, I am rooting and I'm hoping, and I think it can happen, an Amber Emerald deck. I think that one of the dog decks can make it to the top. I think it was, and when we looked at the meta breakdown, it was about 5th down in the decks represented in the room. Spessy and I were talking about this and saying that a deck that is less represented, though, maybe has a chance to kind of be a little bit of a wild card, a surprise. People aren't as prepared to play against it, and we have seen that deck do some incredible things, and there's some amazing players. So, of course, when we get that breakdown of the top 32, it'll be interesting to see how many players are actually on Amber Emerald that have made it to top 32. But I think that is the deck, actually, that I think could make it all the way to finals.
Yes, I'm really excited to see the complete breakdown for top 32. I talked about it a lot this weekend already, but you're coming into a big tournament. There's a lot of players. There's going to be a lot of decks. If you're able to bring something spicy, something people aren't expected, that underdog deck in particular, because I know you're rooting for it, it can just take opponents by surprise, because they're in practice, in preparation, they're playing a lot of test games against many key decks that they think they're going to face. Well, other decks, especially if they're playing some random cards, we've seen the Emerald Chromacon do a lot this weekend.
That can do a lot. The Emerald Chromacon, definitely a key card in that deck, and I think it's key, especially in the matchup against the Sapphire Amethyst. So that, I think, it's going to be.
So many players use Chromicon and different color, for example, amethyst, emerald, and
we did see some amethyst chromacons this weekend.
Yes.
That was fun in that amethyst emerald build. That was that last game that we saw yesterday in round 8 with 3 amethyst chromacons down on the board. It was incredible. But we are so excited to see how the rest of today plays out. We are going to have some fantastic matches for you. Tons of prizes on the line. The title of champion on the line. Golden Mickey's on the line. These players have a lot to play for, and we cannot wait to bring you more Disney Lorcana. We'll be back soon. Hello, Illumineers. Welcome back. I am here with the Joe Curley and the Kawa, who is actually our reigning champ for Guess That Card.
You're in trouble. So let's say ciao. We're in Italy.
Well, ciao, ciao.
That's all I've got. There's not much
Bienvenuti.
I've got. Okay, very nice.
Bienvenuti. Welcome back. We are here in Bologna, Italy, of course, for the very first Disney Lorcana Challenge of Season 2. We've had some amazing matches going on, some amazing games, and we are so glad that you're all joining us here in Twitch chat, and we have a little fun. We're going to do Guess That Card.
Let's go.
We have Spessy here to
Be prepared.
face off with... You have to wait and see. We'll
Oh.
see. We'll see. Maybe I have that in here. So the way we're gonna do this, Joe, is we'll let our reigning champ start. And it's 20 questions, yes or no, and ask the question, see if you can guess. And but your opponent is gonna have a chance to steal if they can guess it before. You can steal. So
When can I steal? Whenever I want?
Whenever you think you know, let us know, and then I'll give like a couple more questions to try to get it before
Usually, if you
can
feel
steal.
like you can steal, I get like 2 more questions,
Okay.
and then you have it.
All right.
All right,
let's do it.
I'm ready.
We're gonna shuffle up here, picking this card at random, and we're gonna go.
That is some nice shuffling skills.
You know, the one-handed with a microphone
one-handed
in hand.
shuffle.
Okay, this is gonna be.
Okay.
This is gonna be something. Okay,
Okay, let's go.
Let's go.
Is it from Fabled?
no,
It's not from Fabled. Okay, we're switching it up. Is it Amber,
no,
Ruby,
no,
Amethyst? Okay, I see how it is. It's a dual ink card.
yes.
He's counting
He's
as well.
counting.
This is
Of course,
good.
I'm taking this
Baker
seriously.
and Paula
This is
didn't
good.
keep track of counting
Okay.
the questions.
So I know it's Amethyst. Is it Sapphire as well?
Yes.
I think I know.
What? Okay, so I have 2 more questions.
There's
This
only
is
so many Ruby.
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 Oh, sorry. There's only so many
Amethyst, Sapphire.
Sapphire. There's only so many of those.
Okay, well, I think I know I know you're very fond of a specific Amethyst Sapphire card. You know what I'm thinking of, mate.
Yeah.
So I could take a wild guess of that exact one, and then if I get it wrong, I guess I could let you steal. Because if this is the specific card,
Okay.
it would be pretty funny. Is it Sven?
No.
Oh.
So my thought process is there's a dual ink Elsa, there's a dual ink Anna. I'm trying to think if I think there's 2 Annas and there's maybe only 1 dual ink Elsa.
Oh my God,
So
the
statistically
statistics
speaking,
over
I'm
here.
going with Anna.
Which one? Which one, sir?
So there's a 7 cost Floodborn uninkable.
Yes.
And there's a 4 cost. I'm gonna go with
There's another one. There's a 6 cost inkable Anna.
Oh yeah, there is.
Yeah,
there's
that's
3.
actually
There's
yes.
3.
There's
So
3.
Anna was a good
No,
guess.
Anna was a good
Anna
choice.
was a
I'm
good
gonna go
choice.
with the rare, the 7 cost Floodborn.
No.
Oh.
Unfortunately.
4
no.
cost.
Yes.
Oh.
Is the promo version?
It is
the promo version. Let's go.
This is Anna Icebreaker, the 4 cost dual ink, and it is the promo that you can get. A beautiful card. I love the art
Amazing.
on this one. Yes, so that was tricky. That was
That was a good one.
That was fun,
That
though.
was a good
that
one.
was
That
really
was
fun.
fun. All
the
right.
statistics coming out to play
I
there.
know.
That
Wow.
was crazy.
After 5 questions, being able to narrow it
Yeah,
down.
yeah, yeah. I asked 5 questions.
Really,
I know it.
That
You
was
shouldn't
pretty
have told
good.
me it wasn't Ruby because I was going to guess Get Out.
All right, mixing these
All
up
right, go
again,
ahead. I'm
mixing
ready.
these up
I'm ready.
again. And are you ready?
I was born ready, Rebecca.
Go.
Is it Be Prepared?
No.
Worth a try. Is it Emerald?
No.
Sapphire?
No.
Ruby?
No.
Amber?
No.
Emerald?
No.
Okay, so it's steel. I don't
Yes.
need to waste the question. No, that wasn't a question. That
I
wasn't
know.
a question.
That wasn't a question.
So
That
I know
wasn't.
it's steel. Is it a character?
Yes.
Is it inkable?
Yes.
Does it cost more? Does it cost 5 or more?
No.
Does it cost 3 or less?
Yes.
Does it cost 1?
No.
Does it cost 2?
Yes.
So it's a 2 cost inkable steel card, character.
8 questions left. That's a lot.
Of course, the main card I'm thinking of that comes to mind immediately is Mr. Smee. There's a couple of Mr. Smees in steel that cost 2 as well, and they're both inkable.
You could ask the set.
I could. I'm not going to. Mainly because you told me to. Is it Mr. Smee?
No.
Is it Mr. Arrow?
No.
Is it... Does it quest for 1?
Inkable.
Yes.
Whoa.
That's a bad question.
5 questions left.
All right, 5 question less. Quest for 1, steel.
2 cost inkable.
I don't think I want to ask... Is it from Fabled?
Yes.
Oh. We should know this. Oh, yeah, sorry.
Inkable?
4 questions left.
It's inkable. Quest for 1 is from Fable. It's not Smee. So steel 2 costs. It's questing for 1.
Correct.
So it's probably not amazing in the meta.
Maybe it has an ability.
Yeah, it probably does have a decent ability.
Maybe.
Does it see much competitive play in the tournament here today?
No.
I didn't think so.
Couple of
Does it have 1 willpower?
Yes.
Huh? I wasn't expecting that. Okay, so it's probably a
1 willpower.
one willpower. It's probably like a 3-1. I don't think there's any
wait,
4.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It has
1 strength.
No, so that's 1 strength.
Correct.
1
I'm
strength.
so sorry.
That's
yes.
fine. It's got 1 strength. So it's a 1-4 maybe a 1-3.
This is
That
tricky.
was
This
my
is so
fault.
tricky.
Yep. This is tricky, yeah. So 2 cost inkable, 1/3 steel
Do you mind
card
if I
that
chime
quests
in
for
and help
1.
you with
Please.
questions? I'm going to help with questions here.
Fabled.
We need double team.
Is it a reprint?
Yes.
Okay.
That's a good
That
question.
does help. That does help. That
Is
does
it
help.
reprint? Was it originally in sets 1 to 2? Oh, that's a really tricky question.
That's a good question.
That is a good question.
We've reversed
I'm
it.
trying to. You did reverse it.
First chapter of Rise of the Floodborn.
No, I don't
Rebecca,
think so.
you know, if you want, you can show us the card and we'll help you with that
Good,
question.
Yeah.
Someone in chat knows.
Yes. someone in chat
Somebody
knows.
in chat does know.
Is it from?
One. Huh.
I don't believe it's from sets
Is
1
it,
or
is
2.
it, is it a common?
Yes.
Okay, it's a common.
That doesn't help,
That doesn't
mate.
help. Man, this is tricky.
Does it have an ability?
Yes.
That doesn't help. We have like 2 questions left.
Does it have a keyword?
No.
Okay.
Okay, so we have 1 question. We have 1 guess left. So
I
we
think
just have to guess.
yeah.
1
Okay.
strength steel. Let's just think of any character. 1
Quest
strength
for 1.
Yep. A
steel.
reprint in Fable.
It's probably like a 1, and it did have an ability.
Yes.
It has an ability. Quest for 1, 1/3, 2 cost inkable steel character in Fable that is a
1/3?
reprint.
I feel like it might be like.
Okay. I mean, that doesn't help. That should help me, but 1/3
I feel like
doesn't
it might
help.
be something from.
I'm thinking of like Bolt from Reign of Jafar, but it's not, right? Like, you know, because that's a 1/3 with an ability.
It's a
Oh.
reprint.
All right. Shall I reveal?
Final answer. Let's lock something
How about
in.
this? How about this? I will tell you its ability.
Yeah.
Okay.
And see if that helps
Yes,
you.
okay.
Is there a flavor text? Maybe you could give us the flavor text.
Yeah, I can give you the flavor text. Which would you like, the flavor text or the ability?
I think flavor
Flavor
text
text. Okay.
first.
He sets the standard for intrepid adventurers everywhere.
Sounds like Jim Hawkins.
No!
Good guess, though.
With the ability Stand Strong, when you play this character, chosen character gains Challenger +2 this turn.
Mickey Mouse.
Standard
Standard bearer.
Oh,
Yeah.
my God.
Is that into the Inklands?
There's an epic card of this as
I
well.
think it's Inklands.
I'm pretty sure
it's
it's
Inklands.
Inklands.
It's either Inklands
Yes.
or it's Ursula's Return, I think.
Yes, yes.
And in my defense, I actually saw this card being played in the Ruby Steel deck on stream yesterday.
Wait, I was actually wondering because I casted that match with you, and I'm like, it wasn't play. I'm like, I think
I
it
think
might
it
have
was the
been in
Ruby
that
Steel
deck.
deck.
I think it was in that Ruby Steel deck. Yes. Well,
But it doesn't see much play, does it?
no, it doesn't see much play, which
Yeah.
was what the question was.
Yeah, exactly, that's
So,
true.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, that was
That
fun.
was really
that
fun.
was
That was
fun.
tricky.
So much. That was very
You'll
tricky.
have to let us know in chat if you guessed the cards. So that
I don't think you did, chat.
I don't think you did, no. But that was great. Those are some hard cards, though. Thanks for playing.
Thank
Guess
you.
that card here in Bologna. We'll see you for more Disney Lorcana.
Welcome, everybody. Welcome to first Disney Lorcana Challenge in Bologna. And I'm here with Spacey.
Hello, Erica.
How are you, Spacey?
I'm very well. Ciao. How do we say welcome? Is it benvenute illuminatori?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Benvenuti illuminatori. Welcome to Lumineers. Yes.
Amazing. And we're here in Bologna, Italy. I'm enjoying the pasta so much that I spilt a little bit on my shirt,
But it's so delicious.
it's so good. It's
Yes.
so nice. And the top 32 is about to get underway.
We
These
are ready.
players-
We are ready to the top 32.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's the business side of the tournament. Of course, it's already been a really long weekend. Right now in Bologna, I'm going to double check the time. It is almost 4 p.m. in the afternoon. Remember, these players have been playing since 9 a.m. yesterday. Probably didn't get that much sleep. We left the building at about 10 p.m. yesterday, so it's a long weekend of Disney Lorcana. But we're ready for feature match
We are
number
ready.
one in
We
the
are
top
ready.
32.
And now we are ready with our 2 players. And I'm so curious about the deck.
Yeah, and there is one player I recognise there to the right from the UK, actually, somebody I've played against in the past, so definitely excited to see them. We can see 2 Scrooge McDuck deck boxes, which is a really nice deck box.
Yeah.
But these players have already qualified for the European Championships.
Oh.
The prizes are now very much on the line. Of course, that top 16 prize is great, but we all know that top 8 prize is going to be that golden Mickey Mouse. We've got Hinnick from Belgium. We saw him on stream earlier. And James Molly to the right, also known as Mollers in the community on Amethyst Steel. So it's going to be Emerald and Steel going first. I would say, on average, that the Amethyst Steel player is probably favoured in this matchup.
Yes.
But the fact that Hinnick is going first, that's going to maybe even the playing field out a little bit. So it should be a very exciting, close contest in this top 32. The top cut's begun. We've now increased the round length to 70 minutes, and it will be a best of 3. Of course, the higher seed going first. Hinnick, the 3rd seed with Emerald Steel, is very impressive, Erica.
I'm so happy to see this deck because, yes, still Emerald, it's an incredible deck with an incredible strategies and an answer. Yes.
Absolutely. So we see the Mulan come through.
Mm-hmm.
And they will be discarding, of course, 1 card. This is an opportunity maybe to get rid of an uninkable, but instead it's going to be Prince Philip.
Prince Philip. Yes, this Prince Philip have word.
Yep. Nice, solid card. It is an inkable, though, so Hinnick clearly feeling comfortable with his hand in terms of uninkables. It's going to be James with the Diablo into the ink and Captain Hook contesting this Mulan on the board. Both players with a steel 1-drop to kick things off.
Yes. Bobby. No, not his Bobby. Another Mulan to draw and discard another card, of course.
I have a feeling, Erica, that we might be seeing that turn to fire the cannons. Calhoun is discarded.
in discard. Yes, of course.
And my favourite opening at the moment is, I think, what we're about to see. The fire the cannons on Captain Hook, which is slightly ironic, Captain Hook being on the receiving end of the cannons.
Yes, because Captain Hook is a problem
Yes.
in the board. Yeah.
And this is meaning now that James has no characters on the board. Hinnick with 2.
No.
So starting to get that early board
Another
advantage.
Diablo in the ink to play Calhoun. Oh.
Yeah, and Calhoun, a really good character to contest these Mulans. Of course, 3 strength, 2 willpower, but with resist 1, it will be able to challenge those Mulans and remain on the board and gain 2 lore, Erica.
It's amazing. I'm in love with Calhoun. Oh, Prince Philip is in Italian says Principe.
Principe.
Principe Filippo.
Filippo. Principe
yes.
Filippo.
It's easy.
That is easy. I have a good teacher.
Thank you. Rafiki into the ink to play Genie. Genie is an incredible Genie because in the turn of the player is evasive.
Yep.
Yes.
Really good to deal with cards, potentially like Dumbo,
does.
of course. Both players are using steel.
Of course.
And we expect to see 4 copies of Strength of a Raging Fire in each player's decks.
Mm-hmm. And now?
So will we see any of these 3 cost characters singing Strength of a Raging Fire. That can be a really strong opening and an advantage for the player going first to get that Strength of a Raging Fire through first.
Oh, Strength on Kaloon, of course.
Yep, there it is.
Yes, because Hank have 3 characters on the board, and yes, this is a good choice. Okay.
And now that Calhoun's gone,
Quest with Mulan. Yes,
yeah, you wouldn't want that Calhoun challenging these Mulans. So now that it's gone, very interesting though that this Strength of a Raging Fire, it wasn't sung by Prince Philip, but rather just paying 3 ink for that, wanting to leave this Prince Philip ready and not allowing the Genie to get it. This is an incredibly interesting play, Erica, because as we see Arthur inked, Genie's going to sing Strength, but the ward of Prince Philip is so strong here.
And we saw Arthur into the ink to play Esma.
Yep.
Esma is a good card.
It's so interesting that Hinnick last turn paid the ink to play Strength. Prince Philip's now still ready. Pete comes through, 3 characters on the board. Strength of a Raging Fire will now be sung by Prince Philip.
Yes, of course. Esma is a problem.
This was an amazing play by Hinnick. The foresight to spend a whole turn using Strength and no ink from Hinnick either. Just happy to stay at 3 ink. That Pete Games referee upside down to show no actions can be played.
Genie, of course, now banish Prince Philip.
And there comes the Elsa. So James now is at 5 ink and Hinnick at 3. Despite Hinnick being the player going first, there is a big advantage in terms of ink for James, who has a dock in hand.
Another Prince Philip.
And it's going to be Pete also questing.
Yes. What do you think about this Prince Philip?
I love it. With the ward.
Okay. This is the first time that I see this Prince Philip.
Yep.
Okay.
There's the dock from James. Lilo is inked. It's a Fire the Cannons and a Rafiki that they find. So not the best couple of cards.
Rafiki.
You like Rafiki. Yesterday, what were you calling Rafiki?
Yes, I'm in love with Rafiki.
Rafiki.
With some.
Yeah.
And yes, James have a good board because Elsa is a good character and Rafiki have 3 of challenge. But in the other board, Prince Philip is a good character because have a word.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be Bobby. Played for 1 and Louis is discarded. Remember, still 3 ink and only 1 card in hand, I believe, right now for Hinnick. 2 maximum, but I think it's just 1. It's Go-Go.
Go-Go is here.
Yeah, and not even enough ink there to use the ability of Go-Go to gain 2 lore. And you can start to see why I figured this might be a tricky matchup for Hinnick as James with the Elsa, Erica.
Another Fire the Cannon on Bobby.
James is taking over this match. Hinnick is still at 3 ink. They need to find a dock, and they need to find it right now.
Another Calhoun. Okay, this is the time of James. Draw a card, prepare the ink, and...
Just leaves that 1 card in hand. I didn't catch what it is.
Yeah.
Very interesting. Quest with these evasive Elsas. Of course, Doc and Rafiki are ready and cannot be challenged. So they're safe from Calhoun. But we're seeing Hinnick now take an entire turn off to ink a Louis. Not even developing that card onto the board.
Okay. Ink quest with all characters. It's so interesting choice.
Yep. James has 2 cards in hand. One of them is a giant cobra.
For 4? Genie! Genie, he's here and draw a card.
And look at this. James is finding all the tools, the Genie and the Dock.
Oh, it's so aggressive.
Working together nicely. In comes Captain Hook just for good measure.
Okay.
Rafiki takes out Prince Philip. Of course, this Calhoun with resist. Elsa's could take it out, but it would require both.
Yes. James have a good board because Captain Hook is a free.
Hinnick with the Ursula. It's a Dock in hand, and look at Hinnick's face like, I didn't want to see that.
For Ursula. Ink smile.
Yeah, big old smile, but it's James now with the Yzma with another Dock. The 3 Docks of Dreams for James.
But did you see the James hand?
And
Oh my goodness, is there
I
another
saw
one?
a Dumbo.
Okay, Dumbo's in the mix.
Dumbo, yes.
And James with so many characters on board. I think that might be story on board for James as Hinnick plays the Clarabelle, plays the Merfolk. James is going to ready, and they're going to quest for victory, Erica.
This is the perfect moment. Oh, go. So, it's so speed.
Yeah, so much speed, Erica. Whenever we seem to cast together, it's always fast-paced action. That was an absolute belter of a first game. James really showing us the power of Amethyst and Steel there. That extra little bit of card draw made all the difference, didn't it? The Genies finding the docks find the other docks. And for Emerald Steel, you're really relying on dock for your card draw. If you don't find it, maybe there's some Clarabelles in there. We saw the 3-cost Clarabelle. I don't think the Floodborn Clarabelle is in this deck. It's more aggressive. If you miss dock, you miss a lot of your card draw.
Yes, I saw an aggressive board for Jean.
Yep.
Yes, and yes, it was a beautiful, beautiful match.
It was.
And
What's been your favorite moment, Erica, of the weekend so far before we jump into game 2?
The double shift of Mulan.
The double shift of Mulan
Of course,
yesterday.
double shift of Mulan is so insane.
It was such a good play.
Moment, yes.
If you didn't catch it, it was Ruby Amber playing yesterday. They had 2 cards in hand, and as it turned, and 10 ink, and as it turned out, it was 2 Mulans. They had the legendary Mulan on the board. It got shifted, and then they shifted another one onto the Floodborn, and suddenly you had, what was it, a 8 strength
Yes,
Mulan?
but today I saw one Ruby Amethyst.
Amazing.
Oh, I'm so in love.
Yeah. We're going to go on to game 2. James will again be going second on the draw, but they got the job done in the first one there. Hinnick will be going first.
This is the mulligan time.
Yeah.
This is the mulligan time. It's so important time. And now our player are ready.
Yeah, ready to go into game number 2. So Hinnick here, if you've got that dock in the opening hand, I'm pretty sure you're going to keep it.
And I want to remember to all Illumineers that for the top 60, we have our Elsa playmat.
Yes.
Oh.
And for the top...
Did you see the Elsa playmat?
Yeah, it's so beautiful.
Wow, so beautiful.
So being in the top 32, these players have already got the Elsa promo card, which is amazing. But you're playing here for that top 16 Elsa playmat, but of course, 2 games away from that golden Mickey Mouse. It's going to be Curse Merfolk down on the board on turn 1 for Hinnick, looking to go quickly.
And Jafar into the ink. Oh, to fire the cannon. Whoa.
Yeah, fire the cannons in both players' decks, doing the business and dealing with that Curse Merfolk for James.
Bobby, he's here.
Of course, Bobby, you draw a card, and then you're going to have to discard a card afterwards. Gets rid of an Inkable again, Hinnick. We saw them do that in the previous game, and then maybe not have an abundance of ink. They ended up at 3 ink for a very, very long time.
Yes. Prince Philip into the ink to play another Bobby. Yes, Bobby is a good card to find some answer, some option.
And help find your docks maybe as well.
Yes.
We see a lot of these Emerald Steel decks playing Emerald Chromicon. If you have too many of those in hand, it can be handy. And I love the double 1-drop on turn 2 from both players. James, though, with the Captain Hook and the Rafiki, very good cards to contest more aggressive decks with those challenger abilities. And these Bobbies don't really have much of a chance up against Rafiki and Captain Hook. Of course, Bobby has a great on-play effect, but as a result, its stats not as impressive.
Another
wow!
Captain Hook.
All the 1-drops.
And Fred.
Look at that. Turn 2 from Hinnick, not even inking. This is a player that got 3rd place in Swiss. They know what they're doing, but it's fascinating to see that decision not to ink on turn number 2. Strength of a Raging Fire will be inked, though. So that was their 3rd turn.
Oh, Chromicon.
There's the
He's
Chromicon.
Here.
And I think the Chromicon is the key
Chromicon,
to success for Hinnick. It's a very complicated card to play against, Erica.
Yes. And now, the player talk.
James is going to draw. What have you seen, Erica? There's a Doc, there's a Genie. Is there an inkable card?
Yes,
I believe there's
and
a couple.
Elsa, and Elsa.
Yep. Now, this Emerald Chromacon you can see in the bottom left during your opponent's turn, so that's right now because it's Hinnick's Emerald Chromacon. Whenever James banishes one of Hinnick's characters, Hinnick will be able to return a card to a player's hand.
Yes.
And it's very, very important that James starts planning out his turn immediately. You can't just take a challenge and then be, surprised by the Chromacon. James needs to predict what will get bounced back. It's going to be the Captain Hook. We might see now Rafiki. Imagine if James was to, example, play like a Genie right now and then challenge. That would give Hinnick the opportunity to return the Genie to James's hand. So James has planned out his turn, planned out his challenges, and gets the Genie and Captain Hook back down onto the board.
It's so hard playing with the Chromacon and the upper board because, it's a good card.
Curse
with a stack, of course. Yes.
There's the Doc!
Oh! I saw another Fred.
Okay, another Fred.
Yes.
Captain Hook will challenge Rafiki and live to tell the tale. Fred is going to quest. Fred, of course, whenever banished in a challenge, gaining 2 lore. This Emerald Chromacon makes all the difference for this deck in this matchup. It looked like Hinnick's deck was just not very good in the first game up against this Amethyst Steel, but I think the Emerald Chromacon and the Doc are the 2 secret cards which we didn't see in game number 1, which can maybe make a difference in this second match.
Jean is challenging Captain Hook, and Captain Hook is banished.
Yeah, return to hand the Captain Hook. Now, just to let you guys know, of course, at the top cut in Disney Lorcana, TCG challenges, it is open deck list. So each player had the opportunity before the game started to look at their opponent's deck and see exactly how many copies of each card they are playing. And it's an entirely different skill, having to remember all of those things as we see Elsa rush in, exerting the Cursed Merfolk, banishing the Cursed Merfolk, and discarding the Genie. Really interesting to look at Hinnick's list. We've got it in front of us. One thing that catches the eye, there's actually 4 copies of the Emerald Chromacon. We're used to seeing 2, maybe 3, but Hinnick going with all 4, which really shows you how important this card is with their game plan. They have those Mulans, they have the Bobbies as well to discard them if they draw too many at once. Big turn, though, with Calhoun and Fred joining the party.
Oh, wow.
5 lore to 0.
Draw a card, and I saw Lilo. But, okay, with Elsa, challenge Fred.
Yeah, Fred's so interesting because you kind of just want to ignore it and say, okay, I won't challenge it, you'll never gain that extra lore, and then it just quests for 1 a turn. But if you do that for too long and don't respect the Fred is just going to continue to rack up the lore, and eventually you're going to have to challenge.
Captain Hook is here.
Yep, Genie and Hook for 4 ink for James. Inks the Lilo. Play passes on over to Hinnick. It's 7 lore to 0 in favor of Hinnick.
Ink have 7 point of legend, 7 lore, and James is 0.
Yep, Doc comes through. That Emerald Chromacon synergizing so nicely with Doc being able to return it to hand.
But James don't have a song.
James has that 1 card left in hand that we so often see with the best Steel players. It's that copy of Doc in hand, the Bold Knight. That Jurassic Measures ability is so strong and provides that all-important card draw. James is going to ready and draw a card. The Chromacon staring him down, Lilo in hand. So fascinating to see so many Lilos in the deck for James. How many Lilos are in the deck of James here, Erica?
2.
Okay, and we've seen actually both of them.
2 copy of Lilo.
So interesting.
Lilo, best explorer ever.
And there we see the Emerald Chromacon and Doc synergy yet again. We're often expecting to see
Doc!
The Emerald Chromacon bounce back one of James' characters, but instead Hinnick is using it to draw more cards of their own as Rafiki joins the party for James. But that dock is back in Hinnick's hand. They've got 5 ink available. It's 10 law to 1. James has got their first law on the board. Pete! No actions. He blows his whistle. And there's that dock again, which was bounced back thanks to the Emerald Chromacon.
Yes, Pete against Steel player is so incredible card to stop all the action.
Fire the cannons, going for the genie.
Yeah.
Calhoun finishing the job. That will be a trade, but Calhoun gaining 2 law for their troubles. It's going to be a quest for 3 with the Cursed Merfolk and the Ursa, and Hinnick is threatening to win very, very soon. The board is questing for 5, which means there is story on board, and James is going to have to remove at least one of these characters. Elsa exerts Dock.
Elsa, yes.
Captain Hook importantly takes Dock out. That means the Emerald Chromacon, of course, can't bounce the Dock back. So I love the ordering from James here to prioritize challenging Dock. Again, whenever you're playing against that Emerald Chromacon, it's you that has all the decisions to make.
Okay, with Rafiki, challenge Ursula.
Do we ever see Hinnick bounce back their own Cursed Merfolk here, as then they could replay it next turn ready? Instead, removing that Elsa. And then, of course, the Cursed Merfolk, when it's banished, can discard one of the cards in James's hand. Very, very fascinating game here. Captain Hook going to be bounced back to hand with the Chromacon, but it's replayed onto the board. Hinnick going to be drawing for turn. I don't believe there's any cards in hand right now.
Yes. Emerald Chromacon is insane card.
There's Go-Go! Oh! That's 2 law out of nowhere, and Go-Go on the board means that the Emerald Chromacon can bounce back this Go-Go. But Elsa was in hand. That's so fascinating because James takes the Rafiki challenge. I was expecting James to play the Elsa, exerting the Go-Go, removing the Go-Go from the board, and denying Hinnick being able to return that Go-Go to hand. I talked about the ordering there, and look at the smile from James, perhaps realizing what they've just done. There's a Go-Go in hand, and there's an Elsa with 2 damage. That's a scoop. Wow, and that is the power of the Emerald Chromacon, Erica. One tiny little error can cost you so much. I think James here had to play the Elsa, exerting the Go-Go, challenge the Go-Go, removing it from the board, and then it can't be bounced back into the hand. We saw him do the same play on the dock, but the Emerald Chromacon, it makes your opponent do all the thinking, and we will be going to game 3.
I'm so happy to see too many Emerald Chromacon because, I'm so happy because Emerald Chromacon have the place in this meta now.
It really does.
It's so fun.
It's really interesting that it turns these decks which aren't that quick at questing. We see it in the Amber Emerald deck as well. And I'm watching these decks and I'm thinking, okay, they need to start turning sideways. They need to be really quick. But the Emerald Chromacon allows you to have a quite low to the floor deck. You don't have much ink. You can win quite slowly. It's really, really fascinating to see these decks in action. It's very different to anything we've seen, I think, before in Disney Lorcana. It's not an aggro deck. Because it's quite slow. But it has a lot of the cards that we might expect to see in aggro decks. Things like Dock, Fire the Cannons, Strength of a Raging Fire, of course. Calhoun's are in there. Very, very fascinating to see.
And what is your prediction?
What's my prediction?
This round, this game,
I've got to say, it's the first time we're seeing James on the play. As the Amethyst Steel player, I imagine that James is the favorite for this one. However...
because it's on play, yes, of course.
However, Hinnick, with that Dock and Emerald Chromacon combo, could cause a bit of an upset yet. 4 cards were altered from Hinnick. James still got their hand. I'm not sure if they've mulliganed just yet. If they've taken their altar. I think they're keeping the hand. He's keeping, he said, if my lip reading is right. Yeah, James from the UK. So I actually played against James, Erica, in my first ever big Disney Lorcana tournament about 1.5 years ago in Poland. I played against him in my first ever Top Cut game. So he's someone that I always like to see.
It's a beautiful story.
Yeah, my first ever game in a top
Wow.
cut was against James.
Yes.
James starting things off with this giant Cobra into the ink and the Diablo onto the board. It's going to be Heathcliff into the ink, which is a 4-cost card with Ward.
Yes.
And Mulan comes through.
Oh. Heathcliff. He's here. In
Yeah.
the ink.
Of course, still needing to discard a card. Will we see an uninkable? It's that Prince Philip again.
Yes.
Going into the discard. James going to draw for turn. Diablo.
Okay, Quest with Diablo. And gain 1 lore. And now, Bell into the ink to play Calhoun. Yes, this is a classic start.
Yeah, and I have to say, going back to this last game, while I think James might have made a bit of an error against that Chromicon towards the end, at least that's my analysis of it, I think they were in a very tight spot regardless. I think that Hinnick was in a really, really strong position with that Chromicon. But I'm sure James now, the sign of a good player is to put something like that behind you. Don't let that drag you down. Move on and fully focus. Mindset is so important at these tournaments. Being able to just move on, not let something sit on your mind for too long and just focus on what you can do moving forward.
Lewis going to the discard and another Lewis into the ink.
Yep. And there's no fire the cannons here. 1 ink still unused as we go back on over to James. It's their 3rd turn. They can go up to 3 ink. Of course, in these steel battles, you're often looking for someone to have a 3-cost character and then sing Strength of a Raging Fire. But Ursula Deceiver on the Emerald side is always a threat. So James maybe consciously not keeping any song cards in hand. Perhaps it's just a coincidence.
For free, Genie. Genie with evasive.
Diablo's going to quest for 1.
Of course.
And it's back on over to the Emerald Steel player. This is game number 3. 44 minutes still left on the clock in this round. We're not going to need all that time, I think, Erica.
Another Lewis into the ink to play Pete. No action now.
Yeah, and favouring the Pete here over the other 3-cost character because this stops James singing Strength this turn.
Yes.
And maybe Hinnick, if they can get their Strength through first, it gives them a really good chance of dealing with this Genie. So I really like the Pete play here.
Yes.
Playing around the potential Strength of a Raging Fire from James.
James have 4 lore and yes, is on the play.
Yep. 3 ink for Hinnick. Gonna be going for that Emerald Chromicon. There it is, Erica.
Chromicon is here. Oh, so hard.
And what I want to see from James now is perhaps learning from, as we see the Strength. There it is, going for the Calhoun.
Yes, of course.
The Genie wouldn't have been able to have been taken out.
Oh.
Bobby takes out Diablo. But what I want to see, Erica, from James now is they've got 43 minutes on the clock. Okay, the last game they were probably losing anyway, but they maybe didn't plan out their turn exactly, and they were sort of surprised by the Chromicon. So I would love to see James really slow the game down right now. You've got all the time in the world. The stakes could not be higher.
Yes.
This is your time to really, really play slowly and think through your decisions. I'm sure the chat is going to want James to play as quickly as possible because it's fun to watch. But the sign of a really strong player and an experienced player is when to play quickly and when to slow down. And I think right now is the time to slow down.
Yes. James must be aggressive in this moment because, yes, this is the... Oh, 4-4. Play Dumbo. Dumbo is a good evasive card. And at the moment, James have another evasive card is Genie.
Okay.
And Quest with Genie for 2.
Erica, this is such a crucial turn. James here has made a decision to go for a specific game plan against the Emerald Chromicon. The Emerald Chromicon, when your opponent, the owner of the Chromicon is at 19 lore, your opponent's forced to challenge you. However, a weakness of this card is if James can just get ahead here, they can just ignore all of Hinnick's characters. Double dock,
Duck.
And what I think James is going for here is they're going for a strategy where they just start questing. They try and get as much lore as possible, and then they never have to challenge, and the Chromacon then can't hurt them.
Another strength. Oh, on?
We'll have to see, though, if this strategy
On
for James will work out.
Yes, on Genie.
Genie dealt with by the strength. This was such a crucial turn from James, but suddenly the board of Hinnick is looking really strong. A wide board of 5 different characters, each only questing for 1, but with docks down on the board and that Emerald Chromacon, if James takes any challenges, we might see a dock return to Hinnick's hand, and then they can just start refilling, drawing more cards, and going even wider.
Yes, I saw Elsa in the James hand, and oh, this is a good characters for the moment, but Cobra, I saw, oh, James have a good choice.
5 ink available again with that Emerald Chromacon. Really hoping to see James just slow themselves down. The pressure really is on them. That's what this Chromacon does. You can sit back and relax, and it makes your opponent, it just asks so many questions of your opponent. You have to plan that turn out from start to finish. How am I going to challenge? When am I going to play a card? When am I questing? And in exactly what order am I going to do this? You have to predict, okay, if I challenge here, what is my opponent going to bounce back to hand with that Emerald Chromacon?
Okay, yes. This is a hard moment to James.
Yeah, and James has to do so much maths here because what he might decide to do is he might just decide to double down on this game plan of just questing and ignoring Hinnick's board. But that could backfire if Hinnick is just able to equalize the board with cards like Strength and start questing themselves and applying some pressure. So it's a fascinating and extremely well-poised match of Disney Lorcana. Remember, these players are playing for the top 16, that Elsa playmat, and of course, 1 step closer to that golden Mickey, the serialized Mickey. Brave little Taylor. James, I'm loving this, Erica. This is exactly what I wanted to see. James is taking his time, and so they should. There is 39 minutes on the clock.
Because
this is it. This is what I want to see, Erica.
Oh.
Just looking at the discard, making all of those decisions and really assessing exactly what is going on right now.
Yes, because this is a top 32.
Yep.
This is an important moment for the player, for the game. And James take time, and it's so important.
Elsa will be inked. That's his first decision. He's going for the strategy. He's committing, Erica. And we see Calhoun Rafiki.
Okay.
I don't think James has any cards left in hand right now, Erica. And they are just questing right now and potentially threatening to get to 20 very soon. But what will Hinnick's response be? Can they equalize this board state? Can they take advantage of the vanish keyword on that giant Cobra with something like an improvise, perhaps? Fire the Cannons is in the deck. That's one way of dealing with it. In fact, I'm looking at the deck list. 4 Fire the Cannons, 3 Strength of a Raging Fire. The only way, 3 Fire the Cannons, 4 Strength. The only way to remove this giant Cobra with the vanish keyword.
Yes, Ink have only 2 cards in the hand. And, whoa.
So James is really trying to take advantage of the weakness of this Emerald Chromacon. Hinnick spent 3 ink to develop it, and currently it's done nothing. James has just said, okay, you can play your Chromacon. I'm just going to ignore everything you're doing, but Pete will be singing. And look at the reaction from James, leaning back in his chair slightly. They did not want to see that Strength of a Raging Fire. Down goes the Dumbo.
Oh, Dumbo. And another Jafar is in the ink board. Oh, Genie.
And now James with 3 characters, but look at that. Hinnick with 5 different characters will quest with those docks, or as they're called in, I suppose, French,
yes.
Prof.
James is on top deck.
Here we go. Big moment, Erica. Obviously, James going to be looking for a dock, going to be looking for a Dolores, one of these kinds of cards that can draw you some cards.
Dolores is a good card for this moment.
And is James just doubling down? They absolutely will be. It's the big quest. It's going to be Calhoun challenging a dock.
Oh.
But now the Emerald Chromacon can trigger. Returning the other dock back to hand, not using it offensively. Now James plays the Yzma.
Here. Yes.
Great ordering from James, who is 5 lore away, and that is story on board. They can quest for 5, and with that Calhoun in play, if Hinnick's not careful, Calhoun could also seal the deal. In comes the dock. In comes the Mulan. They have to discard a card.
Discard Captain Hook and
Prince Philip.
play Prince Philip, yes.
No more cards left in hand right now for
No.
either player. All the cards are on the board. James can quest 4, 5. And of course, with that Calhoun, if the Calhoun takes a challenge, they could gain 6 lore next turn without playing anything else. So Hinnick
Yes.
has to remove. I would imagine they might remove the Calhoun and possibly the Rafiki. But the Yzma ability could be so good here, Erica.
No. I'm in love with Yzma ability because when you play Yzma, if exert Yzma, if you have fewer than 3 cards in your hand, draw until you have 3 cards in your hand. And this is a so great ability. Yes.
Now, James can quest right now for 4. Giant Cobra off the top
Yes.
wouldn't actually do it
Oh,
because of the fact you need a card to discard. James might want to play the card. They might want to ink it and then use the Yzma ability. Maybe they want to quest. That Emerald Chromacon is still in play. Hinnick's side of the board, questing for 7.
Yes.
So not quite story on board for Hinnick yet. They're threatening to get to 16. James also has to keep in the back of his mind at all times the go-go. You need to play around that a little bit. James might even just wonder, do I just quest with my Yzma?
It's a
And do I just
difficult
play my
choice.
other
Yes.
character?
Yes.
We don't know what James has in hand. I didn't catch it. I'm sure someone in Twitch chat might have, though. Big shout out to everybody watching at home here at the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Bologna. This is the top 32. It's going to be an
And
amazing afternoon.
The player that will win this game going to top 60, guys.
I am really enjoying this matchup. It's fascinating to watch. I love the way that James is playing it so far in this game 3, but it is so finely balanced. Now, in theory, I'm wondering if they could go like Ink, use the Yzma ability, and then Cobra, but even that wouldn't do it. So James, again, slowing down. I like to see this. Just taking their time.
Yes.
There's 33 minutes, and every decision is so crucial. We saw what happened
So crucial moment,
in
yes.
game 2 when you don't plan out your turn against the Emerald Chromacon. It can very, very quickly turn very, very bad. So James is being so methodical here, as they so should.
I can see the
Quests! Just quests!
Oh!
Doesn't use
And
the
now
Yzma
for
ability.
free?
Strength?
Oh.
Fascinating.
Yes.
Okay, so James goes for the strength on Jafar. Now the Chromacon can come through. We could have seen strength inked and Yzma drawing 3 cards, or we could have seen Yzma just drawing 2 cards, or just playing the strength and drawing 3. But James decides, rather than drawing 3 quests for 2 with Yzma, that's the key decision here. James decides, rather than drawing 3 cards right now, they would rather have 2 lore.
Duck to draw 2 cards. Oh, I saw a fire cannon in the ink hands.
Oh my goodness, well that is what is needed.
Yes.
Remember, open deck lists, the only way to get rid of this giant Cobra with Vanish is fire the cannons or strength. So I think that James is just banking on neither of those cards being found. Mulan can challenge and take out Rafiki. Prince Philip can challenge and take out Yzma, but that giant Cobra is a problem. That's why James has gone for this line. He is saying, if you don't find a fire the cannons or a strength of a raging fire, I will win. Look at James's face, though. There's the perfect response.
And now?
Curse Merfolk comes down, but James is 1 lore away. Hinnick has to still challenge and remove all of James's characters, and they're not going to be questing for much as a result. I really like the play from James, but imagine if James top decks another strength or top decks a fire the cannons. They passed the turn. They can't believe it.
This is the finish of the round.
They
And
can't believe it.
yes.
Prince Philip requests for 2 off the top.
Oh my God.
That is an amazing top deck as it quests for 2. And suddenly, James is facing Story on board. It was a strength of a Raging Fire that they found the previous turn. Now it's a dock. They could go dock, no trigger, hard cast strength to remove Merfolk, but it's not going to be enough.
Okay.
They find 2 more docks. Calhoun, Rafiki, they can't stop the board.
Oh.
What a reaction.
Whoa.
What a twist of the tail. James can't believe it.
Yes.
Unbelievable finish in this one. James
It's
thought
an
they had it.
expected result.
Look
yes.
at the reactions from both players. This is why we play Disney Lorcana trading card game for moments like this. That was absolutely incredible.
I'm in love with reaction of
And-
ink.
And this is the playmat that has just been won
Yes.
in that very moment.
Yes.
Not this exact playmat, but the same kind of playmat.
Yes, congratulations to Ink for this incredible result.
Yeah.
Ink is officially in the top 16.
Amazing.
Wow.
So, Erica, we need to talk a little bit more about exactly what just happened at the end of this game. James does what a lot of very good players will tell you to do, which is play to win. And James says, okay, if I quest with my whole board, I use the strength from hand, my opponent can only win if they
Yeah.
find exactly fire the cannons or strength, which happened. But even then, I just need to draw a character that can quest for 1, and if it's not removed, it's game over. So James put themselves into a winning position, but the luck was not with them. But we've got more Disney Lorcana action right now in the top 32 as we have feature match number 2, Michele versus Alessandro. Erica, it's the battle of the Italians.
Yes. I'm
and
so
we've
sad.
got an Italian
I'm
caster.
so sad to this, yes, because Michele or Alessandro is out. It will out of the game. Yes, I'm so sad for this.
And Erica, both players playing Amber and Emerald.
It's a mirror match.
Do you know if these players are friends? Were they likely to prep
no,
together?
I don't know this player,
Yeah.
but I know. Oh, sorry. I know Alessandro Danesi.
Yeah.
Yes.
Amazing.
It's my friend. Yes, because it's a player of community in Rome.
Amazing.
Yes, and
It's going to be
I
Pluto.
know the Alessandro deck.
Yeah, okay. So Michele starts things off with that Pluto. This is a card which I think not many people expected to be in the top 32 of a Disney Lorcana challenge. But it's a really interesting card in this Amber and Emerald deck.
Yes.
Of course, you can quest for 1, or you can exert the Pluto to pay 1 ink less for the next character you play. Ursula Inked. That is a very high up inkwell. Okay, I'm not sure. There we go. Thank goodness for that, Erica. I wasn't quite ready to see the ink and the
Yes,
Aurora the other way
but
around.
we have Aurora in the board. Yeah.
I think there was already many people in Twitch chat typing out in their disappointment, so thank goodness for that.
Lily.
Wow.
Another Lily and another Lily. Oh my God.
So lady is Lily in Italian, is that right?
Lily is an Italian.
So
yes.
it's Lily, and what's
lady,
Tramp called?
Trump is Biagio.
So it's Lily and Biado.
Lily and Biagio. And the name of the film
Yep.
is Lily e
Lily.
il Vagabondo.
And what does that mean?
Yes.
Lady and the Tramp?
Yes.
Amazing. So cool. But look at the Pluto value. Pluto just setting up this really wide board of triple
Ursula.
1-drop.
Ursula to
Wow.
see the player hand.
And there's not many cards to see. There's the Floodborn Lady, which is a shift 3, and there is a Merryweather as well. Of course, this lady is very strong because when you play it, you can return 2 character cards of cost 2 or less from your discard to your hand.
What do you think about the dog deck?
It's fascinating.
Yes.
I think it's the underdog coming into the weekend, pun intended. But
And-
it's looking really good. It was actually my prediction to win the tournament. at the start of the weekend.
And for you, have a possibility to win the tournament.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, of course.
I think it's just a deck which a lot of very good players have been saying very good things about in the last week or two. I expected it to be the 5th most represented deck, and it was. But it's done really, really well. Despite being the fifth most represented deck, as we can see, there's at least 2 of them have made the top cut, but I'm sure there's quite a few more out there. There's a lot of these decks on the top tables when I was roaming around earlier on.
Another Pluto.
Yeah, and it is an awkward hand, but
and
look at that.
Quest with all to gain.
Yeah, questing for 4, not inking this turn. Alessandro knows exactly what is in Michele's hand. Now, what Michele is inviting Alessandro to do, saying, okay, you can challenge my characters. However, if you challenge my characters, you will put cards in my discard, and that allows me to return them to hand with my lady. So many cards in hand for Alessandro. Importantly, I see an Under the Sea in there. I also see a Tiana, so some nice Aurora and Tiana synergy for Alessandro. Looks like we might have slightly different interpretations of these decks.
Do you think that this is the moment, the right moment for Tiana?
Good question.
Yes.
Possibly not, but
yes, because I don't know.
The mirrors are tricky, right? Like, what do you, if you don't play Tiana, because she only costs 2 right now if you quest with Aurora, what would you actually play? Right now, Michele's board is only questing for 5, even though there's so many characters. I mean, 5 is still a lot, I have to say, but the problem is for Alessandro, if you challenge this Pluto, you're not gaining any lore yourself, and the Pluto is going to be coming back very quickly because of that lady shift. Alessandro, remember, knows exactly what is in Michele's hand. It's that 1-cost Merryweather and that 5-cost Floodborn Lady.
I saw a hand that taken the
Yeah.
rule.
We're using a pen instead to mark the hands. Alessandro just considering their options. Again, 70 minutes on the clock in this top cut, so all the time to spend and take things slow.
Draw and discard a card. And discard the Lilo. Yeah.
Lilo into the discard. Of course, Lilo can be played from the discard at the start of your turn. You have to spend 2 ink to do so, and she will come into play exerted. And crucially, you have to make that decision during the set stage. It's ready, set. That's when you have to decide on Lilo, draw. So it's always very difficult to decide. I always forget about my Lilo in my discard, Erica. I've seen some players like Zan Syed yesterday actually turning their Lilo sideways in their discard so they don't forget. I also saw Zan actually yesterday putting a little counter on top of his deck. So before he draws to start the turn, reminds themselves to check for the Lilo. Improvise into the ink. Lady on the board.
So many lady on the board.
Yeah. 5 character cards in play from Michele. No characters in the discard, though, so the lady wouldn't do too much. A tramp right now could be a significant amount of lore. Merryweather comes through. It's going to give extra... Double Merryweather! Double Merryweather.
It's so...
So Merryweather is a 1-cost character, but when you play this character, you may pay, I believe it's an additional 1 ink to give +2 strength to one of your characters. So one of these... With the Pluto, what I think just happened here, I'm pretty sure a Pluto quested, a Pluto triggered its ability, so one of the Merryweathers was played for free, and then 1 ink was, maybe both, okay, there's only 2 ink. So both Plutos activated their ability, okay?
Okay.
So both Merryweathers cost 0. Michele has then paid 1 ink for each Merryweather and buffed up each lady. So these ladies quested for 3. Pluto's quested for 0. So Michele's gone from 11 lore up to 11 lore, only 2 ink. I believe that's what happened, Erica. Please let me know in the chat if I'm mistaken.
No.
Let me know in the chat if I'm mistaken. That would make the most sense to me. The Pluto abilities and then the double Merryweather buff.
Oh.
It's going to be Tiana discarded from the Bobby.
Into the discard.
Yeah, Merryweather's such a fascinating card with these ladies, just being able to buff them up and get extra lore. But of course, Merryweather, very similar to the Merlin Crab, just giving extra strength. We know how strong it is. And speaking of strong, this is a 7-cost character, Erica, and it only costs 2 ink.
Yes.
The Tramp.
This is a hard decision
Street
to Alessandro.
Smart dog.
Go, Alessandro.
So Tramp draws 5 cards, but then Alessandro is going to have to still discard 5 as well. So the Tramp is a really good way of filtering the hand and finding exactly what you need. And that 7 cost is particularly significant, Erica, because it's really good at singing Under the Sea.
This is the... Oh, yes.
And this is why some people call this deck the Sea Dog deck. It's called the Sea Dog deck by some people in the community because it plays dogs and it plays under the sea. It's a good name.
Under the dog.
Yeah, Under the Dog. I like it.
Under the dog, yes.
So Alessandro just considering to challenge or not. Of course, they know 1 card in hand from Michele. They knew that there was a Merryweather. They knew there was a Floodborn Lady from this Ursula Deceiver that they played. They don't know one of the cards, but they are certain that Floodborn Lady is still in hand as long as their memory allows it. My memory's not very good, Erica. It's one of my biggest weaknesses as a player, remembering all these things. And when you're in the top cut in open deck lists, there's even more to remember because you've got to remember exactly what cards are in your opponent's deck, how many copies of each, what's been inked. It's an incredibly difficult skill. It's very easy to underestimate.
I saw an incredible face.
Yeah.
But, okay. Pluto into the discard. And now Alessandro have a difficult decision, but it's so hard moment to him.
Aurora is going to quest for 1. That means the next princess or queen will cost less, but there's nothing forthcoming. Both Plutos are down, but that means that the lady, if there is ink off the top found, and there is Aurora inked.
I saw another lady.
Yeah.
Lady and Lily.
Yeah. So Michele, that actually might have been the last card in hand, the lady. So I think I was mistaken in the previous about the cards in hand. It is only the 2 Plutos now for Michele. 2 cards in hand for Michele. They're both Pluto. Ladies are only questing for 1. Merryweather only questing for 1. So a total of 4 lore can be quested for, up to 15 right now. Michele might just want to wait here because if they can find a 1-cost character off the top, Erica, they play Pluto, lady gains 1 strength. They play another Pluto, lady gains 1 strength. If they can find that 3rd 1-cost character off the top of their deck, suddenly those ladies will quest for 3,
and
but Michele decides they're not going to go for that.
Quest with all characters.
Oh, of course.
Yes.
Yeah, I forgot for a moment there, Erica, that this lady was shifted, so it could, of course, quest immediately up to 17.
Oh.
Are we going to see it? Under the sea. Amazing.
Under the sea.
It's not
Easier.
quite being prepared, but it's doing a good job. That was a low commitment under the sea from me.
Yes, but lady in the Michele board, quest for 2.
Yeah.
Yes.
Under the sea does the business. But yeah, lady is still there. And that double Pluto still in Michele's hand. Also, Go-Go to Margot is often a card you're going to be seeing in these decks. Lady will be challenged by 3 of the characters from Alessandro. Hopefully we can get those character cards of Alessandro moved into the center, just like that. It's like magic.
Whoa.
Pluto, Pluto.
Pluto and and Alessandro.
I didn't catch the last card in Michele's hand just yet. But of course, these Plutos can quest up to 19. Tramp is going to sing another Under the Sea.
Under the Sea.
Bye-bye,
Yes.
Pluto. And it's a big quest here. The Lilo quests. The other character also questing. In comes a lady now. Only questing for 1. Michele still with that 1 card in hand. I wonder what it might be. Maybe it's another lady. Could be a shift lady up to 9.
Quest.
Alessandro closes the gap, Erica.
Yes. Quest for...
A lot.
Quest for 7, I think, yes.
Yeah, and now Alessandro has the story on board, Erica.
No, quest for 6, sorry. And
10
yes,
lore on the board for Alessandro.
Yes, gain 11 lore.
And Alessandro only needs 9 to win, so Michele has to remove 3 lore from the board. That's a Lilo and another character. Michele showing the card in hand, which might suggest that is going to be it. The double under the sea was the difference.
Alessandro changed the situation. Now another Lilo. Oh.
Lady Quest up to 19, but it's not enough. Alessandro takes game number 1, Erica.
Oh, wow. A so incredible match.
Yeah, that double under the sea made all the difference. Really, really fascinating. I really loved the decision-making from both players. Like, I thought there was a moment where maybe the player that lost this one, Michele, might just not quest with the ladies, but of course they anticipated the under the sea.
Yes.
And it was very, very close indeed. I think just a couple of different top decks on either side being different could have changed things entirely. So we're going to go on to game number 2 in this mirror. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Game number 2 in this mirror. We're going to be seeing the same side of the coin, same side of the die roll for each players, with Michele going first. We didn't see much ink in the inkwell from either player, did we? Keeping low to the floor, playing lots of characters, and I'm really excited. I haven't really seen many Emerald Amber mirror matchups.
Yes. And do you believe that we will see so many mirror Amber Emerald?
I can't imagine there'll be that many.
Okay.
But if it does really well, then the better it does, the more mirrors we'll see. So it will be very interesting to see how this deck does as we go on throughout the top cut. We've seen some really amazing decks today, like Ruby Amethyst, like Sapphire Steel.
Yes.
We saw Amber Ruby yesterday. We saw Emerald Amethyst. So many unorthodox decks. Emerald Steel, we of course saw already, making it into the top 16.
Yes, I think that I will see Amber Steel, for example.
Yep.
Yes.
Merriweather into the ink. It's Pluto on the board. And the ink is upside down again for Alessandro. What is happening?
This is Gianni Caro.
Gianni Caro.
Gianni.
Gianni Caro.
Gianni Caro, yes.
Okay, the lady is in play and the ink is above the lady. I already know that many people are pulling their hair out watching this. But I suppose as long as both players are aware of exactly what the inkwell is and exactly what it's not, there's no problems here. Turn 2 for Alessandro.
Yes.
Of course, ink can go up to 2.
Alessandro, take a moment, because take a time. It's so important have a time to think about the next step.
Yeah.
And yes, because this is so important. One of these 2 players going to the top 16 after this match. And yes, and so it's so insane.
No, absolutely. The stakes are high. I remember playing for that Elsa player map. We're going to see Improvise Inked, Daisy Duck down on the board, and the Tramp giving that extra strength to Lady, now questing for 3 and turning on the heat. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alessandro.
Thank you very much to our judge there at the table.
I don't understand the situation on the table and why the ink is on top.
Some players do like to do it that way around. But it's good for the viewers at home and for us casters to have it as we're used to seeing it.
Gogo Tomato into the ink for Michele and play Tiana. Tiana is here, and this is the first. Yes, this is the first Tiana that Michele and Alessandro play. Yes.
Yeah, Tiana comes down. Really nice synergy with Tiana and Jim Deere, that 0-4 bodyguard. Of course, Tiana can be challenged if you pay, but you have to pay ink if you don't want to lose that strength. So often what players will do against Tiana, they'll develop something like a giant cobra, they'll wait a turn, and then they'll just pay the 3 ink and challenge Tiana. But with that Jim Deere in the way, you have to get through Jim Deere first, so it's not so simple in that situation. So I love the Jim Deere and the Tiana synergy. Alessandro, it's their 3rd turn. They're ready to go up to 3 ink.
It's a hard decision.
Yeah, slow-paced game at the moment, but it's going to be exploding before we know it, I'm sure. Lady and the Tramp down on the board for Alessandro and for Michele. 3 amber cards. Alessandro, the player going second, but is in the lead 3-0. But that Tiana can start running away with things quite quickly, although it is a very tempting target for Under the Sea, of course.
Okay, 1 Lila into the ink for 1 Tiana. Yes.
Yep, Tiana comes through for Alessandro. We have to start thinking about the sing-together potential of each player's board. Tiana, Jim Deere, and Pluto, that 3-2-1 is, of course, a total of 6. On the other side,
yes,
Alessandro...
Quest for 1 with Tramp. And
Alessandro has Singer 7, Sing Together 7 available. So Under the Sea, not a threat for either player unless we see a Floodborn Lady or the Tramp shift from Alessandro. That could change things.
Did you see Under the Sea in the Alessandro
I haven't
hand?
seen it.
Okay.
It might be there, though. I'm not so sure. We see the Tramp come through for Michele.
Yes, because I can see the hand of Alessandro for the moment.
Yeah, and the beautiful thing about Tramp here is you draw a bunch of cards, then you have to discard the same amount, but you're allowed to, of course, keep exactly what you want, filtering through your deck, finding the best cards that you possibly can. That's another reason to play that 60-card mark. The minimum amount of cards you can play in Disney Lorcana TCG is 60, and we see many of the top players sticking to that 60 mark because it gives you more consistency, and a card like Tramp just provides even more of that consistency.
And Quest for free.
Yeah, and now that Tiana is exerted, Erica, that's going to be a problem for Alessandro.
Yes, this is a strong problem for Alessandro, of course. Tiana is a good character, and this is a princess that changed the game in this meta.
Yep. And Michele with the Tramp down on the board, that 7-cost Tramp is a prime target to sing together Under the Sea. Whoever gets that Under the Sea through first might have the advantage.
I don't see Under the Sea in the Alessandro hand.
Good spotting.
It's sure.
They could potentially find it with their own Tramp. Alessandro just, in this position, you sort of have to say, okay, my opponent probably has Under the Sea in hand right now. I've got 2 options. Option 1 is I play around Under the Sea. Option 2 is if you decide that option 1 is not a real option and that you will always lose if you play around Under the Sea, is play to win and just say, okay, if my opponent, Michele, has Under the Sea in hand right now, I lose the game. So, therefore, I will play and hope that they don't have it. And if they don't have it, I might be able to get a win.
Okay.
Tramp comes through. 4 cards
Tramp
drawn.
is here.
4 must be discarded. It's Lilo.
Yes.
There's 1.
Tramp is here to help Alessandro.
Jim Deere 2. 2 more cards to be discarded. It's Daisy Duck.
Daisy Duck into the discard. And Aurora into the discard.
Bobby
into the ink. And I think
it's the Tramp. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 extra strength. An abundance of characters were played this turn. So Lady actually able to take out the Jim Deere. The Tiana. Has it been forgot about here for just a second?
Yes.
Gonna Quest instead.
But it's normal because our player are so tired after 2 days of incredible and it's so important tournament. It's so normal.
Bobby comes through.
Yes.
Great sportsmanship on display there from Michele as well to just remind their opponent about that Tiana.
Tramp
really big respect to Michele for great sportsmanship there. I think in theory you could argue, Erica, that once those challenges have been announced that they have to go through, but Michele showing great sportsman-like conduct there. Really good to see on such a big stage. Michele doesn't seem like they have the under the sea just yet, but they're digging for it even deeper with these tramps. And really, this matchup, it does feel like, Erica, who can get the under the sea off first. And I talked about Alessandro, right? Like, maybe in the last turn.
But I don't see under the sea.
Yeah. And that's it, right? Maybe in the last turn, Alessandro, they could have tried to play around under the sea, right?
Yes.
And probably lost anyway. That was the decision I think that Alessandro came to. And they just decided, okay, if you have under the sea, I'm going to lose. But maybe you don't.
What do you think about the situation of the game? Alessandro can win the match, or Michele have more probability to win?
I think whoever finds that under the sea first, Erica, is going to win.
Yes.
However, if neither player finds under the sea soon, Alessandro is in the lead in terms of lore. 7 lore to 3. Remember, Michele went first. Of course, Michele could quest very wide here, turning up the heat. Lady's going to quest for 2 as there is a tramp in play. So that is a quest for 7. 2 on tramp, 2 on lady. There it is!
Oh, we have under the sea!
Alessandro, out of nowhere, finds under the sea. And that is going to be absolutely devastating.
Yes, under the sea on the top of Alessandro deck. It's so incredible.
And Alessandro, they played to their outs. There's the immediate scoop. That's the game.
Woo!
Michele taken down 2 games to 0 while being on the play.
We called under the sea to Alessandro hand, yes.
That was unbelievable. What a couple of matches of Disney Lorcana TCG. We are going to be heading on over to the interview with the winner from that first feature match.
Welcome back to the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Bologna, Italy. We have just finished an extremely tense top 32 game. We are joined by Bruno, piloting Emerald Steel all the way to the top 16.
Incredible.
You were 3rd in Swiss, which means you must have had a really good run over the last couple of days. You are now qualified for the European Championships, and you're still playing. You got more prizes to potentially win. How do you feel, just to start off? How do you feel?
Really, it's my second Lorcana challenge, and
second.
Second, sorry. Yeah. And I didn't think I can go too far, but I'm really happy. And this game in top 32 is wow. It's the best I've played.
Really?
Yes.
We're going to get into that in just a moment. I have to ask you first, though. You brought Emerald Steel. Not many players are on this deck these days. We've mentioned a couple of times from the UK. Lorcana Decklist Steven, he had some success with this deck at an event not long ago, but it's not a popular deck by any means. Why did you bring this deck today? How long have you been testing it? Give us the story of what led to you playing this deck today.
So in first time, I like Ruby Amethyst
Good
deck.
Man.
So it's a little dead for now.
Yeah, kind of, unfortunately.
Yes, this color are not really well. The blurper is better. And I like to purple emerald purple. So it's not really good too for the moment. And purple and blue emerald.
Yeah.
I like the deck, but I've not this feeling like to play, and
it's not your play style.
Yes.
Got it.
So I found a deck list, Emerald Steel, and I see Chromicon, Doc, and I like Bounce, like Mim.
Reminds us of the Ruby Amethyst days.
So I play Bounce, but with green.
So that was led you to your deck choice today. It's taking you all the way to 3rd place. Rebecca, cook for me.
I want to talk about this match because, like you said, it was, wow, a match. Game 1, not so great. Do you want to talk a little bit about how that went for you?
So the first game, I wanna take. I see the deck list of my opponent. I see Purple Steel is bad matchup, so I got the play. I think, okay, it's possible, and my draw are really not good. I really need Doc and Chromicon in the matchup, so I didn't get one of. I get nothing, so I I control the opponent board, but it's not enough. He got Genie, Draw, Elsa. He cleaned my board, and I have nothing to play after.
Well, let's go now to game 3, because the way that game closed out was pretty incredible, and I know that there was some key moments there. I loved how you bounced back your own duck with the Chromacon. Talk about that.
So I see the field in my head. Oh, that's finished. So I thinking, and the only one I can bounce it's Doc. The rest is useless. So I take Doc, and I think maybe draw something. But I was far in low too. And when I play Doc, I see fire the cannon. I check my board, and I think, okay, now I can clean all. It's now or never. I clean all. And I'm with the opponent top deck. He say, okay, your turn. And now my last top deck, Philip, 2 lore.
Fantastic way to finish the game. Congratulations again on top 16. You, of course, got that invite. And top 16 also gets that beautiful Elsa play mat, which
I've been
is
trying to
really...
steal it all weekend,
I know, he really has.
You enjoy it, my friend.
You actually get to take it home. Congratulations.
You should be, man. Like,
is there anyone that you want to give a shout out to, your community back home?
Sorry, I didn't.
Oh, your shout outs. Is there anyone you want to say thank you to?
My team, Nexus team, we got created in January this year, January. So we don't have 1 year, and all of them are really good feeling. We play competitive, but not with bigger ambition. And now it's the first big top we do, and I'm really proud of me and my team.
I think you've done your team really proud. Yes. Before we let you go, I've just got one quick question. If you could change any cards in your current deck list now, is there anything? Are you happy with the 60, or is there something you wish you were playing more or less of?
The only card I consider to switch, it's maybe Jafar.
The Aspiring Ruler, the Gift Challenger.
But in some match, he gets me good shots for good value trade with Kaloon. It's here for this, but into copy, it's arrive not really enough. But
not always at the right time.
Yes, but when it's go to the right time, it's really good. And maybe I got one Clarabelle cost 3.
Yep.
Maybe maybe have more
So
for the draw.
So you'd maybe take out a Jafar or 2 and add in a Clarabelle or 2.
Maybe.
You got some more testing to do, but my friend, congratulations.
Yes.
You are qualified for the European Championships. You're still playing. Absolutely fantastic. We're going to be keeping an eye on your next matches because, again, Emerald Steel is a deck list that we didn't expect to see too much today. So
I love it, though.
Congratulations to you. We're going to be back with more Disney Lorcana Challenge very soon.
Lumineers, we are back with another interview for you from Bologna, Italy, where we're here at the Disney Lorcana Challenge. We just wrapped up top 32 feature match, and we are here with James. We wanted to have a conversation with him about this match because there were some interesting things that happened, and I think that our viewers would love to hear. I especially wanted to ask you, there was a moment in Game 3, of course we went to Game 3, where you were really thinking about that Yzma and what you wanted to do. Did you want to quest? Did you want to use her ability? Talk through what was going through your mind with this board state right there.
Yeah. So that turn, I had an empty hand, and I drew the strength of a Raging Fire for turn, and so that put me in a really weird position where because if I'd have drawn any character, I would have just played it, drawn 3 with the Yzma, and then put more stuff out, or then followed up with strength afterwards and dealt with whatever was on their board. So I really had to weigh up drawing 2 off the Yzma versus just questing out and putting myself to 19. I looked at his board quite a lot of times because he had Mulan, Doc, Bobby, Prince Philip, and then the Jafar. And so with the strength in hand, I knew I could clear anything except the Prince Philip. So I knew my target was going to always be Jafar to get rid of one of the 3 strength things. So the Philip was always going to take out the Yzma most likely. Looking at his discard from a prior turn, I knew he had 2 strengths there already. I knew he was on only 3 cannons from the deck check as well, so I knew he had very, very few outs off the top of the deck. So I thought about drawing 2 cards for the longest time, because having that strength really didn't matter as to what those 2 cards were. And I ended up deciding, okay, going to 19 puts me in a spot where I can then banish the Jafar. If he chooses to bounce with the Chromacon any of his stuff, it means he doesn't then have enough to clear everything on my board. And if he bounces something of mine, I can then play it readied. And it was especially never going to be the Cobra, because then I would have just won the following turn with the bounce. So it was always either going to be bounce the Rafiki and then have it standing, bounce the Yzma, have it standing, or he bounces one of his own things and he can't clear my board. So then it came to the point where, okay, if I do that, how many outs does he have? And yeah, it was a couple of strengths and 3 cannons. I knew he was, if he then bounced a Doc. And he'd not been through that much of his deck so far, because he'd only played 2 Docs, I think, by that point. So with such a huge amount of the deck left, I calculated that I think
the odds are in your favor.
The odds are in my favor. I'm pretty safe. Unfortunately, they were not. Unfortunately, he found the cannons, got rid of my Cobra, so then he got rid of my whole board. And then the following top deck, I was like, any creature, perfect. Another strength off the top. And then following that was the Doc, and so...
It's a double Doc, right? Or something like that?
Yeah, it looks like it was double Doc. It looks like a double Doc.
So I drew the Doc, and then... So my first thought was, do I just play the Doc and clear something? And then, no, he actually still had the win on board. He needed 5, and he was on 15. So, okay, I have to play the Doc. So ink the strength, play the Doc, drew 2 more Docs. It is what it is.
It was a very tense game state. Me and Rebecca sat here thinking, like, doing the maths ourselves and trying to work it out. I want to ask you, you brought Amethyst Steel. What led to that deck decision today? Have you been playing Amethyst Steel for a while? Why did you think it was the choice coming in today? Is it a consistency thing? Is it a power thing? Tell us the story.
So, actually, really early on, I picked up Blue Steel. I played Blue Steel for most of set 1 and 2, and then I picked up Blurple from set 2 onwards, all the way through to set 8. So
before it was the cool kid in class.
Yeah, and so I took Blurple to Lille. I was almost certainly the only Blurple player at Lille, so I have a lot of experience there. However, the matchup into the yellow-green deck is tragic. It is very bad, and I expected a lot of yellow-green, and Amber Steel's still very tricky, and I expected a lot of that as well. And even the good matchups, so like the blue mirror is like into blue-green, it's still very 50-50. And then also, what other deck is popular? Well, Pub Steel, what I was playing. That's favored. There's no doubt that it's favored, but it's still very winnable. There's still lots of opportunities to win. My team and I worked on therefore taking either Amber Steel and Purple Steel. All of them ended up taking Amber Steel. I was the only Purple Steel on the team, but we did work on it a huge amount together. There were some choices that a lot of people were making that we didn't really agree with. Like, we understood the need for the Palace Guard into like the Purple matchup to deal with level turn 1 Basils, but actually we found that Rafiki was more versatile, because sure, it's not going to trade that Basil, but you're actually going to have much better matchups into yellow, green, and amber steel, which we expected a lot more of. And then also a couple of Arthurs. I saw Tiago. I think he's in top cut as well.
Yeah, certainly is.
Yeah. I really like that tech for Blurple more than the White Rose. And so I put a couple of them in. And then in the 2 slot, a lot of people are on Raja. I prefer the Jafar. It gives more versatility for doing the Dumbo effect and also dealing with other Dumbos, because sometimes you do just miss the Genie on turn 3, or you miss your Strength, and then they've drawn 7 cards and it's over. And then instead of the 3-cost Jafar, the one that gives Challenger. I picked a Lilo. I was playing that originally. I went from 2 to 3, and then I changed 1 to a Jafar, and then every time I played Jafar, I was like, no, back down to 2. And so there's a lot of little choices through the deck, which I was convinced, definitely the Rafikis, I was convinced by a friend to put that in. Shout out Dan. That was a really good choice and paid off really well over the course of the day.
What do you think of, I have to quickly add, what do you think of the Madam Mim Tiny Adversary? And I ask because you said you took some inspiration from Tiago's list. And Tiago quite famously gaslit myself and Zach Bivens and Wochuk into thinking it was a bad card. And then he's gone and topped playing the Madam Mim Adversary. He's put out an apology to the community. What do you think of that card? Did you test with it much?
So, 2 weeks ago, I didn't have a 4th Calhoun. I was always going to run 4 in this deck, but I put a Madam Mim in because I'd seen other people playing it. Turns out it was pretty good. As a result, I then cut it just to do testing around with other 2-drops, and I missed it. And so I added 1 in, and then I was like, oh, actually, this is really, really, really quite good. And so I put a second 1 in, and yeah, fantastic choice. It won me so many games, especially into Amber Steel this weekend.
So people need to believe in Madam Mim Tiny Adversary.
Absolutely.
Okay, Rebecca?
Well, talking about the people that you're testing with, it sounds like you've done a lot with your local community. Is there anyone that you want to say thank you to today?
Yeah, special thanks to Team 95. That's my team back in Kent. We test a lot, and yeah, I'm very happy with where both our decks ended up, and yeah.
Well, congratulations again. You are earning that invite to the European Championship.
Yeah, it's top 32.
Yeah, top 32. Oh, did you not know? Ah,
You are qualified.
Congratulations.
Look, a live reaction to being qualified. There you go.
Yeah, top 32 is going to the European Championship, so we will see you there. Absolutely. Congratulations. Thanks again, players, for joining us for another interview. We're going to have more Disney Lorcana for you coming up soon.
Oh, ready and sensing. Hello, everybody. Hey. Welcome back. We are going to be taking a look at the top 16 here in DLC Bologna. I'm Kawa, joined by the fabulous Erica.
Thank you.
And I am beyond excited to jump into these games.
Yes, me too. I'm so excited to be here with you, Kawa. This is the first time that I comment with you.
Yes, our very first time casting together. I'm super, super excited. And I have to say, guys, this is going to be an extremely important round for these players. So far, these are the top 16. We just had the top 32. So top 16 have earned this beautiful Elsa playmat, the exclusive Lorcana challenge, and the foiling on this is absolutely stunning.
Yes, and the players that will win the next game gain the Mickey Mouse.
The golden serialized Mickey Mouse. This is the prize that players have been chasing all last season, and now they're still up for grabs right here at the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Bologna. So it's a very, very, very important game for the players. A big prize on the line.
Yes, and after this match, we will know the name of the top 8.
Yes.
Oh, it's insane.
I'm super excited, and I do believe once we get into the top 8, we'll also have some graphics for brackets so we can follow along to see all the players.
Yes.
And we are still working, I believe, on getting a full breakdown of the top 32 ink pairings, because I'm sure the viewers are very, very interested in finding out what the conversion rate was. So obviously we had a lot of players in day 1. We did see the data from day 2. And now I'm very curious to see what the case is going to be moving into the top 32. I will say, Erica, I've seen a lot of Amber Emerald.
I believe that we will see a lot Amber Emerald. And yes, but I like this deck.
I love the deck.
But I have a question for you.
Yes.
What is your prediction for the win?
My prediction. I've been asked this a couple of times.
It's a hard question.
Yes, I've been asked this a couple of times over the weekend, and I think the safest answer has probably kind of been Sapphire Amethyst Blurple, right? Because there's so much. But I do think that I'm kind of changing my mind, right? And I'm not changing my mind based on the decks that we're seeing.
Of course.
But I've truly been very, very impressed by these Amber Emerald decks. I think they can tackle Blurple very, very well. I also love just how many different versions of these decks that exist.
Yes,
many different characters.
Many different versions, many different strategies.
Yes, 100%.
And it was incredible.
I saw you were casting with Speci last round, and we were talking a lot about that Emerald Chromicon, a very, very powerful item.
It's
and
so
one
hard
of the
to card Emerald Chromicon.
yes, and one of the only items really being played in the meta. You know, previously we had many items, especially in Sapphire Popsicle. We had the Lucky Dime, the Fishbone Quill, and now it's very much just the Emerald Chromicon. Yes.
Yes, I'm so happy. I'm so happy, and I will be to see on Blarpool and another luck that I love.
Yes.
Emerald Sapphire.
Emerald Sapphire,
yes,
of
I believe that
course.
Emerald Sapphire is a strange deck, and I believe that almost one of Emerald Sapphire going to top 8.
Yeah.
Top
most
4.
definitely.
Yes.
Yeah. I think it's a very difficult deck to play, to
Yes.
pilot. I think you have to be incredibly
I believe the same
experienced.
things, yes.
I think sometimes when it comes to consistency, right, you really want to be getting your shift Clarabelle to be drawing lots of cards while you're doing your ramp and getting lots of ink.
Yes.
So I also agree. I think, yeah, predictions for the top 8, I think a couple of Blurple, a couple of Sapphire Amethyst, a couple of Emerald Sapphire, and then also, I think, a couple of Amber Emeralds as well. I mean, we're seeing lots, and of course Amethyst Steel as well.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a super strong deck. We saw Tiago piloting it extremely well. So there's still lots to play for, but this is the game.
Yes.
That I think this is one of the most important games
This is
players will
most
have
important game,
for the whole tournament.
Of
yes.
course.
Yeah.
Of course. And what is your emotion before the Fable and after the rotation?
Yes, yeah,
because in my mind, change all things.
Yes, yes. No, that's a great question. I was actually talking to a player on the floor, and they were telling me they loved to play Sapphire Amethyst Blurple in the previous sets, right? And
yes, of course.
a few people would play it, and it seemed to be, a pretty strong deck. But now all of a sudden, when you move to Fable, it's like the top deck. It's the most
now
represented
this is top
deck.
Yes,
Yeah. So
of course.
I actually think a lot of those players who've played it previously, maybe, they've already spent a lot of the time on the deck, have seen a lot of the lines. Obviously, a lot of things change, but they are very, very experienced, and I just I feel happy for them. Previously, Blurple's kind of been like a deck that's always been good, but maybe not as top as, let's say, Ruby Sapphire or like Ruby Amethyst. That used to be the very, very dominant ink pairing.
And did you play Ruby Sapphire before the rotation? Yes.
Yes.
Oh,
yeah.
Me too.
I really liked Ruby Sapphire. I tell you, so Kim loved Ruby Sapphire. It's actually
I met Kim for the first time when we played Ruby Sapphire.
Oh, yeah?
During the tournament, yes, in London.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Amazing. Yeah, I think.
And I fell in love with Kim.
Yeah. Kim is amazing. I do want to take a very quick opportunity to give a massive shout out to Kim. This is one of her first official broadcasts, as it is mine as well, on the Disney Lorcana channel. So
yes.
I think Kim's energy, I have been having a quick look at the Twitch chat as well, and she's been getting a lot of love. People have been loving the energy she brings.
Yes, of course.
And that's what I love to see within Disney Lorcana TCG. It's all about energy, it's all about community, it's all about hyping up, because these are, as I keep saying, these are extremely important games. We're getting deeper and deeper. We're getting very, very close to crown our very first European Disney Lorcana Challenge champion here in Bologna. Yes.
It will be an important moment, because today we will have the first Disney Lorcana Challenge champion. And how do you feel about that?
I am beyond excited. It's been so long since we've had the challenge events. There's so many players out there, and I do believe that we are ready to go to feature match 1. So I'm super excited to see what we have in store here.
Yes, and we are the player.
Yeah, here are the players.
Yes.
I actually recognize one of these players on the left, a French player, I believe. Erica, I believe this player was present at the Content Creator Set Championship that we were at in London.
I don't remember
in
this.
the Disney HQ. I remember them coming over to me, having a quick chat.
But I have bad memories.
no problem. This is Jean, and they are against Thomas. Thomas playing Emerald Sapphire.
Whoa.
And Jean on the classic Sapphire Amethyst, the Blurple. deck. And it is very, very important to point out the Blurple player here is on the draw. They'll be going second. And Thomas is on the play. So Thomas is really going to want to establish that shift Clarabelle line that we keep talking about. That's so important.
Yes, I'm so happy to be to see this incredible match with two of the most important deck of this meta.
100%. Yes, these are
this
like
is my favorite deck for this season.
Definitely, yeah, and like these are some of the most represented decks within this tournament. Obviously, Blurple being at the top, Emerald Sapphire, I believe, coming in at 3rd place for the most represented deck. Fist bump from the players; they're ready to begin. As we kept stating, it can't be overstated how important this match is for that all-important golden Mickey Mouse.
Yes. Okay.
Starting off here with a Diablo, 1-cost Diablo, super solid card. You can quest with it.
It's a classical start.
It is indeed. So I do believe, actually, from what I've seen, the ink pairings are a little bit incorrect on the side of Thomas here. We'll get that switched up for you as soon as possible.
TikTok into the ink for Jin and play Rafiki. Rafiki is so good.
I'm a big fan of Rafiki.
Like a drop 1, of course.
I was speaking to Rebecca during one of our games and talking about Rafiki versus the Royal Guard, because Royal Guard is also a 1/2, and as you draw cards, you get Challenger +1.
For example, I love Rafiki in matchup with Basil.
Yes.
Yes, of
very,
course. The
very
combo
good.
Rafiki and Basil is so strong.
Being able to buff up the Rafiki, and I think Rafiki is actually a very, very nice card to have out here. It really prevents the Calhoun from questing. Rafiki with that Challenger +3 will be able to cleanly challenge and trade into this Calhoun if it becomes exerted. This is a Hypnotic Strength placed into the Inkwell for Jean here. And the hand, unfortunately, we keep talking about, it's so important. There is no turn 2 ramp, no Tipo, and no Sail the Azurite Sea, unfortunately.
Yes. And it will be a so hard game without a
the ramp. Yes,
the turn 2. Yes.
So important in these
so
decks.
Important.
So I'm curious, right? There is another Hypnotic Strength available in the hand for Jean here, so might just have to spend to play Hypnotic Strength just to simply draw a card to try and do something with their 2 ink here.
Yes.
And it's I'll explain why it's even worse, because when you spend this 2 ink, when you don't have the Tipo, or if you don't have the Sail the Azurite Sea, these Sapphire Amethyst decks, they don't play many 3-cost cards, right? It's usually the 2-cost straight into the 4-cost, like Genies, like Yagos. I do see a very spicy card in the hand for Jean here. It's called Rider. Not too sure if many of the viewers are familiar with this card, but many French players have been testing this card in the CCQs last weekend. So Rider is simply a 4-cost inkable 3/4 that has evasive and it quests for 1. But this card has thoroughly impressed me. I really have to say it's great at dealing with opposing Dumbos because it has 4 willpower, so if you make the challenge, it will still survive. And as you get into stuff like Genie and Elsa, the 3 strength breakpoint versus the 2 is incredibly important here. So I'm but we keep saying it, missing the turn 2 ramp is extremely rough here, and I'm very curious to see I understand what's coming. So Jean has used the Rafiki to take out the Diablo. I'm wondering why would you leave the Rafiki exerted, because Calhoun now can challenge in. However, there's a strategy that Sapphire Amethyst players can do if they miss their turn 2 ramp, and that is play into the unknown on their own character.
Kida into the ink.
Kida
this is a different choice from the older deck that I saw Blurple.
Yes. Kida is a very essential card. I've seen Kida, I've seen Rider in a lot of these French decks. French players have loved playing these cards, but I do really want to point out that into the unknown on their own Rafiki to ramp a little bit later is very, very important.
Yes, Kida is so good to draw and to find card in the deck and to ramp, of course.
Yes, 100%, yes. So now Jean has a little bit of work to do. Is going to play that Rider, exactly what I was talking about. This card is so important at contesting the opposing Dumbo. It's a 3/4 versus a 3/3. Now, the one thing that could be a bit of an upset for Jean is if Thomas has a Strength of a Raging Fire in their hand. There are 4 characters on the board for Thomas, so does have the ability to sing with the Dumbo. Strength of a Raging Fire could potentially take out this Rider card.
Rider is a good evasive characters, and I saw a Dumbo in the Jean hands.
Oh, very, very interesting. Okay, yeah. And Dumbo very much is a must-answer card a lot of the time, right? Dumbo comes down.
What do you think about Dumbo?
I think Dumbo is an incredible card. I think sometimes playing it on turn 4 is not always the answer, or rather when you have 4 ink.
Yes, of course.
I think it's good when, if you have, like, say, 6 ink, play the Dumbo, you have a few evasive characters, and then you start to use the effect. I think that's the most effective time where you can use it for sure. And now
Dumbo is a so good card to draw a card with the older characters, evasive, and yes, and have a great body because it's a 3/3.
3/3.
Yes.
Exactly. I do want to point out there's a very, very quick update that we've got. So the name has been adjusted. This is actually Jean versus Jonas. And yes, they are indeed playing Amethyst Steel. This player also residing from Austria. So we have Austria versus France for this game. A Dumbo of their own, exactly what you talked about, Erica. You play the Dumbo, you have the 1 extra ink. You can use the Dumbo's ability to exert Rider, gain a lore, and draw a card.
Yes, to draw a card. It's so important to draw a card that is in this moment. And another ink for Jean.
I think this is actually very, very important, and it really highlights why this Rider card is so good. It's a 3/4 at the moment, but it means that the Dumbo, while it has 4 extra strength, wouldn't be able to challenge in and survive. However, we do see the Elsa 5th Spirit come in, and with the help of the Madame Mim, Skater is able to clear the board of Jean here.
Yes. And now, Jean prepared the ink, throw the card.
Let's see what options they have available. Yeah, I think the Madame Mim tiny adversary on the Amethyst Steel side of the board, so important to give a lot of the characters some extra strength. So suddenly things that would be challenging for 3 can now challenge for 4. It's very, very important. Helps out against a lot of different cards. For example, here, it meant that the Elsa was able to challenge in and banish Jean's Dumbo.
Yes, Jean's have so many answers in the hand.
So Jean has a couple of different options. It's very, very difficult, yeah. So currently at 6 ink, does have the option to ink a card, could play out a Hades. Kind of an awkward hand, I'm not going to lie, has a Belle and Elsa double into the unknown. But there is a very, very interesting thing. We could see Belle come out
into
to take out the Dumbo.
Yes, to play Ade.
Hades, yes.
Hades.
Very,
because
very
in
good
Italian
card.
It's
Ade. I love it, Ade.
So Ade is the Italian name.
Yeah.
On Dumbo, of course, because Dumbo is a problem at this moment.
I think this is a very smart play from Jean, recognizing they want to use the Ades to take out the Dumbo, but they do also. This is fantastic, right? So they had the opportunity to play the Belle Accomplished Mystic, the 5-cost 4/4 that can move the damage counters, but because they chose to use Hades first here, Jonas has now established a Yzma, which is a 3/3. Belle still has 3 damage on her, so what can happen next is Jean can play the Belle, move the 3 damage from the Elsa
move the damage
onto the Yzma.
Belle, of course. But it's another good characters of Blackpool deck.
Yeah, Belle is essential. It's super, super good. I think this really shows Jean's experience, recognizing that, that 3 damage on the Elsa is going to be very useful later on, and recognizing, they could have done that to take out the Dumbo, but would rather establish a Hades, and now this is the perfect situation for this Belle Accomplished Mystic to come out.
Of course. This is the Jean turn.
Yes.
And
I think for 5, we are going to see the Belle. It would make a lot of sense here.
Yes, I think it's Belle.
And right now we do see there's 1 card in the hand for Jonas. Instead is actually going to opt to use the Elsa to exert the Yzma.
Yes, because Yzma...
this makes a lot of sense.
Yzma is a good card to draw cards if the players don't have Dumbo in the board, of course.
Exactly, yeah, and that's a very, very good point because Jonas right now only has 1 card in hand, Jean will probably have to challenge with this Hades into the Yzma. I think I still like this line. It means that there's still 2 damage on the Elsa right now, which again can that the Bell can utilize that 2 damage a little bit later on. So this isn't too bad, but maybe opting to sing into the unknown with the Hades. And again, I want to point out, there's a big difference. Singing into the unknown with the Hades is much better than challenging, because right now, if the Hades challenged into the Yzma, it meant that the Calhoun could challenge back in, but it doesn't even matter. The fire, the cannons from Jonas is able to take out that Hades. So Jean very much trying to play around Jonas's board. But right now, Jonas had the perfect answer. A second Yzma has come down onto the board. And I'm very, very curious to see if Jean has a clean answer. Right now, the Elsa only has 2 damage on it, so Bell won't be able to be played and move a total of 3 damage counters over. And it's quite unfortunate that the exerted cards on Jonas' side of the board here all have 0 strength, so it's not like the Elsa can challenge first and then play Bell. So this might be a little bit of a tricky turn for Jean, but not sure of the options available in the hand at the moment, but there could be a few different things that they can do about this board.
This is not a good moment for Jean, because Jonas have 50 lore.
Yeah, 16 lore. Really needs to come back here. Elsa is the perfect answer right now. And again, having 3 damage left on this Elsa means that the Bell can really work in their favor. It feels like, Jonas just very, very quickly has crept up from 0 all the way to 16.
Of course.
They are very much the aggressor in this deck. They want to be the aggro player. They want to be playing as fast as possible, questing as fast as possible. And right now, there is the potential for Jonas to get up to a total of 18 lore. That leaves them in the range of many cards like Cobra, the Giant Cobra. You can discard a card, gain 2 lore instantly. There's cards like White Rose can come out here. So Jonas is still in a very, very, very comfortable position. And Jean only on 1 lore right now, has a huge mountain to climb. So I'm very curious to see what card is drawn.
Jean passed the turn.
And Elsa, that is absolutely huge for
this is
Jonas.
A good card in the good moment.
In the perfect moment, the Elsa having that 3 damage coming out. I don't know what Jean can do in this situation. I would need a big Elsa of their own, that Spirit of Winter, to answer. I can only see a Bell, a TikTok, and a Tipo in the hand. So unfortunately, it's looking like this might just be Jonas' game, and that's the scoop. That is the scoop indeed.
Okay. It's a good thing, yes.
I mean, I honestly have to say, I think one of the biggest reasons why Jean was pretty behind in that game is because, as we mentioned already, they missed that essential turn to ramp. No Tipo, no Sail. Of course, they did play the Into the Unknown to try and get themselves back into the game, ramp up a little bit, but I think on Jonas' side of the board, just had too much of a strong start. And very quickly, we were all so focused on the board state, trying to challenge, trying to keep up. And all throughout that game, Jonas is just questing very slowly. And very, very quickly got up to 14, 15, 16.
Yes.
And that is exactly what you need to do against Blurple. If you are playing an Amethyst Steel deck, the longer the game goes on, the more trouble you're going to have, right? You need to be questing as much as possible, because as the Blurple player, the Sapphire Amethyst player, gets up to 6, 7, 8 ink, they've got access to Hades, to Elsa, to Monstro. All of these big cards can cause lots of problems for the Amethyst Steel player.
Yes. I didn't see Elsa...
Spirit of Winter, the big 8-cost Elsa.
Yes. But I think so...
I would very much assume there's 1 to 2 copies in the deck. It's included in many
big
versions.
Elsa in your
I would play 1 or 2 copies for sure.
1 or 2 copies, it's okay to me. Yes.
I think
no more copy, because it's so heavy characters.
And also because it's quite uninkable, right? I have seen some versions that they run 3. They really value the Elsa, but I think it's a very, very important card. It can help you stall out the game a little bit. So I would be surprised.
Because it served the characters,
yes, I would be surprised if it's not included, but I know there are many different versions of the Sapphire Amethyst deck that exist. So yeah, I'm excited to get into game 2 very, very shortly. And huge props to Jonas for taking the game, because honestly, a lot of the time you see Amethyst Steel face off against Blurple, and you know, if the Blurple player has the ramp on turn 2, they can get ahead so fast. They can go Tipo, Genie, Elsa, and start really challenging the Amethyst Steel player's board. So very, very well done by Jonas. Let's hope that Jean can find that all-important Tipo or sail the Azurite Sea this game.
Yes, and remember to all Illuminaires that follow the live, that the players that will win this match gain to top 8.
Top 8, and they win the all-important prize of the golden Mickey Mouse.
Wow.
So important. It is one of those chase prize cards for our competitive players here at Disney Lorcana TCG. And I cannot wait to just see them handed out during the award ceremony. I'm so excited to crown our champion later on. So, of course, Jonas won the first game. That means that Jean will be starting off here. And I can even see a copy of One Jump Ahead in Jean's deck, which, you know, it was very unfortunate that they missed that ramp on turn 2, because usually most of these Amethyst Sapphire decks only play for Tipo and for Sail.
Yes, because when you have a Tipo on the board, you can sync with Tipo. Jump on the head, it's of course.
It's nearly like double ramp.
Yes, of
double
course.
ramp, right? Yeah. We will see the same start here from Jonas, establishing that one-cost Diablo, and unfortunately no one-cost character here from Jean. Last game we did see that Rafiki come down, but unfortunately nothing available here. But we'll be very glad to see
into the ink, and Tipo is here.
Tipo, the growing boy. Very important
but
that this card is here.
Did you see the next ink?
Did they put the one jump ahead? Very interesting. I think it in my opinion, it kind of makes sense, because once you have done your ramp on turn 2 once, usually you don't really need the card again.
No, of course.
What Jean really wants to have as the follow-up here is that all-important 4-cost card. We've seen many of them. We can see, I do believe that the Kida is in the hand that we talked about a little bit earlier. Very interesting card, not in every Sapphire Amethyst deck. And I think Kida, being able to ramp you can control what comes off of the top of your deck, but also that ward ability is so strong. Protects it very well against the likes of Fire the Cannon, Strength of a Raging Fire. So I'm very curious to see if that's the card that's going to come down. And an Enchanted Dumbo as well in Jean's hand. Very nice.
An Enchanted Dumbo. Wow.
Many cards. This might be...
Do you play some Enchanted in your deck?
Oh, I am very scared to play Enchanteds in my deck. I'm very valuable. I know Kim loves to play some Enchanteds in her deck for sure.
I play Belle Enchanted in my Blurple deck. Yes, of course, because I think that Belle Enchanted is one of the most beautiful Enchanted of Fable.
Absolutely gorgeous. So we do see this Kida come down onto this board, this 4-cost inkable 3/3 that I mentioned. It has ward, so very well protected against the likes of Strength of Raging Fire.
This is a good choice for you.
I think it's a very good card. Yes, I think it's a very good card, and I think it was very interesting to see last weekend at the CCQs many French players experimenting with this card, and I've seen it to be very useful within these Blurple decks.
I mean, a great ability, Kida. Yes, of course.
100%. We see Jonas starting off strong, doing a little bit of questing with this Diablo and the Jafar. This Jafar, if the viewers are unfamiliar, is a 2-cost inkable 3/2, and it has evasive on Jonas's turn. Cards like this Jafar and the Genie Dragon combo very well with Dumbo because they grant the player evasive on their turn. So I love to see these cards in the deck. I think this Genie Dragon is an incredible card, especially versus Dumbo. It can challenge very well into it. And now we can see there's a couple of options available for Jean. I did see a Belle. I did see a Dumbo. And also the card that has just been drawn is, I do believe it's a second star to the right.
Yes.
So
and
very
big
card.
Kida, Jean can choose one of the 2 cards that get in there.
In the inkwell, correct. Yes, one of them goes face down and exerted into the inkwell, and the other one will stay at the top of the deck.
Top of the deck, of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
I love this ability because it means once you kind of start to get to 6-7 inks, you look at the top 2 and say, oh, maybe there's a Hades. Leave Hades on the top, and then next turn...
You can control the deck. You can control the answer of your deck,
You control your draws,
exactly.
Yes. It's very important, and I really love to see this ability.
Yes, I'm in love with this card, but I don't find the position and the place for this card in my deck, for example. Yes.
Interesting. Yeah. I think it doesn't work in every build. I think it has to be included in a very specific version of Sapphire Amethyst. And I do believe the two cards that Jean is deciding between right now is I saw a Rider and a Hades. And Hades, exactly the perfect example we just said, could leave it on the top of the deck, put the Rider face down, exert it into the inkwell, but might be choosing to put the Hades down. The issue is, if Jean puts the Hades on top, might be saying, I've got quite a lot of uninkables in the hand, so needs to make sure they have enough ink here.
Okay.
I'm not too sure which card was actually chosen there, but we will be able to see next turn, of course, when the card is drawn.
Dumbo Enchanted is here. Oh, I'm in love with this art.
It is absolutely amazing. And, of course, a fantastic, fantastic card.
Yes.
So it's great that Dumbo has hit the board, establishing another 3/3 body that has evasive. And yeah, I'm very, very curious to see what
I'm so sad
Jonas is
because
going to do
Jean,
here.
for the moment, don't have another card that's evasive.
Yes, correct. Yeah, so it's a little bit unfortunate right now, but I still think establishing Dumbo is not too bad. But as you mentioned, it's usually better to, once you have evasive on the board, then play the Dumbo and get to draw some cards.
Yes, to activate the available of Dumbo, of course.
100%. So a couple of different options. Go ahead. Yes.
I didn't see another evasive in the Jean hands.
No, I believe it is a Hades and a second star to the right.
Yes, of course.
Oh, a Dumbo of Jonas's own, and the strength of a Raging Fire coming out and taking out the Dumbo. The two-cost Jafar cleanly challenging into this Kita as well, and suddenly Jean is left with a lonely little Tipo.
Yes. So bad moment for Jean.
So I really, really like to see this. The Hades, the perfect answer to the Dumbo. And it's very, very important, Erica. We did see this Kita left the Rider on the top.
Yes.
Because Jean knew they would draw an inkable card. Draw an inkable, put it into the inkwell, and play the Hades.
Yes,
very, very important here.
Course.
So Jonas right now is facing a pretty big board. It was a little lonely Tipo, and now there's a big, strong god that is Hades Infernal
Another
Steamer.
Genie. I'm in love with this Genie because when you use this Genie in your turn, you are evasive.
Yes.
So great.
I just love the Genie as well because the stat line, the 3 strength and 4 willpower is very, very strong. Usually when you make a challenge, it's very likely that the Genie survives, only takes a little bit of damage and sticks around on the board. Now, I'm very curious to see. We saw a 1-cost card drawn for Jean. It is the Rafiki. We have Hades, that's 7, Tipo, that's 2, and Rafiki, that's 1. So in total, that's 10, and we have second star to the right. So that means next turn, as long as Jonas doesn't remove... the Elsa!
Elsa, of course, on Rafiki. On Rafiki is so good.
Elsa foiling Jean's plans here. Jean was very much hoping to be able to sing that second star to the right in their hand, but unfortunately, there's only 9 total singer available. I wonder what the card drawn is. It is Vision of the Future. Very, very
good
nice.
Thanks card.
It's a great card off the top of the deck because you get to look at 5 more and then choose another card.
Because give the possibility to find the first 5 cards of the deck.
Couple of options available here. I do see an Elsa 5th Spirit, 2 copies of Into the Unknown. So I'm very, very curious to see what Jean's going to choose here. I think, in my opinion, it's going to be one of these character cards that can be played. So either the Elsa or the Genie, because Jean, we do know the second star to the right is in the hand. Really wants to be able to sing
Elsa
that. And
or Genie and one Into the Unknown.
Yes. It's between these cards, 100%. It's a tricky decision, but I do think that the character card is most likely to be taken because, again, once it comes down onto the board, there will be a total
of...
of...
card into the bottom.
Yes, all of the other 4 cards at the bottom of the deck, indeed. So this seems to be the Genie
for 4.
That comes out for 4, being able to replace itself and draw an additional card here for Jean. And we will shortly be passing over to Jonas's turn. Now, Jonas is very, very interesting. Compared to the first game,
Yes? Do you
he's
know
only on
Jonas?
6. No, I don't know Jonas,
Oh.
but only on 6 lore here. The last game was a lot more aggressive with the questing, right? Questing very, very fast.
Yes.
And Jonas not really able to do that this game.
Yes, because the Amethyst Steel is so aggressive deck.
Yes, yes. A genie of Jonas's own here, able to draw a card, maybe looking for, I think the perfect card that could be drawn here is the potential Strength of a Raging Fire. Can sing that with either Elsa or Genie to be able to take out an opposing Genie. Lots of questing.
With 4 characters.
Yeah, going up to a total of 10 lore for Jonas.
Yes.
And now finally, Jean has the ability to sing second star to the right. That being said, Jean has to take their time here because Jonas is representing a total of 6 lore on the board. If Jean can't take out any of Jonas's characters next turn, they will quest for 6, going from 10 up to 16. So Jean has to consider, okay, do I make some challenges or do I just go ahead and sing second star? But we will see that second star to the right being sung. 5 cards drawn here for Jean, and
it's a so incredible song.
Amazing song.
I believe that it's so incredible song.
Amazing song.
Yes. But yes, the cost is so heavy, and this is an inkable card. Yes.
I think
so sad.
That a great card has been drawn for Jean here. Is on 7 ink, is able to ink an additional card, has Elsa, but more importantly, has Monstro. The very, very powerful card can come down with Rush and has plenty of cards available in the hand here for Jean. Can start to choose and discard stuff to ready the Monstro challenge. Ready the Monstro challenge. Exactly.
Yes, because Monstro have a good, strong body.
Yes,
and
very, very strong
with
body.
Rush is so incredible card.
And I think that's exactly what we're going to see here from Jean. It's a fantastic pickup for them. Exactly what they've needed right now.
Monstro is here.
Monstro comes down onto the board.
Yes.
We'll be able to take out everything that's exerted except the Elsa, of course, because Elsa does have that all-important evasive keyword.
Yes.
Yep. So we will see one of the genies dealt with.
Of course.
3 damage placed onto the Monstro.
Yes, and discard a card to
ready
prepare,
the Monstro.
to prepare Monster, of course.
Yes.
It's so good ability.
Super, super strong ability. I'm very curious, what is the name? Do you know the name of Monstro in Italian by chance?
Yes, Mostro.
Monstro.
Mostro, without N.
Oh, Mostro.
Mostro, yes, of course.
Fantastic, fantastic.
It's a similar name.
Yeah. Very, very cool. So yeah, we will see the Monstro take out both of these Genie dragons, and also Tipo making a little challenge into that Diablo. Of course, that will allow Jonas to draw an additional card.
This is a slow game.
Yes, it is a slower game. Definitely in favor of Jean right now. Yes, there is a big...
From this moment, yes, of course.
Yes, the Monstro is a huge swing in tempo right now for Jean. There is a big lore difference. There is 10 versus 0, but Jean has plenty of cards in hand, lots of time. Jonas isn't close to closing out the game right now. The Elsa has been given Challenger +2 by the Hypnotic Strength and is able to take out the opposing Genie. A giant Cobra coming down onto the board.
Whoa.
And the Jafar has been discarded, so that's 2 lore from the Cobra ability, 2 lore from the Genie, and suddenly Jonas is at 14 lore.
Yes, it's so aggressive card, Cobra.
Cobra, a fantastic card. It gives Jonas a lot of reach in this game, right? And it enables them to maybe win the game in a situation where they don't even have that many characters on the board. So Jean still has quite an uphill battle here. However, a card that we did see previously is that 8-cost Elsa Spirit of Winter. That's very much going to slow down Jonas
I think this
here.
is the perfect moment for Elsa.
Yes. I think Elsa will be very, very good here. The only thing to think about is this Genie on Jonas' side of the board might be a little bit of a problem because right now, Jean has no evasives. No evasives on the board, so has a few different options, one of those being the Into the Unknown. So Into the Unknown could still be sung here to take out the Genie potentially.
And for 5,
Elsa Spirit of Winter. Oh, sorry, 5th Spirit, of course. It comes has Rush, evasive, and is able to exert chosen opposing character.
Yes.
So the Cobra has now been turned sideways. It is available to be challenged by most likely Monstro, maybe. I mean, Monstro, of course, unfortunately, will be banished. but maybe it's worth it. Maybe it's time for Monstro
And
to go potentially.
For free? Yes. Into the unknown on Genie and Genie into the ink.
Yeah, Genie sent to the Inkwell, and we did see that challenge come through with the Monstro. So far, the only thing remaining on the board
and
for
quest
Jonas.
3.
3.
Yes.
Finally on the board, 3 lore for Jean, but Jonas still has the potential to win this game. 2 cards available in the hand. Elsa has 2 damage on her right now.
Yes.
I wonder what cards are in Jonas's hand. Let's
Jonas take a time.
see. Yes, takes their time. Really figures out. I do think Jean has a good few cards left in her hand. I believe there's a TikTok. There is a 8-cost Elsa Spirit of Winter and also a Genie Wish Fulfilled. So that Elsa, I agree, is going to be very, very important to help close out this game.
Yes, yes.
With the elephants.
TikTok is another good characters for me because this is another evasive characters and have a good body.
4-7, very strong, very, very strong indeed. So here we are going to see the Elsa 5th Spirit come down, exerting the Elsa. And is this a Strength of a Raging Fire? Oh, poor little Tipo! Strength of a Raging Fire.
Sorry, Tipo.
Sorry, Tipo. It's rarely used on something like Tipo.
You're so sweet, but now you're on the Discord.
I mean, listen, I think it maybe makes sense to just play it. You also get to play Doc here, which allows Jonas to draw 2 additional cards.
Yes.
Very, very strong team. Of course, we know Doc, the brave knight, very, 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 very strong card.
In this situation, Doc is always a good choice.
Indeed, indeed. So as you mentioned, a couple of different options. I still think these evasive characters from Jonas is still giving Jean a little bit of trouble.
Yes.
Can play the Elsa, does have the option to shift Elsa for 6 rather than paying 8 ink if they so desire. So a couple of different options available. Jean taking a very, very quick look at the discard, probably seeing, okay, how many Strength of a Raging Fires have been played, how many Giant Cobras have been played, because Jean really needs to stop Jonas from being able to get close to at least the 18 lore, because then as soon as 1 Giant Cobra is drawn, Cobra is played, discard a card, and the game is won.
This is a difficult choice for Jean.
Yes.
Because have so many answers to Jonas, and
it's difficult because sometimes...
What is your favorite?
It's tricky. I think it might be the turn to play Elsa now.
Yes, if you are in this situation.
Yes, and here we go. It is going to be the shift Elsa happening here for 6 ink, the Spirit of Winter. Elsa choosing 2 Elsas, which is a little bit funny here.
Oh, and that's a quest for free.
Yes, quest for 3. And Hades also questing for 2.
Of course.
And the Rafiki as well.
Yes.
A little Rafiki coming onto the board.
Rafiki is always
Always good. It's actually quite good here because it does allow, as soon as the Doc Bold Knight is exerted, if it goes on a little quest, Rafiki can do a nice little challenge and take out that Doc.
Yes, because it's so free challenger.
Yes. Very, very, very strong indeed. What is the card picked up? Dumbo.
Dumbo.
But Dumbo is played. However, Jean has essentially frozen the Elsas, so you cannot use the Dumbo ability here.
Yes.
This is crazy. I think this is a very, very good play from Jean. Not only did it deny Jonas from questing this turn, but the Dumbo pickup means Jonas can't gain some lore and can't draw some cards.
Yes. Jean read the ink and drew the card, and I see 2 Genie in the hand.
I can definitely see 1 Genie Wish Fulfilled for sure. 2 Genies, yes, you are correct.
2 Genie, yes.
Genie will be played. Try to gain an additional card. Look for some more answers.
1 card.
Tipo. Poor little Tipo is
not
back.
Best card.
No, Tipo's not really what you want to see here. But as you mentioned, there is another Genie Wish Fulfilled available. This Dumbo is going to be a problem, though, in my opinion, because right now Jean has no clear answer to these Elsa the 5th spirits on Jonas' side of the board. Yeah. So it's looking a little bit tricky right now. Between the Dumbo, the Elsas, and the Calhoun, that's going to be a total of 4 lore. They are on 15.
Another Genie, of course.
Another Genie. Is that a Hades? I think it was a Hades.
Hades, yes.
It's good for the next turn, but Jean has to survive until the next turn. We do see the Tipo. Oh, it was Vision. Vision of the future. Our mistake. And a couple of different cards picked up. Wow, this is very, very interesting. A second copy of Second Star to the right. Could be even sung here potentially.
Yes.
I'm not sure if it's the correct decision. It could be the card that's chosen if Jean can survive one more turn. So I'm going to take a quick look at Jonas's side of the board and figure out what can be done here by Jean. Calhoun alone cannot take out anything like a Hades or an Elsa. So if Hades or Elsa is the card to challenge into Doc here,
yes, of course,
what's going to happen is Calhoun would need some type of strength buff to actually be able to challenge and banish it. But if it gets that strength buff between the Calhoun, the double Elsa, and the Dumbo, that is enough lore to win the game. But even without that happening, as soon as these Elsas become ready, you use the Dumbo ability to exert the Elsa, pay 1 ink, draw a card, gain a lore, and out of those 2 cards that may be drawn, we could see a Giant Cobra, and that could just be the game won right there.
Yes, of course.
So it's a little bit unfortunate for Jean that it was the double Genie. This exact situation, there's not enough evasives on the board to be able to easily contest Jonas's, Elsa's right here.
And now?
Yeah, Jean.
Another card into the ink?
Yeah, Jean's still trying to think about what card they might need to take. There was three bells, three bell accomplished
yes,
Mystic
I saw 3 bell
offered. And I'm curious. I think it was a bell that was taken. Very, very interested to see what it might be, but I don't even know if Jean can survive until the next turn. It's going to make the challenge with the Hades.
Yes, and with Elsa?
Elsa will be going on a quest, I believe.
Yes,
going on a quest, gaining 3 lore, going up to 11. Jonas has a couple of opportunities to just seal the deal right now. Can draw up to 3 cards between these 2 Elsas and the Dumbo. Giant Cobras, and that's the game. Huge.
Whoa,
congratulations to Jonas. Oh my word. Absolutely fantastic. Jonas has earned himself a golden Mickey Mouse.
Yes.
Huge congratulations to him.
Congratulations, Jonas, to have won the first match of this round.
Absolutely amazing. And I have to give a huge shout out to Jean as well. Really fought hard to stay in that game. It looked like in the early game, Jonas was only questing for a little bit. Wasn't as aggressive as the first game, like we said. But that Dumbo really, really helped. I mean, in the end, it turned out there was just 2 Cobras in hand anyways. But yeah, it's a really tricky balance. The Blurple deck always wants to have as many evasive characters on the board as possible. But I have to say, throughout this entire tournament, I've been so impressed by Amethyst Steel versus Blurple. You know, we keep talking about the longer that these games go, the harder it is for Amethyst Steel to win. But with cards like Giant Cobra, they give that extra bit of reach to try and extend the game and close it out. So, yeah, very, very impressed. I have to say, like, coming into the weekend, we've been talking about this and saying, like, okay, is Amethyst Steel, like, really... I still don't think it's favored into Sapphire Amethyst, but it's done way better than I've anticipated. I've been thoroughly impressed, and we've seen a pilot like Jonas. We've also seen Tiago on the deck, who we had on the feature a little bit earlier in the Swiss. Fantastic players, fantastic pilots. They are masters of this deck.
Yes, I'm so happy to see Steel Amethyst in the top 60.
Yes.
Because, yes, it's a good deck, and yes, probably Jonas have some chance.
I'm sure Jonas is very, very happy right now.
Yes.
Winning the top 16 match. So he already has earned himself the Elsa playmat. However, now has secured that golden Mickey Mouse, the brave little tailor, serialized card. There's only 500 of them available. Now, just so you guys know, don't worry, we're not going to be taking a break. We'll be bringing you to feature match 2 very, very shortly. I do believe that game 1 has already been finished, but we will be going into game 2. So, yeah, bringing you as much action here as possible at the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Bologna. And Erica as well, I want to give a shout out to, if we have any Italian viewers watching the main English stream, they can also go and watch the Italian stream, right?
Yes, because we have on Disney Lorcana EU Challenge, the Italian stream with Silvia, Giulia, and yes, for me it's so hard because during the morning I'll be in the Italian channel and in the afternoon
in the English channel. Erica, you've been doing a fantastic
Thank
job.
you.
It's
Thank
been a
you.
pleasure,
So hard work
pleasure
to
to
me.
cast alongside you. But
Thank
yes,
you.
we will be
Thank you
going
so
straight
much.
into feature match 2 here. It's going to be game 2.
Yes.
And we see another Amethyst Steel.
Oh.
I'm very, very impressed, I have to say.
Yes,
I think
I'm so happy to this.
I'm very, very curious to see, again, we talked about the conversion rates in all of the top 32. I'm curious to see what the amount of Amethyst Steels that have made it into the top 32, because it seems to be performing extremely, extremely well.
Of course.
Now, in this matchup, we do have it facing off against Amber Steel. It's Marco versus Nick. Marco from Italy and Nick residing from Germany.
I'm so curious to see
Yes.
the Amber Steel because yes, this is one of the most strange deck of this season. Yes, I
it's so
this.
fast. It's extremely fast, right?
So
they quest very fast. They're very, very aggressive, and
with Tiana is so
super powerful. But from what we've seen right now, Nick has taken the first game. They were on the play, of course. Now Marco losing game 1 will be on the play during the second game here, and going from Daisy Duck Donald's date into the Nala. It's a pretty decent start indeed. Now Captain Hook, very, very strong. Great challenger, +2, so it will be 3 strength to be able to potentially challenge into this Nala. But the Calhoun, I have to say, Calhoun, ever since it came out in set 6, that was the Azurite Sea set. It's a fantastic card. Being able to challenge and take something out, but also gain 2 lore after the challenge. It's a
so
super strong card. Super strong.
Because at the next turn with Calhoun, of course, it's so powerful.
Yeah, and usually like when you either quest to gain the lore or you challenge. But Calhoun is like a mixture of both, right? You challenge and you gain lore, so super powerful card.
Of course.
And just an amazing stat line as well.
Lady into the ink.
Lady, the family dog, as she's called. Very, very powerful card. Allows you to play a 2-cost card or less for free.
For free, of course. Lady in Italy is Lily.
Lily.
Yes.
I love that.
Yes.
Lily. I'm going to start calling her Lily. Lady. Oh. Very, very interesting to see this card. It is one of the 7 dwarves.
Quest with Daisy. The trigger of Daisy is here.
Yes. Daisy trigger is here. We did see the Captain Hook challenge in, deal 3 damage to it. And right now, Calhoun has, unfortunately, doesn't have a very good challenge in because this card that just came down on the board from the lady is a 0/4 bodyguard. So it's another version. I've seen a couple of different Amber Steel versions, but some of them do run a lot of these 2-cost bodyguard cards, such as the Prince, for example, which is a 2-cost uninkable 0/5. In this case, this is a 4-strength character. I believe if Nick had it available, they would have loved to play a Madam Im tiny adversary. However,
Fire the Cannon.
Fire the Cannons comes through, an incredibly strong card.
And challenge with Captain Hook.
Yes.
Another problem in this moment is, of course, Nala.
Yes. Nala is a very, very strong card.
Very, very strong.
But luckily,
without damage is a very, very strong.
But luckily, it was exerted, and because the Fire the Cannons was able to help out with clearing out that bodyguard, the Calhoun is able to challenge into the Nala, takes no damage back, and also gains Nick 2 lore. So Nick, honestly, feeling very in control of this game right now because of that Fire the Cannons. It's all about these cards. It's the cannons, it's the Madam Mim tiny adversary to kind of be able to get around those a little bit annoying willpower breakpoints, right? A lot of things in Disney Lorcana in this meta challenge for 3. If you're able to get around and challenge for 4, it's very, very important.
Another Nala and Doc. Rhino into the Hink.
Yes. I do believe there was a Shift Rhino, a 4-cost Rhino picked up in the hand as well, alongside Mulan as well. Yes, the Shift Rhino, very, very strong indeed. But I have to say, if I'm making a very early prediction, I think Nick is in a very, very comfortable position right now. Has the Calhoun, has the Captain Hook, and as soon as they get up to the 5 ink, could even potentially start playing stuff like Elsa, right? Elsa to exert stuff, challenge into the Lady, challenge into the Daisy. But right now, I can see within Nick's hand, has 2 3-cost genies.
But I don't see Elsa in the
No Elsa.
No.
That's a very, very good point. Yes. Right now, a couple of options. Could play 3-cost genie, that 3/4 card. Could also play the giant Cobra here.
And for 4? For
Strength
of the
Fire.
Raging Fire, of course, on Nala, because Nala is a really problem.
Yes. I actually really respect this play from Nick, because while they might be feeling a little bit in control after clearing out that bodyguard, Marco is still on 7 lore already. And if that Nala was left on the board, that would have been a total of 8 lore being able to be gained by Marco here, putting them all the way up to 15 lore potentially. So Strength of a Raging Fire, you know, usually you don't want to just pay 3 ink. Calhoun just going on a very simple quest. I really like this, because Calhoun with that resist +1 means that any character with 2 strength or less won't be able to challenge in and clear it off very cleanly.
It's a hard decision to Marco.
Yes, another Rhino.
Yes, another Rhino, and I see the shift of Rhino. Little Rhino.
Little Rhino and Big
Into the
Rhino.
egg.
So first we see the Mulan come down. You can draw a card, discard a card. Wow. The Strength of a Raging Fire picked up. But now the problem is Marco has to choose. Do you keep the Rhino or do you keep the Strength of a Raging Fire?
The both cards are good.
Yes, both cards are very, very good within the situation. For example, Lady could sing it to take out the Calhoun, but I think the Strength of a Raging Fire is the card that will be discarded, because Marco just needs to keep questing, keep progressing that win condition. But never mind, it looks like the Rhino is actually the card that's been sent to the discard. Very, very interesting here.
Strength on Calhoun. Yes, because in this moment Marco have 4 characters in the board and Strength have. I give 4 damage.
I think I still respect this play, because it allows Marco to keep on questing. It means you don't have to sing with the Lady. You would rather quest than sing in this situation. Does get a Genie off of the Daisy trigger.
Into the hand, of course.
And right now, though, with both of these Captain Hooks still available on the board for Nick, will be able to easily clear off this Lily or Lady, and and also the Daisy Duck, or could choose to challenge and banish the Duck.
Captain Hook challenge Lady.
Yes, Captain Hook, the Forceful Duelist, a card from the first chapter. I know Baker's a very, very big fan of this card, and we had a very recent reprint within the Reign of Jafar set.
Genie into the ink. Play another Genie.
Genie into the ink to play an additional Genie. And here is this card. I have to say, this card has thoroughly impressed me this weekend during this event. Troubadour is the pickup. Troubadour has been drawn from Marco. But yes, I do want to focus on this.
It's a good singer character.
Very, very good singer character. Great with Strength of a Raging Fire. Yes, this Madam Mim, tiny adversary, being able to give all of Nick's characters +1 challenger, which is very, very, very important to get rid of cards like Troubadour, like Daisy Duck.
Genie and draw the card.
Genie, Wish Fulfilled, coming down, allowing Nick to get a few more options in hand. I still think Nick feels pretty comfortable, at least right now for Marco. There's no characters on the board that quest for 2, but does still really need to control this game as much as possible. And I think playing the Genie Wish Fulfilled really signifies they're looking for answers. They're looking for maybe more fire the cannons, more Strength of a Raging Fire, potentially finding that Elsa 5th Spirit to be able to exert something and then rush into be able to rush into one of Marco's characters here.
Cobra into the ink.
Cobra into the ink, but a second Madam Mim tiny adversary, buffing everything up with an additional challenger +2.
Yes.
Yes, Marco pointing out Genie has already been played, so cannot quest right now.
Yes, of course.
Correct.
Okay.
Pass the turn back. Let's see what card is drawn.
Okay.
A Tiana. Very, very big draw here for Marco.
Top deck.
Very, very strong top deck indeed.
Tiana is here.
I do think that these Madam Mims, though, are very much going to help out against the Tiana. Giving something an additional +2 challenger is very, very, very strong indeed. it nearly actually gets through the Tiana effect, because Tiana gives the challenging character -3, but with the Madame Mims, it's already a +2,
Yes,
so
of
Madame Mims
course,
is really,
of
really
course.
strong against this Tiana
Yes,
here.
I'm so happy to see Tiana in this meta because finally Tiana have one place on the Amber Steel.
Yes, previously Tiana wasn't really played because Ruby
No,
had lots of answers like Brawl, the big C-suit, right?
Yes.
Okay, we do.
But now this is the moment of Tiana.
Yes. Now we do finally see that Elsa, 5th Spirit, is able to be played onto the board, exert the Troubadour, and can challenge in here. And with the buffs from both of these Madame Mim tiny adversaries, can challenge in 1. It has a total of 4 strength, gets around the resist +1, can fully clear off that Troubadour, and is also going to go on a quest with the rest of these characters here. So Nick getting onto the board right now, trying to catch up with Marco. Marco does have the ability to quest up to a total of 16 lore here, though.
Yes, because the deck of Nick must be aggro.
Yes.
Must be aggressive. Yes, of course.
Right now, it needs to try and catch up in that lore race. A lady has been top decked by Marco here. So Lady, the card in hand. I still think it's pretty strong. Could just quest with everything. Could play the Lady.
Yes.
Suddenly at 16, and then Lady can quest to 18. But Nick has an abundance of characters on the board right now.
Lady.
I think this will be pretty close, but honestly, I think Nick might be able to close this out. Has a total of 6 characters on the board right here.
Yes.
And between both of these Madame Mims, I think we'll be able to challenge into this Tiana quite easily here.
Yes, of course.
And also be able to quest for enough to at least be able to represent story on board next turn.
Yes. Nick ready the characters, ready the ink, and throw the card.
Trying to evaluate the situation.
It's important moment for Nick.
Very, very important moment. Needs to take his time, really think about what they're going to do here. I wonder what card. It's a Genie Wish Fulfilled.
Genie and draw the card.
Looking for an additional card, maybe looking for a Fire the Cannons to potentially deal with this Lady, Family Dog, maybe even the strength of a Raging Fire. But I'd love how Nick has left three ink available so that when they challenge into the Tiana, they feel fine with just paying this Tiana tax, as it's known, will be able to freely challenge in here. For example, this Genie Dragon is a 3/4 right now.
Yes.
Will be able to simply, it will have 5 strength in total because of the challenger +2 from these Madame Mim tiny adversaries. Can make the challenge and just pay that 3 ink to cleanly take out the Tiana, which is exactly what they're going to do.
Challenge Tiana with Genie.
Very, very nice here.
Yes.
I believe if Nick doesn't have an answer like potentially Strength of a Raging Fire, again, the most that Marco can get up to here is 18. I mean, there's like a very, very, very surprise card. I don't think many Amber Steel players are playing it, but let's say, for example, Marco runs something like a Darling Deer, a card that's not played in many Amber Steel decks, but when you play it, it's a 5-cost inkable 4/4 that gives the character +2 lore. I think that would be probably the only answer, the only way that Marco can win the game from here.
Yes, probably yes is only answer.
But it is important that Nick also needs to try and calculate if they will have enough lore represented on the board to also win the game. I believe it will probably be enough here if the Captain Hook is able to take out the Mulan. Maybe we actually see one of these Madame Mims make the challenge, because that means that the Madame Mim survives, stays on the board, and then we'll be able to quest up for a little bit more here. And the Genies are really going to help Nick try to close this game out here.
Yes, Madame Mim.
Makes a challenge.
Mulan, of course.
Takes 2 damage back, means that it's still on the board. And between the Madame Mim and the Captain Hook, can quest for 2. So right now, between the 2 Genies and the rest of the characters on the board, that's going to be a total of 9 lore represented. This would have to be the Darling Deer. It's simply not. The Lady is quested. I think Marco might be extending the hand here. I don't know what else could happen here.
But Marco is at the top deck.
Yes, top deck, 18 lore. I don't know if there's any answer. It's the second Lady, and the hand is extended. Huge congratulations to Nick Pham, another winner of this Golden Mickey Mouse, the brave little Taylor. This is an Amethyst Steel world, and we are living in it. I'm very, very happy.
Yes, Nick is in the top 8 of this incredible tournament. I'm so happy to this.
Absolutely amazing. huge congratulations to Nick, and also a huge congratulations to Jonas, two Amethyst Steel players making a name for themselves here at the DLC Bologna. We are now going to be throwing it over to an interview with the current world champion for
so
Disney Lorcana
amazing.
TCG, DKP. Take it away.
Hello and welcome back to the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in the beautiful Bologna, Italy. We are at the moment in top 16 of our event, but we are joined by someone who you may recognize if you've been paying attention to the Lorcana competitive scene, the Disney Lorcana World Champion, DKP. How are you doing, buddy?
Yeah, hello guys. I'm really happy to be here. Yeah, everything is really fine. I have a lot of fun. The event is, yeah, it's like all DLCs. I traveled to the most, I think, so far, right? So
You're definitely up there, if not the most, yeah.
Yeah, and I enjoy every single one. So yeah, really happy to be here.
Love that. We're going to get into your run and what your deck you brought and everything in a moment. But yeah, you say you've had fun. Like, again, this is your first European DLC, I believe. Like, what's it been like meeting members of the community, friends that maybe you've only spoken to online? Can you speak to that experience a little bit?
I mean, I'm from Germany, so I've been always to European.
Yeah, sure.
But yeah, the first one of the season, right? So I'm seeing a lot of people that I haven't seen. Like, when was the last event? Like a few months ago, right?
Oh,
so
wow.
yeah, so a while. So I haven't seen them in a while. So it's really nice to see them again. And yeah, now we are just catching up with each other, talking, you know, how it's been, and right. And also with the American guys, right? There are a lot of competitors from America, especially works competitors like Sailor, Ed, and so on. Like catching up with them, talking with them. It's really cool. Yeah.
And of course, you were here to play, though. The tournament maybe didn't go the way you wanted to, but can you talk about what deck you brought this weekend and why you brought that? Of course, this is the first Disney Lorcana Challenge that we've had since set rotation. What were you expecting, and how did the run go for you?
Yeah, so we as a community figured after a while out that probably the best deck was Sapphire Amethyst, right? Also called Blurple in the community because of blue and purple. And yeah, this was the most obvious deck to beat. And then we also had other decks like Emma Steel, the classic, right? Most of the time aggro. Although I also faced a Steel Song version that was really interesting with Circle of Life, new card, right? And a Mob Song, the 10-cost song that choose 3 targets and then deal 3 damage to them. So really cool. And yeah, Sapphire Emerald was also really popular, right? But for me, I try to be as consistent as possible because 12 rounds is a lot. And you can only lose 2 times, and then you still need a good tiebreak. So you need to go basically 10 wins, 2 loses. And that is really hard to achieve if your deck is just not consistent. I mean, there are so many different kind of decks in the top cut right now. So clearly you can make it with every deck, but still, I for myself want to give me the best chance. And I have a small story for that. And that is, so when I play some tournaments, I won some of them, right? And I got some cool pricing. So for example, this Enchanted Elsa, yeah. So I always wanted her, but finally I won her at the tournament where they offered her. And the Into the Unknown Enchanted.
It's so beautiful.
Yeah, at Words.
That's one of my favorite Enchanteds. The artwork is beautiful.
Yeah, it's so beautiful. And since I got that, I was like, maybe I should start an Elsa collection out of fun, right? Now I also got this one out of the gift set, I think, right?
That's the new Glimmer foil. There's the Elsa
Available
collections
now
at retailers everywhere. It was just on Friday, actually, was when it was released. Yes. And you already have your hands on it.
A friend gave it to me. So
you have the playset, right?
Yes, of course.
Of course, naturally.
And then I was like, do you know what? The new Enchanters look so phenomenal. I just got all of them, so...
And just to be clear, he does have the play sets of them all.
Yes.
We just thought it might be it'd be difficult to hold them all.
Gorgeous, so shiny. That's a beautiful collection, and yeah, I'm jealous. I'm jealous, Baker.
I would love a playset of those, especially. Have you got the Hades as well?
Hades,
Mate,
the Belle, the Dumbo. And second star to the right.
Absolutely. I've got to say the Hades is my favorite. Talking about your deck a little bit more, are you happy with the list? If you could go back to the beginning of the event, stick with the same ink combination, would you make, but if you could make some changes, would you, or are you happy with the 60?
Yeah, actually I would. So my beloved Elsa here, I would have cut her. She's really good. The effect is really good. Don't get me wrong. The issue is just, it's not really about like having more power in the end game. It's more like getting there. And I bricked on her a lot. Like I had her in my hand at the worst moment. Like I drew her off the top when I needed desperately an ink. And I'm like, oh no.
How many were you running in your deck this weekend?
One.
And it was one too many.
Yes, one too many. So next, like if I would have run it back, I would have definitely cut her out. Probably play more draw cards like Finals Keepers, which I also have in Enchanted.
That one I have, but I only have one. And I don't like mixing enchanted and different rarities. So if I'm going to run more than one Finders Keepers, it doesn't feel right.
You need to get the play set.
Exactly. Let me ask again just more about your run. Is there a particular game from the weekend that really stands out because like it was a tough moment, or just something that really stands out that you can tell us about?
Yeah, I have. My first loss was basically summarizing what sometimes can happen in this meta right now, and that is I got my opponent had the Clarabelle out, doubled your welcome me, so they drew a bunch of cards and then used bend to my will. That can happen, doesn't happen all the time. I mean, that's super high roll. This can happen, and yeah, I couldn't do much against it, so I just accepted it. I was like, okay, sometimes that happens.
That's the way it goes sometimes.
And being here in the room with 2,000 players, you know, I think that we all kind of knew what decks we thought would be most represented. What are your thoughts on the meta right now post set rotation?
Yeah, so I think this meta right now gives a lot of people chances to reach the top card or win, because the decks are definitely less power than pre-rotation, obviously, right? We are missing a lot of cards. We don't have like Be Prepared, we don't have Whole New Word. Removal tools like Let's Storm on. So a lot of is missing, which gives a lot of people just the chance to do their strategy much better. On the other hand, the matches can also be feeling sometimes a little bit like sealed, I would say. Like if I had a lot of sealed experience now due to Worlds, right? And sometimes it's just feeling like you're only playing off the top earlier than before, because before we had a lot of draw. It took a while until you ran out of stuff and then play off the top, right? But now it just happens a little bit earlier, and that sometimes is just feeling weird coming from pre-rotation, in my opinion, from the power level just. But I think now this is the opportunity for the people, or like for players, to have a fresh start, just giving them the chance to perform really, really well with their new creations, right? And even though, of course, now we have an established meta somewhat, right? People can still take a lot in it. Like, I've seen crazy things.
So have we. Some very crazy things this weekend.
A lot of wild things.
Yeah, even something like the big 9-cost Prince Philip, the who banishes
damaged characters on play,
exactly. It's crazy. Like suddenly you're feeling safe as Blurple player, Sapphire Amethyst player, and then this one comes down, and suddenly your entire board is gone, and that's just crazy.
Two questions in one for you, DKP. We know you love a bit of Lorcana. I'd like to ask, what's next for you? Where are we going to see you next? And I'd like to ask you to pick what you predict will take it home today. What in combination is winning?
Yeah, so I will be going to DLC Milwaukee. Definitely, that is in 3 weeks, I think. 3 weeks? Yeah, so I would definitely be there. A bit more prepared than this time, definitely. And then I will, going with my team there, obviously. Afterwards, I also try to attend DLC Singapore, in Asia again, like DLC Beijing before. So that would be a nice trip, I hope. What was the second question?
What's taking it all? What deck is taking it all this weekend?
And what deck, I think? From the consistency standpoint, I would say Amethyst Sapphire, but I think probably Emerald Sapphire will maybe take it. they just high roll their way through, and then.
Okay, so Blurple is like maybe your main pick, but Emerald Sapphire is your like rogue pick, like something that could come in and steal it all. Love that.
Love that. Well,
DKP, before we let you go, it's always a pleasure to see you, my friend. Do you have any messages for the community, any thank yous, any shout outs? Please take the spotlight for a moment.
Okay. Yeah, so I really want to thank all of you who's always coming to me and just saying nice words, congratulating me, or just want a picture or something signed. I really appreciate it. And yeah, always makes me happy to see people just wanting like a picture of me or a signature or just being happy around me. So I'm really glad for that. And also shout out to my team, World Class Cards, all my friends who are always traveling with me and training with me. And also shout out to my girlfriend, Victoria, at home.
thanks so much for joining us, DKP. It was wonderful to talk to our world champion, and we can't wait to see what you do next. Thanks for joining us, Illumineers. We're going to be back with more Disney Lorcana from beautiful Bologna.
Hello and welcome back to the Disney Lorcana Trading Card Game World Championship. We are so very close to the end of our event. We have established our 9th to 16th place, and unfortunately, some of these wonderful players standing behind me do have flights to get home, so of course we don't want them missing those, but we wanted to take the time to appreciate them and showcase them here on the Disney Lorcana Bologna, Italy main stage. So I'm going to call out from 16th to 9th place the names of these wonderful Illumineers that have done a fantastic job over the weekend, and as I do, they're going to flex the playmat that they've won a little bit. So we're going to start off in 16th place, Marco Mauri. In 15th place, John Lottier. In 14th place, Marco Spirgoni. In 13th place, Daniela Stella. In 12th place, Thomas Angelma. In 11th place, Christian Piero. In 10th place, Alex Koch. And in 9th place, Luca Re Baldi. Let's hear for these amazing, amazing Illumineers. They have done such an incredible job this weekend. Thank you all so much for your talents and your skills over the course of the weekend. We look forward to seeing you hopefully at the European Championships later on next year. Let's see those playmats. Flex them for the people at home. Hey! There we go. We've got more Disney Lorcana action coming up very soon. We'll see you then.
Congratulations to those top 16 players. This day has been full of excitement, and I think one of the exciting things for these players is this mat that they just won. It's so gorgeous. I'm Rebecca, and I am here with the lovely Kim. We get to cast a match together.
We get to cast a match together, bringing you Illumineers at home the top 8.
Top 8 match.
And what, Rebecca, do you want to let everyone know at home, the players going into this top 8, what they've already won?
Oh, okay. First of all, one of the most important things here for these players, I know, is all of our top 32 players earned an invite to the European Championship. I talked to some players, I said this earlier, who said, my goal for this season of Disney Lorcana Challenge is to make it to the European Championships, and these 32 players already have earned that invite. And then, of course, the top 16 with their playmat. And now what are they playing for in top 8?
What are they playing for?
What did they just get?
What did they just get? They got themselves the golden Mickey Mouse Brave Little Taylor. And then whoever wins this goes into top 4. They're going to get themselves a foil uncut sheet. What rarity, Rebecca?
Uncommon. Uncommon. This is the first for Disney Lorcana where players can earn an uncut sheet. And they do have some at the prize wall, but they're not foil. These players will get a foil uncut sheet. What an incredible prize. And then going to our top 2 players, they're going to get an entire play set, or entire set of Fabled, including not just all the regular foil cards, but also the epic cards and also the enchanted cards, which the enchanteds for this set are just incredible. Lots of prizes on the line for our players, but what is that top prize that these players are playing for, Kim?
That top prize player at the end of today, the person in first is going to win themselves a ticket all the way to Season 2's World Championship.
Whoa.
I am beyond excited. I can't wait. Season
can't
2 kicking off already so strong, and I'm so excited to watch or be able to bring you guys here all the excitement, and I hope you feel how excited we are. And Rebecca, you've mentioned the enchanted cards.
Yes.
I haven't gotten the chance to ask you, do you have a favorite enchanted card this set?
From Fabled, I love the Ariel. I love the Ariel Treasure Collector. Ariel's one of my favorite characters. I actually have the other Ariel, Sonic Warrior, Enchanted in my collection, but I need this one. I need the Ariel from Fabled. It's gorgeous. What about you? What's your favorites?
I talked about this, I think, with Joe earlier, and he asked me, and it's going to have to be Hades Infernal Schemer. One of the cards reprinted this set, and I'm so happy he's back.
I think so many Disney Lorcana fans were so happy to see not only did he get that alternate art enchanted treatment, but just such a great card in this game. And of course, we're seeing Hades played in a lot of decks today. We're seeing them, and in fact, in this top 8 match, we're going to see some Hades Infernal Schemers. And we have our top 8 match ready for you. We have a Sapphire Amethyst deck that Lucas Marcellin is going to be facing off with Alessandro Danesi playing Amber Amber Emerald. This is going to be an exciting match, Kim.
Yes, for sure. Sapphire Amethyst, the most common deck represented here this weekend. And Rebecca, I know you were rooting for this underdog deck, this Amber Emerald. I'm excited to see these decks play up against each other.
Me too. And I have to say, though, of course, here in the top cut, our deck lists are open. And Lucas has some spice, Kim. There is
does
some
have some spice
in this Amethyst Emerald deck, or Amethyst Sapphire deck, excuse me. So one of the things that I noticed was he has Magical Maneuvers, one copy of Magical Maneuvers. He also has one Dig a Little Deeper, which is fantastic. So there are some spicy cards in here.
Yeah, and to let all of you know at home, top 32 with this top 8 match. Well, they've competed. They've been able. These players have fought them. They've played so well. They played not 8 rounds yesterday of Swiss.
Another 4
this morning, and we're bringing you top 8. These players know these decks inside out. They're gonna be able to know themselves what lines they're gonna want to play. Our Blurple player here, Sapphire Amethyst, going to be wanting to hit that all-important turn 2 ramp. We've seen it a lot today, but playing into this Emerald deck, we know they have Under the Sea. They're gonna be playing those dogs. Lucas really going to be needing to get up to that high ink threshold to be able to play the cards like Hades, all of his useful removal tools like Hades, the Basil to be able to bounce cards back to the hand for Alessandro can be utilized too, but not to mention the Under the Sea that this dog deck is going to have, possibly.
Yes. Now this dog deck does not have
it.
Chromacon. It doesn't have Emerald Chromacon, but obviously he didn't need it.
No.
He's here in the top 8. But Lucas, you know what else Lucas has in his deck? He has 2 copies of Ursula Voice Stealer. Now this is a new card, and he only has, like I said, 2 copies in it. 5 cost inkable character, 3/4 quest for 1, but a really interesting ability. Sing for me, sing for me. When you play this character, exert chosen opposing character, and then you can play a song that equals the cost of the character, equal or less than the exerted character's cost. You can play that for free. So it's like you're using your opponent's character to sing a song. It's really an interesting. So 2 copies of that in Lucas's deck. We have our players here shuffling up and cutting up. There's the handshake.
Here's the handshake. Both players already have winning themselves that golden Mickey Mouse Brave Little Tailor. It is a foil uncut sheet on the line, but players here going to be wanting to win themselves that all-important first place prize, the ticket to season 2 of Disney Lorcana Worlds.
Yes, there's so much on the line here, and I know that these players, the mental endurance that these players have to have, like we were just talking about earlier. 4 rounds this morning, they've been playing in the top cut, and now we have the players ready to get in there. Look at those cards, they are ready to go. Our Alessandro Danasi on player 1, Lucas Marcellin, player 2. We are into top 8. What do we see here?
I have to look at Alessandro's hand here. It's not your typical Amber Emerald deck. It's running princesses.
It does have princesses. We have Aurora holding court. We have a Tiana. This is fantastic. This is fun. I like this.
I like this. We get to cast some princesses.
We do. There are princesses here in top 8 of Disney Lorcana Challenge.
Yeah.
I didn't really catch what was in Lucas's hand.
Neither did I, but if Lucas did have any removal tools like that Into the Unknown to send cards into the inkwell, this Amber Emerald deck is playing that Ursula Deceiver. Could be used turn 2 to take that 3 cost inkable Into the Unknown, into the discard. Goodbye, into the unknown. Never to be known.
The unknown, never to be known again to your inkwell. Yes, that Ursula Deceiver, I think, could come in really instrumental. Playing it at just the right moment is going to be key. Not only that, but there's also second star to the right that is found in this the Blurple deck, as the fans live to call it, our Amethyst Sapphire. So that Ursula Deceiver could come in really handy to take those song cards out of Lucas's hand.
Yeah, for sure. I'm really excited to see this matchup take place. Now, we could possibly see a turn 1 Aurora holding court into a quest with Aurora and a turn 2 Tiana.
Yep, that would be great. princesses in the Amber Emerald deck. Not something that I expected to see. I would not have put that on my bingo card if I was making a bingo card for the Disney Lorcana Challenge Bologna. I would not have put an Amber Emerald princess deck on my bingo card.
No, something we could possibly see here turn one. I believe he also has that 1-cost Pluto in hand, which when you exert this character, you're going to be able to play one less.
Which is fantastic,
for any
actually.
character, not just a princess.
I love that because you have basically four one-drop characters that can reduce the cost of the next possible character that you can play. Lucas, starting us off. Oh, okay. We have Iago into the Inkwell, but no turn one from Lucas here.
Oh, extremely unfortunate. We could have possibly seen the Basil come in here. We know he's running some Basils.
Yep.
Especially being able to utilize that support ability later on, being able to establish that Basil so early on in this first, knowing that Lucas is on the play, could that possibly lose him
that
something?
Could make a difference.
He's going to hit that turn 2 ramp.
Yes.
It is Tipo growing, son. Do you know his flavor text, Rebecca?
Oh, tell me his flavor text.
Look, Mom, I'm still growing.
Excellent, excellent. We had Aurora go into to the board. We are exerting to quest for one, and there is that Tiana coming down, like we said. Perfect play line there that we like to see, and gosh, yeah, this is going to be really interesting to see. Can Alessandro get ahead quickly in this? You know, the Sapphire Amethyst deck, it is can be a little bit slower at the beginning of the game. And if you have a deck that can really, really come out of the gate bursting, get a lot of lore to start and position yourself well, and maybe stop this Sapphire Amethyst deck from getting to that late game, that can really, really do you a lot of good.
Yep.
Dumbo coming down.
That elephant in the room that we've seen a lot this weekend. Dumbo, the 9th wonder of the universe.
He's
breaking
records.
Play. He's breaking records already.
Making history.
Making history. We've seen Dumbo being utilized in a lot of later games in these Amethyst Sapphire decks when you already have evasive characters established on board. And we talked about this already, that Ursula Deceiver being able to, for Alessandro to have a look at Lucas's hand. Now,
No songs, but that
songs.
does give Alessandro a lot of information of what to expect. I also want to go back just real quick. That's Tipo. Lucas decided to challenge Aurora with the Tipo, which I thought is really interesting, putting 1 damage counter there on that princess who is holding court.
Yeah, and this is where Lucas would have if he could have been able to establish that turn 1 Basil, being able to quest with Basil, giving Tipo that extra strength could have really helped him just be able to clear this Aurora.
He could have helped Tipo grow a little bit
Tipo
more.
grow his little strength. He's still growing.
I love to see Tipo getting some support so he can challenge and take something out. But yeah, missing that 1-drop Basil, I think, is not doing Lucas any favors.
No,
but having that Dumbo, though, is really great. He does have 3 cards in hand right now, and Alessandro thinking what he wants to do now. He has that information of what was in Lucas's hand, and thinking here he has not yet inked for turn. What are we going to ink? What are we going to play?
Yeah, and we know these Sapphire decks, so well known for that ramping ability. And if you're new to Lorcana and you don't know what ramping is, it basically means you're going to get as much ink to play with in your inkwell as fast as possible.
Yes. There are 2 Bobby Zimaruskis, it looks like, in his hand. There is a Pluto, that lady family dog, which on play you can play another character to cost 2 or less for free. And I did not see that last card that he had in hand.
No, neither did I, but Bobby Zimaruski.
Lady going into the inkwell. And we do have a Bobby coming down. Alessandro, I think, wanting to filter through his deck, find some different cards, probably knowing what Lucas has in his hand, saying, I need to be prepared.
Yeah, and Bobby,
as the villain would say.
He really does. And we know a lot of these decks are going to play uninkable cards. Bobby Zimaruski, and I like the way Amber Steel has that Mulan to help filter through cards. Bobby Zimaruski, another one of those cards allowing its player to play it. You're going to be able to draw a card and discard one of those uninkable cards. Perhaps that's just clogging up your hand a little bit. Maybe you can draw into an inkable card that you need to be able to just get another card into the inkwell to play whatever glimmer you're holding, to be able to summon it into the Great Illuminary.
Summoning those glimmers with your magical ink, and they are doing that. And now Alessandro not questing with Tiana or Aurora, knowing that both well, Dumbo would be safe if he could challenge with Tipo and Dumbo into Tiana if he wanted to. He has enough ink that he could do that to get around Tiana's ability. There is Ursula coming down, exerting Ursula and challenging with the Dumbo.
Yeah, I'm excited to see this Ursula in play.
Yes.
We know Sapphire is so well known for getting up to such high numbers of ink. This 5 cost is nothing because we play other 5 costs in these Amethyst decks, like the Belle, like the Elsa, the 5th Spirit. But this Ursula Voice Stealer, when you play this character, you can exert chosen opposing character, and then you can play a song equal to or less than the exerted character's cost for free. But unfortunately, no songs.
No songs. Improvise. It looks like he gave the strength, I believe, to Tiana, and of course gets to draw a card for that 1 cost action of Improvise. The other thing about Ursula that I think is great is he didn't actually use that ability of singing a song, but she has a great stat line, right? A 3/4 character is pretty good. And over on Alessandro's side, we did see him play another Bobby Zimmerowski. Oh, and we have another Improvise.
Such a great, not even just for its strength ability, but because you get to draw a card. And that 1 cost, meaning he's going to be able to use it. And if he can ink another card, if he has another 1 drop, he could also play another card. But this Dumbo, 9th Wonder of the Universe, being evasive is going to be difficult for Alessandro to deal with. Now, Alessandro does have cards like possibly Mother Knows Best, perhaps Under the Sea. We know these Emerald decks are going to have them, but cards like this Improvise isn't really going to help him here because he's no evasive characters on the board to deal with this Dumbo, 9th Wonder of the Universe.
Yeah, that Dumbo giving, of course, the ability, he has the ability in giving it to all your other characters that you can exert and pay 1 ink to draw a card and gain lore, which I love to both draw cards and gain lore. So Dumbo is popular for a reason, Kim.
Yes, and something Amethyst does extremely well is card draw.
Absolutely.
We've seen things like Second Star to the Right, and I do have to say, I get it. The Ursula Voice Stealer being able to establish a 5 cost character on the board. If Lucas is able to draw into perhaps a Second Star to the Right, he will be able to sing it with this Ursula and perhaps next turn this Belle, because Belle is also 5 cost.
Also 5 cost, inkable, and she is a 4/4, quest for 2, but one of the things that we all love is her ability to move damage, and we saw that happen, moving it to take care of that Aurora Holding Court. And I think that Alessandro, you know, he played both Bobby Zimmerowski's, he played both of those Improvise. I think he is looking for that Tramp card, right? That is such a key.
Here it is, exactly like you were talking about.
That is that Tramp card that we want to see. He's able to play it out. But of course, the cost is 7, but it is reduced for each character that you have in play. Really, really great card. MVP, I think, of the Emerald Amber ink pairing.
Yeah, we've seen it so much this weekend, being used, being able to draw cards and then discard. Unfortunately, you have to get rid of them. But you can draw the amount of cards that as characters that you have in play. Another great way to filter through your deck if you have uninkable cards that you're not able to maybe get into that inkwell to be able to play your higher cost characters.
Yep.
But another great card, and I have to, this Lilo Escape Artist, she's been putting in a lot of work this weekend, being able to be used by cards like this Bobby Zimmerowski, this Miss Mulan, and not to mention this Tramp, being able to send it into the discard like this instead of it being banished. And so next turn, Alessandro has the choice. He can just play this Lilo Escape Artist from the discard.
Yep, absolutely. She's a fun card, and also one that has a Glimmer foil version.
Yes, she does.
I love it. She was in a collection set, last set. Oh, and we see that Elsa, 5th Spirit, coming down, of course, with Rush. And also you can exert a card on your opponent's side of the board, taking care of that Tramp.
Yeah, and we were just talking about Glimmer Foil, and the Elsa came in. Yes. We recently got a Glimmer Foil of the Elsa, 5th Spirit. I can't wait to see players be able to play some of them perhaps in the next Disney Lorcana challenge.
Yes. I think it was Kawa who was saying it, or maybe it was Fessy, that they think that Elsa 5th Spirit is one of the best cards in the game right now. She has Rush. She has Evasive. She has the ability to exert one of your opponent's characters. And she's just so good.
Yeah, and now we know these Amber Emerald decks move pretty fast. They're going to go for that aggro tactic. We've talked a lot about it. They're going to be moving fast, but it doesn't seem like Alessandro had that way out. He's going to choose to play the Lilo Escape Artist. I believe we see the Under the Sea in hand. However, there's not enough characters on the board for him to sing together, because that's, in these Emerald decks, that's the only way we really have to be able to clear a lot of these opposing boards.
Yep.
Is that 2 Under the Seas in hand, Rebecca?
It's 2 Under the Seas, 2 uninkable cards, high-cost uninkable cards. Alessandro, you can tell on his face, he is really thinking, what do I want to do here? We're going to challenge with both Bobby Zimmerskis into Bell, and we're going to play a Jim
We're going to play our Jim Deer. I do like this tactic. You're able to quest with Dear Tiana. Or did he challenge with the Tiana? Oh, I believe he quests. He's on 3 lore now, so he would have quested with the Tiana. All opposing characters are going to have -3 strength, which meaning, because none of these characters are more than 3 strength, they're not going to be able to challenge this Jim Deer. However, Lucas could pay the 3 cost to be able to deal with it. This Jim Deer bodyguard coming in at such a key moment, not something we've seen in typical Amber Emerald decks throughout the weekend, but I love it. A bodyguard action.
I love a bodyguard. I know a lot of people like this Jim Deer. We've seen him in a lot of decks. Over on Lucas's side, we do see that he used Dumbo's ability to pay 1 ink and exert to draw a card. I think that Lucas has 7 ink now. It's hard to tell with his sleeves. Rafiki going into the inkwell, and what are we going to play here, Lucas?
Yeah, and if he does have the 7 ink, we could see the Hades come in. But it's going to be
Basil.
Basil. Didn't have it.
Basil.
Oh, we didn't see it happen earlier. No Basil 1-drop, but he's coming in now and could really help him be able to support his other characters and help him clear the board. And that's exactly what he's going to do.
Yep, he used that ink to take care of that 3 reduction in strength and took out that Jim Deer bodyguard.
Yeah, but still the Tiana on the board. It is 8 lore to 3. Lucas still having the lead, but also he's kind of showing the board. He is having a lot of board control here.
There's a lot of board control. He has the lead in lore. He has control of the board, and we know that with this Sapphire Amethyst deck, that the more ink that he has, the more tools he has available to him. Especially as we get up to 6, 7, 8 ink, we have the Hades, we have the Big Elsa, we have the Monstro in this deck, so there are a lot of tools. And in fact, in this matchup, Monstro is fantastic because that Amber Emerald deck wants to flood the board, wants to get a lot of characters out, and if Lucas can get a Monstro on the board, then he can do a lot of damage.
Yeah, great card utilized in, as particularly these Sapphire Amethyst decks, because they're gaining so much ink, they're able to play the Monstro to the board, and especially utilized with cards like Second Star to the Right.
Yes.
I remember before, I believe it was last week in Cardiff CCQ, a Monstro and a Tipo together sang Second Star to the Right, but I have to feel for Alessandro here.
Oh.
There's 2 uninkables under the 2 uninkable Under the Seas in his hand. Top deck's a lady, gonna have to play the lady. Unfortunately, previously he had the Jim Deer in hand, had to play the Jim Deer. It's not looking great. Lucas really being able to control the board with this Amethyst Sapphire deck.
Yeah, Alessandro really on the back foot here, exerting now the Elsa and paying 1 ink to draw again. Unfortunately, Lucas is not, he's being a little secretive with his cards over here. We haven't been able to really see what he has in hand, but that Dumbo really putting in a lot of work, bringing down a Genie. Wish fulfilled, that 2/4 evasive character. He quests for 2, but also you get to draw a card.
Yes, you
and
do.
We've said Amethyst loves to draw cards, and Lucas is being able to draw tons of cards. A drawing again here from sailing the Azurite Sea.
Yeah, and we really have to feel for Alessandro here. He's watching his opponent play cards like Genie Wish Fulfilled, Sail the Azurite Sea. He's going to draw so many cards. And unfortunately for Alessandro, he's stuck with 2 Under the Seas in his hand.
Yes, and
not enough characters on the board to sing them.
Not enough characters to sing it, and unfortunately, Alessandro also really doesn't have a lot of options in this deck for card draw. There is that Tramp, of course, that to help you filter through. There's the Bobby Zimmerskis, but there's not a lot of card draw, and being stuck with those 2 Under the Sea, I do not envy his position right now.
No, if he can perhaps even top deck our shiftable lady here being able to take two characters back from the
Miss
discard.
Park Avenue,
Miss Park Avenue
would
yes.
come in handy. I think that actually that would be a fantastic top deck for Alessandro.
Yeah, but I don't know if it could even be enough with such an abundance of characters on the board for Lucas. I don't know how Alessandro is going to be able to deal with this big wide board. Unless he is able to perhaps shift that Miss Park Avenue, being able to take back cards, possibly ink additional cards. Like if he's able to take back perhaps a Jim Deere. We've seen the Bobby Zimmerowski Spray Cheese Kid coming in. But these cards are also inkable, meaning he would be able to get more cards into the inkwell to help him possibly even establish more characters onto the board. I'd love to see for Alessandro, just to be able to possibly sing together. But then you have character cards like Dumbo, and you have character cards like this Ursula, who have more than 2 strength, and you're not even going to be able to under the sea them, because unlike these Emerald Sapphire decks have heads held high, which pair up great with this under the sea to be able to reduce strength.
Unfortunately, that he doesn't have that available to him. And we do have a judge call going on right now. We'll find out what's going on and let you know. But the other thing that I was thinking about is that there's a lot of evasive characters, right? So you have the Dumbo, you have Elsa, you have Genie, and in that Amber Emerald deck, you don't really have a lot of answers for the evasive characters, but you do have Under the Sea, right?
You do have Under the Sea.
And Elsa and Genie both having that 2 strength, then Under the Sea would come in really handy, but him not having enough characters on board to sing it is a problem.
There is ways these Emerald decks can deal with these evasive cards, and perhaps maybe they're running their own evasive cards, but you also have cards like You're Welcome to be able to send them back. Yes, okay, you're giving your opponent more cards in their hand.
But sometimes...
Not great.
Sometimes it's worth it.
Sometimes it's worth it. I didn't get a great look at this Amber Emerald deck. I'm not sure if he's running any Your Welcomes, but definitely a possible card he could be playing, could be utilized. There's also Mother Knows Best to be able to bounce them back to the hand. Unfortunately, yes, he's going to be able to play them again, but you do stop your opponent being able to quest with them next turn.
Yeah, really disrupting that tempo, right? Yeah. You want to stop your opponent from being able to keep those characters on board, but Alessandro just really on the back foot now with that Amber Emerald deck. And we were talking earlier about how we didn't expect to see a Princess Amber Emerald deck.
Yes.
But opening up with that Aurora Tiana was really great. He kind of got off to a good start, but and the opponent, the Sapphire Amethyst player, actually missing turn 1.
Yeah, missing turn 1.
But the tables have turned.
The tables have
turned.
Because at the beginning, I was a bit worried for our Amethyst Sapphire player. No turn 1, wasn't able to establish that early Basil to be able to give that Tipo. Perhaps we saw the Tipo having to challenge into that Aurora holding court. If he had been able to play that turn 1 Basil, could have supported our growing boy, our Tipo, to be able to clear that Aurora holding court. But that didn't matter. We have tools like Bell, Accomplished Mystic, to be able to move damage, and being able to play the Basil this late in the game.
Yes.
Who cares? You can play it now. Yeah. I didn't have it first turn. I didn't have it now. If you're the Amethyst Sapphire player here at this moment, you know he has to sense that Alessandro's hand is a bit tricky.
Yes.
We know he has 2 uninkable cards, but our Blurple player here doesn't know that.
And even he knows, the only board wipe that is available is that Under the Sea, and he knows he doesn't have enough ink to play it, and he doesn't have the characters to sing it, so I think he feels really comfortable playing out those characters so that he can keep questing. I forget how much lore he had. Was he at 8? Lore, I believe. I can't remember.
He was definitely ahead on lore.
He was definitely ahead on lore.
We will try to bring you back to this compelling game as soon as possible, but he was ahead of lore. He had control of the board, and I can't. Yeah. I'm just in shock. I'm in anticipation. We know this Blurple deck is running Monstro, and we know against these fast aggro decks like Amber Emerald, this is Monstro. Let's talk about Monstro for a minute.
Monstro a great card.
He's a monster of a card.
He is.
Monstro, the monster, is such a great card for clearing so many of these, especially these aggro fast pacing Amber Emerald decks.
Yeah, and especially when they have low strength, right? So you have a lot of smaller characters maybe that quest for a lot, but they don't have a lot of strength. So then Monstro is able to challenge in with, because he has 8 willpower.
Yes.
And so he can do a lot of damage to clear a board. It's kind of, Monstro can act like a board wipe, right?
Yes, indeed. And then also, you have cards like Second Star to the Right. We know that Amethyst is great for drawing cards. Being able to do something like Second Star to the Right, draw 5 cards. If you have your Monstro in board and you have 5 cards in hand, that's like being able to discard and ready Monstro at least 5 times.
Yes, I've talked to multiple players who are on the Sapphire Amethyst build about that Second Star to the Right card, and they say, if you can play Second Star to the Right, you're winning the game.
Yes.
You know, so if you can get there, those 5 cards make all the difference.
Especially in these Amethyst Sapphire mirrors. And I'm sure we know Amethyst Sapphire was the most represented deck here this weekend.
Yeah, it was about a third of all 2,000, almost 2,000 players that we had here. Is about a third, maybe a little less than a third of the playing field.
Yeah, so we know both Amethyst Sapphire players are going to be running a lot of evasives. But it's so fascinating to me because it always feels like to me when I'm getting to cast these when I'm getting to cast these matches and getting to watch these games, it always feels like, who's going to do the Second Star to the Right first?
Who's going to get it first? Who's going to play
Who's going to have more cards in hand to be able to perhaps play their Monstro, be able to ready their Monstro and clear the opposing player's board?
Now, Kim, have you played the Sapphire Amethyst deck?
Yes.
Yes.
I have played all the decks. I have been practicing. I've been preparing. I've tried my best to learn all of the matchups, and I feel like the best way for myself that I love to learn the game is
by doing.
As I learn by playing, because in my heart I'm a competitive player. I played all of first season, and I'm still a child at Christmas.
You really are.
I'm just so excited. I'm so excited. I'm like Anna and Frozen. The sky's awake, so I'm awake. So we have to play Lorcana, and I get to share with you, Illumineers at home, this Lorcana that our players are playing.
Okay, so when it comes to the Sapphire Amethyst deck, then what are some of your favorite cards to play in that deck?
Oh, I think we've talked about it a lot.
Okay.
And we've talked about how important this card has been, and I'm excited because she's a Glimmer card. And we recently got a set coming out. I believe she came out this week officially.
Yes, just
That's
Friday.
Elsa, the Fifth Spirit. The ability to be able to rush in there and exert the opposing player's characters on the board is, in my opinion, amazing.
It is amazing.
It's just bonkers.
Yeah,
I can't describe it, explain it. And being able to team up with cards like this Basil to be able to support them is absolutely amazing. But we're going to get back into it. We're already back into it. When we left off, Alessandro had such a tough hand. Okay, 2 uninkables.
Yep.
2 uninkable under the sea, and I believe we're going back over to his turn.
Yeah, and we will get an update for you on that judge call as soon as we can. Just to update everyone on where we are on the match, we have Lucas on that Sapphire Amethyst deck here at 13 lore in the lead, and we have Alessandro on Amber Emerald at 3 lore, and it is currently Alessandro's turn. And thinking here, we are going to go into Basil with the Lady.
Yeah.
She, of course, getting the extra strength, I think, when Ursula was played here.
Yeah, and I really like this Lady because you're able to play an additional card and she'll gain the strength and be able to challenge. But yes, we did find out that judge call, our Amethyst Sapphire player did see the top card of his deck, so that was resolved. Our judge, I have to commend our amazing judges here this weekend. They have been outstanding. They're working so hard, and that was resolved as it could be.
Yeah, shout out to all the judges in the Disney Lorcana TCG community. We could not do what we do here without an amazing, incredible judge team, and we have some really fine judges here at the feature tables and out with the players, just really representing the game well.
Yeah, mistakes like these happen. There's so much on the line. All these players trying to get their first place first place prize to win themselves a ticket to the World Championship.
Bell coming down, and Dumbo, who had 1 damage, going to move that damage to that lady to banish her to the inkwell. Another Dumbo, Kim.
It's the 9th wonder of the universe.
The 9th wonder of the universe, and it's like, oh, it feels like the 9th card here on Lucas's board. Not quite. We don't have quite 9 characters out, but my goodness, this board is incredible. Lucas has got to be feeling good, and Alessandro said
and that's going to be game.
Is it.
Yeah.
Game 1 going to our Amethyst Sapphire player.
Yeah.
And I just really don't think that Alessandro was going to come out of that with those 2 Under the Sea in hand.
No.
There was just nothing I think that he could do.
No, I really have to feel for Alessandro here, especially knowing that he was going into this on the draw. But knowing your opponents didn't have that turn 1 play, Alessandro had to be thinking, oh, maybe I have a chance. They weren't able to play a card. But that board state, you guys.
Yes, that board state.
2 uninkable Under the Seas in hand. I feel for Alessandro. There's so much on the line. These players, it's been such a long day. I have to commend them. They're doing phenomenal. The judge call, I know a lot of people, we did bring it back to us. Yeah, he did get a warning. Deck was reshuffled. Not to worry, it was figured out. But Amethyst Sapphire taking the game 1 win, meaning we're going into game 2.
Game 2, and I think that for our Amber Emerald player, I think he wants to really find that tramp.
Yes.
I think that is, he found it a little late, and then of course our Sapphire Amethyst player able to take care of it very quickly. But yeah, I think he is going to be on the play.
Yes.
And I forget actually who was on the play in that first game.
It was our Sapphire Amethyst player.
Oh, that's right.
And he didn't have his turn.
And he didn't have turn.
He didn't have his turn 1.
So
but this time.
So then he lost on the draw, which is fine. I mean, not fine. You want to win, right? But you don't want to lose when you're on the play. Is what I'm trying to say, right?
And we want to see this Amber Emerald deck doing what we know this Emerald it's been a long day, folks. I'm sorry.
Emerald.
This Amber Emerald deck do what it's going to be doing. Alessandro here going to be having the advantage, going to be able to do the thing that this deck does, and that's be able to play so many characters to the board. I want to see it.
Maybe
he can do it.
Yes.
Will we be able to
the board
see
with those glimmers?
Yes. Will we be able to see him sing together this Under the Sea? And he has it in his hand, unfortunately. It's not going to be too great, but I believe players are altering his hand. So ultimately, he could choose to alter his hand here and maybe hope to draw into it. Oh, and he is going to do it. He's going to send. I believe he's only keeping 2 cards.
Keeping 2 cards here. Really an aggressive altering of his opening hand. I know that we've talked about this. I'm sure you've talked about it, but altering your opening hand really is one of the most key parts of Disney Lorcana TCG strategy.
Yeah, you're going to, especially, and we see it, and making this decision absolutely an amazing decision. We've seen it previously, turn 1 now. Alessandro maybe perhaps able to establish this Aurora holding court, meaning we could see another turn 2 Tiana restaurant owner play.
That would be excellent. Over on Lucas's side, again, he's I saw a Rafiki. Haven't seen much in his hand. Jim Deere is going into the inkwell. Aurora holding court. Just like you said, Kim, coming down, which means Tiana, that restaurant owner, will not be far behind. Lucas, hopefully, well, he does have a turn 1. We saw that Rafiki in hand.
Yes, we did. And that Rafiki
Monstro
into the inkwell. Yes, we've talked about this card, but Rafiki having that rush ability, or he has a challenger ability, would be able to take out this Aurora holding court. But Alessandro's going to be able to use this Aurora already to do this exactly what we talked about, Rebecca. Play this Tiana turn 2.
Yeah, I think that turning Aurora sideways to get that Tiana out on turn 2 is really important. He knows that Rafiki probably going to take her out, but that's okay because we have that Tiana now. Sailing the Azurite Seas, Lucas is doing that all-important turn 2 ramp.
Yeah, and when you see a Tipo being inked turn 2, you've got to know that your Sapphire Amethyst player has another way to ramp this turn. And I really do like the use of sail over Tipo and things like this, because it means instead of your ink going in exerted, your ink goes in to the inkwell. You're just able to ink an additional card, meaning like in this instance, he was able to utilize the ink to its fullest potential, being able to play that Basil.
Yes. Basil, again, that's that practice detective, I believe. And he is a 2-1 with support.
Yes.
You know what's interesting is I don't know. I have to like put my thinking cap on if there was another character in previous metas that had support that we saw in these really highly competitive decks. But this support character has come in. He's in like every Sapphire Amethyst deck.
We've seen it being used probably occasionally, probably rarely, but since our rotation, this new meta, this new world, and
it's a whole new world.
I had the honor of casting with Baker earlier, and we got to see a Sapphire Steel deck using the Alice growing girl, and she is all to do with the support, and I'm loving this support. I love this support mechanic so much, and I'm so happy in our post-rotation meta it's being utilized to its fullest potential.
I love that so much. Support is great. It's really fun,
and it's so wholesome and it's so beautiful. And
it is wholesome.
It's just our glimmers on the board supporting one another. Yes, okay, you're going to be challenging, but we're still supporting each other.
Yes, Alessandro is taking his time here, really thinking, what does he want to do? What does he want to ink? He does have that Ursula Deceiver, which could come down if he inks another card, and he could take a look at Lucas's hand, maybe pull a song card out of Lucas's hand. He has Into the Unknown that could be lurking around the corner, but let's see here. What else? We have that Gym Deer, it looks like, that Bodyguard in hand.
We also have
a tramp.
We could definitely see the Ursula Deceiver coming in here, knowing Lucas could have that 3-cost Into the Unknown. Alessandro going to be wanting to quest, ideally start to gain that bit of lore advantage. We could see Ursula Deceiver come into play, being able to look at Lucas's hand, giving Alessandro the opportunity to perhaps discard that Into the Unknown out of his hand. Would definitely save his Tiana from being sent into the unknown, or in this instance into the inkwell. But there's no songs in his hand.
No songs again. Poor Ursula, looking for a voice and unable to find it. Her shell necklace is empty.
Yeah, but he's going to be able to ink a card. I contemplated in my brain, if I was Alessandro right here, is it better to play the Gym Deer and quest with my Tiana and quest, or is it better to do the Ursula Deceiver? And I think taking the risk and going for the Ursula Deceiver, just in case they did have Into the Unknown, is, in my opinion, a much safer play, because we know the previous game, Lucas was just able to gain board control so quickly. But the Dumbo,
ninth wonder of the universe.
He's coming into play already.
He is back. We have another Tiana coming down on Alessandro's side. Now, this is fantastic. Of course, that second Tiana, she cannot be exerted this turn, but if he has both those Tianas facing sideways, Lucas would have to pay 6 ink in order to challenge Kim.
Yeah, but just even being able to establish another character on board, meaning that tramp that you were talking about, he would be able to play it for
3 ink right now.
Right now, such a reduced cost because he has 4 characters in play.
A Rafiki going into the inkwell on Lucas's side and playing that Ursula Voice Stealer and taking out the Ursula Deceiver with Dumbo.
Yeah.
Taking out a character now before he has to pay for.
Yeah. Because neither of these Tianas are exerted yet. So he doesn't have to pay a toll. Lucas is getting ready, setting himself up, starting to build up that board so that he has the opportunity to challenge these characters. He has the Basil on board. Lucas, we know Sapphire does a Sapphire thing. He's going to have loads. Sapphire does. He's going to ink a lot of cards. He's going to be able to pay the toll quite easily. This turn, he's going to be able to have 6 ink. He's going to be able to pay this toll. And he has this Basil in play, meaning he's going to be able to support his other characters, meaning he could easily take out these Tianas on board. But no, he's not going to be able to. There's 2 bodyguards.
2 bodyguards. 2 0-4 bodyguard Gym Deers have come down. He has 2 Tianas sideways. He's going to have to pay 6 ink if he wants to challenge those bodyguards. This is a board. I would not want to be sitting across from Alessandro right now with those Tianas and those bodyguards.
No, poor Lucas isn't even he's only going to be able to ink to 6, folks. not even going to be able to ink to 7 to be able to play Hades Infernal Schemer, and to do anything he has to get through those Gym Deers. But he can't challenge those Gym Deers right now because all of his characters are going to have not -3 strength, but there's 2 exerted Tianas, meaning he's going to have -6 strength.
Yeah, and because he, like you said, he can only ink right now to go up to 6, that means he could only do 1 challenge, and then all his ink would be expended. So what does Lucas do here? He is inking a Madam Mim Elephant.
Yeah, a potential, even a potential, I know it's bonkers, I know it's wild, a potential double into the unknown would really help him out here, because both Tianas are exerted, meaning he could sing into the unknown, or even just double hard cast into the unknown on these Tianas would super help him here, and then he would have his characters still on the board being able to challenge into these Gym Deers and really clean up Alessandro's board, because right now, I'm a bit scared.
Okay, he did. He quested with Basil here. We gave the support to our Ursula voice stealer, and he exerted all 6 ink to challenge into one of those Gym Deer bodyguards.
Yeah. And unfortunately, it just had to be done.
Yes.
It just had to be done. You're going to have to start dealing with this board. Unfortunately, didn't have the cards he needed, but possibly next turn, perhaps we could see a Hades Infernal Schemer come down to be able to deal with at least one of these
At least one of these Tianas. Those Tianas are a problem. We have an improvise, and it looks like a lady, I think, in Alessandro's hand. Thinking here about what he wants to do. These players, of course, there's extended time. It's 70 minutes here excuse me. We are now in top 8, and I believe these times are unround. There's a timer up there, but they are untimed starting at top 8, Kim.
I'm not sure if it's top 8 or top 4. We will find out, and we will let you Lumineers at home know. But right now, 2 Tianas on the board. Did Aurora just challenge into that Basil?
Yes, she did. Aurora said, I am done holding court, and I am going to challenge that Basil, that support. Alessandro saying that support is doing too much for you. I can't have you doing that anymore.
Especially when you're not the person doing the supporting, you can see how dangerous this can be. This Basil being able to support the Ursula, who already has 3 attack, making it a 5 attack, and Lucas being able to he has ink available. He can just pay the Tiana toll. Why not?
Pay the Tiana toll. Tiana's restaurant is very expensive. Inking a Basil, and what do we have, Lucas?
What do we have? Is that 2 cards left in hand? What could we see here? Could it be the Hades Infernal Schemer?
It could be. And we are sending one of those restaurant owners into the inkwell.
Bye-bye. 1 Tiana down, 1 to go. Can Lucas do it? It is 11 lore to 2.
And an into the unknown. We were talking about that earlier, that would be the perfect card for Lucas to have. And now we have Rafiki and Ursula voice stealer going into that other Gym Deer bodyguard and really cleaning up Alessandro's side of the board there. Kim, that was a turn.
That was a turn. Such a phenomenal play there by Lucas, really showing he knows this deck inside out. Has to have known this deck inside out. He's made it to top 8. Both players really trying. Alessandro really going to want to be taking this win. He's going to be wanting to go to a game 3. But Lucas being able, it doesn't matter. Alessandro had that lead on lore. It's 11 lore to 2. But no, we've seen Hades. We've seen Dumbo sang into the unknown on the Tiana.
Did you know that Dumbo was a great singer?
I did not know. I was under the impression that Dumbo couldn't speak. He was just a little baby.
Just a little baby elephant. That Into the Unknown, though, a fantastic card. Of course, a dual ink. I love the dual ink cards. And that Into the Unknown, such a key card in this Sapphire Amethyst deck.
Yes, and now we do know Alessandro is on 4, 5, 6, 7 ink. Even if he was able to ink a card and play in Under the Sea, it wouldn't do much here. You're only going to clear the Rafiki because the Dumbo, the Ursula, and the Hades, they all have 3 strength.
Trying to see what that third card is in his hand. He has an Ursula.
He has a Gym Deer, and is that a tramp? That's a tramp.
Yes.
Yeah,
that is the tramp. Enterprising.
Enterprising dog.
That 1/3.
That 1-3, and I believe when you play this character, it gives strength to the other character.
Correct. Well, when you play this character, chosen character gets +1 strength this turn for each other character you have in play. You also can pay 1 less if you have Lady in play, which he does have that Miss Park Avenue in play. But that 1-3 Tramp character, I don't know that is the card that Alessandro runs right now with facing this Hades, Ursula, Dumbo, Rafiki on Lucas' side of the board.
No, and this Lady Miss Park Avenue does have 4 strength, 4 willpower. We could see a challenge into that Ursula, perhaps, or even the Rafiki being able to take them out, but then you're stuck with this evasive Dumbo. What is he going to do here? I haven't seen the Mother Knows Best. I haven't seen it. You're welcome. It's going to be really tricky for Alessandro, even though he's ahead on lore. We've seen it previously, unfortunately. 2 uninkable Under the Sea stuck in his hand game 1. And, I felt from game 1. I'm going to feel for him now.
Yeah, no, there are only 2 actions that Alessandro is running in his deck. He has the Improvise, which we have seen, and he does have Under the Sea. But no, you're welcome.
No, you're welcome.
No other actions, no other songs.
No, Alessandro really, he was on the play this game. He was able to play a lot of characters to the board. He was able to get an early advantage in lore. But unfortunately, Lucas just showing the power of this Amethyst Sapphire deck and just taking control of the board. It's going to be an Ursula Deceiver coming in, but unfortunately, Lucas has no cards in hand.
No cards in hand. Just adding another Glimmer on the board just to try to increase his board presence. He did take out that Rafiki with Lady Miss Park Avenue.
Yeah, just really, really tough plays here for Alessandro, because what is he going to do to be able to get rid of this Dumbo? It's not under the seeable.
It's under the seeable.
It's not under the seeable. No, it's not. It can't be sent under the deck.
Yes.
But does he want to establish perhaps this Jim Deere to protect his lady? Because Lucas could be able, if he top decks something that he can play, he can challenge into this lady to banish it with both the Ursula and the Hades. We're going to play the Jim Deere, not going to play it in bodyguard mode.
No, and I think that's okay, actually. Jim Deere is a bodyguard, didn't come down exerted, but Lady being a 4/4 character, Lucas, all his characters on board right now all have just 3 strength. That means he's going to have to use 2 characters to challenge into Lady. Of course, Hades will survive because he has that 6 willpower, but whether he challenges with the Ursula or the Dumbo, they would not survive the challenge. And so I think that Alessandro feels pretty safe to exert that Lady, because even if Lucas does challenge to take her out, he will have removed one of those characters from his side of the board, unless he plays Hypnotic Strength. Oh, and they're using just 1 character, that Ursula Voice Stealer, taking out that Lady Miss Park Avenue.
No, didn't even need to use both Hades and Ursula to take out Miss Park Avenue, showing the power of Hypnotic Strength, not only to give additional strength, but it also helps Lucas draw a card.
Yes, absolutely.
And then just a Jim Deere and an Ursula left on the board for Alessandro. 11 lore now to 5. Lucas slowly creeping back up.
There is that Tramp. Oh, he had 2 of those Tramp Enterprising Dogs. Played those, and
first Tramp being able to give additional strength, but then being able to play another Tramp, being able to give even more strength, because it gives just as much strength as characters in play. Being able to take out that Hades Infernal Schemer. Just a Dumbo, 9th wonder of the universe, left on the board. Lucas going to be able to gain a lore, pay the 1, gain a lore, and draw a card. Really showing how powerful this new card introduced to us this set is. This Iago, double Iago. We have to talk about this illusion card.
Let's talk about it. What is it, Kim?
Such a strong illusion character card here. Now, this illusion character has the vanish ability, which means if it's targeted by an action, it's gonna vanish. It's gonna vanish.
You know what's great? So Alessandro is running those improvised actions.
Yes.
He could actually choose to add. I choose Iago to give +1 strength now that Iago has been targeted.
Yeah, and that would just make them
an action, and they would vanish.
It would do the like in my brain when I'm playing illusions, or when I'm watching this, all in my brain, if you play an action on the illusion, in my brain, what my brain thinks of just the Iago illusion, what would happen? It will just go like a balloon. Pop, 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 pop,
I love it.
Yes, but unfortunately, No improvise in sight. It's going to be a gym. It's going to be just a Pluto coming into board.
That's a little good
Unfortunately
boy.
for Alessandro. 2 Iagos on the board, and they have 4 strength, 6 willpower. Oh, and bringing a genie wish fulfilled here. Lucas is going to draw an additional card, doing that thing we talked about that Amethyst does so well. Another genie wish fulfilled.
Yeah, not choosing to ink that Dumbo, he probably is thinking, I already have 1 Dumbo out on the board, and I would rather have this genie that quests for 2, so I'll go ahead and inking that Dumbo and developing a second genie, and this, he has 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more on the board now. Going into next turn, he would be able to really start putting the pressure on.
Yeah, and not 1, not 2, but 3 evasive cards on the board for Lucas. Oh, I'm feeling for Alessandro again here. There's not much he's going to be able to do to clear these evasive cards. Yes, both the genie wish fulfilled are under the seeable.
And they are under the seeable, but not enough characters, not enough to play under the sea.
No,
even
not
if
enough
he
to
could
sing it.
He couldn't sing it.
No, he could not sing it.
He does have enough ink that he could play it.
No, I believe he's only on 7.
Oh, he
ink.
only has 7
So even
ink.
if he top decked under the sea, he doesn't even have an inkable card in his hand. He's going to be able to ink and then hard pass under the sea.
I think I just saw that he has the Lilo Escape Artist in hand. So he does
have a Lilo Escape Artist? Okay, possibly. Now, we know Lucas has 5 characters on board. It's 12 lore to 9. Lucas next turn going to be able to quest for 2, 4, 6, 7. It's going to bring him up to 16. Alessandro, 12 lore on the board. But what are you going to be able to do to these evasive cards? Only top decking a Lilo Escape Artist?
Yes. Yeah, Lilo
I'm feeling for him.
Yeah, and all these, both Tramps have just 1 strength, and then both Jim Deere and Pluto 0 strength. So Alessandro is not in the position here to be doing any challenges, even if he could. And there is that Lilo Escape Artist that I was just saying was in his hand. He is playing it out and choosing here to quest. He was at 12. He's now going to go to 16. I think he's just saying, I just got to put the pressure on. I'm going to hit the gas. We're going to start to quest and say, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yes,
clear my
clear my board.
Alessandro, unfortunately, doesn't have the answers to answer his opponent's board. But Alessandro now having story on board, meaning Lucas is going to be going to have to do what Alessandro couldn't do to Lucas's board, and Lucas is going to have to try and clear as many characters off this board as possible.
Which he's going to be able to do quite
he's going to
easily.
be able to do. We've seen it. This Iagos has such a high strength. Either Iago can take out this Jim Deere here, both having 4 strength, that Jim Deere having 4 willpower. Iago going to be able to challenge, can take out Jim Deere. Either one of our genies could challenge and take out this Pluto. And a Dumbo and an Iago could take out either of these Tramps. And I have to say, if Lucas has a Hades Infernal Schemer in hand, he could also use it, but no,
deeper.
Dig a little deeper. Yeah, it's gonna come in. It's gonna be played. He's gonna be able to look through the top 7 cards of his deck, perhaps hoping to find even an Into the Unknown to be able to deal with more character cards. But we know Lucas has enough glimmers on board to be able to effectively deal with Alessandro's exerted cards on board, because he can effectively challenge in. I'm really intrigued to see Lucas really not wanting to show the camera his cards.
He really doesn't want us to see his cards.
Show us his cards at all. But perhaps looking for that Hades Infernal Schemer to play next turn to be able to deal with this Lilo once it quests. Because
Basil and a Rafiki coming down.
Yeah, because if Lucas can effectively deal with the Pluto and the Jim Deere and both Tramps on board, leaving this Lilo, Alessandro going to be able to quest to 18, but going to need a way to deal with this Lilo. And by sending it into the Inkwell, stops Alessandro being able to play it from the discard at the start of the next turn.
Yeah, I think that's why Alessandro decided to quest with all of his characters, right? Is because he has that Lilo. He's at 16 right now. Next turn, he could possibly quest with 2 with that Lilo, even if Lucas took care of all of his other characters. I think probably Alessandro is hoping that there wasn't another Hades Infernal Schemer coming down, taking out Pluto now. So he did clear the board there, except for that little Lilo. And, you know, the other thing that this does is it stops Lucas from questing, right? So Alessandro said, I have game on board.
Yes.
I have story on board. That means that Lucas has to answer and cannot quest himself. Saves Alessandro for another turn. It is back to him. He is going to quest for 2.
Yeah, and Lucas having to challenge that turn, not being able to quest, meant this turn he was not able to get up to 20. This turn he's only going to be able to quest up to 9, 10, 11. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, meaning he's missing 2.
Missing 2. And Alessandro, I don't know what card he top decked on his turn, but he just quested with Lilo and did not play anything. So I don't know what that card is, but he did not play it.
He did not play it. He kept it in his hand. Was it another uninkable? Could it have been perhaps an uninkable Under the Sea?
I would not be surprised if it was.
Because even well, this turn, Lucas is going to be able to quest. He's going to be able to get up to 18. If Lucas can establish even an Into the Unknown, if he can just play an Into the Unknown or even a Hades Infernal Schemer to get rid of this Lilo, meaning next turn, if Alessandro isn't able to deal with his entire board, he's going to be able to win.
There's that Hades.
That's the Hades
into the inkwell. Okay, now, if he does have that Under the Sea in his hand, I don't think it's going to do him any good because so many of Lucas's characters have such high strength. It really wouldn't hit not enough to keep him. Lucas, and he said
it was the Under the Sea.
Man, both
Once
game
again.
1 and game 2, that uninkable 8-cost Under the Sea song is what kept Alessandro from getting ahead and taking that win, Kim.
Oh, I have to feel for Alessandro there. Game 1, 2 uninkable Under the Sea in his hand. This time, okay, he top decked Under the Sea. He needed the Under the Sea.
And he had 7 ink only.
But only on 7 ink, and he drew an inkable card. He could have inked it. He could have played it. But that Hades Infernal Schemer that he just played on the Lilo had 3 strength, meaning it wasn't Under the Seeable.
It was not Under the Seeable. That.
Sorry. I felt for him.
Kim.
Yeah.
But we do have a player now who is advancing to semifinals.
Yes.
He has earned that foil uncut sheet. How exciting has today been?
He's one step closer to getting into the grand final here today, where the winner is going to earn themselves a place in the Disney Lorcana World Championship for Season 2.
Yes.
We know how fabulous Season 1 was. We know how fabulous the World Championship was, and all the players playing here today wanting to earn their place for this season. A lot of players so hungry to play. They've enjoyed Season 1 so much. I know I've enjoyed Season 1 so much, and I'm excited. I'm excited to see what's happening. What player, most importantly, what deck is going to come out on top?
What deck is going to come out on top? I know that we talked about this earlier, but that Sapphire Amethyst deck making up about a third or so of the field. We are sure to see that Blurple deck, as we all love to call it now, in the semifinals, but will it make it?
Will it make it
to the finals?
Well, we have another Sapphire Amethyst going forward now into top 4. We brought you a top 8 match, but an Amethyst Sapphire, the most represented deck here this weekend. I'm honestly not surprised to see it progress forward.
I do love, before we get to something fun, I do have to say, though, I loved seeing some spice, though, in that Sapphire Amethyst deck. That Ursula Voice Stealer. We didn't see magical maneuvers come in, but there was some spice in there.
Yeah. Especially being able to play against cards. There's a lot of 3-cost Amber cards in particular that Lady Family Dog, perhaps, meaning that if you had an Ursula Deceiver and you could exert the Lady Family Dog and you had an Into the Unknown, you'd be able to sing perhaps that song for free.
That would be beautiful.
That would be beautiful.
That.
Do we have a 10-cost? Is there a 10-cost? I don't believe there's a. We have it. Well, do we have a 10-cost character, Glimmer? I believe it's Takaba. Mickey? Mickey! Oh my god, okay.
Right?
Completely hypothetical. universe.
Okay.
Could we potentially, sometime in the future, someone do it for me because I want to see it happen, please. Ursula, voice stealer coming in, gonna exert a 10 cost character card.
Yeah.
Could we see second
Kim is
start to
cooking.
the? Could we see
Kim
second?
is cooking
could
here.
we see second start of the right being sung for free? I saw it last week being sung by a Monstro and a Tipo. Could we see it being sung for free?
We could. It could happen.
Absolutely.
Somebody cooked that up for us. But right now, speaking of spice,
Yes,
Kim,
spice. Okay, spice.
something that has been a little spicy this weekend
Yes.
has been a little friendly competition among the casters. We did a super fun fantasy draft. I had a stacked team, Kim.
Yeah, you had a stacked team. I had a stacked
You
team.
really
We
did.
all had stacked teams coming in.
Oh.
and I believe after that, because I believe Tiago being the only person being able to make it into top 32. None of my players made it, but is that 93 points I have right there?
That is 93 points. You beat me. I was so close, Kim.
You were so, I bet you by 3 points.
I had 90 points. You beat me by just 3 points. Oh my goodness. Well, this was so fun, though. I just want to take a chance to talk about some of these players up here on the screen. That was so fun.
It was so fun. It was absolutely phenomenal. And just a shout out, not even these players, just all players. And if you played Fantasy Draft with us at home, let us know who was on your team. Who did you draft? Did you guys draft with us? And, yes.
Or
I apologize.
Or which
to the
caster's team were you cheering for?
Who were you cheering for, and were you on my team? And if not, why weren't you on my team? Because I wasn't. And I apologize to headphone users. I got very excited.
You
I'm
did.
sorry. I'm sorry.
I got very upset, Kim. I really wanted to win fantasy draft. I was so sure that I mean, 3 points.
Yes.
3 points, Kim.
3 points. I'm sorry.
Oh
I'm
my
sorry.
goodness.
I'm sorry.
But you know
I
what?
still love you.
But here's the thing, though. Here's the thing.
Yes.
We beat all the boys. And Erica. But we beat Spessy.
We did it.
We beat Baker.
We
beat Kawa. We beat Erica.
We got the boys.
We got them. Our fantasy draft.
We got 'em. But top 8 is not finished. We have a second feature match to bring
we do.
you.
More Disney Lorcana play. I know that's what you're all here for in Twitch chat. You want to see games. You want to see these players play. So we do have a second featured match here for you in the top 8. Very exciting.
Yeah.
These players, I mean, let's just talk about this room. You saw some of those players that were part of our fantasy draft, but these players are so not just hungry, right? But they're so skilled.
They're so skilled.
They are out there with their teams. They're out there with their communities, practicing, putting in the repetitions, and they know these decks inside and out,
do.
like
That
you were
is clear.
saying, very clear. And they are ready to play. They are so focused and ready to win that title of Disney Lorcana Challenge Bologna champion.
Yeah, they are locked in. They're laser focused. I learned that from JDZ. They're locked in. They're
Locked
ready.
in.
They know these decks inside out, and being able to take home season 2. At the end of the day, we're not going to have a player qualified. We're not going. We have 30. Sorry, I have to count myself down. We already have 32 players qualified to the EU Continental Championship. But at the end of today, we are going to have our first player qualified to the World Championship.
And here is our next featured match for you. We have an Amber Steel versus Amethyst Steel matchup for you. Marco Mari here, our player 1 on the left against Nick Pham on the right. Nick Pham, who was 13th after Swiss rounds today, doing very well with the Amethyst Steel deck.
Yeah, and I believe this is, in fact, not an Amber Steel deck. I believe this is
Emerald
Steel deck.
Okay,
We'll fix that for you guys. Don't even worry. We'll fix that. We'll tell them to fix that for you guys.
All right, so player 1 on the playing down that cursed merfolk, and then answered with a daisy on the other side of the board. We have Emerald Steel. We have an Emerald Steel deck. So fun.
Yes, we do. And this is not an Amethyst Steel deck either, I believe. This isn't another Amber Emerald. We just seen it come in, not the underdog deck, I can call it. Yes, the underdog deck. Another one in top 8. Absolutely amazing.
You know, Emerald Steel, we've seen some of these matches today, or yesterday and today with this Emerald Steel deck. And I am actually really excited to see that it has made it all the way here to top 8.
Yeah, we've seen a a good lot of Amber Emerald represented here this weekend. And this opening turn 1 Daisy Duck play, absolutely so amazing. Being able to challenge already.
Okay.
I did not expect that, but I did not expect it, but I respect it.
I do. Yes. And having to, of course, Curse Merfolk, 0/1 character, so Daisy takes no damage. But the ability of Curse Merfolk is that when that character is challenged, you must discard a card. And so this player choosing to discard an Under the Sea, which is that 8-cost uninkable song, so he doesn't want to keep it in his hand anyway. Might as well use that to get rid of that Curse Merfolk so that this player cannot quest for 2.
Yeah, and right.
Double Daisy.
But being against the Calhoun on the board, that Calhoun is not under the seeable. We've talked about these cards having such high strength and not being able to be targeted by Under the Sea. But being able to establish 2 1-drops turn 2, that's 3 characters on the board. But no, not 3 characters on the board. Fire the cannons, and the Calhoun gonna be used to banish that Daisy Duck Donald's date.
I love that so much. And of course, because that Calhoun did banish Daisy, we're going to gain that 2 lore from Calhoun's ability. Calhoun's such a great card in Steel. There are not many Steel decks, I think, that aren't playing Calhoun because her ability is just so good.
Yeah, and
she should have resist 1.
She has resist 1, so she doesn't get any damage for that Daisy Duck Donald's Day. And we know these Steel decks are running songs like Strength of the Raging Fire. Not many Steel removal songs left. We have Fire the Cannon, not even songs, but removal tools like Fire the Cannons, because that's an action, and Strength of the Raging Fire. And our Emerald Steel player is going to try and want to establish as many characters on the board as possible in order to be able to play or even sing Strength of the Raging Fire. But I've got to talk about this Louis Glimmer.
Louis great.
Yes, I love Louis. Being able to, he comes in exerted, but on play, being able to give an opposing character reckless, meaning his opponent, that character, isn't going to be able to quest. It's going to have to challenge.
Yeah, I do want to rewind just if anybody missed it, but Daisy did challenge Calhoun to banish her, and the reason why she's able to do that was because the Merryweather, when she came in, gave Daisy an extra 2 strength, so she was able to challenge with 3 strength into Calhoun, pass that resist, and take Calhoun off the board. And a Tiana coming down.
A Tiana restaurant owner coming down.
Amber Emerald players' side of the board.
Yeah, I've been loving this inclusion in these Amber Emerald decks, as when Tiana's exerted, I've said it before, you guys know it at home, when Tiana's exerted, all opposing characters are going to get -3 strength, meaning a lot of these characters, when Tiana's exerted, these characters are going to have -3 strength, meaning your opponent is going to either have to get rid of this Tiana first in some way, or pay that 3 ink toll to be able to challenge effectively.
Yep, and we had a Dock come down, which is what this deck wants to do, this Emerald Steel, to draw 2 cards. Drew into 2 Mulans, played 1.
Drew another Mulan, and then had to discard them along. Gonna play this Tamago. Perhaps hoping here to top deck into Strength of the Raging Fire, being able to have 4 characters on board, meaning if Marco is able to top deck a Strength of the Raging Fire, he would be able to either hard cast it or even sing with this Louis on the Tiana to be able to get rid of it, because we know once that Tiana's exerted...
Oh, he has no cards in hand.
He has no cards in hand.
I was worried for a second. I went,
no cards in hand. But if he did have cards in hand, and if it was that Strength of the Raging Fire, that Ursula Deceiver, such a great card to be used in these matchups. But what was that top deck?
I didn't see. I was trying to look.
No.
I was looking on the screen. I was like moving my head over as if I could change the angle of the screen. But this is a 2-dimensional object.
Just in case there's different perspective. We are trying to jump through the screen. I want to know what he has in hand. And it's such these decisions. These decisions by the players, it's so difficult when to know when to quest, when to sing, when to turn your characters sideways. Marco's not going to be able to challenge. None of Nick's characters are exerted. Going to choose to quest with Go-Go Tamago. He had to play Go-Go, wasn't able to use Go-Go's ability. If he had enough ink previously, could have played Go-Go Tamago, could have used her ability. No whining, woman up. to be able to pay an additional cost and gain that lore.
Yeah, that is the best name of an ability in all of Disney Lorcana TCG.
It is one of my favorite. It is one of my favorites, of course. And I feel like why I know is that a Bobby Zimmerowski
and a Emerald Chromacon right behind it. Emerald Chromacon could come in very handy for here. It might help him to be able to start turning cards sideways and say, if you want to banish my characters, go ahead, because then you'll have to bounce your characters back. Exerting here the Go-Go, the Mulan, and maybe Lewis, not sure.
No, perhaps he wants to keep this Lewis, because this Lewis has 4 strength. So being able to even, maybe perhaps going to keep this Louis, not going to quest, not going to exert it, because if Nick quests with the Tiana, next turn, Marco could choose to pay the toll and just challenge the Tiana restaurant owner. But of course, now, for Nick, he clearly sees his opponent. Okay, it's 7 lore to 2. You're Nick. You're watching your opponent have that lore
lead.
Lore lead, exactly. Thank you. That lore lead. But your opponent just played this Emerald Chromacon to the board. If Nick challenges any of these characters, Marco's going to have the option to bounce characters back to hand.
Yeah, and right now he actually can't even challenge Gogo Tamago because she is evasive, so the only character he could challenge is Mulan, that 2/1 character on the board.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough decision here for Nick about what he's going to do. Does he have cards in his hand? Is that 2 cards in his hand?
Yes,
Does he have
that's
3 ink? 3 ink and 2 cards in his hand?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Players here discussing what's going to happen. Or both players thinking what's going to happen, because whoever wins this, okay, we're only on game 1, but whoever wins this top 8 match is going to find themselves in top 4.
Going to the semifinals, 1 step closer to that champion title, 1 step closer to that world's invite, prizes on the line, thinking through every possible line here of what he wants to do. Really not wanting to make a mistake, because you were saying, Kim, all of those little decisions, right? All of these decisions, and one small decision could make the difference between the game win or a game loss.
Yes, all of these micro decisions, we've talked a lot about them all weekend, but they're so vital. And these players know their decks inside out. They know when they're going to want to quest, when they're going to want to challenge. But having opposing evasive characters on board and you don't have an evasive character in play, what are you going to do?
What are you going to do? Yeah, and we are, I mean, if he had an Under the Sea in hand, does he have enough to sing it? He doesn't, though. No. He has an Aurora and another Merryweather, it looks like.
And he's
not
going to do anything. He's not going to do anything. He's just going to pass. Not a single quest, knowing,
not a quest,
because this Louis on the board.
Prince Philip
do you want to tell us about this?
Prince Philip with Ward, and he quests for 2. Prince Philip is fantastic.
Yeah, and this Emerald Chromacon in play is going to have our Amber Emerald player. They're going to be feeling a bit scared. There is not a lot of strength on these characters they have in play. Okay, I like this. Okay, Bobby Zimmerowski, Trey Cheese Kid coming in. We're going to be able to draw a card, discard a card. Is that the answer we need? Are we going to be able to find something we can use? Could it be even an Under the Sea? We could get rid of a lot of characters. No, it's not.
It was an Ursula Deceiver.
It was an Ursula Deceiver. And when you have an Ursula Deceiver, is it any good if your opponent has no cards in hand?
All right, and Mulan is going to be banished now, and so our player gets to choose from that Emerald Chromacon which character is going to bounce back. And we do apologize. The players' names on screen were incorrect, so we're going to get that corrected for you so we have those right names for you for these top 8 players.
Yes, but right now we have our Emerald Steel player versus our Amber Emerald player, and whoever wins this is going to be going on to the top 4, the semi-finals, but it's only game 1. And even though our Emerald Steel player has an advantage on lore, our Amber Emerald player here has a lot of characters on the board. Are they going to be able to do something to deal with his opponent's board? But that Emerald Chromacon in play, meaning if he decides to challenge, our Emerald Steel player is going to have the opportunity to bounce something back to hand.
Yeah. Now, the first time that happened when the Mulan got challenged and banished, he did decide to bounce back his own dock, right? Because now he can replay it again and draw 2 cards because he has no other cards in hand, so choosing to return that to hand to replay it. And now choosing to send back a Daisy to maybe we're still thinking about it.
These decisions are just so hard. Honestly, if I was either of these players right now, I'd be shaking. I'd be shaking in my boots, and I'd be so scared. But being able to bounce that dock back to hand is huge, because we know that these Emerald Steel decks, these Steel in general, dock is such a huge card draw tool. Okay. Requesting with the Pluto. We're going to quest with the Pluto. Great. Tiana is exerted, meaning opponents, meaning this Emerald Steel player's Glimmers on board are going to have -3 strength. However, our Emerald Steel player has enough ink to be able to perhaps play their dock and pay the toll to be able to challenge Tiana with the Louis.
Yeah, being able to play that dock might be what he wants to do, but I did not see what he drew off the top of his deck for this turn, so there might be... Oh, is it another Prince Philip? I think it is another Prince Philip. So we are going to ink that, play the dock.
Yeah, we're going to ink our Prince Philip, and now we can pay the toll and challenge this Tiana with the Louis, and then we're going to be able to play our dock, and we're going to be able to draw 2 cards.
Another dock. He drew that strength. Strength of Raging Fire here. Tranquil as a forest, but a fire within. For Bruno, I believe here is our Emerald Steel player.
Oh, such a mighty play for our Emerald Steel player. Being able to play a dock, draw into another dock, more ways to draw cards. We've talked about it a lot. Yep. So not only Amethyst can draw cards, but we know this dock can help draw cards as well. We're going to choose to quest with our Prince Philip. Are we going to choose to keep... We're gonna choose to keep our Strength of a Raging Fire perhaps for next turn to maybe get rid of another Tiana if our opponent plays it. Are we going to save it, or perhaps maybe next turn when we're able to sing with that Louis on the Daisy Duck Donald's date?
Yep. Yeah, inching his way up, Bruno choosing to quest, inching closer and closer to 20 lore. 13 lore for Bruno, who is on this Emerald Steel deck. Our Amber Emerald player is Enrico Maria.
Oh, this improvise coming in, being able to give 1 additional strength, but also going to allow Enrique O'Mara to draw an additional card. I believe now both names and ink colors on the board are now correct. Bruno previously coming 3rd, and our Amber Emerald player being 27th in seeding.
Improvise, of course, giving, looks like he must have given that 2 strength from Improvise to Daisy.
Yeah, and it's going to also use Ursula Deceiver to be able to challenge this Louis. Yeah. All these micro decisions.
I missed who he gave the extra strength to with the...
I believe he gave it to the Ursula, so then he was able to challenge that Louis.
Thank you, yes.
Previously did have 1 damage on it. Improvise coming in, going to give that extra strength to Ursula Deceiver, going to be able to finish off that Louis, meaning... There's no 3-cost character left on board to be able to sing Strength of the Raging Fire. But of course, our Amber Emerald player doesn't know that. We are going to want to get rid of this Louis to stop a possible challenge into our Daisy Duck Donald stage, because 4 strength on the Louis, meaning it would have been able to cleanly challenge into that Daisy Duck Donald stage to get rid of it. But it's 13 lore, 2-4. Our Amber Emerald player here is going to want to try and quest now to catch up with our Emerald Steel player.
Yeah, I was wondering. I thought I saw that Go-Go come down or into Enrico's hand, and he did. He's choosing to play that Go-Go. I wonder why he didn't hold it maybe to play when he could trigger of Gogo's ability. Of course, you can pay an additional 2 ink when you play her to gain lore equal to damage on an opposing character. But she is an evasive character, so able to quest safely, well, semi-safely. You only evasive character on Bruno's side of the board is that Gogo as well. It would be an even trade.
Yes, it would be. And I do like this play, even being able to establish another character on board, meaning if our Amber Emerald player has perhaps a tramp in hand, would be able to draw that amount of character cards in play. Yes, he's going to have to discard them, but maybe he's searching for another, maybe perhaps he's searching for that Under the Sea he could use to help him keep control in this game. And right now, our Amber Emerald player has so many characters on board. They're really starting to control this game, and that Go-Go Tamago coming into play, next turn could be used to evenly trade, like you said, with this other opposing Go-Go Tamago.
Yep. Bruno, of course, we did an interview with him earlier. He is our Emerald Steel player, and he came in 3rd after our 12 rounds of Swiss. So he knows this Emerald Steel deck so well, has brought it here this weekend. Not a deck I think that a lot of people expected to see, but it has performed so well today, piloted so well today by this player. And now, though, how is he going to get out of this?
Yeah, and we previously seen our Amber Emerald player establish this Go-Go Tamago on board, hoping possibly to use it to deal with this other evasive Go-Go Tamago. However, we know there's a Strength of the Raging Fire in hand, which could be used to deal 3 damage.
Oh,
and that's what we're going to see.
Hard cast it.
Yes, we could have seen possibly a Fire the Cannons come in, but no, we're going to do Strength of the Raging Fire is going to come in, going to be able to deal 3 damage here. But what is he going to choose? I believe maybe it may go on the Go-Go Tamago.
That's
could he choose to use it on the Daisy Duck Donald's date? But it looks like he was choosing to use it on Go-Go Tamago.
Tamago.
Go-Go Tamago.
He did. Yes.
Yeah, he did. He's going to use it. He's going to say Go-Go Tamago away.
Go away, Go-Go. And passing it back now, or he's going to quest with that Go-Go inching up even closer now. He will be at 14.
Can safely quest with this Go-Go as well, knowing there's no opposing invasive characters on board. Now, if we see a potential Under the Sea, that could help him clear the board. However, only 5 characters on board, all costing such low strength. He's not even going to be able to sing together that Under the Sea to be able to deal with his opponent's board.
Yeah, and I don't know that he necessarily wants to right now, right? He's at 15 lore. He has 4 on the board. Next turn, he could go to 19 if Enrico Mario doesn't challenge anything. If Enrico decides to challenge, then we have that Emerald Chromacon in play, right? Which is really going to make him think about what he wants to challenge, what he doesn't. So, I feel like Bruno is... I'm going to be interested to talk to him, whether he wins or loses is, sometimes as viewers, we think, oh, this player seems like they're on the back foot. Yes. But then you talk to him and they go, no, I felt totally in control. Yeah. I felt good in that moment.
Yeah, and this Prince Philip having ward is huge.
Yes.
Okay? Our Amber Emerald player is not going to be able to target it for anything. He bounces back to hand because it has ward. Stops your opponent targeting this Prince Philip, meaning next turn, Bruno's going to be able to quest for 4, bringing him up to 19. And this Go-Go Tamago is evasive if Enrico Mara, our Amber Emerald player, isn't going to be able to deal with this evasive card. What's he going to do? He's not going to be able to stop Bruno here. Could we see Bruno, our Emerald Steel player, take the Game 1 win?
I think there's a lot of Emerald Steel fans who would love to see it. They would
think
love to see this.
Such an underrepresented deck here this weekend, but I believe that's that Tramp in play, which could be used to help our Amber Emerald player draw the cards he needs. Perhaps.
Enrico Mario really taking his time here, thinking through what he wants to do.
Yeah, did go to exert 2 ink, but then said, no, gonna rethink this play. Okay, I have 5 characters on board. You have a Prince Philip, you have a Duck, you have a Go-Go Tamago. I can deal with this Duck. He could cleanly challenge this Duck, but he would have to use at least 3 of his characters, whether that be a Merryweather, whether that be a Bobby, maybe that's going to be also an Aurora, but this Merryweather coming in.
Yep, and he is choosing Bobby Zimmerowski.
Going to give it 2 additional strength?
Yeah, no, yeah, it's 2 additional strength.
Yes.
I think he was using it as like a strength marker, but it was a little too confusing there since we're.
I was like,
when did
Bobby get 2 damage? That means he's in banish. But being able to establish this Merryweather and then being able to play this tramp,
that is big here.
Yeah. And this. Did he just pay 1 for that tramp?
He did, Kim.
Gonna be able to draw 6 cards. Okay, gonna be able to keep 1, but such a great way of being able to filter through the deck, maybe searching for just the card
Looking
he
for
needs.
he's got a Go-Go, an Ursula, I think that's a lady, a tramp, a Daisy, and I can't quite make out what that last card is. Maybe another tramp.
It's another Ursula Deceiver.
Oh,
But
it's Ursula Deceiver.
Yeah, just contemplating whether he decides to keep that card that he put on the table in his hand. He's going to have to discard 6. He was able to draw 6. He has 7 cards in his hand. He's going to have to choose to discard 6.
So
just
which
contemplating.
one card do you keep in this situation?
Which one card do you keep? I don't know. I'm so conflicted. But the one card on the table, but I really want to know what this one card is. But maybe he's choosing, okay, he's putting the cards he doesn't want to keep on the table. Is he going to keep this Go-Go Tamago in order to be able to get rid of this Go-Go Tamago, possibly the turn after next, being able to establish another evasive? But of course, if you can't deal with these characters on board already, for Bruno, he's going to be able to quest for 4, meaning that's going to bring him up to 19.
Enrico Maria has 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lore that he could quest with all of his characters if he wanted to and say, I'm not going to challenge, I'm not going to bounce any characters back with that Emerald Chromacon. And that would put him at 15, and Bruno would be in trouble. Because Bruno would not be able to win on his next turn, and that would present game from Enrico Maria.
Yeah, but even if we saw, even if we saw our Amber Emeralds player not being able to clear any of these opposing characters, if Bruno perhaps has another Go-Go Tamago in hand, he could play that trigger of its ability, gain that lore he needs to win this game. I'm so into it. I'm ready.
We are ready to see what happens.
I'm ready to see what happens. Okay, he kept a Go-Go Tamago. He's still deciding what to discard.
Oh, okay, the other card in hand I think is a Daisy.
No, we're having a look again. We're going to decide what we're going to discard.
Yes.
This tramp, meaning, you can play it for 1.
Oh no, it's that. Okay, yes. Is it the tramp?
Is it another tramp? Could he play
I thought
tramp
that's what
for
you were
free?
saying.
No, but this tramp, he's going to be able to draw. He had 6 other cards in hand, meaning that he was able to draw 6 cards. Okay, he had 1 card left in hand, but he still has to discard 6 cards.
Yes.
He's only able to keep 1 card. Or if you're the Amber Emeralds player, what are you thinking here? Do you just concede to game 1 and go into game 2?
I don't know. It's not over right now.
It's not over right now. It's only game 1.
Yes.
These are best of 3 matches. A 2-game format is gone. We're in best of 3, and it is top 8. Okay, showing the cards we're gonna discard. Okay, we decided to keep 1. Okay.
Did he keep the Go-Go?
Did he keep the Go-Go? I think he kept the Go-Go. I think that's possibly the choice here. It's so hard to tell because you're gonna have to challenge into any of these characters right here. Okay, we're gonna quest with the Daisy. That Daisy Duck trigger gonna give our Emerald Steel player another Prince Philip into the hand. Gonna challenge, but of course our Emerald Chromacon's still on the board, going to be able to bounce a card back to hand. And choosing to bounce his own card back to hand.
Yes, choosing to bounce back that Go-Go Tamago. Questing with Prince Philip for 2 here, going up to 17.
Oh, it's
fire the cannon. Yes.
Oh, this is huge.
Oh my goodness.
This is
that
humongous.
Fire the cannons, doing an additional 2 damage to Daisy Duck, and then playing that Go-Go for the win here in game 1. Now that game went actually, we have the results of this entire match for you, of this featured game. It went to game 3,
It
Kim.
did go to game 3.
It did.
It did go to game 3 because we don't want to delay you from seeing top 4. We don't want to delay you from seeing the semifinals, and we don't want to delay our players from playing their semifinals. And Bruno did manage to win. He managed to win. It went to game 3, meaning it was 1-1, but our Emerald Steel player managed to take the win.
We have Emerald Steel in the semifinals of Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Bologna. I did not think that that was something that we were going to see. I was not expecting it, but Bruno masterfully piloting this Emerald Steel deck. I cannot wait to see it in semifinals along with the other match that we're going to see.
Yeah.
We're going to go to a break, Kim.
We're going to go to a quick break. I need to rest. I need to catch my breath.
Down.
Rebecca needs to catch her breath. We're ready to go. We're going to go to a quick break. Go boil the kettle. Go make yourself a cup of tea because we are going to be back for our live semifinals. Don't go anywhere.
Don't go anywhere.
Hello and welcome back to the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Bologna, Italy. And I'm joined finally for the first time this event by the ultimate specimen, Joe Curley. My man, it's so good to be back in the booth with you. How you doing, man?
Doing very well. Enjoyed that. Particularly enjoyed Kim's reaction to that Fire the Cannons Go-Go combination.
She is on fire this weekend, man. I think absolutely the star of the show. I was just having a quick look at the Twitch chat. It's great to see so many of you have come out to watch the highest tier of competitive Lorcana. But I don't know, man, I just got this vibe that the chat feels disappointed in me. Like I'm not giving enough energy. Like I need to be more positive. positive, more passionate. So I'm going to make the effort to give you an extra 150% today. But we've got a very exciting semi-final match, Joe. I'm really looking forward to it. One player is going to earn their way to the World Championships as long as taking the title of DLC Bologna, Italy champion.
Yeah, we saw Ely from France do it last year, but we've got 4 players left in the tournament. The players are sat down and ready, and very soon, in fact right now, we're going to be watching the semi-final.
Yo, we're back. Becky back in the booth.
Let's go. I am beyond excited to be here. Very, very excited to see what our players here have in store. It has been a long weekend of Disney Lorcana TCG action. The local time here in Italy is 5 minutes past 8. The building this morning, what time was it? 8 a.m.?
We arrived at 8 a.m.
So it's about 12 hours these players have been here just today. Yesterday was about a 14-hour shift.
It really was. We've worked hard this weekend, but not as hard as these incredible players that have been going for 2 days, 12 rounds of Swiss, followed by top 32 cut. We have Lucas Marcelin from France on the Blurpool, was the first seed going up against Nick Pham on Amethyst Steel, the 13th seed. This is bound to be a banger, Spessy.
It is. I mean, Nick Pham just sounds like the name of a good Disney Lorcana player, doesn't it?
It does. This speaks champion to me. Will he prove us right and go all of the way? Just to let you know at home, guys, we will only be showing one of the semi-final matches, but after we finish this one, we will proceed, of course, to our grand final best of 5 format. Have you missed best of 5, Spessy?
Best of 5 is so exciting. It's not something you get to see so often.
Sure, nope.
But one thing I love about best of 5 is the play-draw disparity is significantly reduced because each player has an opportunity to break serve that one extra time. And speaking of breaking serve, that's what Frank Carsten likes to call it. Nick will be on the play, and you have to think that Lucas, with that first seed playing Amethyst Sapphire, is the strong favourite to take down the tournament from here. Securing that first seed in Swiss is an incredibly impressive achievement, and the reward for doing that is the ability to start on the play in game number 1.
100%, and we had a little chat, me and Rebecca, with Ed Chu earlier on, DLC Fort Worth champion, North American champion, 2nd place at Worlds, and we were talking about why he chose to bring Blurp, and he said, you want to see the Amethyst Steel deck, so on the play, you've got to think Lucas is favourite, but we are off to the races. A big old whale, a big boy monster going into the Inkwell, and we see the Rafiki Mystical Fighter starting us off.
It's the White Rose into the ink for Nick, and in comes the Palace Guard, of course, a illusion character with that vanish keyword, but a Tipo here for Lucas would make the numbers work out quite well for them. Might be a sail, or is it possible we see no ramp at all? The Tipo is there. Mom, I think I'm still growing. Still my favorite flavor text for now.
When are we casting Spessy as Tipo in the live animation Emperor's New Groove? That's what I want to hear. But yes, you always want to see that turn 2 ramp if you are a Sapphire deck. So great that Lucas starting off strong. And then going over to Nick, did he just ink and pass?
That is correct, Baker. No card played on turn 2. No quest either, with the Rafiki and Tipo threatening that 4 strength. So it's a slow start for Nick. On the other side, Lucas 1 jump ahead now thanks to that Tipo, and Dumbo is in the ink, and Dumbo is on the board.
This Dumbo has had a huge impact since its introduction. But not too long ago with Fabled, this incredible 4-cost character, 3/3 quest for 1, can exert and pay 1 ink to draw a card, and your other evasive characters get that same ability. We see Nick taking turn 3 and finally establishing another character, the Genie Satisfied Dragon, which is going to be very useful in this matchup for Dumbos. Maybe you can boost its strength and take out Genies. This is at least what you want to see on turn 3.
Yeah, and what a luxury for Lucas, being able to spend their entire turn paying 5 ink to draw 3 cards. But that's not all. 1 jump ahead. Well, actually now 2 jumps ahead, thanks to that Tipo on turn 2, and then singing 1 jump ahead. Isn't that fascinating, Baker, to see this card included? We know that players like 4 Tipos, they like 4 sails. Well, Lucas says, I want a 9th card, and I imagine there is just 1 copy of that 1 jump ahead in the deck list. We'll try and get that confirmed to you.
Yeah, you may well be right. Again, the Sapphire decks instantly feel 50% worse if you do not hit your turn 2 ramp. So it's really important to try and raise those odds, not to mention if we can do what Lucas just did there. And Turbo Ramp, you said it yourself, Spessy, 2 jumps ahead, singing with this T-Po, and suddenly we're at 6 ink and going into a 7 ink turn. We're going to double challenge and get rid of that Genie. Interesting quest there from Nick.
Yeah, very, very interesting decision. As you see Hades come through, that's going to deal with Genie, although it does go into the Inkwell. So Nick has a little bit more ink to work with. Palace Guard's still on the board, not doing much. How about another Genie, says Nick?
Yeah, Genie's not bad. Drawing a card, evasive 2-4. Can be kind of slow, but we're able to extend a little more with the Diablo. Again, this is an Amethyst Steel deck. One of its best removal options is Strength of a Raging Fire, for which you want to build a nice wide board. The Blurple deck has a few rather large bodies. This Hades, again, even Genie with that 4 willpower. So you want to go as wide as you can.
Certainly do. That's really the role of Nick in this matchup, you would imagine. It's try to go underneath this Amethyst Sapphire deck. We know that the Sapphire Amethyst deck has so much control. Can Nick just quest aggressively? If they can't, Nick might just try and take on a different role in this matchup and go toe for toe with the Sapphire Amethyst players. We see Hypnotic Strength and Genie. It's going to be the Palace Guard vanishing Baker thanks to the Jafar's Hypnotic Strength.
Yes, don't forget that vanish keyword if targeted by an action. Immediately banished, and of course allowing a card draw on top of that.
Yeah, this Palace Guard, it looked good, didn't it, up against Rafiki, but the T-Po just stopped it from questing, and I do believe that Palace Guard, it might have gained 1 lore, but I'm not even sure if it did gain 1 at all. Lucas is in the lead at 3 lore. Nick is trailing at 1, but it is Nick's turn to play a card.
And you said, like, Nick may have to change his tactics to try and go toe-to-toe with Lucas. And that's kind of the, like, one of the positives about Amethyst Steel. It is quite an aggressive deck. They have high questers, but it does have the tools to be able to combat the board, as opposed to something like Amber Steel, which very rarely is making positive challenges.
Yep, Genie challenging Hades. I think I know what's coming, Baker.
It's the Bell Accomplished Mystic. 5-cost Inkable 4/4 quest for 2, and on play you can move not 1 but 2 but 3 damage counters from one character to another. So healing up our Genie and putting those on that infernal, as Kim would say, schemer.
Yes. 5 damage counters on the Hades is nice, but that 6 willpower means it is safe and sound, although I can see that 1-cost action in hand for Nick, and I have a feeling they're just trying to decide what to ink, and then we will be seeing that Fire the Cannons clean up Hades. There it is.
That's very good, yeah. The choice of what you ink literally can decide the game every single turn. I've spoke to people who said, yeah, I literally lost on turn 1 when I chose to ink this instead of this. So these are very pivotal decisions that these players are having to make. We're going to pass back over to Lucas, who's going to ready, set, draw, as is the tradition in Disney Lorcana. How many cards is he holding right now? I think it's 4.
Yeah, 3 or 4. What Nick's doing a good job of, as we see a second Genie for Lucas, is Nick really has to ensure that Lucas never gets a board state where they have 10 cost worth of characters to get that sing together 10 second star to the right. There might not be any way of coming back for Nick in the long run if that happens.
This is fantastic. Another Hypnotic Strength and a draw a card, and this time targeting our own Genie, meaning we're making a wonderful challenge into the opposing one, and we're living to tell the tale.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at the body language of both players. Both players looking quite confident, but Nick leaning forward in his chair a little bit. Lucas, though, just looking so comfortable right now.
Yeah, you've got to think he feels like he's in the driving seat again. This is absolutely one of the matches you want to see as the Blurple player. You have the tools, but like you said, can Nick go under just by winning the game before Lucas can get to the point where he's just dominating with this very top-end deck that he's running? There's the Strength of a Raging Fire, sung by Bell.
Yeah, big moment. Getting rid of 1 Genie. Now Dumbo developed down on the board. Nick only with that 1 evasive character, only with 1 card in hand, although that Diablo might be able to start refilling the hand soon enough. Lucas now with the Genie on the board and an abundance of ink to work with.
Do we potentially have an Elsa to remove this Dumbo? Because this can be a very annoying character, can not only benefit from the breaking records ability itself, but any other evasives. But here we see a hard summon for 8 of Elsa, Spirit of Winter, who is going to freeze 2 characters. They're going to be exerted and not ready at the start of the next turn. And this is what we were saying, Joe, when you get to the top end of Blurple, you just have so many high impact characters that are just going to stall Nick out and hopefully race ahead.
Genie also going to quest. There is now 12 cost worth of characters on Lucas's side of the board, which does mean that they might have the opportunity to sing second star to the right in the next turn. It's interesting, Baker, you were talking about Elsa. The 5th Spirit would have been great in that position, but Spirit of the Winter just slowing the game down for Nick. Meanwhile, questing for 3 and has a huge stat line as well.
Yeah, this Elsa, a reprint from the first chapter, a card I'm a big fan of. We got some really nice first chapter reprints. The Hades, John Silver suddenly seeing a lot of play in Emerald Sapphire. Nick going to exert 3 ink to play the Giant Cobra. Chooses not to discard a card to gain 2 lore. Instead going to pay another ink for the Palace Guard. Again, going wide. We know that if we draw strength, we want to be able to have an immediate impact.
Lucas now... time to play a card. Nick with no cards left in hand, by the way, although that Diablo on the board, wouldn't be too surprised to see Nick just challenge into this Elsa in the next turn if they need something good. Here comes the Ursula, the new 5-cost super rare. Going to exert the Giant Cobra and play into the unknown for free. Dumbo into the Inkwell. The spicy text from Lucas, this Ursula, the 1 jump ahead, is absolutely fascinating to see.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of this Ursula. You can kind of think of it as just 5th Elsa's 5th Spirit. It's so important to have that ability to exert a opposing character to start to making some very good challenges, and Ursula will do that job for you. And as we saw just there, sings into the unknown for free. That is value as far as I'm concerned. We're going to see the Iago Giant Spectral Parrot coming down onto the board. Another illusion with that vanish keyword, if targeted by an action, will be removed. Strength for a Raging Fire, if you're singing that on Iago, I think Lucas is perfectly happy with that. It means you're not getting rid of Dumbos, you're not getting rid of Genies, etc. Are there any Fire the Cannons in Nick's deck to potentially punish this Iago? We're going to see him play a Genie.
Yeah, it does have 2 cards in hand thanks to that Diablo. It's going to be Captain Hook for 1 ink. Are we going to see the Cobra take out Elsa? I thought it might be time to sing Strength when I saw the Cobra being exerted. That is not the case here.
Just making a trade into the Elsa, which, hey, pretty good. You know, like, you want that Elsa off the board. Nick only at 4 lore, though, to Lucas's 7. It's still all to play for. Another Iago coming down, and I see these Genies just going on a double quest, and the Iago's going to join them.
Yeah, Nick holding 1 card in hand. I'm trying to work out what it might be that they only played the Captain Hook and nothing else in this previous turn. We'll find out soon enough. In comes Yzma.
I think it's an Elsa. But yeah, this Yzma coming down. The Conniving Chemist. She's become a bit of a staple in these Amethyst Steel decks as another way to draw extra resources. Of course, they've always played docks. We want to play out our hand and then refuel. But Yzma offering another opportunity to do that. We're going to double into the Ursula Voice Stealer with Captain Hook and that Palace Guard, who actually lives to tell the tale.
Yeah, Palace Guard putting in some work. Now, if this Yzma can stick around, it might just provide Nick with enough card draw to claw their way back into this one. The big problem that they've got right now is those big, giant spectral parrots, evasives, 4/6 stat line. This Genie is absolutely terrified of Iago right now. I think Genie's worried they're going to steal the lamp.
Yeah, 100%. Iago is definitely doing the bidding of his master Jafar, and Genie is quaking in his boots, or at least should be. Again, this Iago, much better statted than you would expect for a character of this cost. Only 4 cost, having a 4/6 stat line with evasive. But of course, that vanish keyword is a little bit of a negative, so we're trying to balance it out. I really love the design of these illusions, Joe.
Yeah, definitely. And from a deck building perspective, Lucas seems to have at least a decent amount of Iagos, trying to pull up the deck list for you very, very soon. But I like the fact that if you're playing an Iago, why not play 2? Your opponent might have 1 illusion counter card in hand, but it's pretty unlikely that they have 2. It is open deck lists, of course, as well. So Lucas has all the information on exactly how many actions that can counter Iago are available, so you could argue that Iago is a card which actually becomes even more powerful in an open decklist format that we're currently in during this top cut.
Yeah, 100%. If you didn't know the opponent's deck list, you might be more inclined to go for something like a Genie or a Dumbo, another forecast. But if you know that there aren't a lot of punishes to this Iago, and hey, again, if they're playing strength on our Iago, I don't think we mind that too much. They're not targeting more important characters. So I think you're absolutely right, Joe. Open deck list absolutely makes Iago a more prime pick. We're going to go back into Lucas's turn. He draws a card. I believe we're playing right off the top of the deck at this point.
We are, and it's a really open game. I mean, look, Lucas is definitely in a very good position, but I think if you're Nick, there's a chance he might have taken this position at the start of the game. If Nick can come up with a big turn here, Lucas just passing one card in hand. They are ahead in terms of lore, but Nick suddenly, if they can get a nice turn, remove some Iagos, maybe sing strength to deal with Genie, there might just be an opportunity for Nick to get back in this one. It would be such a huge win. Nick breaking serve is what they're trying to achieve, but Lucas still looking rather comfortable.
Yeah, this Yzma, I expect to be exerting this turn to add some gas to Nick's hand. He's going to come down with the Elsa 5th Spirit, which is not bad at all. It means we can at least answer this Genie, but let's start off by using the fear, the power, by drawing drawing up to 3 cards.
Yeah, and 3 cards are drawn. I love the ordering here. The Elsa has Rush, but you don't have to challenge as soon as the card is played. So Nick plays the Elsa, draws the cards, and then confirms that they want to take the double challenge. Really, really high-level play to just draw the cards first, get all the information that you have available, and then make the decision to take the double challenge.
I agree, mate. Again, if Nick would have drawn like a Cannons or something there, where he wouldn't have had to have challenged with the Genie, and could have got another 2 lore. So it just goes to show how important it is to sequence your cards correctly. Nick's going to throw down the Calhoun, that 2-cost uninkable 3/2, who gains 2 lore when banishing an opposing character. Unfortunately, these Iagos do have evasive, so Calhoun with no targets as it stands. This board is pretty good from Nick. He's gone pretty wide here.
Yeah, and I was just wondering with the lore, we were slightly off there on stream. It is 15 lore to 5. There was that quest for 4 in the previous turn. So Lucas is 5 lore away from victory. Nick at 5. The Elsa is a nice option here for Lucas. Into the unknown as well, dealing with that Yzma. But Nick now with so much ink to work with. Lucas, no cards in hand, and only 2 Iagos and an Elsa. It's not the most impressive board I've ever seen, Baker.
No, it's not that aggressive. At least we have answers to these evasive characters. Iago going to easily answer the Genie, and then the other one taking out that Elsa. So, yeah, we have lost some of our quest pressure, but
look at that.
Yeah, look at that. Just absolutely tidying up the board. And even though Lucas is on a 2-turn clock, there's nothing currently standing in his way. This Calhoun can touch nothing on Lucas's side of the board.
Yeah, a lot of players here might have been tempted to just quest with the Iagos, try and close out the game. But Lucas just decides, nope, I'm going to take some challenges, I'm going to get some board presence, and I can start questing soon. But look at that. Yzma found the Doc. Doc finds 2 new cards. Is there a way of dealing with one of these Iagos with a action?
And Joe, just imagine, you just said some players may have been tempted to quest with the Iago, but Lucas tidying up the board, and if he hadn't done that, this Dumbo absolutely could have punished that turn, because we got rid of a Genie and an Elsa. So Dumbo coming down, not able to immediately trigger. There's the Hades.
Off the top, the Hades deals with the Dumbo. That one might just seal the deal, as Lucas is now 2 lore away from victory with 4 characters on the board. Nick needs a really good turn here, or it will be over in game 1.
Yep, Lucas with Story on board, and Nick sees that Story star coming down. What can he do to intercept it? Just a little judge clarification going on here. Should there be, less damage on the Elsa because it went into the Palace Guard. So, just cleaning that up.
It's going to be Elsa for Nick. That's a good start, exerting the Hades. Double Calhoun, challenging Hades. That's a really good start there for Nick. gaining 2 lore for that second Calhoun challenge, but there's still 3 lore on the board for Lucas. They only need a little, and there's no response, I believe, from Nick that can stop Lucas questing to 20 next turn.
No, I think the writing is on the wall when you're going to see Nick start to pack them up. And game 1 goes to Lucas on the play, playing Blurple, following the script that you would expect as the Blurple player. Again, playing Blurple is one of the most powerful decks in the game. We know that at the moment. It gives you a lot of agency. Cards like Hades, Elsa, Genies, Elsa Spirit of Winter, and Amethyst Steel should be one of your better matchups. So Lucas doing really well here, but can Nick come back and take us to a game 3? Especially, we love a game 3.
We certainly do, and I've got to say, Lucas's resource management in this game was just outstanding. They finished the game, I think, with they would have gotten to 21 lore, but no cards left in hand. They used every single resource available to them throughout this. On their 5 ink turn, their 4th turn, they played Finders Keepers. We saw them singing 1 jump ahead with Tipo to go 2 jumps ahead. It was just absolutely outstanding. We even saw the 5-cost Ursula super rare from Fabled coming through and putting in work. So seeing a lot of the tech cards have a big performance, but I think it's just a really good sign of a strong player. You don't need to win by a landslide. You just need to get that 20th lore. And Lucas just managed their resources so smoothly there. It was really good to see.
Buddy, I don't need to be miles ahead. I will happily crawl over the finish line as long as it gets me to game. But yeah, hats off to both these players. They've had a long weekend of Lorcana. 8 rounds of Swish yesterday, another 4 this morning. This is the semi-finals. So both of these players clearly have played some wonderful games of Lorcana. You just saw Lucas there just doing some pile counting of his deck. You certainly don't want to go into game 2 and realize that you've lost a card from somewhere.
Sounds like the kind of thing I would do, Baker, if I'm honest. My only DLC that I've ever played at was in Seattle.
Right, yeah.
And just as I was submitting my deck list, I counted my deck and there was 59 cards. I had to add something different, and at the end of the day, I found a magic broom at the bottom of my bag.
Of all things that you could be missing from a deck, it's the magic broom. You don't want to lose your magic broom.
No, it's important to count the deck, isn't it?
It is, absolutely. You don't want to lose like a B-Prep in old format or a Maui Shark, something like that. That would be absolutely terrible. But yeah, hats off to our Blurple player. Again, first seed, absolutely for a reason. And very excited to see how the Amethyst Steel deck is going to... The play-draw disparity we know is very strong. I think as the Amethyst Steel player, we want to go wide very quickly, maybe triple 1 drop, because we know that Blurple can be... I don't want to say slow because I don't think that's accurate, but turn 2 is always a tad slower. Maybe he misses the 1 drop and we don't see that Rafiki or something. So maybe that's the space that the Amethyst Steel player needs to jump ahead.
Yeah, and we know that this is a tough matchup for Amethyst Steel, but on the play, it's arguably slightly favoured for Amethyst Steel.
I would agree.
It's going to be a close one. The thing is you're not just playing against Sapphire Amethyst. You are playing against the best Sapphire Amethyst player this weekend so far, that first seed.
Pretty good.
So you're up against a really, really strong player playing a really, really strong deck.
I have a question for you,
Sure.
Joe. We saw the Ursula Voice Stealer put in some work there. This is a card that I've seen debated quite a lot. I've spoke to some players that feel very differently about it. What are your opinions on it? Obviously, it served its purpose there. Do you think it's worth the inclusion? I know that you like to really, with your deck building, you want to make things as consistent as possible. So I'd love to get your thoughts on it.
Well, interestingly, I had a conversation with a young man who was playing this weekend with Sapphire Amethyst, and the 2 cards I said to him I would really like to see 1 copy of is this Ursula Voice Stealer and the 1 jump. 1 jump ahead, the maths difference on going from 8 ramp turn 2s, the 4 Tipo, the 4 cell to the 9th, it's actually a pretty significant percentage increase. It's around like 4%, that kind of ballpark.
And that adds up over the course of 12 rounds of Swiss.
It does. And the Ursula Voice Stealer, it's almost like a 5th Elsa. It's not the best. It's not as good as Elsa.
Nowhere near.
But against Tiana, for example, the main line you're looking to do as a Blurple player is you're looking to play Elsa, exert Tiana, and then sing into the unknown with Genie. If you don't have Elsa, but suddenly you have that Ursula Voice Stealer, it is just giving your deck that little bit of extra consistency. Probably you're not going to play 2 copies of it.
No, probably
Maybe 2 at a push. But certainly I think that 1 extra card, particularly as it's an inkable
Absolutely.
is a really, really cool addition to see.
Yeah, it's super cool. I was always a big fan, again, as you say, I think 5th Elsa, because I have played Amethyst mirror matches where I was on the play, and if I missed Elsa, I just lost because they got to play their Elsa first, and suddenly it was like I was on the draw. Here we see our players gearing up for game 2. I believe we're in our... Oh, no, we're actually a couple of turns in, so let's give you a quick catch-up. We saw the Royal Guard coming, sorry, the Palace Guard coming down turn 1, followed by the Rafiki Mystical Fighter. So Lucas did find that one drop, which is very important to slow Nick down a bit, and then Calhoun coming down on turn 2 from Nick.
Yeah, Calhoun on turn 2 is obviously a very good play in general, but whenever I've played Amethyst Steel and I'm trying to be a little bit more speedy, I would rather have that double 1 drop on turn 2 that you mentioned, Baker. But Calhoun is really nice here, as it is probably not going to quest, it's just going to chill, and as soon as Lucas starts exerting their characters, Calhoun is ready and waiting to pounce. But again, this Calhoun could get hit by an Elsa or even an Ursula, and then Rafiki could just trade it out immediately.
But at least maybe that's diverting attention away from a different thing, right? Maybe a Dumbo or something like that. I do love this Genie Satisfied Dragon coming down on turn 3 again. So important in this matchup. Lucas does find that turn 2 ramp. We're going to sail into the Azurite Sea.
Yeah, sail comes through. Lucas able to ink one more card. Of course, thanks to the sail, the Azurite Sea. Germany versus France in this one. 2 of the biggest Disney Lorcana communities in Europe being represented. Now, it's actually interesting, Baker, that we see a double ink here. So this must be the 3rd turn, in fact, for Lucas. So ramp was missed on turn 2, because obviously we joined this one in a little bit late. So ramp was missed on turn 2. This is a turn 3 ramp play, which doesn't
That's why we are waiting for the stream to go back in the game. But we are actually talking with Minato, the player who was on stream, and he told us
عشرة 11
underway as soon as we possibly can. There was a bit of a power outage here in the building, but our wonderful team is working really hard to get everything. Oh, I think my mic's just gone live. Welcome back, everyone.
If you're only just hearing us, welcome back. If you did hear Spessy, then great. If not, I'll just repeat it. A slight technical issue in the building, a power problem, but we are keen to try and get you the continuation of the Disney Lorcana Challenge as soon as we can. While we're waiting for that, just a quick recap of the event. The beautiful Bologna in Italy. 8 rounds of Swiss yesterday, 4 rounds of Swiss to start us off this morning. Cut to top 32. This is actually a question I wouldn't mind running by you, Spessy, until we're ready to jump in. What do you think of the new format, the change to top 32 instead?
I like it.
You fan?
Yeah, more Disney Lorcana is being played. We've gone from 2-game format, which I personally liked a lot.
I liked it as well.
To best of 3. But with the fact we've got more rounds of Swiss now and it's best of 3 instead of 2-game format, players are playing a lot more Disney Lorcana, and that's why we're here at the end of the day, isn't it?
That is why we're here, and it does seem like we are ready to go to the game in just 30 seconds. Fantastic. Thank you so much for joining us again. Please accept our apologies for the power outage and the stream going off, but we are dedicated to seeing this through to the bitter end. We will crown a DLC Bologna champion and find out who is going to earn themselves that invite to the World Championships. But we are off and away.
Yeah, let's see if we can catch up. Remember, it's Lucas who missed that turn 2 ramp. We saw Lucas play Sail on their 3rd turn to Ink twice. That's why they're at 4 ink. Nick's then just taken his 4th turn and played the Dumbo down on the board. So we saw Lucas play Rafiki on 1. We saw no Sail on turn 2 from Lucas, but the turn 3 Sail into double inking. And this is now Lucas's 4th turn. Nick's curve was pretty clear. It was Palace Guard, Calhoun, Genie, Dumbo. And then for Lucas, it was Rafiki, Pass, Sail on 3, and it is now their 4th turn.
Yeah, I thought that we saw the turn 2 ramp, but instead going for it a turn later. And I wonder, while we've been waiting to come back on, what's been going through the minds of these two players, thinking out as many of the lines as they possibly can, the possibilities. We are going to play the Elsa 5th Spirit. This is what you foresaw happening, Spessy. The Calhoun being exerted and the... Okay, this makes a lot more sense. I like that. Getting rid of this Genie, Satisfied Dragon, the evasive keyword, can answer the Elsa in response. So get that out of there. The Dumbo could still finish off the Elsa, though. So Nick not in a terrible position here. It is game 2. Lucas won game 1 on the play. Can Nick take us to a game 3?
Yeah, the Calhoun, not much of a threat as it's not evasive. We're going to see the Elsa for Nick. That is the problem, though, with challenging with Elsa and 3 damage being on her. It does open her up to the Elsa response. It's going to be the triple quest now for Nick. Going up, I believe, to 6 lore. Might just be at 3. We'll get that confirmed for you very soon. Lucas, though, at 0. Now, Baker, I did use the little break as an opportunity to check in on the other semi-final, which is Emerald Steel versus Amethyst Steel. And Emerald Steel struck first in that one, taking a 1-0 lead. So Emerald Steel is 1 game away, Baker, at booking its place into the grand final.
And down comes TikTok. Oh, I'm very excited to see some Emerald Steel. That is definitely not what I expected. Yeah, the TikTok coming down for Lucas, just this 4/7 evasive character, 6 cost, again a little more expensive than the Iago Giant Spectral Parrot, but with 1 more willpower and the absence of that vanish keyword. And of course this TikTok is going to be able to easily answer the opposing Dumbo. Perhaps we can combine it with something else, a Hypnotic Strength or something, to get rid of the the Elsa's already got 2 damage on it, so we eat it. This crocodile, the ever-present pursuer, is looking for a snack.
Yeah, and I was saying previously, just before the little outage we had there, that turn 2 ramp being missed, it's really easy to think that that is a really disastrous moment for Lucas. But honestly, the important thing is that then the card they drew off the top the next turn was that Sail, the Azurite Sea. And even though you're ramping on 3 instead of 2, it's still a lot better than not ramping at all. And I think Lucas is still in a pretty good position here, but Nick starting to go wide. This is the main line we're going to see from Amethyst Steel. One thing that this Amethyst Sapphire deck can't do very well is answer multiple cards at once. There's no be prepared in this control deck, Baker, as I'm sure you're aware.
I'm kind of aware. It makes me sad. But yeah, that was always the issue with Blurple pre-rotation. It was a very fun rogue deck, and it could certainly do some things, but unable to answer a wide board. So Lucas is definitely fighting from uphill here. We see Nick Pham playing the Jafar Royal Vizier, who's a 2-cost inkable 3-2, quest for 1, and gains evasive during our turn. So just another target for the Dumbo, but he's not going to get a chance to make history with TikTok coming in and gobbling up the elephant. And there's the Bell.
Yeah, Bell and TikTok combined. Bell, one of the most powerful cards in Disney Lorcana right now. I love the Enchanted Bell as well. I've got to say, it's my chase card of the set. I did get a Dumbo, so I can't complain, but I would happily trade it for a Bell. So
if you see Spessy and you want an Enchanted Dumbo, he is offering his Bell. I want the Hades, man. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Oh, and the Scar, but the Hades is the most playable one. To be fair, Scar put in a lot of work today. I would love to talk about it, but that's not what we're seeing here. We're going to see paying 5 ink for another Elsa, who's going to exert that Bell accomplished Mystic. We're going to put 2 damage on it, courtesy of the Elsa, and then taking 4, and then I expect the Calhoun, to finish the job and gain 2 lore. And so far, this is looking super good for Nick. Lucas has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 ink. I'm not sure. We have a couple of cards in hand, so potentially a Hades is the counterplay for Lucas here to try and slow things down. But Nick going to 15 lore, Spessy.
Nick is 5 away, and there's 4 characters on the board, so they are a giant Cobra away from victory. And Lucas, if they want to deny the Cobra being a win condition for Nick, needs to remove 3 of these characters.
That's an awful lot to ask for Blurple. Again, Hades can do 1 of them, but Nick very much in the driver's seat here. We see the Genie Wish Fulfill going to draw us a card with the What Comes Next ability. Iago into the Inkwell, and a 1 jump ahead. We're going to help us ramp a bit more.
Yeah, 2 characters need to be removed by Lucas. My mistake on that one. Let's see if they can do it. Well, Elsa's going down. There's now 3 lore on the board for Nick, so a Cobra would still win Nick the game. Can Lucas remove it? A giant Cobra right now for Nick would seal the deal,
or double
but do
white
they
rose.
have it?
Was that it? Did he just draw it? I may be gaslighting the chat, but that kind of looked like the art of giant Cobra. Also, maybe 2 white roses.
Yep. That would be quite a spectacular way to do it. Strength of a Raging Fire, 3 ink.
It is. And the giant Cobra gains the 2 lore, which is all that Nick needed. He's going to quest out and go all the way to 20. And we're going to get a game 3, Spessy. That's what we love to see.
Yeah, absolutely fantastically done. And that's how you see Amethyst Steel doing the business against the Sapphire Amethyst player, developing that wide board, developing lots of questers. They might only quest for 1, but if I've got 6 characters, Baker, and you've only got 1, I am going to be questing for 5 or 6 lore every single turn. Let's take a look at the deck list from Lucas.
Here we go. What a treat. Lucas on Blurple. We see those 3 Basil Practice Detective, which have come a bit of a staple in the Blurple matchup. Great for combining with the Elsa 5th Spirit to remove Genies and Dumbos. We do see a couple of Madam Mim Elephants in the list as well. Fantastic tool in the aggro matchup, and even into Amethyst Steel, really. You can certainly get some use out of this. And, of course, being able to bounce our characters back to hand, like the ever-impressive Infernal Schemer Hades, maybe an Elsa. We know how good Elsa can be. And there's 2 copies of that Ursula voice stealer, Joe. Does that surprise you?
Not massively. I mean, 1 is what we tend to see, if any, probably 0, most common, but 2 is just showing how much Lucas values this card. And as I expected, 1 copy of 1 Jump Ahead, as well as a copy of Magical Maneuvers, is fascinating. But I think we're also going to be able to take a quick look at the deck list for Nick Pham with the Fire the Cannons, 2 copies of Bell, 2 copies of Fire the Cannons as well, 2 copies of that Madam Mim Tiny Adversary. There's 4 copies of a lot of the cards we expect, Baker. Only 3 Calhouns catches the eye there as well.
Certainly does. Probably just trying to lower that uninkable count a tad. Well, I'm very interested in 3 copies of Royal Vizier. Again, the evasive keyword is very important in our meta. Synergizes very well with the Dumbo. Even more Jafars, the aspiring rulers that can give Challenger 2. But this Madam Mim Tiny Adversary, Spessy, I have spoken to a lot of players about this card. There's been some debate in the community about just how good it is. most of the players I spoke to today said that it was pivotal in the Amber Steel matchup. It really fixes your math into things like daisies and the such like. So I bet these tiny adversaries, the skater mim, as the community are calling it, or at least I'm calling it, has put in some work today. But I ask you, Joe, Nick Pham was the first seed. He finds himself in the semi-finals of the Bologna DLC. Maybe he's right, and 2 copies of the Ursula Voice Stealer is correct and optimal. Again, just to make sure you're hitting this turn 5 exert an opposing character. Thoughts on that, Joe?
Yeah, no, it's really interesting. I think that clearly this deck is working really well from the man from France. It is a very interesting deck list because we're seeing lots of cards with 1 or 2 copies, 2 Ursulas, one jump ahead, 1 dig a little deeper, 1 magical maneuvers. And this is the kind of deck building that is very different to the deck building we see, for example, from Ed Chu, the North American champion. When we see Ed decks, we tend to see 4 copies of every single card. He says he values that consistency.
Sure.
Well, Lucas clearly having a different philosophy and really valuing the tech cards, especially those inkable tech cards like the Ursula Voice Stealer. When it's good, it's good. And when it's not so good, it's ink.
It's a strategy that we've seen players like Frank Karsten employ through his deck building. He loves a few cheeky one-offs, and that's a player that's found a lot of success in the Disney Lorcana TCG. So varying points of view about Lorcana can still be absolutely valid. But here we go, Lumineers. This is game 3, top 4 of the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Bologna, Italy. Lucas will be on the play. What are we looking for if we're Lucas?
Well, Lucas is used to being on the play, securing that first seed. They will be going on the play every single game 1 in this top cut. So Lucas is just going to look to do what they've been doing. Find that consistent curve, find the ramp, and then just maximize the resourcing and get every little bit of ink of value out of those cards.
I loved that turn. Inking Rafiki and playing no 1-drops, valuing the extra cards in hand, knowing quite well that we're probably putting a Tipo down on the next turn. We're going to see the Captain Hook as the follow-up. I'm a big fan of that turn. We don't necessarily need this Rafiki straight away, but it may be an uninkability problem as well, Spessy.
Yeah, it absolutely could be. It's always the sign of a good player, I think, inking a 1-drop and then passing.
Yep. Dumbo into the inkwell. Not going to be making history anytime soon. And we do see the growing sun, the role that I am desperate to see Spessy starring in one day. He's going to ramp us. Of course, this is from hand. It can be an uninkable.
The other thing I love about the 1 jump ahead in Lucas's deck is it's not dead if you play Tipo. We saw them in game 1 singing the 1 jump ahead with Tipo. And how far ago? We know it was one of the best Sapphire cards in our core constructed before rotation. It doesn't exist anymore. So getting that extra bit of ramp in is quite difficult. And Tipo being a perfect singer for that 1 jump ahead, it gives you, of course, that extra consistency, but that extra ramp, as we see the Genie, is also an interesting option with the 1 jump ahead and Tipo to look out for.
It certainly is. Nick able to get a cheeky quest out with the Forceful Duelist Captain Hook. Tipo not quite up to the job. It maybe was a little risky because we could have seen a Hypnotic Strength, but then the Calhoun would have had a fantastic clapback. Lucas playing a Genie, drawing a card and passing. And once again, every turn 3 from Nick, we have seen this Satisfy Dragon.
5 ink is what Lucas can be at this turn. And Baker, there is a Amethyst 5 cost card, which I think is the best card in the game right now. Ursula Voice Stealer into the ink. There she is, the Elsa 5th Spirit. So much pressure being exerted by this Elsa.
That is going to ruin Nick's day. Like I said, this Genie being a 3/4 quest for 1, gaining evasive during your turn. It's so important for the Genies, for the Elsas, for the Dumbos. We know there are Madam Mim tiny adversaries in the deck that can boost it up to be able to one-shot a Genie. We're going to see a Genie over on Nick's side, but yeah, that's exactly what Lucas wanted to see. And again, emphasizing the importance of turn 5, it exerts an opposing character. But Joe, worth noting, Ursula there would not have been enough to get the job done. You would have had to have gone in with the Tipo and the Genie, and it still wouldn't have been enough. So clearly Elsa the better card, but Voice Stealer putting in some work.
Yeah, Voice Stealer, of course, has some interesting synergies, and you would imagine as we get more sets, Baker, there might be more songs which people want to put into these Amethyst decks, and we might see Ursula Voice Stealer become even more popular. I got to say, the more I see the deck list from Lucas, the more I love it. So much consistency on that turn 2 and that 5 ink play. Iago into the ink. That's another benefit of this Illusion, while it's a risky character to play in the early game, you can just ink it. And when your opponent's starved of resources, like we saw Lucas do in game 1, that's when Iagos have a splash.
And here's the Bell Accomplished Mystic. As you said, one of the best cards in the game at the moment. Going to move 3 damage counters from the Elsa onto the Calhoun. Obviously, moving damage counters ignores resist, but even if it didn't, that would have been enough to get rid of the Marine Sergeant. Elsa going on a cheeky little quest, and I think that's Lucas's first lore of the game.
Absolutely, it certainly is. So Nick is in the lead, 2 lore to 1, but for how long that remains to be seen. Genie with 3 damage counters still on it. Imagine, Baker, if Lucas has another bell up their sleeve.
This Bell really, like you said earlier, and I couldn't agree with you more, mate. In pre-rotation, it felt super reasonable. It was always a good card. Post-rotation, moving 3 damage seems dummy Braxton broken, but Lucas certainly enjoying it. We're seeing this Fire the Cannons is going to finish off the Genie.
Yeah, nice use of Fire the Cannons. We saw Nick do something similar in game number 1, and Nick's doing a good job of clawing their way back into this one, just trying to get a little foothold in the game. The Elsa and the Bell were so strong from Lucas, but credit to Nick where it's due. They are staying in this one for now.
He's come this far. He's not going to give up easily. We're going to play 4 for the Dumbo, the 9th wonder of the universe. And we're going to immediately utilize the breaking records ability, making Elsa exert. We're going to pay 1 ink, gain 1 lore, draw 1 card. And this is, again, the reason why you want to have answers to these evasive characters. We already know that Genies are very, very aggressive. You need to have answers to them. And this Dumbo can absolutely run away with the game drawing cards if you don't interfere with it.
Yeah, this is a good example for Nick where the Madam Mim Skater, the tiny adversary, would be a really powerful card. Suddenly that Captain Hook, out of nowhere, would have 4 strength to challenge and trade with this spell. So while the Madam Mim is a 2-cost character, it's at stages like this in the game that it can be most impactful to catch your opponent off guard.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Tiny Adversary. I think it's such a fantastic math fixer. And again, it's inkable, as you were saying earlier about Iago, Joe. You don't need it. You put it into the inkwell. Nick slowing down. The pace of play has been pretty good so far from these players. Nick identifying that this is a pivotal turn, clearly looking at the cards in his hand, and he has multiple lines to choose from. We are at 2 lore to 5. Lucas's board is slightly wider, but Nick, with a couple of Genies and a Captain Hook, it is by no means over.
And remember, the other semi-final, Baker, it's Amethyst Steel versus Emerald Steel. Lucas is the last Sapphire player remaining in Disney Lorcana Challenge Bologna. But of course, as that first seed, you have to say they are the favorite. Nick here is on the draw, looking to break serve. And if they can do it, they will find themselves in the final.
And what a moment that's going to be. I'm super excited to see who's going to be the first to qualify for the World Championship. Is that 5 ink exerted? Maybe more. It is 5. Elsa the 5th Spirit going to exert that Dumbo, and he is probably not long for the storybook. Do we have any? No, I don't think we've inked for turns, so maybe ink and a cannons, but I imagine it's going to be Elsa and Genie into the Dumbo. A 2 for 1. You're still a bit behind, though. This Bell questing for 2 is so much pressure. This Bell is so good, man.
Yeah, 4/4 stat line, quest for 2, heals one of your characters, puts in damage to an opposing character. What more could you want? And you can even shift it if you really so desire, just to add to the utility of this character. There are some situations where you actually shift your Bell onto your own Bell. We see
Have you seen that this weekend?
I have. I actually saw a moment where someone forgot that they could do it, and their opponent explained, well, there was a line. It was actually at the CCQ last weekend in the semi-final. After the game happened, their opponent said, there was a line you had. You could have gone Bell, shift Bell, and you could have stayed in the game. So it is something that can come up.
I'm going to keep an eye out for that one in the future. We're going to see the Tipo removed, the Genie going to go on a little quest for a couple of lore, and suddenly Nick's board looks a little bit better than Lucas's. 4 lore to 5. I think that's just 2-3 cards in Lucas's hand, so it is still all to play for here at DLC Bologna.
Wow. There it is.
That's a second
Sing
starter, right?
Together 10, and suddenly Lucas draws 5 cards. And look at Nick's face. Like, okay, yep, that just happened. And if you're Nick now, Baker, and you see Lucas with that many cards in hand and all that ink still available, you know that you probably are going to lose the long game here, and you need to start questing and developing as wide a board as possible.
Yeah, there's nothing you can do to compete with a second star to the right. Even if we had one of our own, it tends to be whoever plays it first and can benefit from it is in a very strong position. So, yeah, Nick probably going to identify that he just needs to put on the gas right now. We're going to draw a card. Is it a good one? Was that another Strength for a Raging Fire?
Didn't catch that, Baker, but this second star to the right is a one-of copy in Lucas's deck. So he found the card when he needed it. In comes Dumbo. Now, Dumbo at this stage in the game, Baker, while it's a 4-drop, most effective when played at a moment like this with evasive characters ready to go.
This TikTok as well, just such a big body. It's going to be able to eat so much of Nick's board. Oh,
sounds like the other semi-final might have just finished. I've heard some big celebrations. So it seems as though when this one's finishing, we should be able to hop in with the final pretty quickly indeed. There's been a lot of reactions in the building today. There was an iconic pulled earlier on, and there was a big scream. I also heard a big celebration in the top 8, which was the sound of someone winning a golden Mickey Mouse.
Amazing. Again, like, this is life-changing for some people, right? And I keep saying this, Joe. I think we've got a lot of really hungry players. They saw the first season of Lorcana. Maybe they played in some events, but didn't make it to the top cut of nationals, didn't make it to the World Championships, and they've seen that play out and said, that is going to be me next season.
Baker, Nick is in a very decent position. If you're Nick, would you take this position if you offered it to him at the start of the best of 3, being 10 lore ahead or 5 lore ahead at this stage? Perhaps Nick's Dumbo's exerted. TikTok is going to challenge the Dumbo. Of course, Lucas absolutely still very much in this game, but Nick is really putting up a fight here.
Yeah, we're going to move put the TikTok into the Dumbo, gobble, and then double L to take out a Genie, take away some of the pressure. And here's an Into the Unknown, removing the other Genie. I don't think that was the Genie's wish.
Just like that. Who needs Be Prepared, Baker? Certainly Lucas doesn't. What a turn that was. Utilizing the song cards, Elsa exerting characters. Amethyst, we know it's a ink color which loves to draw cards, but right now it's also looking like it's really good at controlling the board as well.
What world are we living in where Sapphire has the most dominant removal cards in the game? Amethyst has always been good. Ruby definitely losing a lot of his identity. We're going to see the Bell, a fantastic cop, going to move free damage from the TikTok and remove that Bell. And this TikTok is a huge body, but only quests for 1. So we have definitely put Lucas on a much longer clock turn to get to game.
Yeah, it's 10 lore to 5. Nick with, I believe, 2 or 3 cards in hand. Lucas, of course, having played that second star to the right, also has an abundance of options. Nick going to be passing on over to Lucas, who draws a card to start their turn. Nick did quest for 1, so they're 9 lore away. Of course, with that Cobra in the deck, Baker, if you start getting up to 16 lore, if you're Nick, a couple of Cobras could quickly seal the deal.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got to respect the ability for these Amethyst Steel decks to just make lore gains in the form of, as you say, a Giant Cobra, White Roses, things like that. You want to get into that danger zone where all it's going to take is a couple of Cobras, a couple of White Roses to seal the deal. We're going to see the Manamim Elephant coming down, bouncing that Elsa to the hand, establishing a very bulky girl, but perhaps more importantly, Joe, resetting that Elsa. And she's back. The 5th Spirit going to exert down that Bell. TikTok is going to eat her up, and suddenly Lucas back in what seems like a dominating position. Can Nick prove me wrong? He's got a wide grip.
Yeah, the Manamim Elephant just returning a character back to your hand is so good with this much ink. The White Rose, though, ticking along. Surely not, Nick. What was this turn? Nick with 2 lore out of nowhere and 2 characters ready to quest. Nick is creeping towards that 20 lore.
Double White Rose, 2 cards still in hand for Nick. Lucas's board is nice and wide, but everything only questing for 1 until, of course, we throw down this Genie. He's going to draw another card. We still have, I think, 5 ink to play with, perhaps 4, but we can ink for turn. And there's the Finders Keepers, Aladdin, and we're going to draw 3 cards. This is a slow card, Joe, but with this board, I think you can afford to take this turn off.
Yeah, and Lucas just going to be looking for answers for the next turn. With playing this Finders Keepers this turn, it means if he finds some something like Hades, for example, Lucas is going to be able to play it next turn. Basil joins the party, and Lucas's characters are going to go questing. That's a quest for 4, up to 9 lore. There is 4 lore between these players, but if the White Roses quest, Nick is up to 15, and those Cobras, if Nick can find them, are going to be getting him increasingly closer to 20.
Yeah, there's a Diablo, a Calhoun, and a Genie in hand, and we're going to see all of them throw down. These White Roses are going to quest up to 15. So we are actually threatening Story on board, Joe. Are you proud of me?
Yeah, good job. Very nicely done. Lucas draws for turn.
This Basil, like, first time we've seen it this match, and it seems like it's been quite an important part of the other Blurpool decks we've seen over the weekend. Just synergizes so well with the Elsa and the Genie, but we're seeing it for the first time this match here.
And you asked me, Baker, about what do I think about the rotation of Fabled, and these are the kinds of board states we're just not used to seeing so much previously. Without a board clear, these kinds of board states become even more common, and honestly the decision making is so much more intricate and difficult. So many different options. We see the double sail from Lucas. What is Lucas looking for right now? Nick does have Story on board and of course no cards in hand, so the Cobra not an immediate threat, although Doc into Cobra would be a way of Nick gaining 2 lore next turn without needing to quest. So Lucas, knowing that, might just want to be trying to keep Nick from only getting 2 lore from questing next turn, just denying as much lore as possible, because there is a window of opportunity here for Nick to win. If Nick draws the Doc into Cobra exactly, they have a real chance of winning here, Baker.
I think you've got a good point. Another burst of applause from outside. Maybe the last one was the ending of one game. It seems like another one is done, or perhaps the whole match, but you're absolutely right. Not a board state we're used to seeing. Day 36 without B-Prep. I am crashing out. Here's the Ursula Voice Stealer.
Exerting the Genie, and listen, Elsa's good, but so's this Ursula, and Into the Unknown is played for free with that Ursula. In comes Rafiki to join the fun, and now Lucas puts his hand down and starts thinking about what they will be doing. I would imagine both of these White Roses will be challenged. That would mean that it's Calhoun and Diablo. But Baker, if Calhoun is left on the board and has something to challenge, that would mean that Nick is still able to win with a Doc and with a Cobra off the top. So Lucas here needs to make sure that they don't give anything to the Calhoun to challenge and banish.
Yeah, there are certainly lines to victory for Nick, despite the very oppressive board that Luke has been able to build. We're going to double into the Basil with, into the White Rose with the Basil, and the Elsa could have quested and just boost up the strength there.
Yeah, but again, Lucas
don't want to leave the target.
Sees the Calhoun, and it's so heads up, just gets rid of the Basil. Poor old Basil, he wanted to be supporting, but Lucas had other ideas, and suddenly, even that Doc into Giant Cobra would not be enough for Nick. What do they find? Lucas with Story on board. There is how many characters?
We've got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 lore on board, courtesy of 7 characters.
Yep. Calhoun not able to remove anything from the board here. Let's not forget that Madam Mim Elephant at the start of Lucas's turn is able to move 2 damage counters from themselves onto one of Nick's cards.
Joe, it's great to be back in the booth with you, man.
It's good fun.
There's a lot of fun, man. I'm having a great time. This has been a banger of a match, a heck of a semi-final, and I feel like we're on the precipice of its ending.
Yeah, we could also see Nick taking an unorthodox line here. If they're not happy with the card that they have in hand, if they just don't have enough to win from this position, we might see the Diablo challenging the Madam Mim. This is going to give Nick one more opportunity to find what they need to stay in this game. White Rose!
Oh, that's one lore. That's going to take us to 16. We know this Calhoun could quest to 17. How many cards in hand left for Nick? We're looking at playing another one for Diablo. Is that the lot?
And it's going to be a quest, and that means that Lucas is free to go. Story is on board. Lucas will ready, set, draw, and quest to 20.
Starry Store attained. Fantastic game. And Lucas takes it 2-1 and will be proceeding to the finals of the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Bologna, Italy. And you hear the crowd. Hopefully you can hear them. It's fantastic to be back in a full venue, man.
Yeah, absolutely. What a final that was. Blurple takes it down. Sapphire Amethyst is in the final, and it is the top seed, so will be on the play. But let's not forget, Baker, we don't just have a best of 3 in the final. We have a best of 5 coming your way. So much Disney Lorcana TCG action still to come. And of course, Milwaukee DLC in North America right around the corner. And let's not forget about that set championships, Baker, the Maleficent Monstrous Dragon promo card. Check out Ravensburger Play Hub store locator to find a local store near you and get yourself down and start competing and winning some awesome prizes. And who knows, maybe you'll make some friends along the way. I know we certainly have.
We certainly have, man. I've got to get my hands on that Maleficent playmat. A huge congratulations to our Blurple player and commiserations to Amethyst Steel. Honestly, they've had an incredible run. These players, let's not forget, are qualified, Joe, for the European Championship. So when that comes later next year, we are 100% going to be excited to see these guys again. Joe, what a pleasure to be back in the booth with you, man. We've had a lot of fun. I think we're going to be I'm not sure if we're going to a promo video or if we're going to a quick break before the finals, but this is my last cast of the day. Your finals will be cast by the ultimate specimen, Joe Curley, and the wonderful Kawa. I'm very excited to watch you two guys cook. If you don't mind me, Joe, because we don't get many chances to do it anymore, I'd like to sign us off in a little way.
It would be rude not to.
It would be rude not to. We've got the grand finals of the Disney Lorcana Challenge coming very soon. Don't go anywhere. Be prepared.
Welcome back to Bologna. I am joined by Kawa. How's it going, Kawa?
I am beyond excited to be casting the grand final of the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Bologna alongside you, my friend Joe.
Yeah, it's going to be so much fun. And we've actually just bumped in to the finalists in the bathroom area where we were all getting a little bit of a break, and we told him the news that he would be up against Amethyst Steel in the final. And Kawa, what was it he said exactly?
He had a little chuckle to himself, and I think he was quite pleased. You guys just finished casting a Blurple versus Amethyst Steel matchup, and it was very, very close.
It was.
So, but I think, you know, throughout the entire day, we've kind of been talking a lot about this matchup, and usually what ends up happening is that the later the game goes, the more favored the Blurple player is. So Amethyst Steel really has to come out of the gates strong and has to really utilize a lot of their cards that have a lot of reach, like the Giant Cobra, the White Rose, right? So, but I'm still really excited to see how this match is going to go, because if this weekend's proved anything, I've just been thoroughly surprised by the power and the performance of Amethyst Steel against all these Blurple decks.
Yeah, and I think the phrase was something like, oh, please, no Emerald Steel, thank you. I think, like, maybe even Emerald Steel. I mean, I've talked to a lot of the top players here in Bologna, people like Dingham Fan, people like Ed, and they said, look, Emerald Steel, pretty good deck, but it struggles against Sapphire Amethyst. So I was a little bit surprised to hear that reaction, but of course, just very comfortable and confident against the Sapphire Amethyst. Let's take another quick look at the top 8, and it is an all-France final. Lucas versus Vincent, both representing France. I think the French community in Disney Lorcana is the biggest, arguably, in Europe and has some of the best players. Last year in Bologna, we saw Ely from France win the DLC, and we are going to have a French champion once again.
Yes, indeed. And these French players have been extremely strong within the competitive Disney Lorcana scene. We recently had a CCQ take place within France in Annecy, I believe.
Sure.
And it was also a Sapphire Amethyst player that took the win at that event. And yeah, and there's been so much innovation within a lot of these French Blurple lists, such as the 4-cost Inkable Kida that we've seen that has Ward, which is really good in a lot of different matchups, has that ramp ability on Exert as well, and then also the Rider as well.
Yes.
Super cool. So we're going to be taking a look at the deck list here for Lucas. Talking about it, Joe.
Yeah, so this is the deck list from Lucas, the Amethyst Sapphire player, the only Amethyst Sapphire player in the top 8, but crucially that top seed. So they are going to be on the play in game number 1 in this best of 5. 1 copy of Dig a Little Deeper, 1 copy of One Jump Ahead, 1 copy of Magical Maneuvers, 1 copy of Second Star to the Right. It is, and 1 copy of Elsa Spirit of the Winter. When I'm building my decks, Cree, I tend to go for ×4 of everything. I like that consistency. Lucas with a very different approach. I particularly love that 1 copy of One Jump Ahead and those 2 Ursula voice stealers. I am just absolutely amazed by this. If I'm playing against a Sapphire Amethyst player, Kawa, I am just hoping that when they're at 2 ink, they don't have Tipo, they don't have Sail. Well, if you play against Lucas, you also have to hope that they don't have the 1 jump ahead.
Indeed, and I have to say, I actually love a lot of these 1 and 2 ofs within this deck, particularly the Ursula voice stealer. Some players kind of calling this like some extra Elsas because exerting a character is so powerful. The 1 copy of Magical Maneuvers, this is a card I've loved to see not only in Blurple decks but also in Amethyst Steel decks. It allows you to exert chosen character, and then you can also return a friendly character back to your hand. That means you can really utilize a lot of these very powerful on-play abilities within Sapphire Amethyst, and those such as the Genie Wish Fulfilled, the Elsa, the 5th Spirit, to continue exerting and disrupting your opponent's game plan.
Absolutely.
And most notably as well, the Hades Infernal Schemer.
Another little bonus fact or fun use case for the Magical Maneuvers is the fact that it is an action that can target opposing characters, which is Iago's worst nightmare. Well, Lucas isn't too concerned about his Iago vanishing because they play 4 copies of the giant spectral parrot. However, it's going to be open deck lists, so Lucas's opponent is going to know exactly what is in the list. Let's take a look at the Amethyst Steel list.
Absolutely amazing here. We've seen Amethyst Steel really present within this tournament this weekend, and I have to say one of the key cards I just talked about is this Giant Cobra Ghostly Serpent. This gives the players so much reach in this deck, and I have to say I've really been loving the Yzma Conniving Chemist as well. This is an additional card as well as Doc Bold Knight that allows you to keep the gas flowing. You need to be constantly drawing cards within this deck, but there is something very important about the amount of copies of Doc Bold Knight within this deck. Talk to me about this, Joe.
Three Doc. I am pretty surprised to see that, as I'm sure many people in the chat are. Doc, one of the best cards in Disney Lorcana to refill the hand, draw more cards, but when paired with Amethyst, to be fair, you have Genie, you have Yzma, you might even have Dolores Madrigal, but not in this case, but you also have, of course, Dumbo, let's not forget. Who could forget about good old Dumbo? What's the worst thing that can happen when you play Doc?
Indeed. I think this is a...
If you draw two.
There's a good reason why there's 3 copies in this deck, because if you draw 2, if you draw multiple copies of Doc, you have to play a Doc and then maybe even discard 2, or sometimes we've even seen some players do Doc, no trigger. You're simply playing a 2-cost 1/3 that's just sat there on the board.
Yeah, I've also wondered in an Amethyst Steel deck myself when I've been taking a look at lists, does it ever make sense to just play 3 copies of Genie, for example, for the same reason? You end up with Docs in hand, Genies in hand, but actually removing one of the Docs sounds quite good. I'm quite happy if I can get 2 Genies down on the board, but I'm not so enthused to have just 2 Docs down. If I'm playing Emerald Steel, for example, or if I'm playing Steel Ruby, I am playing 4 Docs every single time. But if ever there was a color pairing for Steel to remove a copy of the Bold Knight, you have to say it will be Amethyst.
Indeed, yeah. That's actually a great point you make about the Genie as well, because funnily enough, I've been looking at a lot of the deck lists from these previous CCQs that happened last weekend, and there were a couple of French players playing Sapphire Amethyst that did in fact cut down to 3 copies of Genie, and I honestly think it's for a very similar reason, drawing multiple copies of these cards.
Yeah, and also the Giant Cobra is not a brand new addition to these Amethyst Steels, but still relatively recent in the grand history of Disney Lorcana. I don't think that the Giant Cobra was around during the Paris World European Championships, for example, and that Giant Cobra just being able to discard a card from your hand and gaining 2 lore is a really good way of fixing if you've got Genies, if you've got Docs, but 4 Docs, 4 Genies, there's a lot of the time you end up with a Genie in hand when you really want to play Doc, and Doc in hand when you really want to ink something else to play the Genie.
Yeah, it can be quite awkward at times. And you mentioned cards like the Giant Cobra. I believe we did see 2 copies of White Rose as well. And cards like these are so important to be able to close out the games, particularly against decks like this Sapphire Amethyst deck. It is crucial that you turn on the gas as much as possible, and usually around that 14, 15, 16 lore mark, you need a little bit of extra reach to get there, and it's the cards like these that are going to be doing it. Previously, in the pre-rotation meta, we had cards like the Merlin Goat, which saw lots of play within the Season 1 challenge, but now it's kind of been replaced by the likes of this White Rose and the Giant Cobra.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And for Sapphire Amethyst, again, you're just looking here, being on the play. Of course, it is a best of 5, so you're going to most likely have 3 opportunities to go first, and you're going to be going second twice. That consistent game plan here is what has allowed them to be the top seed. That 1 extra ramp. Being the first seed has been so crucial. It's the only Sapphire Amethyst deck left in the whole of the top 8. Remember, Sapphire Amethyst was around 33%, 1/3 roughly of the total meta share of this tournament, but only 1 out of 8 of the top decks was this Sapphire Amethyst. So clearly it's a deck which really is getting that extra little kick by being on the play.
100%, yeah. And when this deck is on the play, it can do just like super consistent stuff. There are so many great openers, but one of the most consistent ones you'll see on turn 1, a card like a Basil, a Rafiki, or a Royal Guard established. The turn 2, as we've always been mentioning the entire day, turn 2 ramp, so essential with that Tipo or the Sail, the Azurite. So you also in this deck list, the 1 jump ahead. But there's so many different lines you can take. But like one of the most common ones is you'll play a Genie, Wish Fulfilled, draw a card, follow that up with an Elsa, Spirit of Winter, and suddenly
Elsa's so good.
That opener is so powerful, but also just so consistent. That's exactly what this Blurple player wants to be seeing going into this grand finals. And as you mentioned, this is going to be a best of 5. So players have to be they really have to be on it for this. You know, any mistakes, any misplays, it all comes down to this.
Yeah, it's no coincidence that the Sapphire Amethyst deck built with all that consistency was the top seed, and now they've just taken full advantage of that top seed by just continuing to play consistently, and that, I have to say, is a lovely hat in the finals. I'm sure B Squared is going to be particularly happy to see the bucket hat on the main stage.
I know you love a bucket hat too, John,
I do,
right? You
I do
indeed.
love a bucket hat.
Yeah.
That's a very colourful bucket hat, that's for sure. So both players are situated and sat down. It is an open deck list format, so the players are studying their opponents' lists, making sure they try and remember and memorize the counts of each of the cards. And memory is an underestimated and underappreciated skill involved in Disney Lorcana in general. Like, you look at your opponent's hands with an Ursula Deceiver. Can you remember what's exactly in there? They've inked a bunch of cards, but can you remember what they've inked? But that memory game becomes even more difficult and skill intensive when you're doing an open deck list best of 5. Because if we go to a game 5, this study time that the players have right now is going to come back to help them or haunt them.
Indeed, yeah. For example, we saw within this Amethyst Steel deck, as I mentioned, there are 2 copies of White Rose, and that's a type of card that this Blurple player is really going to have to recognize. Okay, how many of these copies, how many of these White Roses have been inked? How many are in the discard? It's all this type of stuff because, yes, Giant Cobra, you're able to discard a card and gain 2 lore, but it could come down to, okay, if my opponent has this specific card in their hand to simply end the game next turn, I have to try and play around this. So maybe they need to make one extra challenge that usually they may not make. That's a perfect example of why the memory game is so important within the Disney Lorcana TCG.
Yeah, we've got Lucas versus Vincent, the All-France final. Before we kick off, it would be remiss of us not to say a huge thank you to all of the players attending Bologna this weekend, all of the fans watching in the building and at home, and of course a huge thank you to our wonderful judge team who have been keeping the games flowing over the whole weekend.
Indeed, yeah, and shout out to everybody else. The production crew has been absolutely fantastic, making sure that we get this broadcast out to you guys. Shout out to all of you viewers at home watching this. You are what make these broadcasts happen. We are so hyped to be sharing the grand finals here with all of you. And shout out to the caster crew as well. We have an absolutely stellar team, not just us.
Yep.
We also have the Italian stream. So if you are from Italy and you want to watch this grand finals, or you speak Italian, that is very true, be sure to head on over and check out the stream in Italian too.
Yeah, a huge shout out to Erica, Julia and Sylvia, our Italian colleagues. They have been working tirelessly, so hard, and putting in a huge shift to bring this broadcast to the Italian community in Italian. So if you want to go and check that one out, it is on the Disney Lorcana Italian channel. It might be the European.
It could be the European
Disney
one
Lorcana,
as well, yes.
But go into the Disney Lorcana category on Twitch, and we're sure you are going to find it. Just analysing the shuffling skills from both players. They're both looking pretty content, pretty happy. But of course, not only are the players playing for the trophy, for the clout, for the uncut sheets, but they are also playing for that wonderful World's Invitation.
It's going to be the very first one given out for this Season 2 of competitive Disney Lorcana. These are the players you're going to be seeing on the world stage. This could be, one of these 2 players could be the future world champion, Joe.
Yeah, it absolutely could happen. And let's just remind ourselves a little bit about the metagame of this weekend in Bologna, because this metagame, the results of this tournament are going to shape the local game store metagames around the world. We saw the Sapphire Amethyst deck as the most represented. We saw Amber Steel and Emerald Sapphire as the second and third. Amethyst Steel, which is of course in the final, the 4th most represented. Amber Emerald coming in 5th. Emerald Steel in 6th, and all of those decks made it to the top 8.
Indeed, I'm very impressed.
Maybe no Emerald Sapphire in the top 8 either, actually.
Possibly not, but overall, Specie, I am extremely happy with the spread of decks within the top 8. Yes, this Blurple player has been absolutely crushing it on the top seed, has the on-the-play advantage throughout the entire top 32. However, you have to give a huge props to all of these other players. If they're on Amber Emerald, if they're on Emerald Steel, it takes a lot of practice, training, and hard work to try and crack this metagame. So a huge shout out to everybody who's put in all of the hours of testing to prepare for this amazing event here in Bologna.
Who do you think's got the better shuffle? I always like looking at the shuffle. Nothing too spectacular on show, just some good, solid shuffling skills.
We've got a kind of vertical shuffle and a horizontal shuffle. Yeah. Are you a vertical or a horizontal, Joe?
I'm not sure I'm either, if I'm honest.
Okay, you're diagonal.
I'm somewhere in the middle. I'm just a bit of a messy shuffler. I'm often dropping cards on the floor.
I know, yeah. Back in the day, Joe, you were known to have your ink kind of all over the table.
I was.
And I think you've definitely improved
I'm working on it. I still need to tidy up my play and my table manners a bit, but as we go on, I'm sure to continue to improve. But these players are ready to go. Of course, 7 cards is going to be the opening hand for each player, and then they're going to be able to alter as many of those as possible. Here comes the fist bump. Let's kick off this final. It's a best of 5, and Lucas will be kicking things off. But here we have the altering phase. We know that Lucas is looking for the ramp, but Vincent going to be looking for loads of 1-drops. And the big question as an Amethyst Steel player here is how risky do you go? Do you just really try and find a really wide board, lots of 1-drops? Do you mulligan away, you alter away cards like Dumbo, cards like Bell, and just hope to draw them down the line?
Yeah, it's super, super interesting. I think we all know the game plan on Lucas's side here. If they don't have that turn 2 ramp, oftentimes they're going to be altering all 7 cards, sending them back, really looking for that extremely strong and consistent opener. On Vincent's side, I think I agree with you, Joe. Really wants a lot of 1, 2, and 3 cost cards. Maybe a little bit of fuel in the hand as well, such as a Doc, a Yzma, that once all of the cards are gone, you can keep the game flowing.
Vincent's got to find like the perfect balancing act. They keep a Dumbo, they keep, I believe, a Jafar 2 cost, and it might have been a Genie as well. Like, Vincent has to find the balancing act to like thread the perfect needle where they need to go wide and be quick, but they also need to still contest the board. We saw that Lucas in the semi-final masterfully managed their resources, finishing at 21 lore, or they could have got to 21 lore with no cards in hand. Like, they just barely crossed the finish line. They got out every little bit of ink from their cards in terms of value. Vincent needs to do something similar because they are in a significantly disadvantaged position going second in this particular matchup. It's probably the worst matchup for Amethyst Steel in the game.
I think I have to agree, unfortunately, Joe. But, you know, we've seen Amethyst Steel beat plenty of Blurple players this weekend. I have to say, I've been extremely surprised, and I'm really glad that's the case. It really has some game. We are going to see the Tipo inked turn 1 here for Lucas.
Yeah, and that's not what I want to see if I'm Vincent, because Tipo into the ink.
What does that mean? It means that there's already some other form of ramp available on turn 2 for Lucas here.
It's going to be Smee into the ink, or the Mouche Mouche, as it's called in French. And in comes not happy, but joyeux.
Joyeux, what a fantastic name for this card. How do you feel about Happy in Amethyst Steel in general?
It's so good with the Dumbo,
I love the fact that this combos so well with the Dumbo.
There is the Tipo, going to be putting a card from the hand into the inkwell, face down and exerted, and that is a great way of potentially getting rid of one of those clunky uninkables, like a second star to the right, perhaps. Vincent, though, not privy to the information. Tipo is keeping some secrets as the White Rose enters the inkwell, and that Jafar, which was kept in the opening hand in the altering phase, comes down on turn 2 for Vincent.
Indeed, yeah. Luke is going to be looking for a pretty good 4-drop here. Plenty of options within the deck. We know the Genie's there. We know the Iago is there. How do you feel about this 4-cost inkable 4/6 Iago in this matchup against Amethyst Steel in particular, Joe?
Yeah, I don't expect to see it.
Oh, never mind. It's on the board.
You know, scratch that. I never said a thing.
You always expected to see it. That's what you meant to say.
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting. Of course, open deck lists. So Lucas is going to be fully well aware of exactly how many action cards Vincent has in their deck, which can vanish this Iago. Will we see that happen? Well, there is that strength of a Raging Fire. That will do it. But really, you'd rather be using that strength on something else. But it's going to be on the Iago vanishing it. That's still a really nice turn. But ideally, Vincent would use all 4 of their strengths on cards like Genies and cards like Elsa, perhaps. And you'd really rather use something else on the Iago. So I think Lucas, overall, going to be quite happy with that.
Indeed. Yeah,
I do like as well, though, that Vincent doesn't develop a 3-drop because it just plays so hard into Elsa, Exert, and then they can't sing the strength.
Exactly what I was about to say. And we do see that Elsa come down. Imagine that Vincent was able to establish a 3-cost Genie here. Then Elsa would have simply come down onto the board, exerted the Genie, and then the Iago takes it out incredibly cleanly.
Yeah, and of course, Iago, unlike Genie, did not draw a card there for Lucas. In comes a Genie for Vincent, the evasive Genie back on over to Lucas, who's at 5 ink. This is their 5th turn. That one little jump ahead thanks to Tipo, so they can go to 6 ink here. Vincent still at 4 ink.
I really like this play from Lucas, being able to play the Dumbo, take advantage of its effect, gain a lower draw card by spending 1 ink. But I also like on Vincent's side of the board here, the fact that this 3-4 stat line for this Genie is so incredibly strong against a potential Bell that could have come down on Lucas's side here.
Yeah, and this is where we like to see Dumbo, not necessarily on turn 4. Of course, Iago was favoured for Lucas, but Dumbo comes down on 5 ink, and that Elsa then immediately being exerted, paying 1 ink, drawing a card. But look at that. Still only 5 ink for Lucas. Each player with 5 ink in the inkwell. Lucas did not ink last turn, and Vincent suddenly has swung the game in their favour.
What an absolutely crucial Elsa, the 5th Spirit, coming down for Vincent, being able to combo with this Genie and take out Lucas's entire board. Vincent staying in control of the game right now, and as you said, Joe, Lucas not being able to ink means that we're not quite there to see the Hades Infernal Schema. However, I really like this play of the Bell Accomplished Mystic being able to move some damage counters over from this Genie to take out the Elsa. Some players often forget, Joe, that you can manipulate the damage counters of only your opposing players' cards, not only your own cards, to move them over.
Yep. We see the Genie for Vincent. Lucas is in a unfamiliar scenario. Playing Sapphire, the big advantage you get is that 1 extra ink. But skipping the ink this turn means that Vincent has the steel ink color, has cards like Strength, and has the same amount of ink as the Sapphire player. Is this the opportunity for Lucas to break serve in this best-of-5 finals?
I wonder what's going to come out to play here. I have to say, Joe, I think a card I would love to see. We do see the Genie wish fulfilled, but with the potential of going up to 6 ink, I would have loved to see that TikTok evasive card against this particular board against Vincent. That 4-7 stat line would be particularly nice to see here. We see a 1 jump ahead here, making sure that Lucas is going to be at that 7 ink threshold, so now can reliably play the Hades Infernal Schemer to start dealing with Vincent's board, of course, if it is in his hand.
Lucas going to quest with Bell, taking the lead, 3 law to 1. This 1 jump ahead, we talked about the big advantages of this card, extra consistency, but of course it comes with its downsides. It's uninkable, and this is likely why we saw Lucas skipping that turn for ink, because they didn't think it would be too detrimental if they can just sneak in the 1 jump ahead the following turn. So Lucas now has that ink advantage once more. It's another Genie. It is the Genie show for Vincent right now.
Yes, Genie Satisfied Dragon comes down. Doc is also played to the board.
Wow.
It was no trigger on the Doc, but that means there's 4 total characters on the board, meaning that this other Genie Satisfied Dragon can sing Strength of the Raging Fire and take out the Bell Accomplished Mystic.
Genie on the job, questing for 2. We talked about Vincent's deck building decision. only 3 docks, or prof as it's called in French. Well, it seems as though they might have drawn 2 docks regardless, with that prof no trigger coming down. Perhaps it was the only character, though, which cost 2 ink or less, and they just needed to develop that extra character on the board for strength to deal with Bell.
It would make sense that the other card in hand is a dock, because if this dock was played and you did decide to trigger it, it meant that you couldn't sing Strength of a Raging Fire. We will see this Genie.
It's surely Bell.
It's Bell, of course. It makes total sense being able to take out the Genie, Satisfied Dragon. Bell, we've talked about it a lot at this event. Such a solid card within this Sapphire Amethyst tech. The damage counter manipulation does so well in a lot of these evasive battles.
Yeah, and one thing that's going to be a little bit tricky for Vincent is that in their deck list, if I'm not mistaken, there was 2 copies of the Bell Accomplished Mystic. So Bell advantage is definitely in favor of Lucas in terms of the deck build. I'm going to see Elsa exerting the Bell. Genie and Elsa clean up the Genie, and now it's back on over to Lucas. Vincent still with board control. 3 lore apiece.
Yeah, Vincent is doing a fantastic job at keeping control of this board, but really needs to start getting some lore down onto the board. This Elsa being able to answer Vincent's Genie is absolutely huge here, but as I was saying earlier on, the longer this game goes, Lucas's card quality is just so much better than Vincent's as we get into the late game here.
Yeah, I would have to agree. And we did see Lucas singing that second star to the right in the previous game. But imagine at a moment like this, if Lucas has in hand, dig a little deeper, or second star to the right, and not enough ink to play it, it could provide an even further window of opportunity for Vincent to have an opportunity to take this one down. Lucas's deck is so consistent, but there's definitely a few cards in their hand which could cause them some problems if Vincent can continue to control the board and deny the sing together.
Genie comes down, a card will be drawn for Lucas here, really looking for an answer for this Dumbo. Dumbo's a great card for Vincent in this situation, being able to exert
Look at
the
Vincent
Elsa.
wink at the camera.
He winked at the camera.
He winked at the camera.
He's feeling
The
good. He's feeling good.
He's smiling. He's vibing. He's here playing Disney Lorcana TCG on the biggest stage in Bologna, and he's feeling confident right now.
Indeed, yeah, that Dumbo's exactly what Vincent needed here, able to keep him in the game, not also draw some cards, but continue to gain some lore. You did mention a card like Second Star to the right. Let's pay attention to Lucas's board right here. The total singer amount would add up to 10, so I think Vincent would really love some type of way to interact and disrupt Lucas's board here if that is the exact card in his hand.
It's 4 lore to 3. Vincent's in the lead. Elsa and Dumbo on the board. We're going to see the 9th Wonder of the Universe using the Breaking Records ability to exert and draw a card and gain 1 lore. Of course, could also use that Making History ability to do something similar with the Elsa.
Yeah, it's even something like being able to play a Bell of their own here for Vincent. Could move some damage counters over, take out this Rafiki, but we see a Calhoun and a Mr. Smee being developed right here.
Yeah, Mr. Smee, a 3-2 that quests for 1 and is evasive during Vincent's turn. So nice Dumbo synergy. Dumbo was exerted, but Elsa left ready and waiting, which is a really interesting decision from Vincent. Mouche Mouche, though, being that evasive, of course, Mr. Smee, Mouche Mouche in French, the steadfast mate. Captain Hook would like a word with ya.
I love the flavor text of this card. We're going to see a Hypnotic Strength come down for Lucas onto the Genie Wish Fulfilled. It means it's going to be quite easy to take out Vincent's Dumbo, the 9th Wonder of the Universe here. Is this going to be another Bell Accomplished Mystic? Ooh. It's not. It is the Madam Mim Elephant. Talk to me about this card, Joe, and the value that I can give to Lucas here.
I mean, I used to love the Madam Mim Snake for exactly this reason. Spend 2 ink to return a character card to your hand. As it turns out, spending 4 ink to do something similar is actually really good in the late game of a deck like this. And the Madam Mim Elephant, also one of the best cards that Lucas has in their deck on that 3rd turn to deal with those aggro decks like Tiana. But in the Amethyst battles, which are long and drawn out, being able to return Elsa, return a Genie, and just keep getting more value out of your cards is so valuable. Often these Amethyst Sapphire decks, particularly in mirror matchups, have so much ink, and therefore spending 4 ink to return a powerful card to your hand is a really good deal.
Indeed, yeah. And the stat line of this card is absolutely fantastic. It's a 3/7, so Vincent is going to have a little bit of trouble trying to get through this fantastic body, but we do see the Giant Cobra coming down. Curious to see if Vincent is going to trigger its ability to gain 2 lore. Decides not to, really values the cards in his hand currently, and it's just a resource game at this stage, Joe.
The sign of a good player is passing without exerting any characters. Vincent clearly planning ahead, and I think this kind of skill of knowing when to exert your characters, when to leave them ready, is more important than ever in the current fabled metagame that we have without those board clears. Lucas wondering exactly what to do.
Yeah, just taking his time, trying to figure out what situation he's in right now, evaluating the board state, thinking about what's going to occur within the next few turns.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll get cleared up exactly what is happening with you very, very soon. I'm wondering if perhaps it was something like the Genie just drawing an extra card by accident and then Lucas calling the judge themselves on that. So I'm sure we'll get that cleared up for you all very, very soon. Not what we want to be seeing in the grand final, but it absolutely does happen to the best of us, let me tell you.
It's been a very, very long day indeed, Joe. So yeah, just going to get that cleared up and we will let you know what happened as soon as possible. But right now, who do you think is in the most favorable position? Because the board, the amount of characters is quite even right now, but I would say that Lucas has a lot of the characters that just have a little bit more lore, a little bit more strength, and a little bit more willpower.
Yeah, I think it's anybody's game right now, which honestly, if you're Amethyst Steel going second, I think you would take every single time. And it has been not just a long day, but a long weekend. The local time here in Bologna, we are 5 minutes away from 10 p.m. The venue this morning opened at 8 a.m. That is 14 hours of Disney Lorcana TCG. And let me tell you, it was something quite similar yesterday.
Yes, indeed it was. But it's an absolute pleasure to be here. I'm enjoying this so much. It's so great to be able to cast the grand final, the grand finals of this fantastic event, and to be able to do it alongside you, Joe, is just an absolute pleasure.
Yeah, it's been so much fun. We've been playing Disney Lorcana together for a very long time.
Since the start.
Yeah, we first played at Gamescom, I think, in 2023.
Indeed.
And we introduced some of our friends to it, and we've been playing ever since. I remember our first ever game, we were sat at dinner playing with Kim as well, and every time a song card was played, we made a house rule that you have to sing it.
We have to sing the song.
That didn't last long, and nor did the judge call, just getting that all cleared up, and we're going to be back in with the action. That Genie was played down for 4 ink. Now we'll get it cleared up soon.
Yeah,
Don't panic, guys. Don't panic. We've got you. Let us know in the chat what deck you think is going to win. I want to ask you before we get back into action.
Ask me.
Favorite moment of the weekend so far that doesn't include pasta? Because if I'm answering it, it was the pasta.
My favorite moment was actually in the booth with you, my friend. And I think you'll remember this. It was the Ruby Amber game where we saw the double shift Mulan. That was a fantastic event. Here we are joining the game again. Vincent's turn, establishing a 1-cost captain hook here. As you said, it does seem to still be quite even. It looks like that was just simply a 1-cost hook for Vincent.
Right, we saw Lucas play Genie, and then I believe another Genie came through from Lucas. On the other side, though, Vincent paying 1 ink for hook and passing. Finders keepers for Lucas. The resource war is swinging in favor of Lucas.
Indeed. It's all about the cards. It's all about card draw. Both players are playing Amethyst, and that's a big mechanic within both of these inks. And now this board is looking like it's soon to be out of control, with the Dumbo, the 9th wonder of the universe, being established, and 3 additional evasive cards available for Lucas here.
Yeah, and I think we can see why Vincent is having a little bit of a tricky time in this matchup, or certainly all of the Amethyst Steel players in this matchup when going second, is if you get to this game state and you just can't close out the game quickly, Lucas and the Amethyst Sapphire player just has so many resources and so much top end, and without a board clear in the game, these big wide board states continue to grow, but Vincent now strikes with the strength of a Raging Fire, answering the Dumbo. That was hard cast, not exerting any characters, and again, just passes, not winking at the camera right now.
No, not winking at the camera right now, indeed. Would love to probably see some of his own Genie wish fulfills to continue to draw cards, get into this game, and it's exactly what we said. It's like there's so much ink available for Lucas right here, able to play the Bell Accomplished Mystic, could move the damage counters, take out the Mr. Smee, and another Dumbo, Ninth Wonder of the Universe, established here for Lucas. This is absolutely crazy. It's like Dumbo after Dumbo after Dumbo, and this card is one of the most powerful cards we've seen from Fable Joe, and it makes exact sense why that's the case right here.
Lucas questing with both Genies and also Elsa as well. I believe it was a quest. Might have been that Dumbo trigger. I didn't quite catch that as Genie now comes through. Going to draw a card for Vincent, but Lucas starting to gain lore either way with those evasive characters, but leaving the non-evasive characters ready because of that Calhoun. Vincent with Elsa as a evasive is going to challenge Genie. Do they have a bell? It's a fire the cannons. Of course, not enough ink to play the bell. 5 lore for Vincent, but Lucas is in the lead at 8.
Indeed, yeah, and both players do have quite a wide board indeed. We previously saw Lucas play the Bell Accomplished Mystic, take out that Mr. Smee that's evasive on Vincent's turn. I was considering that maybe it could have been put on the Calhoun because moving the damage counters gets around the resist very nicely. However, Lucas really recognizing every character that Vincent has that could potentially be evasive is a real threat, especially to this Dumbo right here.
Yeah, and we talked about that window of opportunity for Vincent, and it just seems to be slamming shut right now as Lucas is taking over this game. A extremely wide board. Vincent, for the last 2 or 3 turns, just playing a Captain Hook and passing, playing a Strength of Raging Fire and passing. Meanwhile, Lucas was spending 5 ink to draw 3 cards and continuing to develop a wider board with the help of Genies and Madam M Elephants.
Indeed, indeed. Yeah, it's looking like the gas is running out for Vincent here. And I do want to note, though, Joe, this is an untimed grand final. So this is the one time where the players don't have to worry about the clock. That is something we've talked about a lot this weekend, where usually they have to be very, very aware of that. So, you know, they can take all the time they need here to really make all of the correct decisions. Ursula being able to force Vincent's own Genie, essentially, to sing Into the Unknown on itself.
Yeah, that is an interesting way of looking at it, that Into the Unknown, putting Genie into the Inkwell, and Lucas is questing, and 20 lore is not far away.
So many characters developed here for Lucas. I really think they're in such a comfortable position. I don't know anything that Amethyst Steel has in the deck to be able to tackle such a wide board. As you mentioned, Joe, there is no real big board clear within this ink combination. So Vincent really, really, really holding out hope, and is simply going to scoop the game. That's game 1 going to Lucas. A huge congratulations. But now Vincent is going to recharge, re-energize, focus on the play. He has the first player advantage right now. And I'm super excited to see how different this opener is going to be from both players.
Yeah, we can take a breath, can't we? What a frantic start to this final, and there's plenty more to go, as it is a best of 5. The first opportunity to break serve doesn't happen, but there's going to be 2 more opportunities to do so. Now, when you're going first as the Amethyst Steel player, this is where you just want to have that consistent curve, get the job done, sing Strength of a Raging Fire, maybe onto your opponent's Genie on the job, and just slow it down. Plenty of time.
Yes. Take it easy, think about the plays. I have to say, I think Lucas had such a strong opener that first game, being able to go into Tipo, and that Iago was actually extremely, extremely important. We did mention that Vincent had the opportunity to play out that 3-cost Genie Satisfied Dragon with the 3/4 stat line, but as we then mentioned as well, the Elsa's like the perfect follow-up with this Iago, so I do really respect Vincent recognizing these openers and these lines as probably the most crucial elements. Like getting off to a good start is so important in Disney Lorcana TCG. So I've just been very, very impressed from the level of skill from both of these players. Even in the grand final, it's been such a long day.
My favourite moment in that game might surprise a lot of people. I really like that moment where we see the genie come through, the extra card was drawn by accident, and just the acknowledgement, putting the hand up and saying, look, I've made a mistake, judge, help us out, I didn't mean to do anything wrong. And that is the thing to do. If you're playing at your local game store and you do something wrong by mistake, put your hand up, call the judge. That is the way to handle things.
Definitely, yeah. And you learn from these mistakes as well. These things happen at times, and when you do it, you learn to say, okay, I'll do my best to not do that again, and you recognize these patterns. It's even simple. It's like when you misplay in Disney Lorcana, you'll do it, and you'll instantly realize, okay, oh, I'm not making that mistake again. Very perfect example is a couple of days ago, I was doing some testing against this all-powerful Emerald Chromacon. Of course, I was like, yeah, sure, I'll challenge and banish this character, and the opponent... As soon as they pointed to the Chromacon, I was like, I've made a drastic mistake. So, you know, I do agree, you know, if a player recognizes, oh, something's gone wrong, and, you know, maybe it does indeed happen, Joe.
Here we go. Game number 2 of a potential 5. First player to 3 games will be the champion of Bologna and book their place at the World Championships for Disney Lorcana Trading Card Game Season 2. Vincent is going to be going first and can alter their hand first. Wondering if they'll keep that dock, keep the genies. It seems as though they won't. In fact, I think exactly those 3 cards, the 2 genie on the jobs and the 1 dock bold knight, with the 3 cards altered. On Lucas's side, trying to work out how many new ones that was. Was that a fresh 7?
It could be a fresh 7, and it often happens in these Sapphire Amethyst decks, as we keep mentioning. Really looking for that turn 2 ramp. A card I'm not too sure, but maybe I'm a little confident that I did see in Vincent's hand here is the Madam Mim Tiny Adversary. That may be incorrect, but that's a very, very interesting card that we've seen included in a lot of these Amethyst Steel builds to change a lot of break points here.
Okay, actually, I changed my mind. The judge call was my second favourite moment. My favourite moment was Vincent winking at the camera. That is the kind of showmanship we love to see in a trading card game. You don't always see it.
Yeah, that was indeed the Madam Mim Tiny Adversary. Super, super, super great card here. And the reason why I love it, especially in this matchup, Joe, is we've seen so many cards like the 2-cost Jafar with that 3-2 stat line that gets evasive on the turn. Same thing with the Mr. Smee. And suddenly something that is challenging for 3 can now challenge for 4. And against a lot of these cards like Genie Wish Fulfilled, I think changing these breakpoints is extremely important. It's gone into the ink. Well,
it's gone into the ink.
Never mind.
But that's also the beauty of a card like this. It's inkable. And you can wait for the right moment to do it.
Indeed. Tipo inked. Okay, it's happening. It's happening again, Joe.
Yeah, Tipo into the ink.
Tipo ink. What does that mean?
I think there might be another Tipo or so. There you go. There's a Man of Mim.
Yeah, I knew I was talking about this card. Let's go. I really love to see this card. It's a card that Tiago, a player that we saw in the previous tournament, really, really, really liked and was utilizing within their version of Amethyst Steel. Into the Unknown has been inked. Sail the Azurite Sea. Dropped down onto the board. That means that Lucas is going to be able to ink an additional card this turn. Maybe even can establish an additional 1-drop. Chooses not to. Maybe doesn't have one in the hand.
Yeah, Lucas valued the Sail over the Tipo here. As we saw the Tipo inked on 1. And Sail, usually the more powerful card. Certainly in the long run, you'd rather have that extra card rather than the Tipo down on the board. Of course, Tipo, a big advantage is being able to get rid of an awkward uninkable. But if you've got an abundance of inkable cards, the Sail usually the preferred option.
Yes, indeed. We will see the Iago, that giant spectral parrot.
Lucas loves playing the Iago on turn 3.
I think the Iago on turn 3, I'm not too sure about it in this particular matchup, but I can imagine in a lot of these Sapphire Amethyst Blurple matchups throughout the day, it's been very good, but Vincent able to very cleanly take it out with the strength of a Raging Fire being sung by the Genie Satisfied Dragon.
This is a huge example on the difference of being on the play or being on the draw. Vincent just simply doesn't have access to this line when he's going second because Elsa will come through exerting the Genie, or maybe the Ursula, voice stealer, exerting the Genie before the Genie's able to sing strength. We saw Vincent just hard cast strength at 3 ink when they went second, but when they go first, they have enough time to develop the 3-cost character and then sing the strength.
Very interesting here from Lucas. We do see that Genie Wish Fulfilled established onto the board, but this very much looks like there's no 5-cost Elsa available for Lucas, because if that was the case, I really think we might have seen the Genie exerted on the Basil questing, but on Vincent's side, he does indeed have his own Elsa, the 5th Spirit.
Wow, the Madam Mim, I was laughing at you, wasn't I? Well, it didn't last long. This Madam Mim just turned the Genie into a 4-strength character.
You, mate. I'm telling you.
And it was Genie on Genie. The wish fulfilled. Well, I don't think the wish was fulfilled on this occasion.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic here. And I'm telling you, it's breakpoints like that, but in particularly comboing it with this Genie-satisfied dragon means that the dragon can actually survive. The challenge remains on the board.
Well, Genie's back on the job. Basil ready and waiting. Look at Lucas's facial expression. Looks to the heavens slightly there. Perhaps just thinking and nodding like, yep, okay, I've got some thinking to do. I've got some work ahead of me in this one.
Yeah, it does look like, I mean, we talked about drawing multiple Genies a little bit earlier, and that could have been what happened here for Lucas. We do see the 1 jump ahead come out, so wants to start ramping up here, getting as much ink into the inkwell as possible. 7 total ink available. I will say a card that might be able to help out Lucas here was previously ink, another Strength of a Raging Fire.
Strength of a Raging Fire for Vincent. Cleans up Genie, who is no longer on the job yet again. This is the game plan for Vincent. The board is wide, the characters are plenty, and Basil has nothing to support. Lucas, with a rush character, though, could give Basil something to support. Basil might just have to trade into the Captain Hook here, I fear.
We could see a potential Monstro. One has already been inked by Lucas already. That would be able to clear at least 3 of the characters on the board. But Monstro, unfortunately, does not have evasive, so that Genie Wish Fulfilled and Elsa, the 5th Spirit, will remain on the board for Vincent.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll be getting back into the game as soon as we possibly can. We're going to keep you posted and keep you updated as best we can. I'm going to say my favourite moment of the tournament
the tournament. I
weekend.
was going to say of the game again. Okay, tell me, mate.
Well, we'll jump back in. We'll save that for later because we're back in with the action. It's 11 law to 0 in favour of Vincent, and it's Lucas's turn. We did see the Elsa come through here for Lucas, and Lucas has not yet challenged with Elsa.
Yes, all of the characters, just to clarify, were already exerted, so Elsa didn't have to make a choice here.
Technically it did. You still have to exert something, even if it's already exerted.
True,
but it doesn't have any impact. Into the Unknown comes through.
Into the Unknown, hard cast. This Basil Conquest, it will give this Elsa 2 additional strength, be able to take out the Genie, and suddenly this is probably the exact swing that Lucas needed to really stay in the game here.
Yeah, and you can see the power of Basil, particularly when paired with Elsa. Elsa is already outstanding, but a 4-strength evasive Elsa with Rush that exerts a character, that's pretty good for 5 ink.
Indeed, yeah. A card I'd love to see come down here from Vincent is a potential Bell Accomplished Mystic. Could use its effect to move the 2 damage counters on the Genie Satisfied Dragon over to the Basil. That means that if the Genie challenges into the Elsa, it would survive the challenge. But I believe you mentioned earlier, Joe, there's not a full 4 copies of that card within the deck.
Pete, no actions. The whistle has been blown. We haven't seen that as much in the fabled metagame, have we? As the Genie takes out Elsa, the Madam Mim takes out Basil and is still there telling the tale. Of course, there's going to be 2 damage, not the 1, but 3 willpower on Madam Mim as now Vincent quests, and it is 11 law to 1, a 10 law lead for Vincent.
I believe it's 1 card in the hand for Vincent, 1 for Lucas, but 1 has been drawn for turn. Lucas really needs a powerful card off the top here. Maybe something like a Hades, maybe some more Genies for some extended draw. It's
That's
another
a powerful card.
Elsa. It's very, very good here.
Elsa going to take out the Madam Mim, taking no damage back. That Madam Mim has Challenger 1, but Challenger 1 is only strength in your own turn. So Elsa with 5 willpower still remaining. Oh my goodness, it's the Cobra time. The giant Cobra discarding the Hypnotic Strength, and Vincent is questing and trying to finish this game very, very quickly.
All the way up to 16 lore in total for Vincent, so Lucas really wants to be clearing off this board right now. If they don't even take out a single character, a white rose off the top will be able to do the job here for Vincent, but of course Elsa will be most likely challenging this Captain Hook Forceful Duelist.
I've got a question for the chat. Would you have played the Hypnotic Strength and then discarded whatever you draw, or do you just discard the Hypnotic Strength? I think I would have played it.
That's a great question,
I don't think it really matters. I would love to ask Frank Carsten that question. I bet he would have a good answer.
Yeah. We do see the Bell Accomplished Mystic coming down, being able to cleanly take out that peaked the game's referee.
Yep. Going to be questing for 2 here, Vincent, if they so desire. That would put them 1 Cobra away from victory, but there's no cards in hand right now. The Captain Hook does come down. There is a ever so slight argument that Vincent could have just kept this Captain Hook in hand here in case they draw into exactly a giant Cobra off the top, but it's really quite unnecessary because if you draw the Cobra off the top, you just pass the turn, you draw another card for turn, and then you win. But we do see Bell taking out the Cobra, but it is a trade. Elsa taking down the Captain Hook. Captain Hook stands tall. Elsa, the only character for Lucas, who is at 1 lore as it stands.
The Rafiki has been established. There's only 1 other card in hand. Lucas simply passes the turn over. I think Vincent is at 18. I just want to clarify. So the Captain Hook can quest going up to a total of 19. If that was a white rose off the top, that would have been the gain right here. But Lucas needs an answer to this genie satisfied dragon. What is it?
Well, they didn't scoop just
Looks
yet,
like it
so
might be
they might
7
have something.
ink. It could be the schemer coming out to play.
Hades, Elsa's, Ursula's, all sorts of answers.
It is indeed the Hades Infernal Schemer denying Vincent the victory right here. Again, the white rose would be the perfect card off the top to end the game.
Here we go. Vincent needs a white rose. A Cobra would also do it, as they could just pass the turn, and they do have enough time. Lucas's board is questing for 4. Here comes Bell, moving the damage onto Rafiki, and again asks a question to Lucas. Can you remove my character? And if you can't, I'm going to win. Lucas, I'm looking at the face. Look at that, the shake of the head. They don't think they've got it right now, but maybe they have a way of drawing more cards and finding an answer.
Indeed, yeah. Maybe deciding which one's going to come down. It is the Ursula able to exert this Bell Accomplished Mystic, but has to use 2 characters to challenge in and take it out. However, Lucas is still in this game, is able to deal with Vincent's board once more.
Vincent just wants to be playing a character here, and every single turn asks the question. But imagine right now, a strength. Could it be a strength? Could it be a fire the cannons? Or could it be that giant Cobra? Lucas with a smile. Here comes the Finders Keepers. They weren't too happy, I think, to see that card last turn, but suddenly an opportunity is there to find it, and suddenly Lucas has so many more cards in hand and potential answers to the board of Vincent. Vincent looking through his discard. I'm wondering, would you do that if you've got a Cobra in hand? I'm not so sure that you would.
Didn't look so confident, but we could still see another card off the top. If the card off the top, then here.
No. The elephant puts the Hades back into the hand, and that could be curtains for Vincent. Can they find the Cobra?
It might have been a dock here. It might have been a dock.
Okay.
It looks like a dock.
Can they find the Cobra? 2 opportunities.
Cobra or white
Look at
rose.
Lucas. Lucas is shifting back and forwards in their chair, staring at Vincent. There's no Cobra, but that's 3 characters on the board.
Indeed, a lot of pressure coming down from Vincent here. So close to closing out this game 2 here within the grand final. Sail the Azurite Sea, played for Lucas, going to be drawing an additional card. We know that Hades is available in the hand, but I don't know if there's enough tools available to Lucas here to take out the entire board, and that's game 2 going to Vincent. We're 1-1 apiece. I am beyond hyped to be here. What a fantastic game. I think Vincent played incredibly well, and I have to say, what ends up happening here against Amethyst Steel, and I've seen it throughout the past games, you don't realize within those early turns how much lore they're able to quickly get throughout turn 3, turn 4, turn 5. But you mentioned earlier, Joe, being on the play was a really big advantage there for Vincent.
It made such a big difference, and even being on the play, it was close, wasn't it? That dot came through at the right time. We talked about the Cobra, because with Hades in your opponent's hand, one character's not enough, but being able to develop 2 characters at once, thanks to the dock, in fact, it was 3, made all of the difference, and that was quite an exciting finish. But we're not done yet. We're going into game 3, but it is not the final game. We're going to be having at least 4 games in this final, with it 1 game apiece, all tied up.
Yeah, so both games we have seen Lucas hit that all-essential turn 2 ramp, and even opting to play that 1 jump ahead for like the little bit more percentage of consistency to try and hit that. However, if one of these games happen and they don't hit that turn 2 ramp, that could be absolutely detrimental to them.
My favorite play in that game was that giant Cobra towards the end, discarding the hypnotic strength.
Yes.
Again, I feel like I would really be fascinated in having some of the top players have a discussion of that. Do you just play the hypnotic strength and then discard the card that you draw?
I don't see a reason why not. The only reason why it would be bad is, like, let's say the card off the top is something like a dock. You don't really want to be discarding a dock, right? At least if you discard the hypnotic strength, you know, okay, if the top card of my deck is something like that, I can just simply play it and draw some more cards.
Yeah, it gets really interesting and quite deep, and like I've had lots of really interesting discussions. It almost like starts like leaning into quantum mechanics at that time, like something you don't know, you can't really evaluate until you actually see it. It's a really complex and interesting discussion, but just regardless of what they did, just playing the Cobra, discarding that card, realizing that 2 extra lore at that moment in time left them in a position where they just could play a character and their opponent is forced to remove it from the board was absolutely brilliant, brave, and it worked out.
Indeed, yeah. And both games we've seen the
and bold, because Doc the Bold Knight.
Doc the Bold Knight, indeed.
Brilliant, brave, bold.
Both games we've seen that Iago giant spectral parrot come out on turn 3 for Lucas. Talk to me a little bit about that card, because I genuinely think the stat line alone is so strong. And we also saw an example of where I feel like Lucas was happy that it was just dealt with by a Strength of a Raging Fire, because when that strength was hard cast by Vincent, they're like, okay, well, suddenly Vincent isn't establishing a character of their own.
Yeah, and again, Iago, arguably better in open deck lists.
Yes.
You know exactly how many responses your opponent has, and there's not a lot. We did see Hypnotic Strength is in the deck for Vincent, because we just saw them discard it, of course.
I just, especially being on the play, I just love the stat line into most of Vincent's 3-cost cards, right? Into that Genie, Satisfied Dragon, into the Giant Cobra even. It just challenges so nicely. And combining with the Elsa 5th Spirit, being able to exert it, it's just a stellar start for the Blurple player.
Yeah, honestly, at this point, if I'm Vincent, I'm expecting the Iago to come through on that 3rd turn, and I might be in my altering phase, even looking for that Hypnotic Strength. The thing is, right, Lucas plays a Iago on their 3rd turn. It goes over to Vincent, who's at 3 ink once they ink for turn. Do you really want to spend a whole turn playing Hypnotic Strength to vanish an Iago? I mean, obviously it's good to vanish an Iago, but Lucas is in control of when that happens, in a sense.
Yes.
And it's really not as good as you might think.
No, it's not that strong.
It's definitely very good, but it's not like game-winning.
At least you have the tool to be able to deal with it, right? But exactly what you said, Lucas controls when Iago is going to be banished, essentially. But I think if it's a card like Fire the Cannons, right, the difference between 1 and 2 is absolutely huge.
And the thing is, those Strength of a Raging Fires, you really want to be using on other things. You only have 4 copies of Strength.
Yes.
If you can use something else to deal with Iago, that Strength of a Raging Fire can be kept in your back pocket, saved for a rainy day, and used when it matters most.
I believe that was the game where we saw like double Strength of a Raging Fire extremely early for Vincent, and just proving, as we all know already, how powerful that card can be. You know, we're in this metagame where every way to disrupt the opponent, deal damage to their characters is crucial. So Strength of a Raging Fire alongside Doc have often been talked about as some of the best steal cards within this metagame.
Yeah, great to see both players having a little chat before the start of the game. Of course, always wise to cut your opponent's deck, as we see Iago into the ink for Lucas and Basil on the board. No Tipo in the inkwell on turn 1 for the first time for Lucas. Is it possible that they've missed the turn 2 ramp, or are they just saving it and waiting?
Potentially, yeah. I wonder what one-cost card we're going to see from Vincent here. It is, of course, that happy.
No, it's not happy.
Are you happy to see
It's
him,
not happy.
Joe?
I'm not happy to see that. I am joyeux to see that.
Joyo to see Happy come down onto the board. I think it's actually very important, though. I do want to talk about this. Trying to get a one-cost character that can at least contest that Basil practiced detective is super, super
Here we go.
crucial.
Oh, one jump ahead. That's my favorite play of the final so far. The deck building coming through for Lucas. One jump ahead, but actually the real one jump ahead this time, not the Tipo or the sail.
Indeed, yes. I do, just want to briefly
of
bring you back to the Happy. The reason I want to talk about it is, let's say, for example, we did see a one-cost Diablo in Vincent's opening hand. If something like that was established, then suddenly this Basil could potentially start questing for free. We do see that Diablo come down here.
I love to see one jump ahead so much. That is just deck building shining through at its finest. Those micro decisions. There's a 60-card deck, but every single card matters. Imagine if this one jump ahead wasn't in the game and Lucas just passes turn 2 without ramp. Vincent would be licking their lips right now.
It's a completely different game if that happens, indeed. So will we see the giant spectral parrot inked.
Second time. And look at that, the Dumbo comes through. Lucas is like, well, you know, I'm a bit predictable at this point with my ER goes. And now I'm going to go for the Dumbo on this turn instead, just in case Vincent's started to get a bit of an idea about my playstyle and what I like to do with my ER goes.
Yeah, I kind of like establishing the Dumbo here because Vincent doesn't really have a clear answer to it.
Look, the hypnotic strength was there. The mind games. Lucas is playing this masterfully.
Indeed, yes. Establishing the Dumbo, we've talked about this before, right? Playing Dumbo on turn 3 with 4 ink, not always the best thing you want to do. Usually you want to already have an existing evasive character on the board, but because this Basil has remained since turn 1, if Lucas has that Elsa 5th Spirit, can combine it with this Basil support ability to take out this Genie, Satisfied Dragon, which is exactly what's going to happen. And for that exact reason, I love the fact that we saw the Dumbo come out instead of the Iago. Lucas is almost 2 turns ahead, really planning out these openers. And now, because the evasive is already on the board, I think Lucas is going to have a fantastic time, going to be able to utilize this Dumbo ability on the next turn.
Basil's gone from a completely non-played card in a competitive format to arguably
I love it, man.
The best one-cost character in the metagame right now.
Yes.
The synergy there with Elsa is absolutely outstanding.
Yes, and it's very, very important to know here, like, we're going to see the impact of that one jump ahead right here. Vincent only able to ink up to a total of 4, can't get to 5 to answer the opposing Elsa with their own Elsa. So, I don't know, what are you hoping to see here for Vincent, Joe?
Well, Vincent's got a grimace on his face, so he's inking the strength. It's going to be the Genie, but I don't think they were too happy about inking that Genie, inking the strength.
Yes.
And you know what? Lucas is fully aware of that, because I just want everyone to look at Lucas and where they're looking during Vincent's decision-making process. They're not looking at their hand. They're not looking at the table. They are looking straight at Vincent in the face and trying to get every little bit of information they can. Vincent's little grimace when inking that Strength of a Raging Fire tells Lucas a story and can start predicting exactly what kind of cards are in Vincent's hand.
I have to say, though, that happy from Vincent was actually absolutely crucial. The fact that it has evasive on Vincent's turn meant that he could take out that Elsa. If that Elsa remained on the board, that was potentially an extra card and an extra lore for Lucas. So Vincent, with the deck building decision, I think a card like Happy in certain situations like this is the exact card you need to clean off some of those evasive characters.
I didn't expect that. Lucas passing.
After only spending 1 ink for the Dumbo ability. Could this be quite an uninkable hand here, Joe, for Lucas?
Yeah, I mean, didn't even see a card being inked. And we've only seen the 1 copy of One Jump Ahead being played. Lucas again looking over at Vince in a second copy of Strength of a Raging Fire into the ink. Genie's going to challenge Dumbo. Is it
It's a
time for Bell?
It's a Bell accomplished Mystic being able to easily take out that Dumbo, 9th wonder of the universe. And it really looks like that Lucas will be hoping for an Inkable off the top here.
2 law all. Lucas nodding his head.
Okay, a little bit happier about the card, perhaps.
Lots of cards in hand, actually, for both players. I think Vincent at 3, Lucas at around 5. It's into the unknown for 3 ink, onto the Genie. So Vincent getting an extra ink to play with, of course, is the downside. Monstro into the ink, and there's 3 more remaining as Lucas scratches his chin and passes his turn.
Yeah, heading back over to Vincent. Still has that Bell accomplished Mystic on board. Wants to stay ahead within the lore race here. And I think also Vincent would love to have a little bit of fuel left in the hand to draw some additional cards. So I'm curious to see what cards are established to fire the cannons. Taking out the Basil is a lot bigger. This is very important. You'd be surprised if an Elsa 5th Spear comes out. That Basil is so important to be able to take out the Genie, be able to take out the Bell. Fire the cannons is, in my opinion, it's the reason why the card is in the deck, to take out these very important 1-cost cards.
Cowart, look at the board state. There is 4 characters for Vincent and 0 for Lucas. Hypnotic Strength is not the opening. Is this the moment that Vincent can turn the tide in this final? Rafiki into the ink. Finders keepers. No characters on board for Lucas this turn. Vincent can quest for 5 and will be halfway to 20.
Essentially taking an entire turn off to draw a total of 4 cards for Lucas here. And yeah, Vincent is definitely going to start getting ahead in the lore race here. If I'm Vincent, I'm playing as many characters to the board as possible.
All 3 characters in hand are played. Almost every ink spent. Lucas is facing a huge board now, which quests with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 characters, 8 lore.
Could this potentially be a Monstro to answer Vincent's board?
No.
Could ink a card? Has plenty of cards available after playing that Hypnotic Strength and the Finders Keepers.
We did see a Monstro inked not too long ago.
It could be the perfect answer that Lucas needs here.
Is it the Whale? Did Lucas ink it a little bit too soon? It's Elsa. Again, you made that prediction, Kawa, that maybe there's a lot of uninkables in the hand of Lucas with some of the ink decisions. We saw that Monstro inked, but Elsa is definitely keeping them in this game. Bell and Genie have been frozen. Down comes Dumbo.
And Dumbo will be used. The Genie is going to exert itself. Vincent's is going to pay 1 ink, draw a card, and gain a lore. Vincent has a plethora of glimmers on the board and is just a single turn away from taking this game. I don't know any other card that can save Lucas here besides a Monstro.
Vincent and Dumbo are making history right now. Lucas has to answer a lot of characters as there is story on board for Vincent.
This could be the moment, this could be the exact moment where Vincent is able to take the win on the draw, Joe. Like this is a crucial moment in this best-of-5 game.
Vincent's board quests for 7. So Lucas has to remove at least 3 lore from the board. And even then, as we see 1 more lore being removed, that giant cobra is perhaps waiting in the deck, ready to strike.
Ready to strike indeed. I don't know what else Lucas really has here. It isn't into the unknown. That is some sort of removal.
There's still 5 lore. There's still 5 lore.
That's going to be the game. It's game 3 going to Vincent. He has swung into this game, is now in the lead. It's 2-1. Okay, Lucas is going to be on the play again. He's going to need everything that he can have to stay in this game. But Vincent is 1 game away from being crowned as the Disney Lorcana Challenge champion here in Bologna. Not only that, will secure a potential invite to the Disney Lorcana World Championship as well.
that was the most important game
Huge,
of
absolutely
this
huge
series.
I am thoroughly impressed. Like, I have to say, I do feel for Lucas.
It's not over yet.
It really felt like a heavy, uninkable hand there, taking an entire turn off to simply play a hypnotic strike and then a finder's keepers. But I do think that's what he needed to do. The game would have been quite different if that Monstro was picked up from those cards that were drawn.
And there was so many difficult inking decisions. There was 3 different copies of Strength of a Raging Fire inked. And despite that, it wasn't even close in the end. It was a huge win. Absolutely outstanding stuff. Amethyst Steel gets the win on the draw and is now 1 game away from taking down Disney Lorcana Challenge Bologna.
This is this is such an amazing story, in my opinion. We talked about it a little bit earlier. In my opinion, if I'm an Amethyst Steel player and I sit down and I face a Sapphire Amethyst deck, I'm feeling a little bit nervous.
Definitely.
Like from everything we've seen, a lot of testing, it's an extremely tricky matchup. So I think this win was absolutely huge for Vincent, because even if Lucas wins the next game on the play, evening it out at 2-2 for the final game of this best of 5, that would mean that Vincent is on the play, Joe.
It would certainly mean that, and it has been an absolutely outstanding day and weekend here in Bologna. Don't forget, Disney Lorcana Challenge Milwaukee is on the horizon. You're going to be competing.
I believe
in that
you
one.
are too.
There's a chance we might be seeing you over there across the table. So make sure you get yourself down to Milwaukee and your local set championships. If you can't make the trip to North America or many of the other challenges across the world, try your hand at a store championships. You can check out if there's any store championships happening in your local area using the Ravensburger Play Hub store locator. Set championships started this very weekend, and the prize card and playmat available is outstanding. You will get your hands on a legendary promo Maleficent Monstrous Dragon just for showing up and taking part. If you get a top 8, you get a promo Enchanted, and of course that first place prize.
Oh, what a fantastic
champion playmat
that you have in store if you compete in your local set championship. I have to say, and let's talking about playmats, talking about prizes, let's take a look one more time at those all-important prizes here at the DLC in Bologna. The main ones we're going to be having a look at here again. For top 2, a full foil set including all enchanted and all epic cards from the Fabled set. And the first place prize, a foil rare uncut sheet, and of course the Disney Lorcana Challenge trophy. But what else is there for the first place, Joe?
I think the real big prize, listen, that rare uncut sheet is unbelievable. Put it in a frame, stick it on a wall, give it to your grandkids, they'll give it to their grandkids. That is a family heirloom in the making. But that World Championships invitation is just exactly what these players are looking for.
Indeed, yes. Now we're going to be getting into game 4 here. Vincent, 1 victory away from taking down this entire tournament. Both of these players should be extremely proud of making it this far. They've really made a name for themselves, and I have to say, Joe, this is what Disney Lorcana TCG is all about. I love creating a story, driving a narrative for these up-and-coming players. I'd be very curious to know if either Lucas or Vincent competed in the previous DLC challenges, and you know, this is what it's all about. We saw so many players make name for themselves last year, such as Ely, the previous winner, also from France, from DLC Bologna. Last year, we saw, for example, Federico take down Birmingham. We saw Frank Carson win the very first European challenge in Lille last year. And one of these gentlemen sitting down in front of you folks will be crowned the very first Disney Lorcana champion within Season 2 of competitive play for Disney Lorcana.
Yeah, and I just love to see the players as they're shuffling, having a little chat across the table. This is what it's all about. We have fun, we make friends along the way, and both of these players are having a wonderful time here in Italy I am absolutely sure of that. There was an Infinity constructed event going on earlier on in the day as well. So many players taking part in that. I saw Zan Syed having a good old time in the Infinity format. There's been Pack Crush events. I saw Super Sealed. I saw Team Super Sealed. I saw duos. So much Disney Lorcana TCG action here in Bologna, even outside this wonderful main event, as we will see Lucas kicking things off and inking a Dumbo. Never like to see Dumbo in the inkwell, but that's part of the beauty of this card. You can put it in the inkwell.
Yeah, and I don't believe there's going to be a one-cost card established here for Lucas. We saw the importance of having the Basil available in that previous game.
Vincent inks Smee, plays Captain Hook. I'm not too sure Mr. Smee is going to be very happy about being inked for Captain Hook, but there we are. Lucas inking the Argo. Is there the ramp? Of course there's the ramp. Lucas has built his deck to find the ramp on turn 2, and so far, even in the 4th game, has done it every... In fact, they missed it one time, didn't they? They missed it when we had... maybe it was the semi-final they missed it. It was the semi-final they missed it. One game. But they found it on turn 3.
That does happen. I mean, you know, we were talking about percentages and, like, you know, you were saying quantum mechanics and math. That's what matters here. It's all about the consistency. Probably sitting around at least a 90 to 95% chance of getting that turn to ramp. But a double 1-drop being established here for Vincent. It's that Diablo and the Happy, I have to say, was fantastic in the previous game. Just simply a 2-1 character. We talked about it combining with Dumbo, but I was extremely impressed of how cleanly it was able to take
out
that
you happy to
Elsa.
See it?
I
Genie
was very
comes
happy
through.
to see the challenge onto the Elsa 5th Spirit. Genie does indeed come through.
I think it's the first time we've seen Lucas play the Genie on turn 3. We saw Iago twice, we saw Dumbo, but for the 4th game in the Grand Finals, finally, the more orthodox turn 3 player play for this Sapphire Amethyst is that Genie on the job.
I know I keep talking about this, Happy, but it's extremely important in this situation. Let's say we see that 5-cost Elsa come down for Lucas here. Could use the Genie Wish Fulfilled and the Elsa to take out this Genie Satisfied Dragon. And the importance of having this Happy means that it can trade back into either Elsa or Genie.
Diablo, going to quest for 1, of course. Whenever Diablo banished in a challenge, is going to draw a card. Now, when you're playing against Elsa here, do you ever also exert the Captain Hook? The decision is no from Vincent. Leaves the rest of the characters ready. Of course, it's very likely when you're playing against Lucas with 4 Elsa. Look at Lucas just looking over at Vincent right now. They're having a little chat. They're enjoying their time to shine here. The French players, they know that France is going to come out on top here in Bologna regardless for the 2nd year in a row. It seems as though the French players enjoy playing in Bologna.
They are incredibly, incredibly talented players. We've had the pleasure of even being able to attend some Disney Lorcana events within France, and I have to say the community is absolutely outstanding. There is that all-important 5-cost Elsa. It seems to never be missing from Lucas's hand, and this is exactly what I talked about. We're going to see the Elsa and the Genie challenge in to banish the dragon, and this Happy is going to be putting in a lot of work.
It's putting in so much
work. It's crazy
work.
how much this Happy is doing
like,
here, right?
Not only is the Happy able to take out the Genie, but it's also playing around the bell, healing up the damage on the Genie. If you don't get rid of the Genie this turn, it's going to become a lot more difficult to deal with. And Vincent being 1 jump behind, well, Fire the Cannons deals with Elsa, Happy deals with Genie. You can't play Elsa this turn if you're Vincent because you don't have enough ink. But the Happy does the job alongside Fire the Cannons.
Yeah, so that was really, really great to see from Vincent. Unfortunately, I would have loved to see a 3-cost character developed as well, but it doesn't look like Vincent had one available in the hand here. It looks like it's simply a Dumbo, the 9th wonder of the universe, coming down onto the board here for Lucas. Let's see if Vincent can get access to some tools to potentially disrupt this Dumbo. It's going to be a Dumbo of their own coming down.
Vincent's in the lead by a significant margin, 6-0. Vincent did not ink this turn, though. They were 1 jump behind. Well, suddenly, they're going to be 2 jumps behind if Lucas inks this turn.
A 2nd Elsa comes down. This is going to be a Dumbo trade. It's rarely seen, but Lucas really wants to remain in control of this board.
No ink from Lucas either. Both players not inking in the last turn, valuing that extra card in hand rather than that extra card in their inkwell at this moment in time. Vincent passes again. 3 turns in a row where our Illumineers have not inked.
Indeed, Lucas evaluating some options here, having a look at the cards available in the hand, spreading out their ink, trying to decide what different options, what different strategies they're going to go for here. I think Vincent honestly was very happy to see that Genie wish fulfilled, the perfect body to come down, try and draw a card, but as you mentioned, no ink, so it could be quite a bricky hand here from Vincent.
Wow, there's the bell. And Vincent's done so well to minimize the impact of that bell. That happy and fire the cannons turn was not using much ink, but it was so crucial for Vincent to keep this strong foothold in the early stages of this game. We're moving into the middle stages now with Elsa singing One Jump Ahead. Look, it's not how far I'll go, but it's still a nice way of getting extra ink into the inkwell.
I think it's actually extremely important in this matchup, especially since, as you mentioned, both Illumineers haven't been inking too much, so suddenly Lucas is going to have such a massive ink advantage over Vincent. Vincent not even at that 5 ink threshold to be establishing
Is there
their
another
own
bell?
Elsas.
Is there another bell? But this one from Vincent, they only play 2 in the deck, but does Vincent have a bell available?
There would only be 2 ink available to be exerted here. Potentially,
I'm getting ahead of myself a little bit.
Potentially the next turn it may be seen. I wonder if there's a 2-cost character that can be established. It does look like a couple of cards available in the hand for Vincent. Vincent might be laughing, saying, I might just have to play a dock, potentially get rid of some Uninkables. Is going to opt to ink the Pete and take out the Elsa 5th Spirit with the strength of a Raging Fire.
Yeah, that's not exactly what you're looking for if you're Vincent. Of course, we know that Bell is so powerful, but using Hypnotic Strength and Strength of a Raging Fire to deal with just one Elsa, not too spectacular as Monstro enters the board and Bell quests for 2, closing the gap. It's 6 lore to 2. Vincent's still in the lead, but it's starting to swing in favor of Lucas. Imagine if that card in Lucas's hand is a 2nd star to the right. Vincent might need to try and play around that, but doesn't seem to be able to remove this Bell or Monstro just yet.
Indeed, yes, we have. This Monstro, by the way, I have to say, I have no clue how Amethyst Steel can deal with such a big card. A 6/8 stat line
That's a lot of
that
stats.
also quests for 2. So this character, not only essential at being able to rush and take out opposing characters, but is also going to be able to quest and put on the pressure, progress the win condition for Lucas. We do see that Elsa Spirit of Winter come down and essentially freeze 2 of Vincent's characters here.
Yeah, the Deep Freeze ability coming through. Dumbo and Genie won't be readying, but they are the only evasive characters on the board. And this Dumbo, if it can start ticking along next turn, Vincent can fill up the hand. They might have a really good opportunity there to start going wide. And going wide they will. Yzma enters the party as well. The Conniving Chemist.
The Conniving Chemist, indeed. We've seen this card kind of come in and out of these Amethyst Steel decks, and I have to say, I am definitely a fan here. As I mentioned earlier, card draw is king, and yes, we have Genie Wish Fulfilled, yes, we have Doc, but Yzma, when the hand gets so low, is very great at being able to refill the hand. However, Lucas really does seem to be in control of the game here. Such strong characters on the board.
Big quest.
Questing for a total of 7 here, all the way up to 13 total lore.
And Calhoun has resist too, so how did the 2 damage counters remove the Calhoun?
Well, when you're moving damage counters, it actually bypasses the resist if you were unfamiliar with that. By the way, I believe it's resist 1, correct?
It is resist 1, my mistake.
Yes.
I misspoke. But yeah, the 2 damage counters enough. Vincent's going to scoop it up, and we will be going to a Game 5 in this best of 5 grand finals. However, the script was flipped in that all-important Game 3, as it will be Amethyst Steel on the play.
Vincent has to be extremely happy with being able to win on the draw there. As you said, the tables have been turned. Vincent in such a strong position going into Game 5. This will be the very last game of the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Bologna. After this game, we will be crowning our very first champion here for the Season 2 of competitive play.
And it is almost 11 p.m. local time. The venue opened up at 8 a.m. These players have been playing non-stop since Saturday morning. Many of these players also having really tricky travel to Bologna.
Oh, don't get me started. Woo.
There might have been a few sleepless nights in the lead up to this tournament. The players, though, are not showing any signs of exhaustion just yet. They are putting on an absolute show, and it is a pleasure to be here watching it. Game 5, Amethyst Steel. I'm looking in my opening hand. Turn 1, turn 2, turn 3, sing Strength of a Raging Fire, and just get off to a quick start.
Indeed, yeah. The energy and the atmosphere in this room is absolutely electric at the moment. I have to give a huge shout out to our spectators outside here. They are in the venue, but they are also watching along with the stream, supporting their friends. They are eager to see which one of these players is going to be crowned as our champion, and I am so excited to get into this final game.
Yeah, it has been a wonderful event here in Bologna. So many amazing moments. I look back to yesterday and seeing Ruby Amber on stream, shifting a Mulan onto a Floodborn Mulan was a great moment. I remember last night when the venue was getting ready to close down, we saw Justice play one of the fastest games of Disney Lorcana, beating the clock with his Emerald Amethyst Bend to My Will deck. We saw Emerald Steel being one game away from a grand final, and we find ourselves with Amethyst Sapphire, the top seed, going second in the final game of the finals.
Yeah, we're not letting anything stop us here. We have had a little bit of issues earlier on, but we are not gonna let that prevent us from showing you this grand finals. I have to say, Joe, you had the honor and the privilege of being part of the crew, that caster crew from the previous season. How was it? Talk to me a little bit about that first event in Lille, the finals. It was Frank Carson versus a friend of yours, Reese.
Yep.
What was it like to cast that finals back then?
Yeah, I mean, just the emotions. What I'll say about that is Reese, a very good friend of mine, big shout out to him. He still looks back at that finals and thinks, what if?
Yes.
And these players are not going to want to leave anything behind here. They've done themselves proud. What an achievement it is to get this far, but they are within touching distance of, as Dumbo would say, making history.
Indeed, we're going to be bringing you Game 5 as soon as we can.
Yeah.
Trust me when I say there's no one more that wants to show you this game than us two sitting right here.
Yeah, and of course, don't forget, Set Championships coming up. Have a little look at this Elsa playmat. These players have secured this. Some wonderful Disney Lorcana Challenge prizes are on offer for our players. Amethyst Steel. Earlier on in the weekend, I called it the vanilla deck of the format, which might not sound very respectful towards Amethyst Steel, but I'll have you know that vanilla ice cream is my favorite kind of ice cream.
I actually have to agree with you there, Joe. I'm a big fan of vanilla ice cream, and
it's just simple, it's good, it's honest, and it does a good job.
Indeed.
Sometimes you don't need anything more than that.
Indeed. Here we are going into Game 5, the final game here at the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Bologna. We're going to have Lucas facing off against Vincent. Let's have a look at these opening hands and the potential alters coming out from these Illumineers.
Vincent will be going first. I can see the altering phase is happening. Calhoun, a 2-cost character, actually being altered away potentially here by Vincent, unless that's what they're going to be keeping. You would certainly imagine this Obedient Raven turn 1 play for Vincent is going to be the one of choice. I think I can see a Strength of a Raging Fire in the mix as well. It's a little bit hard to make out. Lucas just getting ready and waiting, and is that 7 cards?
Going for 7. Could this be the one game where Lucas doesn't find that turn
look
to
at Lucas's facial expression. Is anything given away by that? I would say no. I think Lucas is he's reminding me of Ed a little bit. Not in terms of the deck building. The deck building is very different from Ed's, but the mannerisms at the table, the way that he's just trying to hide that information from his opponent in terms of his facial expressions, but just staring down the opponent is just so interesting to see. Can you get any little bit of extra information?
Yeah, he's got a hint of the Ed stare, as it's known. And I have to say, that's something that I definitely struggle with when I play this game. I'm a very emotional person, but Lucas has perfected this art. They're very calm, they're very collected, and they're trying to read Vincent's body language. Any hints of seeing, were they happy about this card that was drawn? Are they happy about their opening hand? This can be very, very key to seeing how confident each player is.
Yep, one little final shuffle of each other's decks. They're then likely to cut the deck as well for that final time here in Bologna. The Disney Lorcana Challenge Season 2 is here. We're barely getting begun, but this is the final chapter, or the final moment of the first chapter. Something like that.
Indeed it is. It is the final moment of the first chapter of this competitive Season 2. Players extending the fists, having that fist bump, full respect to each other.
Lucas was like ready to go.
He was ready to be on the play.
First,
oh my God.
No.
He's been first seed.
Vincent shakes the hand at the camera. Absolutely brilliant showmanship from both our players. Having a great time. And Joyo is down on the board. And I think Vincent is feeling rather Joyo right now.
We have seen this Happy do so much work in this grand finals. A one-cost Basil has been inked. What does that signify to you, Joe?
Yeah, one-cost Basil inked. Not playing a one-cost character. Maybe a lot of uninkables in Lucas's opening hand. Do they have the ramp? Arguably, Tipo at this moment in time might be a little bit better just because it could deny the Happy from questing. Basil into the ink. Big moment. It's there. It's the one jump ahead.
Again, that one jump ahead. You mentioned it already, Joe. If this card was not in the deck, we would not see Lucas ramping here. But missing that one-cost character is... It's very, very rough indeed. Seeing the one jump ahead play does also signify that there could be quite a lot of uninkables in the hand.
White Rose comes through from Vincent. Not the best turn 3 play when compared with a Genie, but the important thing in this position is that a 3-cost character has been developed, and Vincent might have Strength of a Raging Fire waiting in the wings, ready to be sung. Lucas, it is their 3rd turn, but they can go to 4 ink. Tipo into the inkwell, and for 4, it's that Iago. Has Vincent got the Vanish answer? Lucas waits with anticipation.
Yzma. It's the Strength of a Raging Fire being able to take out that Iago. Giant spectral power, and Vincent is in full control of this opening game right now.
And it's a huge moment. The crowd's going wild. There's 6 lore for Vincent. Lucas, no lore, no glimmers on the board, but 4 ink to play with. Can go up to 5, and we know that Elsa, or perhaps that Ursula Voice Stealer playing into the unknown might be their optimal line, but it's a Genie on the job. No Elsa here for Lucas to remove that Happy.
Yes, but this is incredibly important that Vincent is on the play here. There is a potential 5 ink available. We could see a combination of Elsa, the 5th spirit, coming down, being able to exert that Genie, and combining with this Happy, which I cannot overstate, has done an incredible amount of work this game. Judging on how Vincent is separating their ink piles, it looks like it might be another 4-cost card.
Is there no cards in hand for Vincent? The Yzma, Conniving Chemist, ability activated. Vincent can draw up to 3 cards, and they had no cards in hand, so 3 cards, the maximum amount was found. Yzma not questing for 2, but exerting and activating that ability. And Dumbo down on the board just for good measure.
This is so much pressure on Vincent's side of the board. Already at a total of 9 lore right now, is only 11 away from taking this game.
Is there a bell? Is there a bell? The Genie takes out the Mr. Smee.
There is!
Bell is there! The 3 strength of Mr. Smee comes back to bite Vincent. I gotta mention, Valkyrie. There was one ink not spent by Vincent in the last turn. Was the sequencing slightly off there with that Dumbo Ninth Wonder of the universe? I wonder if Vincent could have used that making history ability with either Happy or Mr. Smee to gain one extra card in hand, as there was one ink open.
I think that this Bell Accomplished Mystic was absolutely huge, but the Elsa Fifth Spirit coming through can combine with this Happy, can take out this Genie Wish Fulfilled is exactly what we're going to see. I might be calling Happy the MVP of this Grand Finals, Joe.
Yeah, and Yzma is still down on the board, but of course, plenty of cards in hand for Vincent, so we're not going to be seeing her exerting to draw. That's for certain. The decision for Vincent, though, is would they like to exert to gain lore? They could quest for 3 with the White Rose and Yzma, which would put them at 12 and 8 lore away, but it is a crucial moment in this match. If you quest with Yzma, the Bell will be able to challenge her. I would imagine Vincent is either going to quest with both or quest with neither.
Yes, I have a very, very interesting question here for you, Joe. So obviously being able to take out that Genie Wish Fulfilled was incredibly crucial for Vincent, but did also have the option to just use the Elsa and the Happy to challenge into this Bell instead. That means that the challenges available for Lucas would not have been very good. Yzma and White Rose could have quested for 3 and would have felt a lot more protected than they're feeling right now, because this Bell Accomplished Mystic as a 4-4 can challenge quite easily into their stat lines. How do you feel about that play?
It's very, very, very interesting. And we've talked, as we see the double quest, we've talked about time management a lot this weekend and how the very best players and experienced players, I think is really a better way of phrasing it, know when to play quickly, know when to play slowly. I wonder if when Vincent's watching this match back, they just wish they slowed down that tiny little bit on these past couple of turns. There was definitely some really crucial decisions here. I like the position they're in a lot. What a match this has been. Bell on the board for Lucas.
Imagine we have a second Bell come out here for Lucas. This could be absolutely insane. Would allow them to take out the Elsa or the White Rose. I think Vincent might regret the decision that they made to take out the Genie rather than the Bell here.
And there is no Bell, but there is an Elsa. There is a Hypnotic Strength. And suddenly, board presence is in favor of Lucas. Vincent with the White Rose down on the board, but there's 3 cards, I believe, in their hand, and they are 8 lore away. At this stage in the game, does Vincent ever start taking some trades? Do they challenge the Bell? Imagine a Bell off the top of the deck for Vincent. You could move 1 damage from Elsa onto the Bell Accomplished Mystic. That would be very strong right now.
I think Bell would be one of the best cards available to Vincent here, but potentially a Fire the Cannons as well would be huge.
Oh my
goodness, see the
Cobra.
Giant Cobra come down. A card going to be discarded by Vincent here. Has the potential to get up to a total of 15 lore right now.
Does quest with the White Rose. Vincent is 5 lore away from that World Championships invitation. And of course, being crowned champion here in Bologna. Vincent has no cards in hand. Second star to the right is sung by Lucas. 5 cards being drawn. But that means this White Rose will not be traded out by this Bell. Can Lucas deal with any of Vincent's characters? They can quest up to 18 this next turn unless Lucas removes some characters.
Yes, needs a card like the Monstro, needs a card like the Hades Infernal Schemer. Again, Lucas separating the Inkwell into a couple of different areas here. We could also see certain stuff like, I can see 2 ink here, right? We could see something like a Hypnotic Strength that's simply going to be able to banish this Giant Cobra. Could be very, very nice.
Oh, it's another Bell. That is absolutely outstanding. Just what Lucas needed. Actually, the Jafar, the preferred option, interestingly, instead of that White Rose, 3 ink still available.
Oh my word, we see the Into the Unknown played. It sends that White Rose to the Inkwell, and now Vincent is running quite low on cards, but Vincent recognizes the win condition here, has to keep questing as much as possible, but Lucas has an abundance of cards available in the hand, and I'm sure that they have an efficient way to deal with this Elsa.
Vincent 4 lore away, the board quest for 2. Hades comes through, and it's going to be Elsa into ink. Vincent has so much ink right now, but no cards in hand, no characters on board. Lucas's time to quest is now, and the gap is beginning to be closed. Big top deck. A dock right now could open the window for Vincent.
It's a White Rose! Absolutely insane here, going up to a total of 17 lore. Again, Lucas has plenty of options available in the hand to take out this White Rose. But we're edging closer and closer to that 20 lore for Vincent. Now, Joe, it's very important. We talked about card counts. Both White Roses have already been played, so we're going to be relying on cards like the Giant Cobra
Elsa.
and the Duck coming out. Elsa exerting that White Rose, Hades making the challenge to banish it. Vincent is in desperate need of a Duck Bold Knight right here.
It looks like it might have been the bell, but it just feels like it might have been a couple turns too late. Lucas is looking confident. Vincent is not looking too happy with the situation they find themselves in. They're 3 lore away from winning Bologna, but Lucas's board is wide and it quests for a lot. Hades will have the damage from itself moved on over to Elsa thanks to that bell.
Indeed it does.
Yep, so Hades 3 damage, moved over to Elsa. Lucas's board currently quests for 7.
Wow.
That is a 2-turn clock.
This is very, very, very important. If there's another Elsa 5th Spirit easily able to take out the Bell-accomplished Mystic and Into the Unknown coming out, Vincent is in desperate need for an answer, but I have to tell you, Joe, I don't know if anything can do it, even a Duck. This is the game. I don't know what else Vincent has in store. Lucas is simply going to quest for enough to win the game, and we have our very first champion being crowned here at the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Bologna. Lucas on Sapphire Amethyst has taken the win. A huge congratulations to them. They must be feeling absolutely ecstatic at the moment.
What a great reaction.
The players coming in.
An absolutely outstanding moment there. What a victory, quite literally making history. Dumbo's been the talk of the town, and history has been made in Bologna. What a final full of twists and turns, the best of 5, and each player winning 1 game on the draw. And what a final. I don't think we could have asked for much more.
I don't think we could have asked for much more, indeed. I think, you know, Vincent, after winning that game on the draw, probably felt very, very, very confident going into that game. There's a couple of key decisions in that match.
Moments.
I feel like Vincent might be watching that back and have a little bit of regret of the decisions that were made. Like you said, Joe.
I think it's that time management.
It is the time management. Taking a little bit slow. Was very happy to see that Elsa 5th Spirit and say, oh, I've got the happy, let me take out the evasive character. I think it was not challenging and banishing that bell. I think that was the turning point of that game.
Yeah, and maybe time management isn't quite the right phrase, because when we're playing Disney Lorcana at big competitive events, usually the clock is such a huge factor, and managing that is a really big skill. In this case, it was just recognizing when to slow down. The pace of play was outstanding. Remember, it is 11 p.m. here in Bologna. Both players are ready to get back and go to bed, I'm sure, but at that big crucial moment, I think around turn 4 to 5, There was one ink that was left unused, which could have added an extra card to hand, and we saw how close it was. That one extra card in hand could have made all the difference, but that is why we play this game. It is incredibly difficult to get every decision correct, perhaps even arguably impossible to do so. The skill ceiling in Disney Lorcana TCG is there for all to see, and what a weekend we've had. I just love this game.
Indeed, yeah, this game is absolutely phenomenal. We've been playing for a little over 2 years now, Joe, and you know, if you asked me 2 years ago, would we be sat here together casting the finals of this, I would have never believed you. So I really want to take a moment. It's been an absolute honor, an absolute pleasure to sit here in front of you all and cast this game. I have to say, it was a little bit of a dream of mine to cast. And, you know, I really wanted it last season. I watched you guys. I was thoroughly impressed. So it's definitely a big moment for me, but not as big of a moment as it is for Lucas, who has secured that World Championship invite, the very first player that will be going to the Disney Lorcana World Championship within Season 2.
Yeah, and of course, a huge congratulations to both players for an outstanding run, outstanding achievement, and a huge thank you to everybody watching. But don't go anywhere. We've got well, not big news. We've got big celebrations ready to come. Of course, those golden Mickey Mouse cards have been being handed out. We have got to say a huge thank you to all the tournament staff here in Bologna for letting this event happen. Indeed. The judges, they're working so tirelessly, so selflessly. They are the true heroes of this community. Thank you to all of our casting colleagues, especially the Italian casters who have been putting in so much work over on that Italian stream. Rebecca's come all the way on over from the States, and Baker, the other host. Not to forget, of course, Kim and Erica, who we've had by our side, the production team, Ravensburger, the players, the viewers. It is a wonderful community to be part of. Everyone here in Bologna's had a great weekend, and I just now want to go to another DLC, please.
I'm ready for a pizza.
Yeah, I'm ready
for a pizza, Joe. I'm super excited to eat some food. But yes, we will be sending it over to the interview area where I believe Rebecca and Baker will be having a few words with our DLC champion.
Yes, we are here for Disney Lorcana Challenge Bologna. Thank you, everyone, for sticking with us. We are so excited to present to you your champion. But first, we want to give huge congratulations to Vincent Desiderio. Come on here. Our second place, congratulations. We are so honored to watch your journey with that Blurple deck that you were playing. Or sorry, with that Amethyst Steel deck that you were playing. I was rooting for you. I was rooting for the Amethyst Steel deck to come through. Yes. Well, let's give it up, everyone here. Let's give it up for second place. Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, you soak in. That's fine, man. You soak in. A huge congratulations. We look forward to seeing you at the European Championship. Thank you so much. If you just take a step over there, because now we need to invite on our champion of DLC Bologna, Lucas Masilom. Congratulations, my friend.
Congratulations, congratulations. We want to hear from you about this weekend, this tournament. What is that you have a crew here. We have a whole crew here cheering you on. Is there a special moment that stands out for you from this weekend, from this Bologna Disney Lorcana Challenge?
The community, the best community.
Yes, it is. It's a wonderful community.
Yes,
yes.
Amazing community.
Short and sweet answer, the community for Disney Lorcana, one of the best in the world, in my opinion. Last thing I just want to ask you, what's next for you? Where can we see you next? Do you have any plans, or is it just skipping straight to the European Championship? What are you going to do next?
World Championship and European, and Lorca Quest 2. The Lorca Quest 2 in French. It's in Paris. Yes, it's
coming up shortly. Amazing.
Okay, we have some incredible prizes for you. Cooper from Ravensburger is here to present you with your champion trophy. Here it is.
You flex it, man. Flex it. Show it off. Show it off.
So shiny. We have
It's
a few
beautiful.
other goodies for you as well. Of course, that Elsa playmat, your golden Mickey Mouse, brave little Taylor, and of course, the entire Fabled set, foils, epics, and enchanted. There is too many things to hold, too many amazing prizes.
Too many amazing prizes. A huge congratulations to you. And they're not finished yet. We've got the uncut sheet. Look at this absolute beauty. What are you doing with this? Going up on the wall?
Oh, I don't know. Faut qu'il rentre dans l'avion déjà. Comment on dit qu'il rentre dans l'avion?
Needs to figure it out how he can take back home now.
Yes,
How he's going to get it home? That's the first question to ask.
Yes.
Illumineers, please give it up one more time for not only Vincent DeSerio, but our first champion of the new season, Lucas Marcelem. Thank you so much, guys. We would like to offer you to just step off there. You're going to have a word with Ravensburger. And I'd like to invite back on our wonderful casting team.
Broadcast team, come on
Come and join us. Both our English language team and, of course, our beautiful Italian team. Come and join us, guys. What a weekend it has been. It is so good to be back in season for Disney Lorcana competitive play, opening things off extremely strong with DLC Bologna. I want to say thank you to the entire casting team for your passion, your dedication, for bringing these stories to life for the Lorcana community. But it's not going to be long before the next event. We have DLC Milwaukee coming up in just a couple of weeks. Stay tuned for that, but we're going to see you very soon. Goodbye, everybody!
Goodbye! And thank you to our judges.